Chapter 1. A man, stripped of all memories, can only recall a single video game. Is this a tragedy or a blessing? Surrounded by unfamiliar faces in an alien environment, everything becomes synonymous with loneliness and desolation. His name is Yunyan, a moniker he chose for himself, for he has forgotten everything yet retains a fragment of his existence through a game, his last remnant of consciousness. This game is Warcraft, currently the most popular esports phenomenon in the country. Warcraft is an electronic sports game developed by Blizzard Entertainment, primarily divided into standard battle modes and various RPG maps. The most renowned RPG is Dota, which has made its mark on the global esports stage, followed by other popular RPGs such as Junsan and Shanghai 3C. However, any association with Warcraft reveals Yunyan's exceptional prowess. His adept maneuvers indicate that this is not his inaugural venture into the game. Thus, his sole occupation in life has become playing Warcraft. Everything else is shrouded in mystery. The circumstances surrounding Yunyan's memory loss remain elusive. He has inquired of many, yet none possess the answers. It is as though he has abruptly materialized in this city, adrift in the vast urban expanse. Even the police department finds themselves at an impasse, for he lacks identification and memories, and even his photograph fails to yield any recognition within their database. Ultimately, the city embraces him, and he becomes a part of its fabric. With the assistance of kind-hearted individuals, Yunyan procures a simple job guarding a warehouse for a factory, leading to a succession of solitary and dreary days. Owing to his introversion, emotional withdrawal, and lack of common knowledge, others are disinclined to approach him. Often, he endures the long, lonely nights in solitude. Yet in the stillness of the night, Yunyan witnesses countless altercations of brawls among thugs, robberies, and acts of intimidation unfold before his eyes. He observes through the window, grasping the harsh truth of a world governed by the law of the jungle. If one is not strong, they become prey. It is precisely because he lacks memories and has had limited interactions that Yunyan's heart remains as pure as a mirror. He gazes upon his surroundings, dutifully adhering to the directives of others, living quietly while contemplating his own truths. One fateful day, upon receiving his wages, he is led by unscrupulous co-workers to an internet cafe, where, in a stroke of serendipity, he accesses Warcraft. Mechanically, he registers an account under the name Yunyan 123 and enters the game, thus commencing his legendary journey in Warcraft. As soon as Yunyan enters the game, he discovers that his hands seem to take flight, deftly dancing across the keyboard. An overwhelming sense of familiarity envelopes him. He first delves into Dota, then Shanghai, followed by Junsan, and even standard battles. And no matter how he plays, victory is assured, save for instances when opponents resort to cheating. Yunyan's mastery of the game is unparalleled, his awareness acute, rendering even the most skilled players unable to defeat him. From that moment on, Yunyan was no longer enveloped in solitude, for he had discovered the realm of Warcraft. It is often said that when one door closes, another opens, and such was the case for Yunyan. In his quest for memories that eluded him, he attained a mastery of Warcraft that ranked him at the pinnacle of the world, thus heralding the commencement of his esports journey. An unforeseen event transformed everything in his life. During the frigid depths of winter, while we all huddled indoors by the warmth of the fire, Yunyan remained ensconced in his room, the heater on, seated before his computer. His fingers danced across the keyboard with remarkable speed, effortlessly striking keys located at the farthest distances, achieving an astonishing APM without even glancing at the keyboard. He was a true master of Shanghai, seldom finding competition in any battle. His reflexes were of an unparalleled caliber, surpassing even professional players engaged in Warcraft tournaments. Yunyan had once engaged in a duel against the world's top-strength human player, and within a mere 10 minutes, his flawless execution led to a decisive victory for his opponent. In pursuit of greater challenges, Yunyan opted for Shanghai 3C, an RPG map not widely popular but characterized by its intricate gameplay. While it typically took a year for an ordinary person to achieve any semblance of proficiency, Yunyan accomplished this in just one day. His extraordinary talent endowed him with impeccable awareness and an unparalleled grasp of strategy. Within the world of Shanghai, Yunyan fought repeatedly, attaining victory after victory, as if time and space had ceased to exist. Just as he became immersed in the game, the screen suddenly blacked out, and he felt a jolt throughout his body, propelling him into a peculiar realm. A soft, cerulean glow enveloped him, and a vast, luminous screen hovered before him, appearing both near and distant, evoking a sense of dizzying wonder. Gazing at the immense screen, Yunyan was captivated by the vivid images of heroes battling within the Warcraft universe, spectacular, yet fraught with peril, compelling one to flee. Yet, Instead of retreating, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity and reached out towards the screen with both hands. That moment, a melodious female voice resonated in the air. Target confirmed. Warcraft Starry Sky B12 planet is now in position. Coordinates selected. Neural system commencing paralysis. Following these words, Yunyan sensed his five senses gradually dulling, even his heartbeat slowing. Soon, fatigue overtook him, and he closed his eyes, a solitary thought occupying his mind. Am I to perish? This was the last utterance that drifted through Yunyan's mind before he succumbed to darkness, overwhelmed by feelings of loneliness and profound sorrow. In the realm of reality, Yunyan existed as a being devoid of memory and kinship, surrounded by seemingly affable individuals, yet perpetually separated by an insurmountable barrier. Even amidst a crowd, he felt an acute sense of isolation, as though his existence was merely for the sake of existing adrift, like a floating reed, lacking both beginning and end, silently yielding to the currents of life. When death truly approaches, there is no lingering regret within the heart, only a profound sigh, neither bitterness nor longing, but rather solitude, or perhaps liberation, as darkness envelopes completely. The last glimmer of light is obscured. The realm of dreams remains ineffable yet, whether a sweet dream or a nightmare. The presence of dreams signifies the continuation of life. Yunyan found himself immersed in an exceedingly long dream, one so extensive that he lost track of both time and space. Upon reopening his eyes, he beheld a peculiar sky, a tranquil blue expanse, adorned by a violet sun and a golden sun, each casting their radiance upon the earth. He propped himself up, sitting upright and surveying his surroundings, where azure grass blanketed the ground, soft and comfortable beneath him. After sitting in a daze on the grassy expanse for 15 minutes, Yunyan ultimately accepted a singular truth. He had arrived in an extraordinary place. The scenery was bizarre, yet Yunyan remained remarkably calm, quietly gazing around. This was an exceptionally beautiful locale, where the blue meadows undulated like waves of grain, and a refreshing breeze caressed every pore of his being, offering unparalleled comfort. A.S. Yunyan silently reveled in the beauty. His spirit sank into a profound stillness, as if his soul were undergoing transcendence, attuned to the rhythm of nature. Gradually, he closed his eyes and, unbeknownst to him, recalled his most familiar game, Warcraft. To his astonishment, the familiar game interface materialized directly within his mind. It was an ocean suspended with icebergs, where colossal sea creatures rolled about, as vivid as reality itself. Yet beside him, the selection box had transformed into merely 4 categories: character, inventory, skills, and equipment. With a mental touch, Yunyan engaged the character option, and suddenly, an immense canopy appeared before him, spinning wildly, as blue progress bars began to manifest across the sky. Then a melodious yet mechanical female voice resonated, initializing character interface, scanning bodily functions, activating hero mode. Before long, the mechanical voice ceased, and the progress bar reached completion. The interface refreshed entirely, revealing a backdrop of an infinite starry cosmos, with an undulating expanse of grasslands beneath him, upon which stood a magnificent and majestic temple. Regardless of the background, Yunyan accessed the character interface and noted an emblem of a hero in the upper right corner. It was indeed his own. Upon selecting the emblem, a system interface promptly emerged. To his astonishment, Yunyan discovered that he had become a hero within Warcraft. Indeed, a hero's strength, agility, and intellect were distinctly visible, and even his attack power and movement speed were displayed, more intricately detailed than in the original game. He glanced at his initial character attributes. Character level, 1. Profession, novice, no title. Character name, Yunyan. Health points, 1350. Mana, 945. Armor, 3. Experience required for level up, 10,000. Strength, 10. Each point of strength increases attack power by 1, enhances health by 50 points, and for every 10 points, 1 health is restored per second. Agility, 10 for each point of agility. The hero gains 1 point of attack power for every 3 points, 1 point of defense is added, and for every 10 points, attack speed increases by 1. Intelligence, 10 for each point of intelligence. The hero gains 1 point of attack power. Each point increases magic value by 25, and for every 10 points, 1 point of mana regeneration per minute is added. Attack power, 1010. Attack speed, 0.3125 attacks per second. What thrilled him the most was the revelation of the skill interface, where he found himself endowed with 7 skill slots. At the far right was a crimson cross icon, and upon clicking it, he was met with an array of skills, all brimming with the formidable abilities from the realm of Shanghai 3C. However, these abilities were displayed in a muted gray, indicating that he lacked the skill points necessary to acquire them. Wei Yunyan's heart raced with excitement. Such an extraordinary phenomenon had transpired in his life, transforming him into a hero. Upon exiting the skill interface, he returned to the previous menu, unveiling his inventory. As the system elucidated the space before him, he grasped that it encompassed 10 cubic meters, subdivided into 100 small squares. With hopeful anticipation, Yunyan perused the squares, yearning to discover an item of equipment. At last, his hopes were not in vain. From the bottom corner of the grid appeared a piece of equipment, the Sphere of Darkness. Yunyan scrutinized it 2 or 3 times, yet it was merely the Sphere of Darkness, with no other equipment in sight. Despite his disappointment, a flicker of solace emerged within him. At least this Sphere of Darkness could be considered a decent item. Sphere of Darkness. Attack power, 1010. Magical effect. A sphere imbued with the enigmatic power of darkness, reputedly a crystallized fragment of the Lich King's dark essence. It possesses extraordinary abilities, capable of summoning dark minions upon the demise of foes. Special effect. Melee heroes gain ranged attack capabilities when targeting aerial units. Equipment slot. Offhand weapon. After perusing the description of the Sphere of Darkness, Yunyan comprehended the first 3 lines essentially. Equipping the sphere would augment his attack by 10 points and grant him ranged capabilities against aerial units, as well as the ability to summon dark minions, specifically skeletons, upon vanquishing adversaries. However, the final line left Yunyan somewhat perplexed. He was unsure what the term offhand weapon entailed. Yet, with a mere thought, the melodious yet mechanical voice of the system resonated from above. Offhand weapon. A supplementary weapon that aids in attacks, capable of being affixed to the primary weapon to generate special effects. It can also conduct independent attacks. Yunyan was taken aback. Could the system truly answer his inquiries? He quickly gazed upward and asked, "Pray tell, where is this place?" "The system cannot provide an answer. Please re-enter your query." Feeling somewhat dejected, Yunyan pressed on, "How did I arrive here?" "The system cannot provide an answer. Please re-enter your query." The same response echoed back to him. After several attempts to pose various questions, Yunyan ultimately discerned that he could only inquire about matters pertaining to the world of Warcraft. With no other recourse, he resigned himself to opening the last equipment slot. The equipment bar remains at 6 slots, akin to that in World of Warcraft, signifying that Yunyan can only equip 6 items. With focused intent, Yunyan placed the dark sphere into the equipment bar and scrutinized the interface for any peculiar details. Finding none, he exited the menu. As he opened his eyes and exhaled deeply, he gazed at his hands. Indeed, a black magical orb spiraled around his arm, trailing a long, dark streak, a manifestation of the dark sphere's effect, confirming that he had truly become a hero. To the readers, this is a new book. Your support in collections and recommendations would be greatly appreciated. Having affirmed his transformation into a hero, Yunyan felt an overwhelming urge to level up, yearning for the hero skills of Shanghai. His belief remained that the weak are preyed upon by the strong. Thus, to thrive, he must become ever more formidable, especially in this world teeming with powerful beings. Surveying his surroundings for monsters, a solitary ant on a blade of grass caught his attention. With a mindset of experimentation, he extended 2 fingers and squeezed with force, producing a crisp snap as the ant was crushed into a pulp. In a flurry, Yunyan closed his eyes, silently reciting Warcraft, and opened the game interface, directing his gaze intently at the experience bar. Regrettably, the displayed data remained at 0,10000. How does one acquire experience? He inquired of the system. Immediately, a melodic voice resonated from the heavens. Killing neutral units yields no experience. Only the defeat of hostile units or those with enmity towards your side will grant you experience. Frustrated, he exited the interface and returned to the vast prairie. As he gazed into the distance, he beheld an endless forest ahead, its trees towering to an astonishing height, estimated at around 100 meters, with trunks so wide that 10 men could scarcely encircle them. Wei Yunyan surmised that the forest likely harbored wild creatures and thus sprinted toward it. After half an hour, he finally penetrated the forest's depths. The ground was remarkably flat, and the surroundings of vibrant green. Looking upward, he realized that sunlight streamed through the leaves, casting a verdant glow upon the earth, creating an enchanting spectacle. As he traversed this colossal forest, he felt as minuscule as an ant. The interior of the forest was refreshingly cool, with breezes flowing freely. The high canopies left only scattered pillars of sunlight. The tree crowns were dense, shimmering under the sun, resembling a tapestry of green jade from afar. After wandering for a considerable time, Yunyan realized the dire issue. He was hungry. System notification. Warning, stamina has fallen below 20. Subsequently, every 4 hours, a quarter of your life will be consumed. When life reaches 0, the hero mode will be cancelled, and the unit will incur actual damage. The system's warning was unmistakable. Depleting the life value would lead to his demise from starvation. This also drew his attention to his health and mana bars: 1350 health points and 945 mana points. With merely 1350 health points, I could be pierced to death by 2 arrows from A. Maxed out Dark Arrow. Upon witnessing his own health, Yunyan could not help but entertain such a thought, and an icy sweat broke out across his body. This was not a mere game, it was reality, where the one facing demise was not a hero, but his very self. Bah, I am not that unfortunate. I must level up, and quickly, Yunyan muttered to himself, determined to ensure his survival in the realm of World of Warcraft. Without a doubt, leveling up was of paramount importance, but first and foremost, he needed to address the issue of sustenance. As Yunyan searched for food, a sudden, anguished scream echoed from the depths of the distant woods. His first instinct was to turn around and flee, avoiding trouble. However, upon reflection, Yunyan realized that he was now a hero, albeit of a lower rank, yet still possessing a modicum of combat prowess. Thus, he resolved to approach and ascertain the situation, stealthily making his way to the vicinity of the anguished cries. Yunyan observed intently and, indeed, discerned the unfolding scenario. A group of individuals had been besieged by 7 colossal beasts, towering over 3 meters, robust and plump, their bodies adorned with swirling cloud patterns. They bore short, rounded horns atop their heads, with milky eyes and wide, flat mouths, each clutching a crackling electric orb. Was this not the shaman? In the clear sea, they could only replenish blue mana, their attack power ranging from a mere 1 to 10, yet here they were, tormenting others. Yunyan scoffed at the sight, thinking that those being bullied by the shamans might as well consider ending their own lives. Yunyan initially contemplated leaping forth to assist, but soon deemed it prudent to remain concealed within the thicket. Surrounded by several shamanic sorcerers, the situation seemed rather illogical. A group of over a dozen individuals, divided into 3 factions, presented a diverse array of appearances. Most of the warriors and archers donned hunter attire, characterized by thick deer-hide boots and gloves, clad in garments that allowed for agile movement. Standing behind, against the trees, were the mages, robed in various hues, with distinctive emblems adorning their chests and wide-brimmed hats obscuring their faces, lending them an air of enigma. Upon closer examination, Yunyan discerned the strategic arrangement of their formation. At the forefront stood 3 swordsmen, wielding broad swords in a defensive posture. In the center, 5 archers exhibited nimble movements, launching a barrage of arrows as their primary offensive force. The rear consisted of 8 mages, closely huddled against the trees, intermittently casting fireballs and ice shards. Though their attacks appeared feeble, they likely served to heal their injured comrades, indicating a restorative stance. Among the mages lay 3 wounded individuals, 2 men and a woman, presumably the source of the earlier anguished cries. This formation heightened Yunyan's caution. Their collective awareness was evidently not weak, and their tactical setup was commendable. The intervals between the shamanic sorcerers' attacks were prolonged, yet none of the warriors advanced, suggesting a concealed scheme at play, unless the shamans possessed unknown abilities. Nevertheless, with no urgency to assist, Yunyan settled into a state of quiet observation, diligently scrutinizing every detail of the scene. His remarkable memory allowed him to absorb combat techniques swiftly, forming a foundational combat system within his mind, skills that would undoubtedly prove essential for his future progression. Having assimilated the combat techniques, Yunyan temporarily abandoned the notion of rescue, retracting his body while exposing only half his head, maintaining a distant watch. His keenest desire at that moment was to acquire the experience points from the shamanic priests, his half-lidded, fish-like eyes glinting with anticipation as they fixated on the shamans, whose very essence promised experience points, a gateway to advancement and the coveted hero skills of Shanghai. With the shamans merely a stone's throw away, Yunyan felt his mouth watering, his mind wandering into fantasies. If only I possessed the blade storm of the Sword Saint, I could obliterate them from this very spot. Suddenly, on the battlefield, a middle-aged swordsman swung his great sword downward, unleashing a crimson crescent shockwave that collided with a shaman's chest, sending sparks flying. Yet, it left but a pale imprint, inflicting no real harm. This shockwave ignited the fury of the 7 shamans present, redirecting their wrath as 7 bolts of lightning surged toward the swordsman. The The consecutive strikes of the lightning engulfed him, and the middle-aged swordsman let out a pained cry, blood spewing forth as he was hurled backward, his body charred and smoldering. He crashed to the ground, rolling beneath the feet of several mages, convulsing violently. "Quick, Nino! Cast a healing spell on Arthas." The middle-aged swordsman was originally named Arthas. Beside him, a red-robed mage hastily enveloped him in a cerulean shield, calling out to the white-robed mage behind them. This white-robed mage, Nino, a priest, waved his hand, casting a milky halo that surrounded Arthas's form. The dark smoke enveloping him began to dissipate slowly, and the wounds, cracked by electricity, started to heal. However, he remained immobile, evidently stripped of his combat ability. Meanwhile, the archer and swordsman continued their relentless assault. The swordsman primarily focused on protecting the archer behind him, occasionally unleashing shockwaves to neutralize the incoming electric orbs. The archer constituted the main force, launching an array of magical arrows to counteract the electric projectiles, their brilliance dazzling. On occasion, when an arrow struck the shaman, it merely sparked a few embers, and the shaman seemed unfazed, brushing off the magical effects with ease. The magical projectiles released by the mages proved somewhat effective. Though only a few were fired at a time, they managed to inflict deep indentations on the bodies of the shamans, eliciting grimaces of pain. Yet what was amiss? When had the shamans become so formidable? Enian, watching from the sidelines, couldn't help but click his tongue in disbelief. In the past, shamans in the clear sea had been akin to soft-bodied creatures, easily dispatched with a mere flick. But now, the situation appeared to have shifted dramatically. These shamans had become fiercely aggressive, capable of incapacitating an adult with their seemingly feeble attacks. A significant question arose in Yunyan's mind. These individuals appeared to be engaged in combat, yet they lacked the urgency that one would typically associate with a battle. The movements during their attacks bore an air of nonchalance. Could it be that these shamanic sorcerers were indeed formidable? It seemed impossible. A mere electric orb only charred the skin of those warriors. A truly powerful lightning strike should be capable of tearing through flesh, perhaps even resulting in an explosion. Discarding this notion, Yunyan became increasingly convinced of his intuition. These individuals were laying a trap. It certainly seemed plausible, had the shamans been truly potent. This group would have been annihilated long ago. Upon further reflection, it was clear that if the shamans' offensive capabilities were not so feeble, they could not possibly engage in a prolonged standoff with this group, especially since the number of combatants had hardly diminished. Was the only option now to wait? Observing their fierce struggle, Yunyan felt a surge of impulse to stealthily eliminate a shaman, but considering the potential repercussions, he wisely concealed himself. Coldly watching as they depleted each other's strength, it was evident that neither side harbored good intentions, regardless of the truth. It would be ideal for both parties to suffer grievous injuries so he could swoop in and reap the rewards. Silently cursing, he activated his blood visibility feature, discreetly monitoring the health of both factions. This, however, was not without cost. It consumed a portion of his mana every second, and he initially faced a one-time deduction of 100 mana points, akin to a sacrificial offering. Cursing the frustrating system, Yunyan acknowledged that he had encountered these functions before and was well aware of their implications. With the health bars displayed, Yunyan discerned the situation, a sly smile creeping onto his lips as he reveled in the cunning of it all. How trivial this seemed. Those mages at the back were clearly conserving their mana. A single spell cast without even a flicker of their blue mana bar. The swordsmen in the front lost a mere 1% of their health from a shaman's touch, yet refrained from aggressively engaging them. Was this a flirtation of sorts? And what of the archers, hoarding so much energy, insisting on waiting until their power was fully replenished before loosing a single magical arrow? Fortunately, Yunyan's cleverness prevented him from falling into their trap. Otherwise, he would have surely been ensnared by this gaggle of schemers. As he grasped the reality of the situation, it became evident that this motley crew was fishing for something, undoubtedly entangled in a grand scheme. Yunyan remained firmly crouched in the thicket, resolute in his decision not to emerge until the outcome was revealed. From his past experiences with gaming, he had learned a crucial lesson. The first to expose themselves would inevitably become the target. "Almu, do you think the Irai brothers will make an appearance?" Nino inquired softly, retracting the crystal short staff in his hand, uncertain of the situation as he glanced at the blue-robed mage, Almu. At that moment, Almu feigned the act of shielding Arthur with a magical barrier, gesturing for silence with his right hand, and whispered, "They will undoubtedly appear. The Light Elves have always adhered to their foolish principles of justice, and the two naive youngsters, I, will surely rush to our aid upon seeing us besieged. Be quiet. Let us not forget our mission is to seize the two ice bows from their possession. Arthur, lying on the ground, opened his eyes and glared at the two, reprimanding them in a hushed tone. The two mages immediately fell silent, fervently continuing their performance as if Arthur were on the brink of death. Nearby, another mage launched some lackluster magical orbs at the shaman, inflicting little damage. The archers in the center were drawing their bows without fully stringing them. Their arrows swift yet feeble, lacking lethality. The most theatrical performance came from the frontline warriors, who screamed dramatically upon being grazed by electric balls, as though struck by a celestial calamity. In Yunyan's eyes, the most foolish were those shamans, believing themselves to possess the upper hand as they attacked fervently. Perhaps they had not bullied such feeble humans in quite some time. This trap was dug far too deep. Although Yunyan did not overhear their conversation, the sight of their unmoving health and mana bars, coupled with the exaggerated acting, made his eyes twitch with irritation. Hatred, venom, treachery, truly, it was insidiously cunning. Yunyan silently gave them a thumbs up in his heart, while casually cursing their ancestors. Feeling the pangs of hunger, he rummaged through the grass and unearthed a palm-sized mushroom. He wiped it on his clothing a few times and boldly began to gnaw on it, indifferent to the possibility of poison. As he chewed on the raw mushroom, he muttered to himself, with 1350 health points and in hero mode, if this poison kills me, it must be particularly potent. After finishing his thoughts, he took another hearty bite. Surprisingly, the mushroom had a delightful flavor, sweet and crisp, reminiscent of the dragon fruit he used to enjoy. Upon finishing, Yunyan glanced at his stamina, which had risen to 25. He grinned mischievously and crouched down again, determined to bide his time and uncover their schemes, eager to discern the true nature of the people in this world. Meanwhile, the shamans continued their spirited engagement, exchanging electric orbs, magical projectiles, and arrows in a flurry of action. The air was filled with wails as swordsmen desperately expelled black blood, retreating under the relentless assault. As though on the verge of being overwhelmed by the 7 shamans, Yunyan's cold laughter grew increasingly intense. These individuals were not injured at all, and their combat prowess had not been unleashed in the slightest. Such skilled actors, I nearly fell for their ruse. Regardless of Yunyan's disdain for this group of adventurers, the situation portrayed on the surface was indeed perilous. Particularly, a seemingly careless armored swordsman inadvertently revealed the blue-eyed, blonde-haired archer behind him, exposing her to a barrage of electric orbs hurled by the shamans. Dreamlina, the swordsman exclaimed in alarm, though his gaze was stern, resembling more a warning than a concern. From a frontal view, it appeared as though he was genuinely worried for the archer's safety. Facing the risk of disfigurement, Dreamlina, gritting her teeth, recklessly thrust her face toward the oncoming electric orbs, emitting a harrowing scream. Dreamlina was sent hurtling backward, crashing against a tree, the horrifying sound of shattering bones echoing within her. Blood gushed from her mouth as she had intentionally utilized her fighting spirit to slam her body against the tree, inflicting grave harm upon herself. I commend her resolve. Had I witnessed this scene, I might have impulsively rushed in. Yunyan mused, growing increasingly wary of the people in this world. At the very moment Dreamlina fell, the front line appeared to crumble entirely. Archers were relentlessly knocked back. Swordsmen were forced to retreat hastily, and the mages were overwhelmed, suffering from numerous strikes by electric orbs, their wails piercing the air. The cries of several hooded female mages were particularly harrowing, resonating for miles. As the casualties mounted, Almatha's expression darkened. The sky was dimming. And if they did not succeed soon, all they could do was slay the shamans and continue the charade the following day. However, enduring the elements was not a pleasant prospect. The leaves in the forest rustled rapidly as 2 figures moved within. "They're here," Almath revealed a sinister smile, concealing his true intentions behind an outward facade of terror and anxiety, as if, in his near despair, he had suddenly glimpsed a savior. With a swish, 2 beams of silver light pierced through the dense foliage, striking true upon 2 shamans, penetrating them as effortlessly as if through cardboard, leaving no obstruction in their wake. Yunyan was taken aback as the 2 strikes inflicted severe injuries on the 2 shamanic wizards. The shaman, in pain, let out a furious roar, their rage fully ignited by the devastating blows. In retaliation, the enraged shamans unleashed a barrage of electric orbs, yet the 2 elves skillfully evaded the assault. Unable to concentrate, one of the shamans suddenly uttered an unfamiliar incantation. With a crackle, 2 cross-shaped bolts of white lightning struck the elves, instantly expanding upon contact to envelop them in a dense electric net. This was the shaman's signature skill, lightning purification. As the electric shock coursed through them, the elf's speed dropped to a standstill, their green forms coming to a halt. The impact of lightning purification resonated deeply with Union. He had frequently encountered this skill during the earlier stages in Clear Sea, as it could effectively hinder an enemy hero's movement. This signature ability paralyzed foes with lightning, reducing their mobility to 0 before gradually allowing them to regain their speed over a span of 3 seconds. After being slowed, the shaman wielded a lightning orb, launching a flurry of electric projectiles toward one of the green figures, engulfing him in a brilliant display of thunderous light. Struck by the electric orbs, the green figure appeared unfazed, swiftly darting away like a nimble monkey, effortlessly navigating through branches and vines. Finding an advantageous position, he released another arrow, this one shooting forth like a dragon entwined with a serpent, its red glow flickering as it pierced the shaman once more, causing him to falter and kneel on the ground. Witnessing the shaman's fall, for more azure arrows erupted from the forest, piercing through the shaman's back with ferocity. The shaman became a pincushion, his body frozen in place before collapsing to the ground, shattering into a crimson shower of ice fragments. In disbelief, Union lamented the loss of his shaman, feeling a pang of sorrow for the experience points that were so carelessly squandered. However, he recalled that the arrows they had unleashed were not the ice arrows of the Light Rangers. These two could only fire a single arrow, indicating they were but imitations. Had they been the genuine article, a storm of chaotic arrows would have rained down, obliterating the 7 shamans in an instant. As Union pondered, a wave of nostalgia washed over him, recalling the heroic prowess of those in Shahai. The Radiant Ranger, forever adorned in a yellow cloak, her alabaster skin and voluptuous figure weaving gracefully through the jungle, embodied in eternal elegance. With a single arrow, countless heroes would kneel before her, transformed into mere crucifixes. One shaman fell, while the others, their eyes ablaze with fury, donned their bloodlust, swelling in size, crimson light emanating from their hands and feet. Bloodlust, a spell that amplifies attack speed by 40% and movement speed by 50%, is a coveted auxiliary skill among shamanic sorcerers. Regrettably, such a signature technique was wasted upon themselves, with their meager attack of 110 merely tickling the 2 green shadows, eluding the electric sphere. The 2 green figures perched upon the branches of a colossal tree, both male and strikingly alike, presumably brothers. Their faces were exquisitely handsome, their skin as translucent as jade, pointed ears setting them apart from humanity. Indeed, they were elves, clad in green leather armor, adorned with wide-brimmed hats. The left elf's hat bore a decorative feather, while the right displayed a crystal bell. The elf with the feather turned to his companion, saying, "Ael, our ice arrow's power has increased a level, significantly more formidable now." Thus, his name was revealed to be El. He shook his head, concern etched upon his features as the crystal bell chimed softly. "Ashi, our objective is a level 4 frozen arrow. We must not grow complacent." "Understood. How tedious you are," Ael replied, casting a glance at Ashi before observing the human adventurers before them. These human adventurers are truly foolish, daring to venture into the Azeria forest with such paltry strength. They are nothing but a herd of dim-witted swine. Ashi raised his chin, his feathered plume standing tall, reflecting the arrogance in his gaze. "Enough, brother. Our aunt taught us to rescue those in peril. We must swiftly eliminate this band of shamanic sorcerers," Ael urged gently, his tone imbued with kindness. Ashi, initially eager to mock the humans further and relish their suffering, could only acquiesce with a reluctant nod. "Very well, humans are indeed simpletons. It is no wonder our aunt deems them an inferior race." As their conversation concluded, the shamanic sorcerers drew nearer, within 10 yards. The brothers leapt backward, akin to larks in the forest, positioning themselves on the branches of 2 great trees, encircling the shamans. Rapid-fire arrow. With a fierce shout, Ash unleashed a flurry of arrows, her hands moving with the swiftness of lightning. 3 arrows were drawn and released in quick succession, her movements fluid and graceful as the wind. The arrows fell like rain upon the shaman sorcerers, instantly transforming the 5 in the front into pincushions, grievously wounding them to the ground. Meanwhile, El employed icy arrows to control the movements of the shamans, preventing them from closing in too closely. The duo unleashed a relentless barrage, and soon all the shaman sorcerers lay defeated upon the forest floor. Moments later, silence enveloped the woods, with all the shamans fallen. One shaman had even dropped a treasure that shimmered briefly before vanishing, only to be retrieved by the two brothers. In Ash's hand was a pair of green leather gloves inscribed with simple runes, which she eagerly donned. "Brother, these are the gloves of acceleration. My attack speed has increased." "It's marvelous." El, filled with envy, shook his head as the crystal bell jingled melodiously. "All right, let us keep it safe. Perhaps Annie would appreciate this treasure." Ash chuckled with pride. Annie wouldn't want such a meager beginner's treasure. "Come, let us venture out and showcase our strength to those foolish humans." With a buoyant spirit, Ash tugged El along, stepping out from the underbrush. El barely had time to protest before he was pulled into the open, and upon seeing the humans, a hint of shyness colored his cheeks, rendering him quite endearing. Ash's gaze immediately fell upon Nino, and she called out loudly, "Hey, human light mage. We have dispatched all the shaman sorcerers and saved you." Nino, taken aback by such a direct address, found himself at a loss. Meanwhile, the reclining Arthur shot him a sharp glare, causing Nino to startle and feign astonishment. "What? You're incredible. To have vanquished such formidable shaman sorcerers. Had it not been for you, we would have suffered tremendous losses. I am immensely grateful for your life-saving grace." Hearing the praise, Ash beamed with pride, exclaiming, "Humans are indeed a self-aware species. Without our powerful elven presence, you could hardly survive on the Iron Road. Indeed, elves are the great legends, heroes of epic tales. You too shall undoubtedly become unparalleled champions in the future," Nino flattered, further ingratiating himself. "Of course," Ash declared, lifting her chin and puffing out her chest, as if, in that moment, she had become the invincible elf of myth. Arthur shot a furtive glance at Menglina, who lay on the ground, suddenly letting out a piercing wail and spitting blood. "Menglina, what has happened?" Arthur shouted urgently, shaking her arm in distress. Nino, reacting quickly, waved his staff, casting wave after wave of white light to illuminate the scene. Yet, Dreamlina continued to wail in agony, seemingly unaffected by the unfolding events. Aishi, having long taken note of the enchanting Dreamlina, felt a flicker of affection due to his elfin nature. He stepped forward, parting the crowd, and declared, "Wait. Cease the healing spells. She may have shattered bones." Approaching her, he crouched down with impeccable gentlemanly grace, supporting Dreamlina gently. He unfastened a crystal vial from his waist and let a droplet of golden liquid fall upon her wound. At the sight of this elixir, Nino gasped in astonishment. "This is the fountain of life, capable of healing all injuries." Coincidentally, Aishi had stepped into the circle formed by the adventurers, while the pain-stricken expression worn by Arthas concealed a growing mirth, urging inwardly, "Yes, closer, closer." Upon hearing Nino's exclamation, Aishi swelled with pride, deliberately holding the crystal vial up to the sun, causing a radiant spectrum of colors to burst forth from it, ostentatiously showcasing its brilliance. Dreamlina, lying on the ground, let out a soft moan, feeling a change for the better. She struggled to rise, gazing at Aishi with gratitude. "Thank you, dear elf." As she spoke, she wrapped her arms around Aishi's neck and placed a kiss upon his forehead. At that moment, just as Eri approached Aishi, a slight blush creeping across her cheeks as she intended to retreat, she found a gleaming silver sword poised at her throat. "You all." Eri was momentarily bewildered. The pure-hearted elf, unaccustomed to treachery, found herself ensnared in a trap, akin to a fledgling unaware of how to respond. "Do not move, lovely little elves." The one wielding the sword was none other than Arthas, a triumphant smile gracing his features. Aishi immediately sensed danger, attempting to leap to his feet, only to find his feet ensnared by an unexpected block of solid ice. Beside him, Dreamlina held a silver dagger, pressing it gently against his chest, a smile dancing on her lips as if mocking his naivety. "You shameless humans, what do you intend? Release me." Aishi bellowed in fury. "Humph, spare us the chatter." The swordsman who had guarded Dreamlina earlier stepped forward and delivered a slap to Aishi's face, leaving it bruised and swollen. Aishi glared at him with mounting anger. Leaning seductively against the swordsman, Dreamlina entwined her arm with his, cooing, "Durkees, you wouldn't be jealous of a mere little elf, would you?" Durkees embraced Dreamlina, asserting his dominance with a forceful kiss, then regarding Aishi with disdain. "This little brat thinks he is worthy? Be sensible and hand over your ice bow, lest you wish to endure physical pain." As Arthas spoke, the others fell silent, watching intently, as if he were their leader. The surrounding adventurers closed in, each one invigorated and fully armed, showing no signs of injury whatsoever. "Humph, vile humans, you shall not succeed." Aish still yearned to assert herself, tilting her head defiantly. "Aren't you afraid I might kill one of you first?" Arthas continued to menace. "You dare. My aunt is the Windrunner Jaina. She could easily annihilate you." Aish maintained her proud demeanor. At this point, Yunyan couldn't help but reflect. This elf is exceedingly naive, clearly a helpless prey on the chopping block. Yet still putting up a fight, akin to inviting punishment. As anticipated, no sooner had Yunyan mused than the hot-tempered Dex smashed down with the hilt of his sword, followed by a group of people surrounding and kicking her mercilessly. "You little brat, you are the true scum. Your aunt is merely a lowly wretch. No one can insult me. I am Dex, destined to become a noble of a great empire." Dex spat venomously, his feet relentless, exhibiting a brutality that knew no bounds. The adventurer swordsmen surrounding them mercilessly jabbed Aish, their strikes fueled by anger at her repeated insults. After a round of blows, Aish lay crumpled on the ground, her body riddled with fractures, convulsing as blood gushed from her mouth. "Stop this at once. Otherwise, I will never surrender the frostbow to you." El was frantic. If this continued, his sister would surely perish. He attempted to intervene, but was met with Arthas's fierce glare. Any movement from him would result in a swift, merciless strike from the sword at his throat. "Don't move. My great sword is not blind." Realizing Aish's stubborn nature, Arthas turned to El with malicious intent. "Elfel, if you wish to prevent your brother's tragic demise, relinquish the frostbow. See, if you hesitate any longer, your sibling shall perish." Observing Aish, barely clinging to life, and the ferocious humans, El sighed helplessly, his pointed ears drooping. "All right, I will give you the frostbow." With a swift motion, El revealed a bow crafted entirely of pure crystal, its transparent string forged from the rare tendons of a crystal dragon, exuding an intense chill. Indeed, it was the frostbow. Upon sighting it, greed flickered in Arthas's eyes as he reached out to seize it but grasped only air. El had retracted the bow, clearly possessing a spatial artifact of his own. A glimmer of menace flashed in Arthas's gaze, revealing a hint of savagery, yet he quickly masked it. Forcing a smile as he addressed El, "Hand me the frostbow, and I shall immediately release your brother." El warily stepped back, eyeing Arthas. "No. You must first release my brother Aish, otherwise I will destroy the frostbow." Arthas raised an eyebrow, slightly apprehensive. He turned and barked at the crowd. "What are you all still doing surrounding this elf? Do you seek death?" As Arthas kicked away several individuals surrounding Ash, he approached her and lifted her, her body battered and bloodied. With feigned sincerity, he stated, "Dear brother of the elf, it was merely a misunderstanding. If your brother hands over the frostbow to me, we shall leave immediately and ensure that we no longer disturb you both." Ash, still dazed and disoriented, shook her head while gazing at Arthas. "Bah! You despicable and shameless human. You are nothing but a duplicitous and cunning lot. If we surrender the frostbow to you, you will undoubtedly eliminate us to silence our tongues." In a moment of anger, Ash spat a mouthful of dark blood onto Arthas's face, then turned to call out to her brother, "Oh, you must flee at once and seek vengeance from our aunt on my behalf." Upon hearing this, Al instinctively sought to turn away. "You dare!" Arthas bellowed, pressing his gleaming silver sword against Ash's throat. The frail Ash was utterly defenseless. A mere exertion of force from Arthas would result in her immediate demise. Al gazed at Ash, his face contorted in excruciating conflict. The nobility of the elf race compelled him to resist submission to the vile humans. Yet Ash's life lay precariously in the hands of this man, and with a single step, her blood could be spilled right before his eyes. Yunyan observed from the sidelines, nodding in silent agreement, contemplating whether to extend a hand to aid them. At that moment, he felt a surge of righteous indignation. A natural impulse to draw his sword in defense of the oppressed, a sentiment inherent to a true man. However, with his meager offensive capabilities, confronting such a multitude of adventurers would be akin to striking a stone with an egg. Yet, as Yunyan cast his gaze about, he suddenly spotted the positions of several shamanic figures within the woods, 3 or 4 of which remained with but a sliver of health. A sly smile crept across his face as a cunning plan began to take shape in his mind. Yunyan stealthily advanced towards the location of the shaman. His body hunched low, finding concealment among the towering grass piles that rose over 2 meters high with ease. Meanwhile, Arthas forcefully pushed Aishi onto Ire, snatching the frost bow from her grasp. Just as Aishi and Ire steadied themselves and contemplated an escape, their feet became ensnared in ice. How infuriating! We bestowed upon you the frost bow, and yet you still desire more? Ire's expression mirrored his indignation. Why the haste to depart? While we have indeed acquired the frost bow, We harbor concerns about your potential to inform others. Rather than risk that, why not accompany us to the Lord's manor for a month or two? Arthas feigned eagerness, utterly oblivious to the shame of his earlier deceit. Dexys and a nearby swordsman thoroughly searched the elven duo, extracting all their treasures, life springs, accelerating gloves, and several enchanted artifacts adorned with runes. Indeed, caution begets longevity. This band was driven by avarice and malice, rendering them utterly untrustworthy. It appears that this world of monsters is rife with treachery and the survival of the fittest. Yunyin mused internally, having already traversed halfway. He continued to crawl towards the opposite grove. After capturing the two elves, the adventurers transformed into red dots. As the system had classified them as hostile forces, while the two immobilized elves became green dots. Yunyin felt an overwhelming sense of indignation, cursing deeply within. These wretches. If only I possessed the Blade Storm right now, I would charge out and annihilate them instantly. He fondly reminisced about the Blade Storm from the game Chahai 3C. A formidable weapon capable of inflicting 500 damage per second, with a range exceeding 10 yards, accompanied by tempestuous thunder and lightning, rendering it invincible. After his reflections, he finally ascended to the opposing thicket, targeting a shaman with barely a sliver of health remaining. With a powerful punch, he struck down. Crack! A pristine skeleton rose from the shaman's corpse, prompting Yunyin to swiftly hide in the grass and command this skeleton to charge forth. Look, what is that? A nearby adventurer shouted, immediately drawing the attention of the others. A pitch-black skeleton emerged from the woods, wielding twin daggers, tall and imposing, darting forward with astonishing speed. This was the dark servant summoned by Yunyin through the sphere of darkness. Boasting an attack power of 100 and a health pool of 1,000, a true weapon of destruction. At that moment, Yunyin remained concealed in the thicket, exerting mental control over the skeleton to launch an assault on the crowd. As the dark servant leapt into action, it swiftly approached an adventurer, crossing its daggers in a lightning-fast strike. The adventurer, armed with a great sword and evidently of low rank, raised his sword in a panic to defend himself. However, he was utterly unable to withstand the skeleton's colossal downward force. As he lowered his guard, the two bone blades cleaved his head as if it were a watermelon, splitting it into quarters. Damn it! How can there be undead creatures here? We must eliminate them quickly, or we shall face endless repercussions. The light mage Nino screamed, unleashing a radiant magic bolt that struck the dark servant, shattering its ribcage. Only Yunyin noticed that the skeleton's health plummeted by a tenth. The light magic possessed a natural advantage over undead beings, inflicting significantly heightened damage. Nevertheless, as this was merely a summoned creature, Yunyin felt no trepidation. The skeleton, fearless of death, continued its relentless assault, charging once again, this time closing in on Deke. With its eyes glowing ominously, it brandished its bone daggers in a furious flurry. What in the world is that thing? Deke exclaimed in alarm, swiftly swinging his greatsword to fend off the skeleton's onslaught. With a resounding impact, both Deke and the skeleton were jolted backward, yet the blade of the skeleton's weapon struck Deke's right leg, slicing deep and tearing away a large swath of flesh. Ah! He cried out in agony, dropping his greatsword and clutching his wounded thigh, retreating in terror. However, the skeleton seemed to have fixated on him, relentlessly pursuing Deke with ferocious strikes, akin to a relentless parasite. Help me! Deke limped backward, struggling to shout. Suddenly, Arthas surged forth from the side, swinging his greatsword down heavily upon the dark servant, shattering it with a single blow. If one won't suffice, then two shall do. In the forest, Yunyin swiftly dispatched two more shamans, causing two skeletons to rise and charge towards the outside. The reappearance of two dark minions sent the adventurers into a frenzy, their faces marked with palpable dread, particularly Nino, who shouted in panic, "Retreat! The undead army is surely approaching." The other adventurers, fully convinced by his words, hastily fled, leaping onto their concealed steeds hidden in the grass and galloping away with urgency. Upon witnessing the black skeletons, AI Air was equally terrified, pulling out a scroll that unleashed a burst of flames, melting the solid ice beneath him as he carried Aishi and dashed into the depths of the forest. However, Dekusi was utterly abandoned, even his longtime companion, Meng Liana, forsaking him. "Help me!" Dekusi cried out in terror, his voice laced with despair. The two skeletons closed in around him, and as hopelessness filled his eyes, he began to scream frantically before the skeletal figures could even raise their bone blades, as if he were being subjected to countless horrific assaults. "Help me! Help me!" he whimpered, crawling backward, as if he had lost all sense of reason. From the opposite side of the forest, a figure emerged. It was Yunyan, dressed in modern athletic attire, his youthful face radiating vitality, with fair skin that conveyed a sun-kissed charm. Upon seeing Yunyan, Dakusi clung to the last vestige of hope, struggling to cry out, "Save me. Please save me. I cannot die." As Yunyan approached him, he lowered his gaze upon the prostrate figure of Dakusi, coldly declaring, "These skeletons are my warriors. You may answer my questions, and should you dare to deceive me, you shall meet your end immediately." Dakusi stared blankly at Yunyan, who then positioned himself next to two skeletons, which indeed came to a halt. His heart raced, and he blurted out, "A necromancer? Needless chatter. Or I shall sever your legs," Yunyan retorted, his eyes narrowing with icy resolve. "Very well, ask your questions, and I shall answer truthfully. I implore you to spare my life," Dakusi pleaded from his position on the ground, nearly begging. "Why did you attempt to seize the ice bow from the two elves?" Yunyan inquired. There was a noticeable hesitation from Dakusi, but upon seeing the menacing skeletons, he quickly responded, "It is Lord Lauren who requires this special artifact as a medium for a grand spell. And what shall occur upon the summoning of this spell?" Dakusi cast a reluctant glance at Yunyan, seemingly torn. "You need not speak." Yunyan's frigid voice resonated, and with a swift motion, one of the skeletons slashed down with its bone dagger, severing Dakusi's injured thigh. A piercing scream erupted from Dakusi as he teetered on the brink of unconsciousness, yet the skeleton's blade hovered ominously above his other leg. "Wait, I will speak," he cried out. "It is a spell to summon an army of the undead. Lord Lauren intends to utilize this magic to transform billions of civilians within a radius of thousands of miles into an undead legion, ultimately commanding this army to conquer the entire Atesh Empire and ascend as its emperor." Dakusi hastily divulged the truth. "Now that you have divulged your purpose, you are of no further use, worthless scum. You deserve to die." Yunyan showed no mercy, and the two skeletons unleashed their four-bone daggers, dismembering Dakusi, leaving him lifeless on the spot. Regrettably, Yunyan did not gain any experience points from slaying the two adventurers, as the first had harbored animosity towards the skeletons, while the now docile Dakusi yielded no experience. Simultaneously, a cold female voice from the system echoed, "Ding dong, hostile target confirmed. Destroy the Lord of Azigras, Lauren, and the enemy hero, the Lich, the son of the Phantom. Enemy hero status, not yet summoned. Estimated summoning time, 3 months. Upon the enemy hero's appearance, they will immediately target our hero and pursue them relentlessly. The enemy hero's capability is estimated at H level with a danger rating of SSS. Our hero is urged to expedite their leveling up. End of notification. Is this how I am branded as a mortal enemy?" Yunyan exclaimed in bewilderment, followed by a flurry of curses directed at the system. What does H-level power signify? And what does a danger rating of SSS entail? Yunyan roared within his mind. An A-level power represents the minimum strength of a hero, with subsequent levels ranging from B, C, D, all the way to Z, with Z being the pinnacle of heroic capabilities. Danger levels are categorized as D, C, B, A, S, SS, SSS, and the Fatal tier, with the Fatal tier denoting the utmost peril. What? I finally understand. This system seems to be leading me to my doom. I refuse. I absolutely refuse. Yunyan's mind immediately revolted against the idea, yet the system would not respond with any semblance of humanity. When life is at stake, Yunyan had no choice but to pay attention again, quickly noticing the concept of first-time hostility. He couldn't help but inquire, what on earth does first-time hostility mean? Attention. Hero. First-time hostility signifies a heightened level of enmity. When an enemy hero appears, our own hero will perceive them as a mortal foe. This perception is nebulous, allowing the enemy to foresee our hero's position within a 100 square kilometer radius, which will manifest directly in the enemy hero's mind. If discovered within this area, the enemy hero will launch an immediate attack. The system's female voice resonated, cold and commanding. This is truly. Yunyan felt helpless. It seemed that rapid advancement was the only path forward. However, he soon grasped that it was indeed necessary. After all, in the realm of Chahai 3C, the eternal battle between light and darkness was a given. To become a hero was to tread upon this path. Damn it, upgrade, upgrade, upgrade. I can no longer afford to waste time. Yunyan shouted internally, realizing he was still at level 1. He needed to defeat monsters to enhance his strength and vanquish the enemy heroes. Yet, Thinking about the magnificent magic he would learn in Shanghai 3C filled him with excitement. He mused to himself, once I reach level 10, why wait for Lord Roland to summon heroes? I'll charge straight in and obliterate you with a blade storm. After all, that wretched Lord Roland is a villain, having sacrificed countless innocent lives for his insatiable thirst for power. Killing him would be a service to the people. He waited until the group of adventurers departed in their carriage through the woods, remaining crouched in the grass. It was not that he did not wish to rescue the two elves. He simply lacked the capability. If he rashly emerged to play the hero, he might end up severely beaten, or worse, robbed or killed. It would be far wiser to level up first, so that when the opportunity arose, he could save them then. Brushing off the dust from his clothes, Yunyan emerged from the nearly 1-meter deep grass, casting a keen glance around. Excitedly, he sprinted towards the few remaining ailing shamans. With a crack, one shaman fell lifeless, their body shattered, leaving behind a stark white skeleton. This skeleton immediately began to orbit Yunyan, clearly recognizing him as its master. In his mind, a faint spiritual imprint of the skeleton appeared, allowing Yunyan to command it to attack, stand by, or patrol. The Dark Slave possessed an attack power of 100, a defense of 5, and a health pool of 1,000, showcasing formidable combat prowess. However, there were limitations. The Dark Slave, much like in the game, could only persist for a mere minute. He commanded the skeleton to eliminate the remaining 2 shamans, then disregarded them, casually tossing them in a random direction, delighting in the examination of his experience points. Experience points, 12, 0, 10, 0, 0, 0. Each shaman wizard had granted him 20 points. He felt a sense of satisfaction, yet upon noticing the 10, 0, 0, 0 following the 120, his expression shifted from elation to dismay. He erupted into a furious tirade. Damn it all, this is utterly outrageous. I still require 880 experience points to level up. I have to slay these shamans until my hands are sore. After cursing the system for a full 10 seconds, he reluctantly withdrew. Though the experience required for leveling up was substantial, he certainly could not afford to take his own life before the cold, unyielding system. He might not be able to traverse again. Moreover, Yunyan was not the type to lose his resolve in the face of adversity. His earlier complaints were merely a fleeting annoyance. However, he reconsidered. This was reality, not a game. In this frail body, achieving strength would undoubtedly necessitate the accumulation of equivalent energy. Although this realm was otherworldly, Yunyan understood that without exertion, he would still be trampled underfoot by others. Exiting the interface, Yunyan shook off his despondency and suddenly recalled that the shaman wizards might drop treasures. Excited, he hurriedly looked to the ground. Indeed, beneath one shaman's foot lay a splendid steel mask, entirely silver in hue, adorned with various mysterious patterns, capable of covering his entire face when worn. Upon picking it up, Yunyan exclaimed in astonishment, "The crown of the king! What a stroke of luck!" Yunyan cast the king's crown into his backpack, and its attributes were immediately revealed. The king's crown, a legendary replica of the crowns worn by ancient human monarchs, unfortunately, lost some of its original magical powers in the imitation. Attributes: Strength 5, Agility 5, Intelligence 5. It turned out to be an equipment that enhanced all attributes by 5, and Yunyan promptly donned it, with the king's crown and the dark sphere equipped. For slots remained empty in his equipment bar. His attributes surged slightly. Upon opening the attributes panel, he observed the following: Class: Novice, no title, character name, Yunyan health points, 1,600, 1355 by 50, mana, 1070, 975 5 by 25, armor, 5, originally 3. Experience required for level up, 12. 010, 000 strength, 15, originally 10. Each increase in strength grants the hero additional attack power, and for every 5 points, health increases by 50. Every 10 points increases health regeneration by 1 per second. Agility, 15, originally 10. Each increase in agility grants the hero additional attack power, and every 3 points increases defense. Every 10 points improves attack speed by 1%. Intelligence, 15, originally 10. Each increase in intelligence enhances magical attack power, with each point adding 25 mana. Every 10 points increases mana regeneration by 1 per minute. Attack power, 35, originally 20, attack speed, 0, 3,175 attacks per second. Equipment, Dark Sphere. King's Crown. Upon reviewing his attributes, Yunyan found all the increases to be quite typical. However, when he glanced at the attack section, he was suddenly filled with curiosity. What is this? How have I gained 15 points of attack when it was only supposed to be 5? Could it be? A bold hypothesis formed in his mind. Am I a hero where all primary attributes enhance my attack? After checking thoroughly for any additional equipment, he finally confirmed his suspicion. I am indeed a hero whose every attribute increment enhances my attack. You are doomed now, Brother Lich. Just wait until I acquire 5 King's Crowns and level up with Gale Step to hunt you down. I refuse to believe you have an anti-invisibility function right from the start. Union laughed triumphantly, realizing that now all 3 of his attributes were primary attributes. This meant that any increase in any attribute would translate into an increase in attack. However, as Union had surmised, the Gale Step in Chahai 3C was notoriously powerful, known for its ultra-long-range strike, rendering the user nearly invincible during the execution. If he utilized Gale Step to stealth after the first strike, once the skill's cooldown expired, he could strike again immediately. Without any counter-detection against invisibility, his enemies would be left waiting for their demise. Thus, Gale Step was indeed a formidable weapon for an assassin class. How terrifying. I feel an overwhelming desire to venture forth and annihilate everything. To look down upon the world with disdain. Union was almost immediately swept away by a surge of pride. After all, the forest was vast, and his boisterous shouts would hardly stir any commotion. Once his moment of elation subsided, Union departed from his original location, walking eastward, only to unexpectedly stumble upon a kobold encampment. This was the very site where the Dark Slave, upon receiving his command to attack, had dashed out for several hundred meters, inadvertently triggering a warning signal. After severely wounding one of the kobolds, the Dark Slave was ultimately overwhelmed by the frenzied kobolds and vanished as time ran out. The kobold encampment was modest in size, covering several hundred square meters, surrounded by thatched huts no taller than 2 meters. At the heart of the camp stood a massive black cauldron, from which billowing steam arose, clearly indicating it was the cooking area for the kobolds. Union lay concealed in the thicket, observing as he activated the display of his health bar. He had just over 300 points of magic remaining, enough to last approximately 5 more minutes. After all, he possessed no skills at present, rendering his magic somewhat futile, so he decided to activate it once more. Remaining hidden in the grass to survey the situation, before him lay a diminutive encampment of goblins, numbering around 20. The most notable characteristic of these goblins was their filth. They were encrusted with mud and the remnants of their discarded meals. Standing at a mere 1.5 meters, they were surprisingly robust. Resembling upright canines with hunched backs, their bodies matted with clumps of brown fur. These goblins were inherently greedy and ferocious within their territory. Virtually any feeble creature or inanimate object would be seized and cast into the large cauldron situated at the center of their camp. Without waiting for the contents to properly cook, they would eagerly devour the food, shoving it into their mouths filled with sharp black canine teeth. Moreover, they exhibited a complete disregard for hygiene, carelessly discarding leftover scraps, resulting in an unbearable stench that permeated the encampment, rendering it inhospitable to all forms of life. Union, at a distance of several dozen yards, still covered his nose and cursed, "Damn it, these goblins are appallingly filthy. They truly deserve to succumb to illness." The foul stench made him feel nauseated, almost as if it had inadvertently augmented their attack power. However, Union was aware that these goblins were among the most insignificant creatures in the realm of Warcraft, possessing a mere attack range of 1 to 6, a paltry health of 640, and a lamentable armor rating of just 1. He could easily defeat any single one in a duel. Yet, the sight of these goblins congregating around the cauldron, barking raucously, left him feeling utterly helpless. At that moment, in the goblin camp, the goblins were in a state of great excitement. Today had proven to be exceptionally bountiful, as the goblin elder had dragged several plump shaman corpses from the nearby forest. The putrid aroma emanating from the cauldron made every goblin's nose twitch. They could almost taste the succulent flesh of the shaman mingling with the remnants of the once delicious broth. As steam rose from the cauldron, nearly all the goblins erupted into cheers. Before indulging in their feast, they danced around the cauldron, flailing their arms in joyous abandon. A few even stealthily dipped their claws into the pot, quickly withdrawing them to suck on the putrid broth that clung to their fingers. The more vapor that billowed from the cauldron, the more exuberantly they danced, resembling frenzied lunatics. Watching from a distance, Union's eyes glimmered with envy. His thoughts were not fixated on the rancid concoction, but rather on the potential experience points and loot these goblins represented. He envisioned them solely as vessels of experience and equipment, saliva nearly pooling at the corners of his mouth. Experience and loot signified power. The ability to dominate others at will, and the prospect of growing increasingly formidable thrilled him to no end. Yet, frustratingly, these goblins were all clustered around the cauldron, leaving him with no means to engage them. "Come on, just one of you, please. I promise I won't harm you," he thought, feeling a surge of anxiety as he contemplated charging out to single-handedly confront the 20 or so goblins. Despite his overwhelming desire for experience points, Union maintained his composure, lurking in the underbrush while savoring the dragon fruit-flavored mushroom he had recently discovered. At this moment, he was in a state of extreme exhilaration, as if transported back to his previous life playing Warcraft. If he possessed the power to annihilate all the goblins, he would undoubtedly disregard their foul odor and charge forward with unbridled zeal. Meanwhile, the goblin elder, caught up in the celebratory dance, inexplicably shivered, glancing around nervously. Assuming it was merely a figment of his imagination, he resumed his revelry. As for Union, he patiently awaited the moment when all the goblins would finish their meal. As the celestial expanse adorned with countless stars emerged, the majority of the gnolls succumbed to slumber, while the persistent Union remained fixated on gnawing at mushrooms, steadfastly guarding the vicinity of the gnoll encampment. Fortune favors the diligent. Within the encampment, 2 gnolls, having failed to satiate their hunger during the day, took advantage of the nocturnal veil to venture out in search of prey. They deemed the fatty flesh of the shaman too greasy for their palate and sought to hunt a couple of rabbits to appease their appetites. These 2 gnolls, with their heads bent low, stealthily crept out of the gnoll encampment. Not far behind them, a shadow quietly followed, and that figure was none other than Union. After a prolonged wait, witnessing the 2 ungrateful gnolls finally emerge, Union was overwhelmed with emotion, exclaiming, "Ah, my dear gnoll brothers, you have finally come forth." Union was overwhelmed with excitement, his hands trembling in anticipation as the first experience points from the goblin were about to be credited. The stench emanating from the goblin camp was so foul that nearly all animal habitats were situated far away, compelling the 2 goblins to journey nearly a kilometer before pausing. Their nostrils began to quiver. Within the camp, they were inundated with the putrid aroma of delectable morsels, yet here, their senses seemed to awaken to the keen awareness of their ancestors. They found themselves at the base of a grand tree, where the roots formed a gentle incline resembling a small hill, adorned with numerous burrows likely inhabited by various small creatures. Suddenly, one goblin lunged forward, and with a swift motion, captured an adorable white rabbit from its den. The goblin, unable to contain its eagerness, swiftly severed the rabbit's neck and began to feast upon its raw flesh. The other goblin, driven by hunger, rushed forward to seize a share, nearly provoking a scuffle over the rabbit's leg. Beneath the shimmering starlight, Union observed their antics with amusement, a chuckle escaping his lips as he circled behind the 2 goblins. Without any warning, he leapt forward, his hand cloaked in darkness, striking down upon the goblin on the right. A howl of pain erupted from the goblin as it crouched down, cradling its head while emitting a sharp, piercing wail. Union's strike was indeed formidable, delivering a critical blow that left a noticeable dent atop the gnoll's head. Upon observing the adversary's health bar, Union couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, as it had been reduced by a substantial 1/3. It appeared that a headshot yielded an astonishing damage multiplier of 1,000%. This was nothing short of remarkable. Almost immediately, another gnoll lunged toward Union, demonstrating its formidable combat instincts. The creature sprang into action, its sharp claws aimed directly at Union's face. Union reacted with remarkable speed, executing a deep squat to evade the attack, and then lunged forward with a decisive step. He swung his arm once more, delivering a powerful punch to the head of the injured gnoll, striking the very same spot yet again. The creature yelped in pain, attempting to retaliate with its claws, but Union offered no respite, unleashing a relentless barrage of 3 punches, each landing squarely on its head. The gnoll's eyes rolled back, and it collapsed to the ground, frothing at the mouth, meeting its inevitable demise without a hint of suspense. With a crack, the gnoll's corpse was enveloped by the energy of the dark sphere, exploding to reveal a stark white skeleton rising from the remnants. Having dispatched one gnoll, Union remained undeterred, a sinister smile gracing his lips as he swiftly pivoted to deliver a vicious kick to another gnoll. The skeleton, in perfect sync, struck down with 2 fierce blows upon the creature's head, the bone blades slicing deeply into the flesh. The gnoll let out a pitiful scream, clutching its groin with one hand while desperately covering its head with the other, before springing up with a sudden jolt. Upon observing the situation, Yunyan realized that his critical strike against the Dark Goblin was particularly devastating, reducing the adversary's health by half in an instant. It must be noted that the defense of the goblins is exceedingly feeble, with the damage amplification of critical strikes soaring to an impressive 1,000. The opponent was rendered nearly incapable of resistance. Without hesitation, Yunyan unleashed two powerful punches upon the goblin's snout. A pained howl escaped the creature as blood gushed from its nose, ultimately succumbing in a bloody defeat, only for another dark servant to rise in its place. The entire skirmish lasted a mere 10 seconds, during which Yunyan adeptly leveraged his past experiences in brawling to dispatch two goblins with ease. Observing the two dark servants, he commanded them to remain on standby, mindful of the need to avoid alarming any nearby goblins, as the dark servant's time limit was merely 1 minute, leaving little opportunity for a return. It was prudent to let their time elapse in place. The accumulation of experience points is quite satisfactory, he mused, noting an increase of 40 points, 20 points for each goblin, making his vigil over these foul creatures worthwhile throughout the night. Yunyan felt an overwhelming sense of joy as he spoke to himself. However, would 2 goblins suffice to satiate his desires? Certainly not. Motivated by the tantalizing prospect of further experience, Yunyan's spirit soared as he ventured back to the vicinity of the goblin encampment, wickedly preparing a deep pit. It must be said that the goblins are indeed a remarkably greedy race. Throughout the night, no less than 17 or 18 goblins ventured out in staggered groups to forage for food. Moreover, these goblins exhibited a striking degree of selfishness and cunning, often pairing off in twos and neglecting to alert their kin. After a long night filled with toil, Yunyan found himself utterly exhausted, having vanquished 8 waves of goblins, earning a total of 320 experience points. Reluctantly, he climbed onto the trunk of a tree and succumbed to a deep slumber. Meanwhile, within the goblin encampment, a few higher-tier goblins remained. Having consumed a substantial amount of food during the day, they were satiated and did not venture out to forage at night. At the break of dawn, Yunyan's phone rang incessantly. This was the device he had brought with him upon his arrival in this world, intentionally set to ring at 5 in the morning to aid him in his quest to eradicate all goblins. Although he had only rested for 3 hours, he awoke invigorated, his mind brimming with thoughts of experience points, which filled him with excitement and clarity. Glancing at his phone, he noted that the battery was still full. Thus, he promptly turned it off, knowing it was his sole power source, and once depleted, it would be rendered useless. With a sinister grin, he surveyed the quiet goblin encampment, where 5 goblins remained, though they appeared more robust and of a higher level. Yunyan had devised a set of strategies for goblin extermination based on his experiences from the previous night. He felt no fear towards these 5 goblins. In fact, should the need arise, he was prepared to confront them head-on using his dark orbs. Adhering to the principles of ambush, Yunyan crouched in the nearby underbrush, embodying a cautious approach. As the adage goes, a careful sailor avoids shipwreck. While some might label him as scheming or sly, Yunyan often dismissed such comments with a mere curl of his lip, paying little mind to the opinions of the foolish. In a grand square at the heart of Izega's city, a magnificent dome-shaped cathedral stood majestically, its walls adorned with intricate rose carvings. The structure exuded an air of solemnity and sanctity. At the foot of the cathedral's steps stood a formidable middle-aged man clad in black crystal armor, nearly 2 meters tall, with shoulder-length hair and a countenance that radiated authority. His eyes, sharp as a hawk's, seemed capable of piercing through the facades of those before him, delving into their very thoughts. Indeed, this man was Loren, the lord of Izega's city, a figure imbued with ambition and aspirations. Before him stood the adventurers who had just returned from the Izea forest, now bowing respectfully in his presence. At this moment, Arthas had donned a shimmering white light armor, his great sword still hanging at his waist, with the mage positioned behind him, followed by the archers and swordsmen in succession. Loren surveyed the gathered crowd, nodding in satisfaction as he proclaimed, "Excellent. You have successfully completed your mission, and my plans may now proceed smoothly. However, we must remain vigilant against the prying eyes of the church. Before my plans are set in motion, you must not disclose anything." As he spoke, Loren cast a fierce glance over the assembly. "Otherwise, there will be no mercy." "Yes, we shall obey your orders, my lord." Arthur bowed respectfully. After Loren finished speaking, most individuals received substantial rewards, while the others discreetly departed. Only the luminous mage Nino, the ice mage Almo, and the great swordsman Arthur remained. Loren glanced at the trio and commanded, "Follow me." With that, he turned and entered the dome-shaped church, with the three trailing closely behind. Upon entering the church, they found a narrow tunnel stretching several meters, which they traversed to access the interior. Once inside, they activated a mechanism and descended into the church's basement. The basement was vast, spanning over 1,000 square meters, illuminated by brilliant magical torches. These torches, energized by magic crystals, emitted a chilling purple flame, casting an ethereal hue throughout the space. In the center, Loren approached a massive magical circle embedded with nearly 1,000 powerful magic crystals, radiating an aura of malevolence and darkness. He placed the ice crystal bow within the circle before stepping back and extending his arms wide. Loren began to chant an arcane incantation, and the magical circle emanated a sinister black light, with bone spikes sprouting along its edge. "Great King Arthas, bestow upon us your divine power," he intoned. At that moment, a transparent black castle materialized above the magical circle, its form continuously solidifying. "It has begun. The dark castle calls forth the undead to walk the earth once more," Nino exclaimed with excitement. Meanwhile, at the edge of the Ezialia forest, a figure crouched low in the tall grass, eyes narrowed as he intently observed the goblin camp ahead. Indeed, this individual was Yunyan, strategically positioned amongst several large trees in a concealed spot where the goblins would not notice him. It was around 6 o'clock, dawn just breaking, with the forest's birds yet to stir and the dampness of the grass soaking Yunyan's clothes. The campfire within the goblin encampment had long extinguished but still emitted wisps of smoke. Noticing the lack of activity in the goblin camp, Yunyan cautiously inched closer, slowly creeping forward. Inside the camp, the goblin elder found the silence peculiar. Usually, at this hour, the young goblins would be bustling about, being of advanced age. The elder's sleep was fleeting, prompting him to open the door and step outside. Hearing faint noises from the thick grass nearby, he smiled knowingly, realizing that with spring's arrival, the young ones could no longer contain their excitement, and the goblin clan would soon welcome new members. Out of concern for the younger generation and a desire to impart wisdom, the elder ventured into the thicket between the trees. As Yunyan observed, a robust high-ranking gnoll approached him alone, an excited smile evident in its eyes. From experience, Yunyan discerned that this gnoll possessed an attack power ranging from a mere 1 to 10. Despite its imposing physique, it was merely a fa-odd of strength, lacking true potency. Curiously, however, this elder gnoll moved with a surprising lewdness, hunched over as it stealthily advanced. Were it not for Yunyan's blood detection magic, he might have struggled to ascertain its position. The gnoll elder drew ever closer, now merely 10 yards away. No longer choosing to lie in ambush, Yunyan charged forward, delivering a powerful strike aimed squarely at the gnoll elder's head. With all his might, Yunyan unleashed a punch, bolstered by his strength now reaching 15. An enhancement of nearly 50% from before. The sheer force of his attribute shattered the gnoll's skull. A howl of pain erupted from the elder gnoll, who instinctively retaliated with a clawed swipe. Caught off guard by the ambush, especially from a human, the gnoll was consumed by a surge of anger and hatred. It let out a call to its kin, determined to summon its brethren and eradicate the loathsome human before it. Yunyan deftly evaded the strike of the dog-headed elder, following it up with a vicious kick aimed at a sensitive area, showing no regard for conventional combat etiquette. The resulting sound was a terrifying and peculiar crack, reminiscent of something bursting open, causing even Yunyan to flinch at the noise. As for the dog-headed elder, his countenance turned pale, and he clutched his lower body in agony, rolling on the ground in distress. Observing that the elder had completely lost the will to resist, Yunyan wasted no time, delivering 2 decisive kicks to the elder's head, summoning forth a dark slave. This time, Yunyan did not squander the opportunity. The distance to the dog-headed camp was merely 100 yards, allowing ample time for the dark slave to reach it. With the dark slave at his side, Yunyan charged towards the dog-headed camp with ferocity. At that moment, 4 robust dog-headed creatures remained in the camp, roused from their slumber by the earlier commotion. As they gathered in the central square, they realized only 4 of their kin were present, just as a formidable white skeleton approached the camp with haste. Despite their inherent greed and filthiness, the dog-headed beings exhibited remarkable unity and courage. Upon perceiving the enemy's advance, they let out fierce howls and charged forth to confront the foe. Yunyan closely followed behind the skeleton, swiftly delivering a kick to the head of a dog-headed elder. The skeleton quickly followed up with 2 strikes, reducing the elder's health by half. In pain, the dog-headed elder covered his head with one hand while retaliating with a claw swipe using the other. Yin discerned the vulnerability in his opponent's stance, executing a despicable and lowly maneuver that shattered the adversary's vital points. The Dark Slave swiftly followed up with 2 more strikes, silencing the dog-headed elder's piteous howls in an instant. With a crack, yet another Dark Slave emerged from the lifeless form of the dog-headed elder, instilling Yin with renewed confidence. Witnessing the elder's swift demise, the 3 nearby dog-headed chieftains charged forth in a fit of rage. Evidently of a higher rank, they wielded meteor hammers, indicative of their status as level 8 creatures. Possessing an attack range of 10 to 15, 960 health points, and a defense of 5. Although these final 3 dog-headed foes exhibited considerable strength, they remained inadequate in the presence of the Dark Slaves. These entities from the realm of Qinghai, 3C, boasted an impressive attack power of 100 to 120, a formidable health of 1200, and an armor rating of 10, attributes that rendered the dog-headed chieftains utterly mismatched, with their attack capabilities lagging significantly behind. As anticipated, Yin took the lead, targeting the most vociferous dog-headed creature in the center. Skillfully evading the swinging meteor hammer, he delivered a powerful punch to its solar plexus. Meanwhile, the 2 skeletons engaged recklessly in battle, directly confronting the other 2 dog-headed foes. The latter, displaying sheer bravery but lacking cunning, failed to evade, resulting in a clumsy exchange of blows. Observing that his punch had forced the central dog-headed creature back a step, Yin noted with satisfaction that it had only lost around 100 health points, whereas the 2 flanking dog-headed adversaries had nearly lost 200. With a sinister smile, Yin brushed past the dog-headed creature before him, maneuvering to its rear, commanding the Dark Slaves to forcefully assault the dog-headed being in the center. The Dark Slaves, impervious to pain, withstood a few blows without flinching. 2 of them, undeterred by the attacks from the surrounding dog-headed creatures, plunged their blades into the central dog-headed figure. The creature promptly raised its meteor hammer in defense, but Yin, with wicked intent, delivered a devious kick to its rear, causing it to topple forward onto the ground. As the dog-headed creature lay prostrate, Yin let out a malevolent roar, explode its rear. Subsequently, the 2 Dark Slaves thrust their bone blades savagely into the creature as hindquarters, a decisive strike that sealed the fate of the dog-headed chieftain. Both strikes were critical, depleting its health entirely. The Dark Slaves, with remarkable swiftness, effectively executed the fallen chieftain. With a crack, yet another Dark Slave arose. This time, Yin's playful demeanor vanished as he commanded the 3 Dark Slaves to encircle and assassinate one of the remaining dog-headed chieftains. The first Dark Slave, however, vanished as its time expired, yet 3 remained, culminating in the demise of the last dog-headed chieftain at the hands of the frenzied Dark Slaves. Ding! Just after slaying the trio of chieftains, a crisp sound resonated from one of the fallen dog-headed creatures. It revealed a small silver ring adorned with intricate hollow patterns. Upon inspection, Yin discovered it to be a ring of restoration. As Yin placed the ring into the inventory to examine its attributes, he discovered it to be a restoration ring, imbued with the luminous power of healing. Wearing it would restore 5 health points per second. What a useless trinket, he muttered, casually discarding the ring into his inventory. His equipment bar now consisted of the Dark Sphere, the King's Crown, and the Restoration Ring. Indeed, for Yin, the Restoration Ring seemed rather trivial. Aside from hastening his health recovery slightly, it offered little substantial benefit. In the heat of battle, one could hardly rely on regaining 5 health points per second to withstand a foe's assault. Thus, the ring was undeniably lackluster for him. Nevertheless, despite its shortcomings, Yin's equipment bar was not yet full, and wearing it was certainly better than nothing. If one were to calculate the points restored based on strength attributes, the ring was, in fact, quite formidable, nearly equivalent to enhancing his recovery speed as if he possessed an additional 50 points of strength. Not fully satisfied with the restoration ring, Yin continued to search the fallen dog-headed chieftains, only to regretfully find no other treasures. However, the experience points gained from these 3 chieftains were substantial, each yielding 120 points, a staggering 6 times that of an ordinary dog-head. The dog-headed elder provided a bit less, granting merely 80 points. Altogether, these 5 dog-headed foes contributed 520 points to his experience total, which, when combined with the previous 320 points he had acquired, amounted to a commendable 840 points from the entire dog-headed encampment. At last, Yin's experience bar began to stir, with 840 points plus the original 120. His total experience had risen to 960 out of 10,000, nearly a tenth of the way to the next level. Not bad, he thought. Pleased with the outcome of obliterating an entire dog-headed encampment for such a significant boost in experience. Seeing his progress, Yunyan couldn't help but smile, reassured that his efforts from the previous day had borne fruit. Casting a glance at the grimy encampment of dogheads, he chose not to linger any longer. Turning instead in a different direction, the skeletal companions at his side were already accustomed to the passage of time. After all, a minute is fleeting. To the readers, your support through collections and recommendations is greatly appreciated. Following the annihilation of the dog-headed encampment, Yunyan was still not content. Although 3 months remained until the opposing hero's summoning, the danger level remained at an alarming SSS rank, signifying the formidable might of the hero that would emerge, potentially capable of easily dispatching him. Thus, Yunyan understood that he must rapidly level up and enhance his strength within these 3 months to face the impending threat without fear, even if the enemy's hero arrived. It would merely grant him more experience points. Yet, the thought of the experience gained from vanquishing a hero sent Yunyan's imagination racing. When a hero successfully vanquishes an enemy champion, they are rewarded with a substantial boost in experience points. Contemplating this, one might feel that the opposing side should at least be afforded the opportunity to summon their own hero. Otherwise, relying solely on defeating neutral monsters to level up proves exceedingly arduous. It is crucial to understand that the immense experience gained from slaying an enemy champion is formidable. If there exists a level difference of 10, one can instantly ascend a level due to the significant experience bonus. A disparity of 20 levels yields an elevation of 2 levels, and so forth. It is easy to envision how advantageous it is to eliminate an enemy champion. However, in the realm of reality, the challenge of achieving a level up by defeating foes of a higher rank is undoubtedly formidable. Yunyan's desire for an upgrade stemmed from the extraordinary hero skills within the game, Chunghai 3C. The skills in the game are undeniably powerful. Possessing just one skill point could alleviate any worries about future upgrades. Take, for instance, the King of the Hills Thunderstrike, colloquially known as the Earthquake. This ability exudes explosive charm right from the first level, with a seismic effect that can reach a staggering 10 yards, unleashing nearly 200 points of magical damage in a straight line across 7 consecutive tremors. Remarkably, the first-level Earthquake consumes only 20 mana points and has a cooldown of approximately 10 seconds. However, these statistics pertain to the game, and reality may differ. Yet the skills in Chunghai 3C emphasize dazzling effects, ensuring considerable power nonetheless. Imagine possessing such a skill at this moment. The hassle would be unnecessary. One could simply stand atop the goblin camp and unleash a bellow, drawing them all out, followed by a thunderstrike that would likely fell a multitude of foes, resulting in a swift influx of experience points, far more efficient than the current method of idly waiting in a pit for hours, only to gain a meager amount of experience in return. With renewed determination, Yunyan ventured deeper into the forest, intent on seeking out magical beasts to amass greater experience. Navigating through dense underbrush, he displayed remarkable prowess, tending to all his needs within the forest. The vast wilderness was abundant in resources, crystal-clear rivers meandered throughout, and diverse wildlife flourished. Elk, yaks, wild boars, and rabbits appeared almost every few steps, igniting Yunyan's thoughts of a barbecue. With his current agility and strength, he felt capable of wrestling with yaks and could easily send wild boars flying with a single kick. However, he temporarily set aside his interest in larger animals, opting instead to catch a rabbit. After cleaning and preparing it, he gathered firewood and, using his trusty lighter, ignited a campfire to commence his grilling. Within 10 minutes, the aroma of roasted rabbit meat filled the air, the internal fats sizzling and crackling as they escaped the crispy skin, enticing Yunyan's appetite. Although he had consumed some mushrooms the previous day, they were merely vegetables, lacking the satisfaction of meat and rice. It felt almost like not eating at all. After another 10 minutes, the rabbit was perfectly golden, crisp on the outside and tender within, its fragrance wafting enticingly. Unable to contain his eagerness, Yunyan removed the rabbit from the fire, ignoring the heat as he took several hearty bites. "Oh, this is delicious," he exclaimed, savoring the sweetness and crispness, marveling at how perfectly cooked the meat was, truly tender and delectable. After indulging in this delightful feast, he casually plucked a familiar dragon fruit-flavored mushroom from a tree and leisurely munched on it. At this moment, a pack of wild wolves in the Aziali forest caught a whiff of the delectable roasted meat, growing restless with anticipation. the leader of the wild wolves, drawn by the enticing aroma wafting through the air, found his stomach audibly protesting. A long, low howl escaped his throat, a summons to his pack, as he resolved to lead them towards the source of the delectable scent. This formidable assembly of wild wolves numbered over 100, each one lithe and agile, with sharp fangs and claws, outpacing even the swiftest of foxes. As the pack surged forth, their presence was undeniably pronounced, and Yunyan, situated over 1,000 yards away, quickly discerned the commotion in the underbrush drawing nearer. Without hesitation, he expended 100 magic points to activate his detection skill. The blood bars of more than 100 wild wolves materialized before him. Goodness, such a multitude of pups! Yunyan gasped, momentarily taken aback, before a grin spread across his face, and he clapped his hands in delight, exclaiming, "This is splendid. Just what I needed, experience points, haha." Realizing the nature of the approaching wolves, Yunyan swiftly sought refuge in a deep pit to conceal himself. Aware of the wolves' keen sense of smell, he took extra precautions by adorning himself with leaves and grass. The pack advanced with remarkable speed, yet upon their arrival, all that remained on the ground were a few scattered bones of wild rabbits. Enraged, the wolf leader let out a deep growl, and sensed that someone dared to compete with him for food. He commanded his pack to disperse and seek out the culprit. At this moment, Yunyan was nearly 200 yards away from the campfire, patiently awaiting an opportunity, one that would allow him to confront a pack of 10 wild wolves single-handedly. Coincidentally, it seemed that the alpha wolf had issued a command, causing all the wolves to scatter. 5 agile wolves came charging directly towards him. Witnessing this, the corners of Yunyan's mouth involuntarily curled upward. Those familiar with him would recognize this as his victorious smile. However, many others might interpret this subtle twitch of his lips as a sinister grin. "Come closer, my precious wolf cubs," Yunyan silently prayed from his concealment in the grass. Yet, as the 5 wolves approached within 100 yards, they abruptly halted, veering off in another direction. "Damn it, why are you running away?" Yunyan thought, feeling utterly frustrated. However, given the circumstances, he could not pursue them. If he were to be encircled by the entire pack, it would be akin to ants overwhelming an elephant. He dared not take such a risk. With no other option, Yunyan remained crouched in the grass, continuing to wait. What puzzled him was that wave after wave of wolves approached, only to divert course when they neared him. "If you don't come closer, I'll charge out and confront you head-on," he fumed inwardly, lamenting the experience point slipping away from him, his heart aching with regret, and the green glint in his eyes intensifying. At that moment, he appeared more wolf-like than the wolves themselves. The movements of the pack seemed peculiar. The alpha had dispatched subordinates who had long since detected the adventurer's south hiding place in the grass. The cunning alpha chose not to attack directly, but instead decided to encircle the human before launching a coordinated assault to eliminate this wily foe. As nearly 50 wild wolves stealthily maneuvered behind Yunyan, the alpha could no longer contain a furious roar. Suddenly, a thunderous growl erupted from behind Yunyan. Turning around, he realized that the pack had not approached him, but had instead surrounded him from the rear. "Well, it seems that the tables have turned on me," he mused, a grin spreading across his face. "I had intended to confront you all along. This just makes things easier." Yunyan had long been aware of the unusual behavior of the wolves. He was no fool. He understood that the pack had a strategy in mind. His decision to remain motionless in the grass was a calculated one, responding to their every move with stillness. The wolves' attack power was notable, ranging from 10 to 20, which appeared somewhat formidable. However, their health was alarmingly low at just 320. He was confident that if he unleashed his full potential, he could easily dispatch a single wolf in an instant. As Yunyan contemplated the situation, he believed that if he charged forward and swiftly dispatched 2 or 3 of the wild wolves, the tide of battle could be turned instantly. Subsequently, with the increasing number of dark servants, the likelihood of successfully annihilating the pack of wolves soared to an impressive 70%. Thus, Yunyan stepped forth, confidence radiating from his gaze as he surveyed the wolf pack. With a resounding howl, sensing the provocation in Yunyan's eyes, the alpha wolf sounded the charge. Almost simultaneously, over 20 wolves from the front line lunged towards Yunyan, their eyes glinting with a savage ferocity, and their claws, sharp as daggers, gleamed ominously as they slashed through the air. With a sudden contraction of his pupils, Yunyan advanced rather than retreating, determined to break through the encirclement of the wolf pack that had yet to close in. Before him stood 3 furious wild wolves, their bodies leaping high into the air, only to vanish into the underbrush moments later. They charged and leaped, leaving only a flurry of swaying grass in their wake. With precision, Yunyan pinpointed the location of a wild wolf. His legs unleashed a sudden surge of power, delivering a swift kick aimed directly at the beast. The wolf howled in agony, struck painfully on the nose by Yunyan's foot, blood gushing forth as its body was sent flying back several yards. A testament to the formidable strength behind Yunyan's strike. With remarkable agility, Yunyan seized the opportunity before the remaining wolves could come to their aid. He rolled onto one of the wolves, delivering a powerful blow infused with the essence of darkness directly to its forehead. Thud, thud, thud. The wolf endured 3 solid punches, its breath becoming faint, emitting a whimpering sound. Yunyan, relentless in his assault, delivered a final elbow strike to the creature's spine, silencing its cries. With a crack, a towering dark servant, a skeleton, rose from the lifeless body of the wolf. As the dark servant appeared, another wolf charged in, its front paws propelling it into the air, aimed straight for Yunyan's throat. Just as the dark servant steadied itself, it struck down with a bone dagger. The wolf, unable to evade, found the blade penetrating deep into its skull, leaving it momentarily suspended before crashing to the ground. The strike was lethal, causing the wolf to bleed profusely. Before the wolf could emit a cry of anguish, Yunyan approached with 2 fierce punches aimed at its heart, swiftly bringing its life to an end. Another dark servant rose, and the situation had truly turned in Yunyan's favor. The emergence of 2 dark servants instantly dispatched 3 more wolves that had charged forward, while 3 additional dark servants materialized beside Yunyan. This surreal scene momentarily halted the wolves' advance, as they encircled Yunyan, growling ominously. At this moment, Yunyan truly possessed the power to annihilate the pack of wolves, and thus, he felt no need for propriety. He charged forth, accompanied by 5 skeletal warriors, and swiftly engaged a dozen wild wolves ahead. The air was soon filled with the anguished howls of the pack, as they seemed to be mercilessly slaughtered, blood spilling profusely across the ground. Yunyan's experience points surged dramatically. It was exhilarating. Kill, kill, kill. He relentlessly swung his fists, and the remaining wolves, barely clinging to life, were struck down by his deliberate command for the dark slaves to inflict wounds that left them bloodied and incapacitated. He then stepped in to deliver the final blows himself. This strategy was devised to summon more reinforcements, as only the wolves he personally dispatched could be transformed into skeletal minions, a unique effect of the Dark Sphere. Just as 15 dark slaves appeared by his side, the wolf pack finally sensed the peril and attempted to retreat, but it was already too late. Yunyan dispatched the dark servants to pursue the wolf pack relentlessly. The speed of the dark servants surpassed that of ordinary wild wolves, allowing them to swiftly eliminate 30 to 40 wolves in mere moments. Yunyan, seizing the opportunity, delivered the finishing blows to a dozen more, further amplifying his advantage. As the carnage continued, the wolf pack, driven to frenzy, fought back desperately, yet their efforts proved futile. With Yunyan's reinforcements, the dark servants were relentless. Their formidable resilience and high attack power meant that in one-on-one encounters, the wild wolves were dispatched within 3 to 5 strikes. In a desperate bid, the wolf leader unleashed a colossal ice sphere, annihilating several dark servants and startling Yunyan. However, even the bravest warrior cannot withstand overwhelming numbers. Ultimately, the wolf leader fell prey to the combined might of over 20 dark servants. The swift extermination of over 1,000 wild wolves yielded substantial rewards. As Yunyan surveyed the equipment scattered on the ground, a jubilant smile spread across his face upon discovering several extraordinary items that would significantly aid him. He picked up a vibrant orange vial and a sky-blue ice-patterned crown, grinning with delight. The vial was undoubtedly a major healing item, capable of instantly restoring 500 health points, an invaluable asset for survival. The ice-patterned crown, a premium piece of equipment offering a 10 boost to all attributes, greatly enhanced Yunyan's capabilities at level 1. His attributes surged dramatically, coupled with the original feature of increasing all 3 attributes in attack. His initial damage escalated from 35 to 35 to 65 to 65. His health, mana, and defense soared as well, and with newfound equipment in tow, Yunyan ventured deeper into the forest, unsatisfied with the spoils at hand. After all, a formidable opponent awaited him, the Lich of SSS danger level. Yunyan was acutely aware that the explosive power of a Lich was nothing short of terrifying, particularly its level 30 ultimate ability, which could easily transform anyone who came too close into a mere cross. Moreover, he possessed none of such otherworldly artifacts, meaning that should he encounter a Lich of high caliber, he would likely face instant annihilation. Thus, the only recourse was to elevate his own strength and swiftly reduce his danger level. However, despite donning an array of equipment, Yunyan opened the task panel in his mind, only to find that the danger level remained unchanged, a testament to the formidable threat posed by his adversary. Yunyan equipped himself with 4 formidable items: the Sphere of Darkness, the Crown of Kings, the Frosted Circlet, and the Ring of Restoration, accompanied by a potion of vitality that bolstered his confidence. Indeed, particularly with the potion at hand, Yunyan found himself with the potential to engage in a daring act of sacrifice. This act, colloquially referred to as selling blood, involves luring monsters, allowing them to strike him, and as his health waned to a critical level, promptly consuming a grand potion to restore his vitality. As Yunyan traversed the intricately woven purple terrain, the notion of a path seemed entirely irrelevant. Towering trees stood spaced apart by a considerable distance, creating vast open areas reminiscent of an immense plaza, allowing for unobstructed movement. However, the forest was not devoid of ominous sounds. Terrifying roars echoed through the woods, emanating from various wild beasts. Among the familiar and the unfamiliar, Yunyan discerned the growls of formidable creatures such as tigers and lions. The remaining roars, though unrecognizable, were powerful enough to send tremors through the earth, their intensity growing more pronounced with each step deeper into the wilderness. The sheer magnitude of these beastly cries invigorated Yunyan, for the presence of such colossal monsters promised bountiful experience. After approximately an hour of wandering, the surroundings underwent a sudden transformation, revealing a magnificent natural lake before him. The azure waters mirrored the white clouds and sunlight above, shimmering like a jade pomegranate. Yunyan took a deep breath, savoring the remarkably fresh scent in the air. Just as Yunyan was immersed in the beauty before him, an enormous figure loomed overhead, casting a shadow that enveloped him in darkness. It was a colossal beast, possessing 3 massive lizard-like heads, each adorned with razor-sharp teeth and a bulky lower body. This creature was none other than a 3-headed sea serpent, a formidable magical beast towering over 10 meters and weighing several tons. At that moment, its 3 pairs of eyes were fixed intently upon Yunyan. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Yunyan's forehead as he recalled the 3-headed sea monster, renowned in the realm of the Warcraft as one of the most resilient and high-damage creatures. This 3-headed behemoth could be deemed nearly invincible, with each head possessing a distinct magical attribute capable of unleashing potent spells. Moreover, the immense physique of the 3-headed sea monster could wreak havoc, trampling the plains and spewing forth torrents into the sky. Yunyan stood still, not fleeing immediately, but instead activated his detection skill, and the attributes of the 3-headed sea monster swiftly became apparent. Ding. D-grade magical beast. 3-headed sea monster detected. All attributes unknown. Skills unknown. Level 40. Danger level S. Immediate evacuation advised. Damn, a level 40 beast. This is quite troublesome, Yunyan inwardly lamented. He then gazed at the 3-headed sea monster and, with a grin, exclaimed, "Big brother, please don't chase me." Having said that, Yunyan turned and fled, his legs propelling him forward as if wound tightly like a spring. His agility of 25 points immediately demonstrating its prowess, allowing him to move at a speed exceeding 10 meters per second. Roar. The 3-headed sea monster let out an enraged bellow. It had not anticipated that a human, who seemed as insignificant as an ant, would not prostrate themselves in submission, waiting to be devoured, but instead would dare to flee. Most infuriating of all, this audacious human had the audacity to mock it before escaping. The 3-headed sea monster, a high-level magical beast with considerable intelligence, possessed its own independent thoughts. With a resounding thud, it shifted its massive body, causing the ground to tremble as if struck by thunder. Each step it took spanned nearly 100 meters, and wherever it passed, great trees collapsed under the weight of its presence. Yunyan felt as though the ground beneath him trembled like an earthquake, and in his panic, he fled deeper into the forest. Though the 3-headed sea monster was formidable, its movement was impeded by the dense foliage, causing its speed to diminish. And it did not immediately pursue Yunyan. Observing the loathsome human vanish into the thick underbrush, the 3-headed sea monster unleashed its breath without hesitation. Ice, poison, and fire, 3 dragon-like forces surged forth. Upon glancing back, Yunyan beheld the 3 hues of ice, poison, and fire converging before him. Daunted by the prospect of retreat, he resolutely rolled forward, navigating through the noxious breath of poison. The judgment of Yunyan was precise. The toxic breath merely grazed him, yet he still coughed up a mouthful of dark blood. The hero's vitality plummeted drastically, teetering on the brink of death. Union dashed back for a moment before swiftly turning to flee, rolling into the underbrush to conceal himself. The three-headed sea monster was utterly terrifying. Merely grazing against it had nearly rendered him a bloody pulp. He silently rejoiced at his timely reaction. In this instance, fortune favored him. The monster's breath obscured its vision, leading it to believe that Union had fled forward, and it immediately pursued in a fit of rage. A thunderous roar reverberated past him, causing a wave of constriction in his chest, and he coughed up a mouthful of toxic blood. The poison had evidently infiltrated his system, leaving him no room for hesitation. He consumed a significant amount of blood, instantly replenishing his vitality by 500 points, which somewhat alleviated his pallor. As he observed the retreating figures of the three-headed sea monster, Union realized that this place was not merely akin to the clear sea. The levels of magical beasts here appeared to be far more formidable. A creature of such caliber, like this level 40 three-headed sea monster, was simply non-existent in the clear sea or among other magical beasts. This was reality, thus brimming with infinite possibilities. With this newfound awareness, Union remained vigilant, lying on the ground and awaiting the restoration of his health. At that moment, his vitality continued to dwindle, a consequence of the sustained damage inflicted by the toxic elements, an illustration of the potency of poison magic. However, during his escape, Union had adequately considered this aspect. While toxins inflicted ongoing harm, their immediate impact was not particularly severe. Thus, he had indeed chosen the least potent of attacks. Yet, he was taken aback to discover that merely brushing against a trace of the toxin had nearly cost him his life, and this was merely a D-grade magical beast. What, then, could be said of the levels that lay ahead? The thought was almost too daunting to fathom. Union recalled that his adversary, the Lich, possessed an H-level strength, surpassing even that of the three-headed sea monster. Suddenly, he was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of peril, a sentiment he had not felt before. Now, confronted by an S-level D-grade beast, Union finally comprehended the gravity of the danger as defined by the system. An S-level creature, akin to the three-headed sea monster, likely harbored the capacity to annihilate him in an instant, while an SSS-level entity could potentially obliterate him 1,000-fold within the blink of an eye. Union settled into a tranquil state, awaiting the gradual dissipation of the toxins coursing through his body. Although he continued to suffer a decrement of 10 health points each second, he could sense that the poison within him was being swiftly purified, and it should not be long before he fully recovered. The three-headed beast, unable to locate Union, wreaked havoc in the distance for a while, brutally annihilating countless magical creatures before returning to its lair by the lake to rest, its thunderous snores echoing through the heavens. As dusk fell, with the red and blue moons ascending into the sky, Union finally arose from the thicket. After stretching his limbs, he contemplated his next move and retreated to the outskirts of the forest. Given his current strength, he was ill-equipped to confront the magical beast lurking in the depths of the Azalea forest. Thus, he opted to stabilize his level by remaining at the periphery. Upon returning to the outer forest, Union found his days considerably less strenuous. Each day passed without significant peril, as he would awaken to engage in battles with monsters. When night fell, he would linger near the vicinity of the three-headed sea monster. This creature, being exceedingly lethargic, spent most of its time in slumber, especially during the night when it remained utterly immobile. Consequently, this area proved to be quite secure, as typical wild beasts dared not approach. It is worth noting that magical creatures possess a formidable territorial instinct, suggesting that sometimes the most perilous places can paradoxically be the safest. For nearly half a month, Union meticulously explored the surrounding forests, gradually comprehending the distribution of magical beasts. The area within 3 to 4 kilometers teemed with low-level beasts of the 3rd and 4th tiers, while venturing beyond 5 kilometers would lead to encounters with formidable beasts exceeding level 5. Deeper still, one would find even more powerful creatures. Among these, the three-headed sea monster stood out as an anomaly, residing at approximately 5 kilometers, akin to a crane among chickens. During these days, Union reaped substantial rewards, having cleared 4 or 5 camps of gnolls, shamans, wild wolves, centaurs, trolls, and other 3rd and 4th tier magical beasts, amassing a considerable amount of experience through countless battles. Finally, on the 16th day, after vanquishing a sea elemental, a delightful chime announced his level up. The message proclaimed, Congratulations, your character has leveled up. The skill system is now unlocked. This announcement filled Yunyan with immense excitement. After half a month of anticipation, he had laid countless ambushes for gnolls, stealthily followed the tracks of wild wolves, and scoured the ravines in search of centaurs and water elementals. He had tirelessly sifted through an abundance of low-level equipment, trading and exchanging them repeatedly. He had acquired nearly 10 rings of restoration, 8 full sets of strength gear, and over a dozen intelligence cloaks. In essence, these low-level items were as plentiful as refuse. Yet fortunately, Yunyan's backpack had ample space to accommodate them all. After enduring such arduous days, the moment of reward had finally arrived, and Yunyan felt an exhilarating transformation within himself. Leveling up signified the emergence of new skills, and he could hardly contain his eagerness as he opened the skill panel. At that moment, a melodious voice chimed once more. Ding! Choose your skills from the level 1 options. Ultimate skills and super skills are not available for selection. Ah! As anticipated. Smirking, Yunyan gazed at the skill descriptions, a knowing smile forming upon his lips. Upon viewing his skill list, he attempted to select the Swift Step skill. Ding! Insufficient funds. The hero cannot learn this skill, echoed the cold notification from the system. What? Is this a game? Yunyan exclaimed in frustration, nearly stumbling in disbelief. Yunyan opened the skill panel, originally intending to learn the Gale Step. As the foremost life-saving technique in Shanghai, the Gale Step is unparalleled for both assassination and escape. Mastering it would allow him to flee when unable to defeat an opponent, provided they lacked an invisibility detection ability. The first level of Gale Step grants a 10-second invisibility, enhances movement speed while concealed, and reveals oneself upon attacking an enemy, delivering an additional 40 points of damage. It has a cooldown of 7 seconds and consumes 70 mana per use. This means that with sufficient mana, Yunyan could exploit the Gale Step's advantages indefinitely. Moreover, in the realm of Chahai 3C, the Gale Step possesses a hidden attribute, the Flying Slash. If one locks on to an enemy from 10 yards away, they can transform into an afterimage and instantaneously leap to strike the adversary, rendering them nearly invulnerable during the execution of this maneuver. Gazing at the skill, Yunyan felt as though he were about to drool, envisioning a culinary masterpiece before him. However, the crimson text below elicited a sense of frustration. It required 1,000 gold coins to learn. Yet, Yunyan possessed not even a single dime, let alone any gold. His eyes bore into the Gale Step, but to no avail. After standing in a daze for nearly half an hour, he finally sighed in reluctant resignation. Yunyan calmed himself and inquired of the system, "How can I acquire gold coins?" Immediately, the system responded with a melodious voice. Gold coins can be obtained by selling equipment or through other means. What are these other means? Yunyan pressed further. The system cannot answer questions unrelated to its settings, replied the mechanical voice of the pleasant female tone. Damn! Yunyan gestured with a middle finger before opening his inventory. Inside, he found a plethora of exquisite Warcraft equipment, a dazzling array of over 100 pieces. Each item was beautifully crafted, adorned with intricate patterns, a testament to their origin from the spoils of battle. Surely, these items can be exchanged for money, Yunyan mused. After a moment's thought, he realized that without skills, lingering here would only prolong his stagnation. The experience required to rise from level 2 to 3 had doubled, reaching a staggering 20,000. He was weary of preying on the weaker creatures, as they yielded but a few experience points, and their numbers were dwindling, leaving him uncertain of when he might finally progress. Coming to this realization, Yunyan followed the familiar path back to the location where the adventurers had departed. A fortnight had passed, yet the ground still bore faint traces of the devastation, with tree bark stripped from the great oaks and charred stones littering the earth, all bearing witness to the fierce battle that had transpired here. Yunyan knew that they had exited the forest from this very spot, and not far away lay a city, the illustrious Iziga city. As Yunyan departed, he dragged along a substantial bundle of beast pelts and what appeared to be valuable monster sinews. After traversing the road for nearly half a day, he finally arrived at the majestic city of Aegis. The city loomed large, encircled by formidable moats and towering walls, which rose high and imposing. The gleaming crossbows upon the battlements sparkled menacingly, capable of effortlessly piercing any foe daring enough to provoke them. Before the city gates stood 5 drawbridges, all lowered at this time, yet flanked by vigilant soldiers brandishing long spears. These guards posed no hindrance to the passers-by, merely maintaining order as the populace dutifully formed lines to enter the city. Unsurprisingly, The throng consisted predominantly of men, including mercenaries bearing beast pelts, merchant caravans escorted by knights, and common folk laden with fruits and vegetables. As Yunyan squeezed into the crowd, he immediately captured everyone's attention. It was impossible to overlook the large bundle resting upon his shoulder, evidently filled with valuable materials harvested from magical beasts. Look at what that person is carrying. It consists entirely of meticulously selected materials from magical creatures, exclaimed an incoming adventurer, pointing at the substantial leather pouch behind Yunyan. That is all wolf hide from the savage beasts. Observe the quality. It is undoubtedly premium wolf hide, each piece carefully chosen, a rarity among countless others. Another adventurer chimed in, nodding in agreement. Humph, what does that signify? Among those hides, one in particular bears a golden mane at the neck, clearly that of a wolf king, valued at over 100 gold coins. What? Worth 100 gold coins? That could sustain me for a decade. The adventurer's eyes widened in disbelief, reflecting his astonishment. The aura surrounding Yunyan is tranquil yet resolute, his stature tall and imposing. Although youthful, he exudes an intangible sense of authority that commands attention. At first glance, he appears to be merely 17 or 18 years old, strikingly handsome, which inevitably draws the gaze of many. Hey, my fine mercenary brother, called out a merchant seated upon a wagon, his eyes glinting with interest at the sight of the bundle slung over Yunyan's shoulder. Yunyan turned his head and looked at him, asking, "Are you calling for me?" "Indeed, my mercenary brother," the merchant replied with a smile. "I see you possess a considerable amount of fine wolf pelts. I am in need of a batch to craft wolfskin armor. Might you be willing to sell me some?" Yunyan scrutinized him for a moment. The man was clad in Western attire, his garments opulent, clearly indicative of his wealth. "Indeed, that is certainly possible. What I possess is a rare selection of fine direwolf pelts. Pray tell, what price do you offer?" Yunyan began to boast, aware that in the realm of commerce, one must extol the virtues of one's wares, otherwise, others might perceive him as a fool. What? Such a plethora of direwolf pelts? The merchant gazed at Yunyan in astonishment, having initially assumed they were mere ordinary wolf pelts, only to discover that Yunyan's shoulder was burdened with a substantial sack brimming with direwolf skins. "I beg your pardon for my earlier rudeness, my good brother. Please, step into my carriage." The merchant extended an invitation to Yunyan. "Very well," Yunyan replied amiably, stepping into the carriage without hesitation and taking a seat beside the merchant. The carriage was an open design, featuring only a single row of seats. Yunyan sat in the carriage, placing the beast hide beneath his feet, a smile gracing his lips as he regarded the merchant. "May I inquire your esteemed surname?" "Dear sir?" "Ah, you may call me Milady," the merchant replied. Lowering his gaze, he noticed the beast hide at Yunyan's feet, nearly the size of a human. It was evident that it was composed predominantly of the most precious materials sourced from the beast. Among the collection was a wolf pelt, distinguished by a faint golden-hued fur around its neck, the emblem of the Wolf King. A chill coursed through Milady as he inhaled sharply, earnestly scrutinizing Yunyan before cautiously pointing at the hides on the ground and inquiring, "Did you personally slay these wolves?" Yunyan nodded slightly and remarked, "Of course. These are the fruits of my labor from over half a month spent in the Izia forest." Milady gazed at Yunyan with a look of deep admiration, pondering what price might entice him. After a moment's contemplation, she spoke, "How about this? Your wolf pelts are indeed top-quality pelts from magical wild wolves, including a pelt from a wild wolf king. I'll offer 1 gold coin for each ordinary wild wolf pelt and 100 gold coins for the magical wild wolf king's pelt. What do you think?" "That seems rather insufficient." Yunyan feigned a troubled expression. Although he was unaware of the actual market price for wolf pelts, he understood that a merchant's initial offer was rarely honest, regardless of whom they faced. "Rest assured, my prices are the most reasonable in the city of Izagas," Milady asserted confidently. "If you doubt it, feel free to inquire around." Yunyan cast a glance at him, contemplating for a moment before speaking. "However, my friend mentioned that the wild wolf hide in Ijayali city is worth 2 gold coins, and the wolf king hide is even more valuable, fetching 300 gold coins." No, your friend must be pulling your leg," Milady exclaimed, shaking his head vigorously like a rattledrum. "Very well. I shall inquire further. If what you say proves to be true, then I shall sell you the wild wolf hide," Yunyan replied, rising to leap from the carriage. "Wait." Milady, somewhat anxious, grasped Yunyan's hand and said with a smile, "You see, business is not merely about transactions, it's about relationships. Have a seat, and let us discuss this matter further. The price can be negotiated." "Well, All right then. Union sat down once more, gazing at Melody. With a smile, Melody patted Union's shoulder and remarked, I knew you were a clever fellow. All right, let me be generous. I can offer you 1.5 gold coins for the common wild wolf hide, and 200 gold coins for the wolf king hide. This is undoubtedly the highest purchase price available. Union looked at Maydeli and smiled. His words were indeed sincere this time, so he nodded and said, All right. Considering how much you desire this, I shall sell it to you at this price. Union meticulously peeled away the wolf pelts that protruded from the large bundle, revealing a total of 20 ordinary wolf skins alongside 1 royal wolf pelt, all neatly laid out at his feet by the accompanying servants. In total, there were 230 gold coins. Please count them. Melody retrieved a small golden leather pouch from the chest behind her, the contents of which jingled pleasantly. Upon weighing the contents, Union discerned that it must weigh a considerable 30 to 40 pounds. As he unfastened the bag, a dazzling brilliance emanated from the golden coins within. He extracted a single coin and placed it into his pocket, subsequently transferring it into his spiritual backpack. Indeed, his tally of coins had incremented slightly. As Union turned the bag upside down, all the gold coins seamlessly flowed into his mental backpack, not a single coin escaping. Space equipment. Melody's eyes sparkled with intrigue, quickly overshadowed by a profound greed, though it vanished almost instantly. Space equipment is a rarity on the continent of Iron. Each piece worth a fortune. If the space were slightly larger, it would be invaluable. Observing Union's demeanor, he did not appear to be a high-ranking professional. How could he possibly possess such an expensive spatial backpack? Melody's thoughts raced, contemplating ways to seize the space equipment for himself. With a faint smile, he said, My dear brother, I wonder if you happen to have any surplus space equipment on you? If so, I would be willing to pay a handsome price for it. Upon hearing this and discerning the avarice in Milady's expression, Union realized that spatial items must be exceedingly precious. With a feigned smile, he lamented, regrettably, There are truly no spatial supplies left. Perhaps you might consider these beast bones and sinews instead? Milady, however, was utterly disinterested in the beast bones and sinews that Union offered. In comparison to the allure of a spatial backpack, these were but trifles. His gloomy gaze fixated on Union, yet he ultimately restrained himself, shaking his head and stating, I have no need for these items. You may seek out Luo Hank at the weapon shop in the city. He deals in such goods. Very well, Union replied with a chuckle, shouldering his small bag as he descended from the carriage, though he remained inwardly vigilant, sensing that Milady might harbor some nefarious intentions towards him. At that moment, the carriage had already traversed the lengthy city wall passage and entered the bustling city. Upon arrival, Union was greeted by a plethora of towering taverns and a variety of shops. These establishments were adorned in a medieval Western architectural style, with a tall spire rising beside the tavern, exemplifying typical Western European design. The populace was a harmonious blend of various ethnicities, including yellow, white, and black, with the taller individuals predominantly exhibiting dark hair and eyes. Upon entering the city, Union garnered a degree of respect from some individuals, with even passers-by willingly parting ways to make way for him. Union was not captivated by these distractions. Instead, he pressed onward, traversing approximately 300 to 400 meters until he encountered a magical artifact shop at a corner ahead. The proprietor was energetically advertising, Come and take a look. This freshly crafted magical cloak is only 30 gold coins. He held aloft a blue, ice-patterned magical cloak, shouting to attract customers. His call proved effective, as several individuals garbed as wizards immediately turned their attention. Union, glancing over, was taken aback. The magical cloak bore striking resemblance to the inferior intelligence 3 cloaks he had crafted himself, of which he possessed more than 10. At a price of 30 gold coins each, he realized he could potentially reap a significant profit. A throng quickly gathered before the magical artifact shop. A young wizard, clad in opulent attire, stepped forward and declared, Owner, I'll take this magical cloak for 25 gold coins. Absolutely not. 30 gold coins, not a single coin less. The shopkeeper firmly rejected the young wizard's attempt at haggling. Surely, this is merely equipment for novice wizards. Isn't that a bit steep? The young man persisted, undeterred. Humph. Wizard gear is the most difficult to procure. You wouldn't understand. This item can slightly enhance magical power. Do you think just anyone can craft it? The shopkeeper shot a disdainful glance at the young wizard, deducing that he wouldn't budge on his price. But look at my expenditures this month. How about I take it on credit? The young wizard implored, refusing to concede. Our shop does not offer credit. You must be a magic apprentice. Return when you have sufficient funds. We have even finer magical equipment available, albeit at higher prices, the shopkeeper replied, leaving no room for negotiation. Owner, I'll take that magical cloak. At that moment, another elegantly dressed young wizard emerged, casting a haughty glance at the previously rebuffed wizard. Ryan, you know what I need this magical robe for? The young wizard glared fiercely at him. Ryan disdainfully retorted, Oh, Jessica, I certainly do. However, you lack the gold. The owner will not sell it to you. This is provocation. I challenge you to a duel. Jessica, clearly quick to anger, unsheathed a magical short staff. Everyone, disperse. Some swordsmen in the crowd shouted, jumping aside, while the surrounding commoners screamed and scattered. Duels among wizards are perilous and often lead to collateral damage. This is common knowledge on the continent of Iron, and no one wishes to be caught in an errant fireball or ice shard. Humph, a duel it shall be. Ryan responded fearlessly, quickly handing the shopkeeper a small pouch of gold before seizing the magical cloak and donning it. You scoundrel. Jessica was acutely aware that Ryan's actions had immediately augmented his magical prowess, granting him a distinct advantage. Of course, Jessica, are you not here to duel? Given our camaraderie as classmates, you still have the opportunity to reconsider, Ryan declared with unshakable confidence. Jessica hesitated, contemplating her next move. Her capabilities were closely matched with Ryan's. Yet with the magical cloak now adorning him, he evidently held a slight edge. Casting a resentful glare in Ryan's direction, Jessica sheathed her wand and firmly stated, Ryan, remember this. Ha ha ha, coward, Ryan mocked, watching Jessica's retreating figure. Once she chose to depart, Jessica had no intention of looking back. Instead, she swiftly enveloped herself in a cyclone spell, vanishing like a tempest, unwilling to endure the derision of onlookers. Union observed everything with keen eyes, a secretive smile playing on his lips. It appeared that the rudimentary equipment in his possession might possess a certain market value. However, it seemed that the coins here were also quite precious, not easily obtained. Once the crowd dispersed, Union entered the magical item shop, feigning a casual interest in selecting equipment. Upon noticing Union, the shopkeeper approached with a beaming smile. He discerned that, despite Union's peculiar attire, the materials of his garments were exceptionally unique, leading him to believe that he was a wealthy young gentleman with a penchant for the extraordinary. Thus he displayed an extraordinary enthusiasm. Esteemed guest, welcome to my humble shop. How may I be of service to you? The shopkeeper inquired politely. The lingering thought casually pointed to a pair of acceleration gloves on the counter, those low-tier magical garments that enhance attack speed by 15%, and inquired, Sir, how much for these gloves? The proprietor, with an air of pride, responded, esteemed customer, you possess a discerning eye. You have indeed selected the finest pair of gloves in our establishment. To speak candidly, these gloves possess the remarkable ability to augment your attack speed, allowing you to wield a 100-pound greatsword with the swiftness of a tempest. Priced at a mere 80 gold coins, they are truly a magnificent bargain. The shopkeeper's eyes narrowed into slits as he incessantly extolled their virtues. In his heart, Union silently cursed the unscrupulous merchant. The acceleration gloves were clearly of the same caliber as the magical cloak he had just encountered, yet the price had surged nearly threefold. Union displayed a troubled expression and remarked, I see. Perhaps my funds are insufficient. I shall return another time. Observing Union's inclination to depart, the shopkeeper hastily interjected, Please do not rush to leave. The price is negotiable. Oh, what is the lowest price? Union inquired casually. The shopkeeper revealed a conflicted demeanor and, with a determined expression, stated, Very well, originally, 80 gold coins would not yield me any profit. Considering it is your first visit, I shall reduce it by 5 coins. How does that sound? Union inwardly cursed the unscrupulous merchant. For an item that was hardly worth more than 30 gold coins was being sold at over double that price. Politely declining the shopkeeper's offer, Union swiftly exited the store. He then ventured into a nearby clothing shop, where he spent a single gold coin to purchase a substantial piece of fabric. Resolutely determined to set up a street stall, Union rolled up the fabric and inquired about the location of the free trade market, arriving at this bustling hub. The free trade market serves as a vast center for unrestricted commerce, distinguished by the fact that adventurers can sell any items they acquire. Naturally, this market operates under the jurisdiction and protection of the local lord, necessitating a modest fee of 1 gold coin for entry. Consequently, most items traded here possess considerable value, attracting affluent dignitaries and wealthy adventurers alike. A notable feature of this market is the abundance of stalls, as most sellers are itinerant adventurers offering their wares sporadically, thus opting for a stall format. Above the market, a transparent magical rain cloth hovers, allowing sunlight to filter through while shielding against rain and snow. The ground is elegantly paved with pristine marble, meticulously maintained by dedicated staff daily. As a result of its secure and pleasant environment, the free trade market enjoys great popularity among adventurers. As Yunyan entered the free trading market, he swiftly found a vacant spot to spread out his wares. The ground was soon adorned with an array of beast bones and sinews, in a flourish reminiscent of a magician. He then produced a dozen or so pieces of rudimentary equipment: acceleration gloves, a magical cloak, speed boots, a full set of strength gear, and 3 elegant cloaks of agility. Adventurers nearby were immediately drawn to his display, particularly a middle-aged man beside him, whose own stall was primarily stocked with beast hides. Upon observing Yunyan's offerings, he initiated a conversation, saying, "Greetings, brave young man. I am Ibalon. Are these spoils of your recent endeavors?" Yunyan offered him a faint smile, revealing 8 pristine, well-aligned teeth as he spoke. "Indeed, these treasures are the fruits of my adventures in the Izelia forest over the past 6 months. Oh, you spent over half a year in the Izelia forest? That is a treacherous place, young man. You are indeed fortunate," exclaimed Ibalon, his cerulean eyes widening in astonishment. Then, casting an envious glance at the equipment displayed at Yunyan's stall, Ibalon's gaze brightened noticeably upon spotting the strength gauntlets. With excitement, he seized a pair of the gauntlets, donned them, and swung his fists a couple of times. Suddenly, a faint red glow emanated from his hands. Indeed, these gauntlets possessed the ability to enhance one's fighting spirit. With them, I could unleash the power of a novice swordsman. "Brother, how much for these gauntlets?" Ibalon eagerly inquired of Yunyan. Upon seeing his appearance, Yunyan discerned that Ibalon was determined to acquire the formidable power gauntlet. Extending 3 fingers, he cheerfully proclaimed, 30 gold coins. Such a steep price? Ibalon's eyes twitched in agitation. After a moment's hesitation, he reluctantly parted with his coins. As Ibalon lamented the 30 gold coins he had just spent, Yunyan suddenly inquired, "Ibalon, earlier you mentioned something about a sword master. I take it that pertains to the classification of warriors here. But I am curious about the specifics of this distinction." "Hiki, my friend, such information comes at the cost of 1 gold coin," Ibalon replied with a cunning grin. Without further ado, a single gold coin gracefully arched through the air and landed in Ibalon's hand. "Very well, even if you were to withhold it from me, I would still impart this knowledge to you. It is a fundamental truth of the continent of Iron. This land categorizes adventurers into 2 distinct classes, the mages and the warriors. Warriors commence their journey as novice swordsmen, progressing through the ranks to become swordsmen, great swordsmen. Novice sword masters, great sword masters, sword saints, sword emperors, sword sovereigns, and ultimately, sword deities, encompassing a total of 10 levels. Presently, the most formidable force on the continent is merely at the sword emperor level, with 10 sword emperors reigning over various regions, representing the pinnacle of martial prowess. Ibalon paused momentarily before continuing. As for mages, they begin as novice mages. Their progression follows the hierarchy of novice mage, intermediate mage, advanced mage, sorcerer, great sorcerer, grand sorcerer, holy sorcerer, mage emperor, mage sovereign, and mage deity, also comprising 10 levels. Currently, there exists a singular supreme fire mage deity who resides atop the Bailing Holy Tower, guarding the entrance to the Sky Demon Realm. Concerning this Sky Demon Realm, I am only aware that it is referred to as the Inferno of Demons by the Fire Mage deity. Yunyan meticulously recorded the information and tossed a gold coin to Ibalon, inquiring, "Might I ask what the characteristics of various levels of professionals are?" Ibalon accepted the coin with a smile and continued, "You have indeed posed your question to the right person. Others may not possess my level of understanding. Warriors begin as novice swordsmen capable of unleashing red aura, progressing to white aura at the sword saint level, and gold aura as sword emperors. However, I cannot comment on sword emperors and sword gods, as it has been 3 millennia since such figures have graced the Yalaran continent. Their characteristics are only recorded in ancient, secret tomes." Pausing for a moment, Ibalon elaborated, "As for mages, the distinction is rather straightforward. It is determined by the intensity of their magical power, categorized by the colors of the rainbow, from red for novice mages to purple for the highest-ranking Saint Magi. The Mage Emperor wields white magic, while the Mage Goddess powers remain shrouded in mystery. It is also noteworthy that both warriors and mages, upon reaching the Sword Saint or Saint Mage level, gain the ability to soar through the skies. They are referred to as sky adventurers. After listening, Yunyan nodded and said, "Indeed, I comprehend now. Thank you." Ibolan chuckled. "What need is there for thanks? I have already accepted 2 gold coins from you. It seems I have profited considerably." His cheeks flushed slightly, revealing a hint of bashfulness. Indeed, Yunyan had spent 2 gold coins merely to acquire some basic knowledge, and Ibolan had certainly gained a significant advantage. Without uttering a word, Yunyan activated his detection skill to ascertain the level of Ibolan. He needed to comprehend the power hierarchy in this realm and how it correlated with his own strength. Ding. Warrior. Ibolan, level 39 warrior, ability level C. Upon observing Ibolan's impressive level, Yunyan was taken aback. He then reflected on his own abilities. Since equipping an ice pattern headband along with 4 King S crowns and speed boots, his ability level had also ascended to level C. Yunyan boldly speculated in his heart. In other words, his current combat prowess was equivalent to that of a warrior at level 30 or above. Thus, it would imply that an A-grade novice swordsman falls within the range of levels 10 to 19, a B-grade swordsman spans levels 20 to 29. A C-grade great swordsman encompasses levels 30 to 39, and so forth in a similar progression. Yunyan's heart was filled with understanding. It seemed he had now attained the strength of a level 30 character in reality. He then inquired within his consciousness, is the level of this real character equivalent to my own? What criteria determine my current abilities? Not quite, replied the female voice of the system. A hero at level 3 corresponds to a level 10 in reality. This hero unit has equipped attribute gear, raising its ability level to C. So that is how it is, Yunyan thought, realizing that he had not yet reached the first tier. After level 3, he would become a primary swordsman, a secondary swordsman at level 6, and a tertiary great swordsman at level 9. With this newfound understanding of the relationship between his reality level and his own, Yunyan was taken aback. The Lich possessed an ability level of H, which equated to a formidable swordsman or a holy magic tutor of over level 80. The 3-headed sea monster he encountered that day, merely a primary swordsman, had almost defeated him in an instant. He wondered if he could evade a strike from an H-level Lich. Having gained some insight into the capabilities of warriors from another world, Yunyan felt an increasing sense of urgency. However, he reassured himself that he was now akin to a great swordsman. Should he encounter those 3-headed sea monsters again, he might stand a fighting chance. If he were to learn the Gale Step, and if the 3-headed sea monsters lacked the ability to become invisible, he could employ the skill's infinite stealth effect to wear them down. Once I master the Gale Step, I shall immediately seek to vanquish that 3-headed sea monster. Perhaps it will yield some exquisite equipment, Yunyan mused silently. This passage may seem lengthy, yet it merely represented a brief moment of contemplation for Yunyan. However, a thought struck him. Logically, if he could produce so much equipment with such a low ability level, the Evelyn civilization must possess far greater prowess. Why then would they seek to purchase a power gauntlet from him? This puzzled Yunyan greatly, especially since he had clearly witnessed those 2 elven brothers extracting acceleration gloves from the shamans. Yunyan contemplated approaching AI Bolawan with a question. However, out of an abundance of caution, he refrained from inquiring immediately. Instead, he sought guidance from the system, which, to his surprise, proved unexpectedly efficient at that moment. The unique characteristic of this hero is that equipment dropped from slain magical beasts is exclusive to them, a feature unattainable within this realm. The hidden rule states, disregarding equipment. If a creature is slain with an ability level 1 higher, such as an A level defeating a B level, the probability of treasure drops is doubled. Conversely, if a creature is defeated 3 levels lower, for instance, an A level vanquishing a D level, there is a 100 chance of treasure drop. The drop rate diminishes when slaying beasts below one's own ability level by 1, and one cannot acquire equipment from creatures with an ability level 3 lower than their own. The system's feminine voice resonated melodically. Then why did I witness 2 elves defeating a shaman sorcerer and subsequently obtaining acceleration gloves? Yunyan pressed further. The system responded, analyzing. Extracting memory fragments. Analyzing. Conclusion reached. The acceleration gloves dropped do not share the same energy signature as the equipment typically yielded by this hero. This is a manifestation of the world's law of power, with a drop probability of 1 in 10 million. However, through unique energy, the drop rate may be enhanced. The 2 elves observed utilized life force augmentation, which elevated their drop rate to the cap of luck, resulting in a 1 in 10,000 chance. The system took a full 3 minutes to deliver this response. Initially, Yunyan believed that he would have to wait for an extended period while continuing his conversation with Ebolawin, becoming acquainted with the cultural landscape of Atlantis. Suddenly, he was taken aback by the revelation. It dawned on him that in this world, slaying magical beasts could indeed yield equipment, albeit with an exceedingly slim probability of 1 in 10 million. The two elves, having undergone a unique infusion of life force, possessed a notably higher drop rate. Yet even for them, it was merely 1 in 10,000. No wonder they were elated upon discovering an acceleration glove. This newfound understanding clarified many aspects. Perhaps it was merely a stroke of luck for those two elves. As for himself, at a level below A class, slaying magical beasts of level 10 or more resulted in a double drop rate, which explained the remarkable abundance of equipment he had acquired over the past fortnight. On another note, through his dialogues with Ebolawin, Yunyan also learned that although the drop rates were incredibly low in this world, a wondrous form of alchemy existed to compensate for it. Alchemists, utilizing rare magical materials and specific crafting methods, could forge a diverse array of magical equipment, thus addressing the issue of low drop rates. However, alchemy was not without its challenges, as failures could lead to the depletion of precious materials, rendering magical equipment quite valuable. On Yunyan's stall, a plethora of magical equipment instantly captivated numerous adventurers. A cloaked sorcerer picked up a magical cloak, his eyes sparkling with intrigue, and promptly inquired, "Young man, how much for this magical cloak?" 30 gold coins. All the magical items here are priced at 30 gold coins each, Yunyan replied without hesitation. What? Everything is 30 gold coins? Even these boots of swiftness? A nimble warrior, resembling an assassin, emerged from the crowd. Indeed. All magical items here are priced at 30 gold coins each, Yunyan affirmed with a nod. Without delay, the assassin stepped forward, tossed a small pouch of gold coins to Yunyan, and swiftly seized a pair of boots of swiftness from the stall. Boss, here's 30 gold coins. I shall take these boots. As Yunyan reached for the bag, the system absorbed it, and indeed, his coin count increased by 30. He nodded at the assassin and said, "All right, you may take the shoes." Upon witnessing the assassin acquire his coveted gear, a multitude of adventurers hastily produced their coins to make purchases. In less than 10 minutes, all the magical equipment at Yunyan's stall was sold out, netting him a profit of over 350 coins. Adding to his original 230, he now possessed more than 580 coins. Beside him, Ebolawin, who sold beast skins, looked on with immense envy but kindly warned Yunyan, "Be cautious, Yunyan. With such a substantial amount of coins earned, you may have attracted the attention of some high-level thieves." "Haha, thank you, brother Ebolawin. Once I finish my business, how about we go for a drink?" Yunyan replied with a smile, unconcerned about theft, as all his coins were securely stored within the system's backpack. Unless he withdrew the money, no one could steal it from him. However, a cold smirk played on his lips. He had long since the gazes of those thieves. Once he sold all his equipment and amassed enough coins, he would swiftly learn the skill of Gale Step, rendering the thieves' attempts to target him utterly futile. "Haha, brother Yunyan, I have some matters to attend to shortly," Ebolawin said, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face as his gaze flickered. Upon hearing this, Yunyan immediately assumed that he wished to avoid being dragged down by her. However, upon further reflection, she realized the situation was likely more complex. If an individual seeks to evade trouble, it is often sufficient for them to simply decline. Yet, Ebolawin exhibited a flicker of intrigue in his eyes, suggesting ulterior motives at play. Was he perhaps harboring intentions of his own? Yunyan scrutinized Ebolawin closely and soon discerned that he was persistently averting his gaze from hers. With a cold smirk in her heart, Yunyan realized that the unusual behavior indicated something sinister. Ebolawin was undoubtedly scheming against her. If her conjecture were correct, Ebolawin would soon depart to gather his forces, waiting for her outside the free market. Indeed, when Yunyan retrieved more than 10 pieces of magical equipment from her backpack, Ebolawin could no longer contain himself. Slapping his forehead in sudden enlightenment, he exclaimed, "Ah, yes, my sister is ill and requires care. I must take my leave." With that, Ebolawin hastily packed up his stall and strode away without a backward glance. Yunyan gazed at his retreating figure, noticing how Ibwa occasionally glanced back at him. Realizing that he was being observed, Ibwa offered a smile in his direction. Yunyan's thoughts were as clear as a mirror, and he was 100% certain that Ebolawin was out seeking individuals to conspire against him. Perhaps Ebola would even stage a performance outside the free market to lure him into their trap. However, Yunyan paid no heed to this, continuing to sell magical equipment, which was undeniably popular among adventurers. Moreover, the price of basic magical gear was quite affordable, and the demand was immense. Most ordinary adventurers could easily afford 1 or 2 pieces with their savings. Consequently, the 40 or so pieces of basic magical equipment Yunyan possessed were sold out in just about an hour. At that moment, his gold coins had accumulated to a staggering total of 1,500. Furthermore, the originally red wind step had transformed into a brilliant white, prompting Yunyan to choose to learn it. Instantly, a surge of energy coursed through his mind, accompanied by a slight sting, after which he realized he had acquired new knowledge. As his thoughts flowed, a set of operational procedures for wind step materialized before him. With a mere thought, the magical energy surrounding him instantly coalesced into a magical array, causing Yunyan to vanish from his stall without a trace. Yunyan raised his hand, revealing a faintly transparent outline, indicating that he had rendered himself invisible. Indeed, the merchant who had been examining the beast bones and tendons at Yunyan's stall was taken aback, pointing to the spot where Yunyan had vanished in astonishment and inquiring, "Sir, what sort of magic have you employed?" Without a word, Yunyan materialized from the previously ethereal space after a mere 10 seconds. With a smile directed at the merchant, he said, "I just performed a small spell, and now everything at this stall is priced at 2 gold coins each. You may take them all." "Really?" the merchant exclaimed with delight. For all the items here were of exceptional quality, each worth more than 2 gold coins. "Indeed, it is true," Yunyan affirmed. "Very well. Here are 100 gold coins. You need not give me change." Observing nearly 30 items strewn across the ground, the merchant generously tossed 100 gold coins to Yunyan and swiftly loaded all the beast bones and sinews onto his cart behind him. Without any hesitation, Yunyan accepted the gold coins and tucked them into his bosom, while the system effortlessly absorbed the currency. Having sold all his wares, he was richly rewarded and made his way directly towards the bustling marketplace beyond. Yunyan certainly does not intend to procure magical equipment in this place. It is worth noting that merely a supreme-grade piece of beginner's magical gear, the Crown of Kings, which offers a full attribute enhancement of 5, demands a sum exceeding 1,000 gold coins. Yunyan is not one to squander wealth frivolously, thus he would not engage in the acquisition of equipment in such an establishment. Through conversations with those around him, Yunyan has also come to understand that magical equipment in this realm is categorized by levels. Beginner equipment is accessible to anyone, and even the gear adorning Yunyan, which boasts a full attribute enhancement of 10, can merely be deemed as an exceptionally high-grade beginner's artifact. There are 10 tiers of magical equipment, with the first 6 tiers being designated by their respective levels, such as first tier, second tier, and so forth, up to 6th tier magical equipment. Beginning from the 7th tier, these items bear unique titles. For instance, 7th tier equipment is referred to as sacred artifacts, 8th tier as imperial artifacts, 9th tier as semi-divine artifacts, and the 10th tier is known as divine artifacts. The dark sphere upon Yunyan was initially intended to be a first-tier equipment. However, it remained unbound by any system-imposed usage level. This, perhaps, was the only anomaly he had ever encountered. Haha, what a coincidence, Brother Yunyan. Just as Yunyan stepped out of the entrance of the free market, a familiar voice immediately greeted him. Upon following the sound, Yunyan found his initial suspicions confirmed. It was indeed Ibolon. At this moment, a striking woman stood beside him, adorned in a flowing long skirt and a short-sleeved lace top, her golden hair framing a visage more radiant than snow. A chuckle escaped Yunyan's lips. They had brought a woman along. Very well, if they wished to engage, he would accompany them to the end. A sense of amusement bubbled within him. Having just mastered the Gale Step, he felt emboldened and unafraid. "Brother, allow me to introduce my dear sister, Imira 1, Ibolon said, gesturing towards her. Imira's enchanting gaze danced over Yunyan as she extended her hand with a smile. "Hello, Brother Yunyan." "Greetings, Imira 1, Yunyan replied with a smile, but after a mere glance at Imira, he turned his attention back to conversing with Ibolon. Yunyan, with a profound and calculating mind, kept his gaze attentively on his surroundings. While engaging in lively conversation with the enthusiastic Ibola, he casually observed the area. Indeed, Yunyan noticed several suspicious individuals lurking behind him, persistently trailing his steps. Upon careful scrutiny, he counted 8 followers stealthily shadowing him. Yunyan activated his secondary skill and focused his gaze ahead, where most of the patrons were high-level swordsmen in their 30s. However, among them was a formidable black-robed sorcerer, the highest ranked at level 43. Hey, this bar is quite appealing, Ibalon. Let's step inside for a drink, Yunyan declared as he pointed towards a tavern midway through their walk. But, didn't we agree to go to the Naven Tavern? The drinks here are unlikely to compare, Ibalon replied reluctantly, for their initial plan was to execute their scheme at Naven, where they had strategically positioned their allies, ensuring a higher probability of success. Haha, what does it matter? We are merely here to celebrate. The drink is but a compliment, while the cuisine takes center stage. Yunyan laughed heartily, deliberately choosing a random location to disrupt their plans. Brother Yunyan is right. Let us celebrate here, Amaron interjected upon noticing Ibalon's hesitation. Fearful of revealing their intentions, and subtly shot a glare at Ibalon. Yunyan caught this exchange and inwardly chuckled. Yes, let us dine here, Ibalon quickly agreed. The trio entered the tavern, which was illuminated by magical lights, teeming with alluring young women clad in revealing attire, each exuding a unique and entrancing fragrance, filling the air with an atmosphere of flirtation. Ibalon's gaze wandered among these enticing maidens, occasionally drifting into daydreams, while Yunyan showed no interest in the provocatively dressed women. Since his amnesia, he had become like a blank slate, untouched by such experiences, and therefore harbored no extraneous thoughts. Yet, to Amaron, Yunyan appeared to be an oddity, seemingly unaffected by the sensuality surrounding him. She discerned the innocence in his eyes and felt a twinge of guilt for deceiving such a young man. Yet she continued to support her brother's choice. Yunyan selected a seat by the window and soon, a young maiden glided over, her steps light and graceful. She approached Yunyan, bending slightly over the table, and inquired sweetly, "Sir, may I take your order?" The delicate fragrance of the maiden wafted into Yunyan's senses. Yet he did not linger on it. He accepted the menu and ordered his meal, choosing several familiar spirits as well. After placing his order, the maiden did not depart. Instead, she smiled coyly and asked, "Sir, would you like any companionship service?" "No, thank you," Yunyan replied firmly, fully aware of the implications of such an offer, which held no significance for him. Suddenly, the bar's entrance was thrust open by a burly man who surveyed the room before making his way to Yunyan's side. He slammed his palm on the table and bellowed, "Bring me 2 glasses of rum and a serving of roasted beef." Yunyan cast a sidelong glance and recognized one of the individuals who had been trailing him earlier. Maintaining a facade of composure, he continued to indulge in his food and drink. Following the entrance of this burly man, the bar appeared to flourish as a multitude of adventurers streamed in. An intriguing phenomenon as they all opted for seats in proximity to Yunyan's table. 8 adventurers had subtly encircled Yunyan and his companions. Yunyan was fully aware that this was all the sinister plot of Ibalon. However, she chose not to expose it immediately and continued to indulge in her meal and drink. Observing Yunyan's indifference, Ibalon surreptitiously signaled to a blonde warrior behind him, who comprehended his role as the first link in the scheme. The warrior stepped forward to provoke Yunyan, aiming to incite her anger. Following this, Ibalon would intervene on her behalf, inflicting injury upon the provocateur. Subsequently, others would intervene to subdue Ibalon, capturing Amiralwan, and using the two as leverage to extort an exorbitant ransom from Yunyan. This plan was indeed masterfully devised. Logically, anyone witnessing a defender being captured would strive to rescue them. In this manner, Ibalon and his accomplices could extract a significant amount of gold coins from Yunyan while simultaneously fostering a closer bond to unearth all the value she possessed. The blonde warrior, understanding the cue, took a hearty swig of his drink, pushed aside a nearby maiden, and approached Yunyan's table, deliberately brushing against her seat. Upon the sight of the golden-haired youth approaching him, Yunyan felt a surge of mischief within. He immediately discerned the scheme of these individuals, likely intending to exploit the innate weaknesses of human nature to achieve their objectives. However, Yunyan chose not to expose their plan. Instead, he feigned compliance, swaying slightly and turning to face him. "What? Are you unwilling to accept? Is it untouchable?" The golden-haired warrior taunted. To everyone's astonishment, Yunyan, shedding his previously gentle demeanor, which had only moments ago graced his face with a smile, suddenly erupted into a loud roar. "Are you blind, you fool?" The golden-haired warrior was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating such a swift reaction. Yet, after being confronted by Yunyan's ferocity, a shadow of animosity clouded his gaze, clearly harboring resentment towards him. Nevertheless, The golden-haired warrior was aware of the forthcoming arrangements and refrained from attacking Yun Yan immediately. At that moment, Ibolowin rose to his feet and struck the golden-haired warrior across the face with a resounding slap, bellowing, "What audacity, to act so brazenly before my brother!" The golden-haired warrior fell to the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. However, Ibolowin appeared to have transformed into a figure of fierce wrath, delivering a brutal kick to the fallen warrior. Yun Yan observed keenly that every strike from Ibolowin failed to find its mark. Yet, the young man with yellow hair repeatedly coughed up blood. "Since you relish the taste of your own blood so much, I shall grant you the opportunity to truly bleed." Yun Yan mused internally. Recognizing the malevolent intent of his adversary, he deemed it unnecessary to extend mercy. Without hesitation, Yun Yan rose to his feet and bellowed, "Damn it! You truly are asking for a beating. Ibolowin, step aside." With that proclamation, he forcefully shoved Ibolowin aside, harnessing his exceptional attributes to deliver a ferocious kick aimed directly at the yellow-haired youth's face. The ferocity of the strike was unparalleled, and his swift movements left no time for the onlookers to intervene. "Let this serve as a lesson for your insolence and arrogance," Yun Yan shouted vehemently as he unleashed a powerful kick, reminiscent of a mammoth stampede. The force of his blow crushed the yellow-haired warrior's nose, followed by another strike that grotesquely contorted his cheek. In a sudden outburst, Yun Yan unleashed a force that took everyone by surprise, thoroughly disrupting their plans. The adventurers present were momentarily stunned. The golden-haired warrior let out a chilling scream, one that would instill fear in anyone who heard it. Within mere moments, the warrior's face became a grotesque mash of blood and flesh. "Help me!" The golden-haired warrior finally cried out, unable to endure the agony any longer. "Stop this, you fool!" The first to rise was the sorcerer of mage rank, whose sharp, eagle-like gaze fixated on Yun Yan, launching a green magical arrow in his direction. With a series of cold, mocking laughs, Yun Yan swiftly stepped forward, his body twisting to evade the magical arrow, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. Meanwhile, the yellow-haired warrior on the ground was pulled to safety by the bald warrior beside him, just as he was on the brink of losing his last breath. As Yun Yan vanished, a wave of astonishment swept over the crowd, with the soldiers exchanging bewildered glances. "Where has he gone? How did he disappear?" inquired a warrior wielding a great sword. "I don't know, have you seen him?" Another assassin rose, a flicker of trepidation upon his countenance. At that moment, the sorcerer bellowed, "Be cautious. He must have activated an invisibility spell. However, it won't last long. Only a few seconds before he reappears. Stay alert." The sorcerer, well-versed in arcane knowledge, quickly deduced that Yun Yan had employed a cloaking technique. Regrettably, he had not brought his crystal ball, which could have illuminated Yun Yan's form. The sorcerer presumed that the spell Yun Yan had utilized was a high-level magic scroll, though he could not fathom why Yun Yan would so decisively expend such a precious resource, further solidifying his belief in Yun Yan's immense wealth, perhaps even harboring a vast treasure trove. In reality, Yun Yan had employed the wind step, granting him 10 seconds of invisibility with a 7-second cooldown, allowing him to remain concealed for an extended duration. "Come out at once, or I shall slay this girl." A massive sword suddenly pierced the air, poised against Ibolowin's throat, as a middle-aged swordsman seized her. Ibolowin was similarly apprehended by a nearby assassin, who threatened Yun Yan in kind. Indeed, as Yun Yan remained cloaked, witnessing the siblings Imi and Ibor being used as leverage against him, his suspicions about the treachery inherent in this world were confirmed. Suddenly, a surge of ruthlessness welled up within Yun Yan. If these individuals resorted to such insidious schemes against him, why should he show them any mercy? Yun Yan's expression turned cold as he stealthily maneuvered behind the sorcerer. Suddenly revealing himself, he struck the sorcerer, who was of the archmage rank, with a powerful punch to the head. The sorcerer, known for his frail constitution, was immediately dazed and collapsed to the ground. Yun Yan forcefully placed his foot upon the throat of the sorcerer, and in perfect coordination, bellowed at the middle-aged swordsman, "Release them, or I shall swiftly take the life of the sorcerer." Yun Yan's words were entirely intended to lull them into a false sense of security, leading them to believe they had not discerned the scheme and that the mage under their protection was temporarily safe. "How dare you? Killing a mage will earn you a bounty from the entire Atlantis Empire. Capture will result in a death sentence by hanging." The middle-aged swordsman bellowed, attempting to intimidate Yun Yan. "What do I have to fear?" Yun Yan replied with a derisive smile, devoid of any compassion, and without hesitation, he brought his foot down. Crack! The mage's neck snapped audibly, and he instantly succumbed to death, leaving all present, including the siblings Aimaraven and Ibolaven, wide-eyed and incredulous as they gazed at Yunyan. This mage was not easily vanquished. Had he activated his magical shield, Yunyan would have likely been unable to breach it even with a flurry of blows. However, he assumed the presence of warriors nearby would deter Yunyan, leading to his neglect in activating the shield, resulting in his demise due to his own carelessness. "You have slain our team leader, Lord Palebo?" The bald warrior articulated each word with meticulous precision. "Are you referring to this old fool?" Yunyan retorted, kicking the lifeless mage's body towards them, unmistakably indicating that Palebo had completely perished. Upon witnessing this scene, the 7 warriors, along with Aimaraven and Ibolaven, were filled with rage. Their eyes fixed on Yunyan with unyielding intensity. "Ibolaven, look at the disaster you have wrought." The assassin holding Ibolaven lost all reason, screaming frantically as he plunged a dagger into Ibolaven's heart. In his final moments, Ibolaven widened his eyes to gaze at the assassin, asking, "Why? Palami, why do you kill me? You are the one responsible for my brother's death, my brother Palebo." With a furious shout, the assassin withdrew the dagger, causing a jet of blood to erupt from Ibolaven's chest as he slowly collapsed. "No, brother!" Aimaraven wailed in despair, collapsing onto Ibolaven's lifeless form. The sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard, including Yunyan. However, he merely chuckled coldly, feeling no sympathy for this act of betrayal within their ranks. "You have killed our team leader, thus you shall perish," declared the golden-haired middle-aged swordsman, rising with his great sword shimmering faintly with a red hue, revealing him to be a novice swordsman. Yunyan was taken aback, realizing that he had overlooked one individual. It turned out that their group comprised 11 members. However, having mastered the Gale Step, Yunyan felt no trepidation, despite the formidable threat posed by a swordsman of that caliber. An exhilarating desire to confront danger and validate his own prowess surged within him. The bar had descended into chaos, yet most patrons remained relatively composed, retreating to corners to afford Yunyan and his companions some space. Fights were a common occurrence in such establishments, with fatalities not being an uncommon sight. The waitresses had long since vacated the premises, while the adventurers maintained a safe distance, assuming the role of spectators. "You have quite the audacity to slay our captain, Palebo. Do you comprehend the extent of the Storm Mercenary Corps influence in Izaga's city? Do you truly believe you can continue your trade in the free market? Soon, the entire Atlantis Empire will have a bounty on your head, and you shall be deemed a criminal deserving of death." The middle-aged junior swordsman regarded Yunyan with a cold glare, mistakenly believing him to be merely a merchant of magical artifacts. Palebo's brother, the assassin Palami, glared at Yunyan with fierce intent, his teeth bared. "You scoundrel! You dare to kill my brother! I shall ensure you are torn to pieces today. Your remains fed to the dogs, and you shall die in utter humiliation." The bald great swordsman also stepped forward, a sinister grin spreading across his face. "Boy, I suggest you surrender and hand over all your treasures. I could grant you a swift end. Enough chatter. If you wish to kill me, then come." Yunyan retorted with a scoff, once again employing the Gale Step, vanishing into thin air. "You seek death," the middle-aged junior swordsman declared with a fierce tone, swinging his great sword with lightning speed. A long crimson aura of energy flickered as he launched a rapid assault toward Yunyan's last known position, attempting to strike him down with sheer speed. Yunyan let out a cold sneer. Having already stepped aside while cloaked, he narrowly avoided the junior swordsman passing by. However, the ferocity of the duel still caused his health to plummet by 200 points. The middle-aged junior swordsman, having thrust his sword into empty space, had exhausted his strength. Seizing the opportunity, Yunyan revealed himself and delivered a powerful punch aimed directly at the swordsman's face. Yet, the seasoned junior swordsman, true to his title, reacted with remarkable speed, raising his sword to block, causing a surge of crimson energy to erupt from the blade. Nevertheless, he underestimated the force behind Yunyan's strike. Since entering the city of Izagas, Yunyan had exchanged his dark orb, donning 4 pieces of the king's crown and an ice-patterned headband, which collectively augmented his attributes by 30 points. His attack power exceeded 100, and his strength was more than doubled. With a resounding crash, Yunyan's own strength, combined with the additional 40 points of damage from the Gale Step, struck the great sword with tremendous force. The middle-aged swordsman trembled, his body retreating 3 steps. At this moment, 7 seconds had elapsed, and Yunyan activated the Gale Step once more, transforming into a streaking shadow, his fist descending with unrelenting force. The middle-aged man wore an expression of sheer terror, his eyes widening as he beheld a phantom-like fist crashing directly into his right eye. "Ah!" he shrieked. Dropping his great sword, his hands instinctively covering his bleeding eye, Yunyan grasped the great sword and swiftly severed the head of the middle-aged swordsman. Suddenly, a beam of white light descended, and to everyone's astonishment, Yunyan leveled up once more. His hero level ascended to 3, granting him the ability to learn new skills. A melodious female voice from the system announced that Yunyan's health and status were instantly replenished, and the cooldown for his Gale Step vanished in an instant. "You actually killed Nordine," Palami stammered, utterly taken aback, his mouth agape like a frog caught by the throat. The earlier arrogance and ferocity he exhibited had transformed into sheer astonishment and dread. The Vice Captain Nordine, a novice swordsman, had been vanquished in the blink of an eye by Yunyan, a clear indication that Yunyan possessed at least the strength of an advanced swordsman. Coupled with his elusive figure, every member of the Storm Mercenary Corps felt a chilling realization that they were no match for Yunyan. The bald great swordsman glanced at Palami with a grave expression and inquired, "Captain, what shall we do now?" With both the Captain Palami and the Vice Captain Nordine slain by Yunyan, Palami had now become the anchor for all. He cast a venomous glare at Yunyan, his eyes brimming with murderous intent, almost as if he intended to pierce Yunyan with his gaze. However, after a moment's contemplation, he gritted his teeth and resolutely declared, "Retreat, we are no match for him." With that command, the Storm Mercenary Corps, save for Ibalami, who remained sprawled on Abelwyn, swiftly withdrew towards the tavern's entrance. Yunyan discerned that Parami harbored lethal intentions towards him. Such a person could not be allowed to remain. To merely cut the grass without uprooting it ensures its regrowth with the spring breeze. If he wished to flee, it would not be so simple. Yunyan once again activated his swift steps, pursuing Parami with fervor. Upon witnessing Yunyan's sudden disappearance, Parami was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of peril and immediately bellowed, "Protect me! He is charging towards me." At his cry, the bald swordsman and 3 assassins swiftly positioned themselves before him, blocking the entrance as they unleashed rapid strikes into the air to thwart Yunyan's advance. Meanwhile, Parami hastily fled the bar, his hair standing on end, drenched in cold sweat. Yunyan had not anticipated that Palami would react with such remarkable swiftness, instantly discerning his intentions. At this moment, the entrance was obstructed by a warrior and 3 assassins, leaving him truly unable to pursue easily. He could only watch helplessly as Palami made his escape. Upon witnessing Palami's safe withdrawal, the 4 individuals at the entrance also dispersed, fleeing in all directions. Yunyan seized the opportune moment, executing the Gale Step, his form seemingly shifting through space in an instant, casting a long shadow as he materialized before the assassin, delivering a powerful punch that pierced through the assassin's chest. After Yunyan eliminated one foe without hesitation, he swiftly activated the Wind Step once more, delivering a powerful punch that pierced through the throat of another assassin. With 2 adversaries dispatched, the cooldown for Wind Step had begun, leaving Yunyan to watch helplessly as the bald swordsman and another assassin fled in a state of panic. This battle imparted a profound understanding of his own capabilities. Yunyan realized that by skillfully utilizing Wind Step, he could effortlessly vanquish warriors at the initial level of a 4th-tier swordsman. However, when faced with 5th-tier swordsmen and advanced spellcasters, the outcome was uncertain. For the disparity in strength between a level 50 professional and a level 41 was pronounced. Amidst the astonished and reverent gazes of bystanders, Yunyan activated Wind Step once again, vanishing into the crowd. After traversing 2 blocks, he materialized in a secluded corner, boldly striding back onto the main thoroughfare. The first order of business upon his return was to open the attributes panel. To his delight, he discovered that he had indeed leveled up. A closer inspection revealed that the experience gained from dispatching those 2 level 40 professionals amounted to a total of 20,000, allowing him to ascend effortlessly. The remaining foes had yielded approximately 3,000 experience each, culminating in a total of 30,000 experience points for Yunyan. Upon reaching level 3, the experience required for the next level increased by another 10,000, bringing his current experience total to 1,230,030,000. Yunyan mused that slaying enemies indeed granted experience, likely due to the animosity they harbored towards him, which led the system to classify them as hostile units. This insight suggested that enemies or magical beasts around level 40 would offer experience exceeding 10,000, while those around level 30 would yield approximately 3,000. Capped at around 4,000. Beasts at level 20 would likely provide about 1,000. And those at level 10 merely a few hundred, an observation Enian had made previously when encountering wild creatures. With a clearer understanding of the experience point system, Enian felt a surge of confidence regarding his progression. The prospect of rapidly leveling up by eliminating high-level magical beasts was exhilarating. The question then arose, which skill should he select for the next level? At level 3, he was equivalent in strength to an entry-level swordsman. However, Enian's attributes had reached a commendable 50, with an ability rating still at C level, an attack power of 150, and a health total of 250. His mana had impressively risen to 2,010, while his defense stood at 23 points, with an attack speed of 0.8 strikes per second. Such an abundant reserve of mana allowed Enian to utilize Wind Step approximately 50 times, equating to nearly 500 seconds of invisibility. After reviewing his statistics, it was time to select his next skill, a crucial decision following his recent upgrade. After choosing the Gale Step, Enian significantly bolstered his chances of survival. The skills in the realm of Clear Sea can be categorized into 3 distinct types. The first type encompasses the divine techniques of Clear Sea, primarily focused on control. These skills can render adversaries utterly incapacitated. The combination of the Tauren's Trample and the Burrow Lord's Impale can even create an endless cycle of stuns, incapacitating foes to the point of death. The second type pertains to offensive skills, where formidable damage output serves as the best means to eliminate enemies swiftly. Notable examples include the Blade Master's Blade Storm and the Paladin's Thunderous Roar. The third type comprises healing and survival skills, represented by the Druid's Tranquility and the Shadow Hunter's Group Heal, which possess remarkable restorative capabilities that often leave enemies helpless against the heroes standing before them. However, Enian currently finds himself alone. Opting for healing skills is impractical. As a solitary fighter, there is simply no opportunity to pause and heal during battle. Choosing control skills presents its own challenges, as these often require reaching a certain level to be effective, which does not significantly contribute to his current advancement. Ultimately, Enian's gaze settled on offensive skills, with the Thunder Strike of the King of the Hill, the Frost Heart of the Lich, and the Blade Master's Critical Strike occupying his thoughts. In this moment of contemplation, Enian weighed his options. Opting for Thunder Strike would yield clear advantages against minor foes, delivering high damage while slowing them down, allowing him to swiftly eliminate swarms of lesser enemies. The effects of Frost Heart are akin to Thunder Strike, capable of freezing foes and inflicting substantial damage while simultaneously hindering their speed. However, its damage is more concentrated, inflicting maximum harm on those directly struck. Critical Strike may seem unimpressive at first glance, boasting only a 15% chance of activation, yet Enian understood that this skill is growth-oriented. It would become increasingly powerful as his attack strength increased, particularly reaching a staggering 13-fold critical damage at the final 10 levels, a true nightmare for any boss. After much deliberation, Enian ultimately resolved to learn Critical Strike, as he intended to enhance his level by hunting high-level beasts or adversaries. That said, he still lacked over 300 coins. He initially contemplated selling some of his healing items, yet ultimately refrained. The scarcity of such items on the market became evident when he witnessed 2 elves having their life springs snatched by greedy adventurers, leading him to conclude that such restorative consumables are undoubtedly valuable. Having reached a decision, Enian found himself lost in thought for a moment before resuming his leisurely stroll through the bustling streets of his eager city. The streets were teeming with people, vibrant and lively, lined with shops, and boasting several bars and restaurants. Most of the pedestrians were modestly dressed commoners, hurrying about with various burdens, engrossed in their daily labors. Following closely were adventurers, numerous in number, though most were entering and exiting hotels and shops. Many adventurers had a bit of coin to spare, often trading 1 or 2 pieces of monster hides for at least a silver coin. In the city of Azigas, a single silver coin suffices for a day's expenses, while 10 silver coins can be exchanged for a solitary gold coin. For the common folk, 1 silver coin can sustain their needs for 3 to 5 days. Occasionally, affluent merchants and nobles graced the establishments, frequenting grand taverns and enchanted item shops, adorned in splendid attire and bedecked with precious gems and exquisite magical gear. In contrast, Enian, an ordinary adventurer, donned inconspicuous equipment. At this moment, he strides towards a magnificent tavern known as the Bailing Golden Hotel. Its exterior boasts vibrant white walls, while opulent jade-white marble paves the steps, flanked by formidable guards of swordsman caliber. Yunyan arrived here after inquiring with passersby about the availability of expensive magical equipment for sale. The Bearing Gold Hotel serves as a haven for the affluent, where most adventurers choose to bring their treasures to the auction hall on the first floor for bidding. As Yunyan approached, a knight clad in armor and wielding a dragon spear stepped forward, casting a disdainful glance at him. "Young man, our minimum consumption here is 10 gold coins. What nonsense! Do you think I would enter this place without money?" Yunyan retorted without hesitation, having encountered many such bullies before and feeling no inclination to be courteous. "You are quite audacious," the dragon spear knight snarled, revealing a menacing demeanor. "You shall not enter today, and you cannot leave either. You have insulted the honor of the valiant Highland Knights, and you must pay the price. Indeed, young man, you are still a mere novice swordsman. I advise you to surrender all your possessions, kneel down, slap yourself 1,000 times, and proclaim to every passerby in Izaga City that you are a fool. Only then might we consider sparing you." At this moment, another swordsman of considerable stature stepped forward, looking down at Yunyan with arrogance. As the altercation unfolded, nearby residents began to gather at a distance to witness the spectacle. Among the crowd, a man whispered to his companion, "Look, the Highland Knights are once again oppressing the adventurers from outside." "Humph, these Highland Knights are merely mid-level knights sent from an academy in the Valoran province for training. They have no real accomplishments and spend their days bullying others outside the Bearing Golden Hotel. Just wait, soon they will be dealt with." A young man beside him responded, somewhat indignantly, "Shoo, keep your voice down. We don't want them to hear. Otherwise, we might find ourselves in serious trouble," the man cautioned softly. Yunyan gazed at the two formidable warriors before him, both of whom were of the great swordmaster rank. A peculiar glimmer flickered in his eyes, for these two had revealed their hostility towards him, marking them as targets of his focus. Yunyan's gaze was sharp, a murderous intent flickering within. These two formidable swordsmen had insulted him the moment he appeared, clearly not acting on impulse but rather under the influence of someone behind the scenes. Indeed, as Yunyan's eyes swept across the area, he soon discerned a figure on the second-floor windowsill, none other than Melody, the very individual with whom he had initially struck a deal. As Yunyan pondered deeply, he recalled the greedy glint in my Ludi's eyes when he saw all the gold coins vanish into thin air. It dawned on him that this individual must have mistakenly believed that he possessed spatial attire, a rare treasure on the continent of Iron. Thus, he intended to employ this group of knights to plunder him. Understanding the situation, a cold smile crept across Yunyan's face, and he felt considerably reassured. "Begone! I am here to auction treasures. Do you dare obstruct me?" Yunyan boldly declared, revealing the existence of his treasures. "Scoundrel!" The greatsword warrior was about to unleash a tirade, but was swiftly halted by the Dragon Lance Knight beside him. The Dragon Lance Knight, his eyes glimmering with intent, hesitated for a moment before addressing Yunyan. "Oh, what treasures do you possess? Present them for our inspection. If deemed worthy, I shall consider granting you entry." "Do you believe you are deserving?" Yunyan retorted, his three succinct words shattering the knight's dignity into fragments. "If I were to display my treasures for you, would you truly return them? You merely seek to seize my possessions for yourself." The knight, enraged by Yunyan's piercing words, growled menacingly, "You seek your own demise." Infuriated, he brandished his 3-meter-long dragon lance, launching a ferocious assault aimed at Yunyan. The lance, weighing hundreds of pounds, sliced through the air like thunder, capable of cleaving mountains asunder. The surrounding timid civilians shielded their eyes, fearing the gruesome scene that might unfold. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, the Dragon Lance Knight's strike missed Yunyan entirely, crashing to the ground and sending shards of stone flying in all directions. Yunyan had long anticipated that the adversary would strike, remaining ever vigilant. As soon as the dragoon raised his spear, he was already poised to unleash his wind step. Just as the spear was about to graze the crown of his head, he executed the wind step, evading the attack with grace. "Humph." Yunyan let out a soft snort, maintaining his stealth as he glided past the dragoon, refraining from delivering a lethal blow. Instead, he surged into the hotel, intent on locating Melody, the mastermind behind it all. Yunyan refrained from taking the life of the Dragon Lance Knight, for while such an act could yield a substantial bounty of experience, it risked alerting the proverbial grass snake, allowing Melody a chance to escape. Furthermore, in a bustling establishment like the Bearing Hotel, it was certain that formidable experts were stationed nearby. Disturbing those high-level professionals could lead to dire consequences for him. It is essential to understand that invisibility does not equate to true invincibility, as it invariably leaves behind a trace, the movement of air. The tremors of the ground, subtle fluctuations easily detected by adept practitioners. The dragon lance knight trembled, a cold sweat breaking upon him, causing the lance in his grasp to clatter to the ground. Beside him, the greatsword warrior displayed a look of confusion and inquired, "Haber, what ails you? How did that person vanish?" Haber, the dragon lance knight, remained motionless, and after a pause of 3 long seconds, he finally exclaimed, "Ah, we must flee." Without retrieving his fallen lance, he dashed towards a nearby stable, mounting his white steed and galloping away in haste. The greatsword warrior, bewildered yet sensing the chill of fear creeping upon his neck, quickly mounted his own horse and pursued after the dragon lance knight. As the lingering thoughts dissipated, Madel unexpectedly found himself astonished. Yet, oblivious to the imminent danger, he continued to occupy a window seat on the 2nd floor, engaged in conversation with a young nobleman. 3 maidens stood nearby, ever ready to refill their drinks and provide massages. Madel held a glass of rum in one hand, while scrutinizing a purple crystal in the other, entirely unaware of the unfolding events below. With an air of elegance, he raised his glass and clinked it with that of the young nobleman across from him. "Hello, Caesar. Is this the purple tourmaline you acquired from your father, Lord Lorenz Caesar?" Hello, Caesar replied with a proud smile. "Indeed. This is a treasure secretly hoarded by that old wretch Loren, which I liberated from his basement. It is said to possess mysterious powers and is considered a currency of great value in the land of Rodden." "Oh, so it can truly serve as hard currency in the land of Rodden?" Madel's eyes sparkled with avarice, his gaze fixated on the purple tourmaline in his hand. The land of Rodden was an enigma within the continent of Iron, a realm where only heroes could enter, capable of creating miracles and penning epic tales. If the land of Rodden were likened to a flourishing city, then Iron would be deemed the most impoverished suburb, scarcely even worthy of that title, merely a rural expanse. Moreover, gold held no value in the land of Rodden, regarded merely as an ordinary metal or stone, utilized only in the crafting of low-tier magical weapons. Possessing currency from the land of Rodden would grant one the ability to procure any desired magical equipment, even the legendary 7th-tier holy artifacts. Thus, in Iron, even a single coin from the land of Rodden was a treasure, eagerly sought after by numerous high-ranking adventurers. The imperial court had the greatest need for such currency, as it enabled the acquisition of coveted equipment for holy-tier professionals within the court. Presently, the court had even offered a conversion rate of 1 Rodden coin for 10,000 gold coins, along with the rewards of noble honors. Ah, the land of Rodden. A realm of heroes, a domain of epics. Madel gazed at the tourmaline in his hand, his eyes reflecting a longing and desire. Hello, and Caesar cast a wary glance at Madel and whispered a caution, "Hush, keep your voice down. The land of Rodden is a closely guarded secret of the entire Iron continent and should not be spoken of lightly, lest it incite panic among the low-tier adventurers." "Haha, low-tier adventurers? Merely a horde of ants crawling in the dirt, utterly unaware of the vastness of the sky above them." Madel laughed heartily. "Now, Madel, what prized possession has your father, Batty, bestowed upon you? Let us see it." Hello, and Caesar inquired with a hint of excitement. Madel's expression darkened with resentment as he replied, "Batty is awaiting his demise in his province of Valoran. All his wealth is destined to be mine, including his title as Duke. Of course, ever since your brother Ball fell in battle, who does not know that you are his only illegitimate son?" Helen Kessler, with a smile, offered her compliments. Yet her heart harbored disdain for Melody. Melody, the illegitimate son of Duke Body Valoran, the lord of the Valoran province, bore the full name of Melody Valoran. His lineage, tainted by his commoner mother, had led to his rejection by the Valoran family. Nevertheless, leveraging his father's influence, he had risen to prominence as a businessman, renowned for his astute commercial acumen. However, Helen Kessler was acutely aware that Melody often resorted to underhanded tactics, exploiting his power to achieve his ambitions in significant business dealings. Of course, the city of Izagas was merely one among the hundreds in the Bailing province, and the title held by Lord Loren Kessler was but that of a viscount, wielding minimal authority. Otherwise, Helen Kessler would not have felt compelled to curry favor with a noble of such questionable lineage. The true sovereign of the Bailing province was Duke Ibel Bailing, the genuine embodiment of power in the region. The Adderland's empire, expansive and populous, boasted numerous provinces, each akin to a sovereign nation under its own lord. Beyond the periphery of the Adderland's empire lay numerous countries governing vast territories, rendering the entire continent of Eurolin a colossal expanse, boundless and immense. Suddenly, A series of knocks interrupted the lively conversation between Melody and Helen Kessler. Annoyed, Melody inquired, "What is it?" "I apologize for the disturbance. I have brought fresh lychees for the esteemed lords," came the reply from a maid outside the door. "Come in," Melody murmured. The maid opened the door, and as the newcomer entered, a gentle breeze swept through the room. In that moment, Melody felt a sudden lightness in his hand. The tourmaline he had been holding had vanished. "Melody, I never anticipated your treachery. I shall take this tourmaline as a token," materialized a figure. Holding the purple tourmaline, none other than Yunyan. "Impudent, it's you. How did you get in?" Melody initially intended to scold loudly, but upon recognizing the intruder, his pupils constricted and the reprimand lodged in his throat, leaving him in stunned silence. "Melody, I generously offered you the monster hide at a bargain. Yet you sought to betray me. How shall we settle this account?" Yunyan toyed with the tourmaline, exuding confidence. Melody, quick to respond, observed Yunyan's accusatory demeanor and broke into laughter. "Ah, ha ha. So it is you, brother Yunyan. Come, join me for a drink. There must be some misunderstanding between us." Yunyan let out a cold laugh, regarding Melody with disdain. "A misunderstanding? Nonsense. That group of knights hails from the province of Valoran, and you are the illegitimate son of Lord Barty of Valoran. How can you claim no connection to them? Moreover, when I first visited the Baron Golden Hotel, I was extorted, and you were the only one who recognized me. This was clearly a scheme you orchestrated in advance." You heard everything?" Melody was taken aback, the smile on his face vanishing instantly, replaced by a deep flush of embarrassment. "Damn it. How did he get in here?" Helen Kessler began to shout, but his voice abruptly cut off mid-sentence. With a swift motion, Yunyan executed the Gale step, appearing directly behind him, the chilling blade of a great sword poised against Helen Kessler's throat. "Try calling out once more." Yunyan's voice resonated ominously from behind, causing every hair on Helen Kessler's body to stand on end. The onlookers were taken aback. They had witnessed Yunyan, who had been at the entrance moments ago, suddenly vanish and then materialize with a sword at Helen Kessler's neck. Although Helen Kessler possessed the strength of a great swordsman, he now seemed like a mere child in the face of Yunyan, utterly devoid of the capacity to resist. Melody's gaze towards Yunyan was fraught with terror and a complex mix of hesitation. "Young master, what is happening?" came the shouts of the guards from outside. "It's nothing. You needn't come in," Helen Kessler bellowed immediately, for he discerned from Yunyan's piercing gaze that he was far from merciful. He feared that before the guards could intervene, he would meet a grim fate. "Brother, could you perhaps let me go? My father is Lord Lauren Kessler of Iziga City. If you release me, I can offer you a substantial ransom." Aware of his precarious situation, Helen Kessler hastily promised benefits, hoping to convey his worth to Yunyan and avert a swift demise. Yunyan paid no heed to Helen, instead directing his gaze at Melody. "Do you truly believe that sending a few inept individuals to conspire against me will achieve your goals? Humph. Today you shall pay dearly for your foolish actions. You clearly exude the aura of a novice swordsman, yet you are capable of repeatedly casting invisibility. This cannot stem from a mere magical scroll. What treasures do you possess? What level of adventurer are you?" Melody's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Yunyan. "Do you wish to know?" Yunyan taunted, his gaze playful. Melody's eyes glimmered with yearning as she urgently inquired, "Yes, I wish to know. Please, tell me." "Foolish bird, I shall not divulge anything to you. Unless you pay a sufficient price today, all present here will meet their demise." Yunyan's icy gaze swept across the assembly, including the 7 maidens. Melody's expression darkened, her demeanor suddenly calm as she smiled serenely, confidently asserting, "Do you think that by killing us, you can escape unscathed? Let me inform you, should I issue a command, at least 10 novice swordsmen will rush in to besiege you. You will find no avenue of escape." "Oh." A smile crept across Yunyan's face as he activated Windwalker, his figure vanishing instantaneously. Upon reappearing, his great sword rested against Melody's throat. He chuckled softly, "Melody, do you now believe I can slay you right beneath the noses of those 10 novice swordsmen and depart effortlessly?" "While what?" Melody trembled slightly, her pupils dilating as she turned to gaze at Yunyan in sheer terror. "Are you human or ghost?" "Humph. Enough of this chatter. My patience is wearing thin." With a firm grip, Yunyan's great sword etched a long crimson line across Melody's neck. As the sword shifted away from her throat, Helen Kessler let out a small sigh of relief. Yet, recalling Yunyan's elusive figure, she remained engulfed in fear. How could someone so terrifying possess only the strength of a novice swordsman while effortlessly subduing me and wielding such extraordinary skills? if he were to ascend in rank suddenly? A spark of realization ignited in Helen's mind, as if she had discerned something significant. She cast a calm smile in Yunyan's direction. Wait, Melody cried out. Life is but a singular journey. Even if I do not believe you would dare to kill me, I cannot afford to take the risk. Whatever you desire, I shall fulfill. In her desperation to preserve her life, Melody was willing to go to great lengths. The great sword in Yunyan's hand came to a halt as he surveyed his surroundings. Melody, he declared. You were the one who first set your sights on me. Now, having been discovered, you find yourself in my grasp. This is merely a matter of reciprocity. It would be an act of great mercy if I chose not to take your life. You must present me with 100,000 gold coins, along with 10 pieces of this exquisite tourmaline, if you wish to preserve your existence. What? Melody could scarcely believe his ears. As if caught in a hallucinatory reverie. You must be mistaken. 100,000 gold coins, in addition to 30 pieces of tourmaline of this size? This is utterly inconceivable. It defies all reason. You must be mad. Humph. Then do not blame me for being ungracious. Yunyan pressed the sword forward ever so slightly, causing a stream of blood to flow from Melody's neck. Wait, I agree, do not kill me, Melody exclaimed, nearly having his heart leap from his chest as the sword drew closer to severing his throat, prompting him to shout his acquiescence. The long sword in Yunyan's grasp came to a standstill, a scene that even Helen Kether, standing nearby, found astonishing. Such decisiveness in a person, ready to take a life over a mere disagreement. Soon, admiration flickered in Helen Kether's eyes as she mused inwardly. Indeed, it is only those with such resolute judgment who possess the potential for greatness. If collaboration were possible. Humph, you are the Lord's illegitimate son. If you cannot muster such a fortune, it would be a testament to your demise. Yunyan turned to Melody, then directed his gaze toward Helen Kether. And you, the young lord of Izaga City, must also provide a ransom of 100,000 gold coins. Although your schemes do not concern Melody, today you must accept your misfortune. After all, you chose to associate with him. Helen Kether's expression soured. This affair was initially unrelated to him, yet he now faced substantial losses. He cast a resentful glance at Yunyan, a pang of pain coursing through him, but quickly resolved, very well. I shall have 100,000 gold coins sent at once. Linka, you are to return immediately and procure the 100,000 gold coins. Do not disclose to anyone what has transpired here, Helen Kether instructed a nearby maid. Seeing this, Melody, resigned to his fate, also summoned a maid to retrieve a significant sum from his own merchant guild. Within the private room, the three awaited in silence. At this moment, Yunyan's thoughts were straightforward. He sought to capitalize on this opportunity to extract a significant sum from these two privileged scions. With a substantial amount of money at his disposal, he could focus solely on leveling up, free from financial concerns. Naturally, Yunyan was aware that the two would not relinquish him so easily. However, he could utilize them to eliminate numerous high-ranking adventurers and rapidly enhance his own level. Such a course of action was perilous, yet it was a necessary measure to prepare for the impending confrontation with a lich of the Sword Emperor's caliber. Meanwhile, Melody, with the assistance of her maid, had staunched the blood from her neck, though her heart bled anew. 100,000 gold coins represented the entirety of her trading guild's income over 3 years. Adding to this, the 30 pieces of beryl would likely deplete her entire guild in Esgath City. It is worth noting that each beryl was valued at over 10,000 gold coins. She had nearly exhausted all the beryl in the province of Valoran over the past 3 years, which was her leverage in vying for the position of the next lord. Now, all of it had turned to mere wedding attire, inciting her fury to the brink of nausea. However, at this moment, her life outweighed any treasure. Even without her wealth, she remained the illegitimate daughter of Lord Barty, and as long as she lived, she could still amass great riches. Moreover, Melody harbored ulterior motives, her eyes glinting with evident schemes yet to unfold. Helen Kether, though slightly pained by the loss, was more preoccupied with contemplating Yunyan. In comparison to the wealth they had just lost, Helen believed that the secrets Yunyan possessed held far greater value. Just the elusive invisibility skill alone, if she could master it, would be incomparable to any treasure. She understood that Melody would inevitably return to confront Yunyan at that juncture. If she dispatched someone to rescue him at the opportune moment, it would disrupt Melody's plans and possibly recover a significant portion of their lost wealth. Most importantly, it could lead to gaining Yunyan's allegiance and acquiring his extraordinary abilities. The private room fell into a contemplative silence, each with their own schemes, all aiming to exploit the situation to their advantage. Time passed swiftly, and shortly thereafter, the maid sent by Helen returned, bearing a small cloth bag. What does this mean? Union demanded, his face betraying evident anger as he accepted the bag. Helen Cathio immediately smiled. You may not know, but this is a space pouch, and the gold is contained within. Indeed, upon opening the pouch, Union reached inside to discover a vast expanse of space, approximately 1 cubic meter, filled with a plethora of gold coins. He promptly absorbed the contents through his system, and his backpack swelled with an additional 100,000 coins. Although a cubic meter space pouch was valuable, it paled in comparison to spatial treasures, which alchemists could produce by the hundreds each year. Melody had mistakenly believed that Union possessed a spatial treasure, prompting her to consider a black market approach to seize it. Well, you are safe now. But you cannot leave just yet. We must wait for the ransom to arrive. With a pointed finger, Union directed his gaze towards Maididi. Upon realizing her safety, Helen Cathier exhaled in relief and took a seat. To be honest, the intense murderous intent radiating from Union made her feel as if she were pricked by 1,000 needles, leaving her quite uncomfortable. Subsequently, Maididi's maid presented 2 spatial bags, one filled with gold coins, the other with tourmaline. Union accepted both without hesitation, casting the tourmaline into his system backpack, uncertain of its purpose for the time being. Having secured all the ransom, Union honored his promise and released the 2, swiftly departing from the barren golden hotel with a swift step. How infuriating! How dare he extort such a significant sum from me? That tourmaline represents my entire collection over the past decade. Maididi nearly erupted in fury, trembling with rage. Maididi, you surely wouldn't so easily relinquish your wealth to a stranger. You don't intend to keep my share of the ransom for yourself, do you? Helen Cathier remarked with a hint of amusement, fully aware that Maididi's claims were far from genuine. It was absurd. In a province with nearly 100 billion inhabitants and vast territories, how could one possibly collect only a handful of tourmaline and a mere 100,000 gold coins in wealth? Maididi glared at Helen Cathier, her fierce expression unmistakable. I certainly won't allow him to escape so easily. Both spatial bags contain tracking magic left by Saint-tier professionals. Since he dared to threaten me today, I will undoubtedly pursue him for every bit, ensuring he meets a fate worse than death. As for your ransom, consider it this year's tax contribution to my father. Helen Cathier raised an eyebrow, but restrained her ire. This was blatant exploitation, yet she recognized that her family's power paled in comparison to the Valoran family. Circumstances dictated her silence. I am leaving. This day has truly been a disappointment. Maididi flicked her sleeve, turning away with her 3 maids in tow. Watching Maididi's retreating figure, Helen Cathier revealed a sinister smile, murmuring softly, You think this individual is so easily dealt with? Maididi, the moment you falter, all the trading guilds in Iziga's city will fall under my control. As Maididi exited the private room, a dozen novice swordsmen of various professions emerged from the shadows. Assassins, greatsword warriors, dragonlance knights, and even 2 magic scholars of the mage class. Maididi then instructed 2 of the mages to activate their crystal orbs, scanning the vicinity to confirm Union's absence before finally allowing her hatred and fierce gaze to surface. With such a lavish entourage, Maididi now felt emboldened to strut out of the barren golden hotel. Let us go. This time I have truly suffered humiliation, and I will reclaim what is rightfully mine. Maididi clenched her fists, her eyes gleaming with a vengeful resolve akin to that of a hawk, determined to extract every ounce of wealth from Union before ensuring his tragic demise. The audacity of that scoundrel to extort such wealth from me incites a fervent desire for retribution. I shall humiliate him thoroughly, dismantling his very being, severing his head to display upon the city walls for all to see, scorched by the sun for 10 days. In the lavish confines of the Bahrain Golden Hotel, McLetty erupted with fury. At that moment, a middle-aged mage clad in blue robes descended gracefully, employing the art of wind manipulation. He was a 6th-tier archmage, and upon his arrival, he cast a fierce gaze upon his surroundings, bellowing with arrogance. Where is he? Who dares to threaten my young master? In this provincial backwater of Azagas, such audacity is intolerable. The blue-robed mage exuded an intimidating presence, causing the nearby adventurers to lower their heads and hastily retreat, too fearful to linger. His magical robe bore the insignia of the Magic Guild, adorned with 6 stars upon his chest, signifying his status as a high-ranking professional, a true pillar of the empire, impervious to the challenges of mere mortals. Bill, you wretched fool. My father entrusted you with my protection, and this is how you fulfill your duty? I was nearly killed. Do you comprehend the gravity of this, you imbecile? McLetty, upon sighting the blue-robed mage, unleashed a torrent of fury. My lord, I may have indulged a bit too much at the Fragrant Lounge, Bill stammered, attempting to excuse his negligence. Realizing the Fragrant Lounge's notorious reputation, McLetty pointed an accusatory finger at him, saying, "You old fool. My father hired you to safeguard me, and I invest a considerable sum each month to maintain your service. I narrowly escaped death, and you dare to squander your time in a den of vice? Do you even know if your head remains on your shoulders?" "Why, yes, my lord, I was wrong. I shall not err again," Bill replied, his voice trembling. Fortunately, I possess unparalleled wisdom. I cleverly embedded a holy level tracking spell within that scoundrel's spatial pouch. Bill, go fetch him at once. I intend to subject him to the most severe humiliation and then display his head at the gates of Azagas for all to witness the dire consequences of provoking McLetty," he proclaimed with grandiosity. With that, he tossed Bill a crystal orb the size of a fist, pulsating with a pointer that incessantly indicated the direction in which the culprit had fled. "Understood, my lord. I shall retrieve him immediately," Bill affirmed, channeling his magical energy to levitate the orb before him, casting a wind spell to glide toward the pointer's direction. The wind manipulation spell, a fundamental magic accessible to all mages, allowed for enhanced speed and movement, even granting a team the ability to traverse more swiftly. However, only those who had attained the 6th tier could achieve low-altitude flight. Indeed, true flight is an art that harnesses magic, merging with elemental spirits to manifest the elemental wings. With a mere flap, one can soar hundreds of meters into the air. The sword saint exemplifies this as well, by infusing combat energy into his fighting spirit. He forges combat wings that possess a dexterity and explosive power surpassing that of mages. Having amassed considerable wealth, Yunyan is acutely aware that Meididi will not relent easily. Thus, he promptly learns the passive skill, Deadly Strike, as subtle currents once again surge through his cerebral domain, establishing a method for skill execution. Yunyan immediately comprehended the mechanism behind the fatal strike. It involved concentrating magical energy upon the weapon, thereby simulating a miniature version of oneself concealed within. When the skill was activated, it would unleash a surge of double the attacking power. The fatal strike was a passive trigger effect, possessing a 13 probability of activating the double attack. At present, Yunyan's attack power reached an impressive 100 points, allowing the fatal strike to potentially manifest an effect of 200 points of damage. As Yunyan strolled leisurely along the street, his thoughts drifted towards returning to the Izelia forest to continue his progress in leveling up. However, he was unaware that one of the spatial pouches he carried bore a tracking enchantment of the sacred tier. It was no surprise, for sacred tier practitioners were unlike ordinary ones. They were imbued with immense energy, capable of casting a myriad of wondrous spells that were beyond the comprehension of mere mortals. Yunyan is currently in the marketplace, procuring a substantial quantity of household items, preparing to undergo arduous leveling in the Azelia forest to confront the formidable lich looming 3 months ahead. Yunyan was drawn to a stall emanating the rich aroma of roasted beef, his stomach stirring with anticipation. He approached and inquired, "How much for the beef, good sir?" The vendor, an elderly man, had large cuts of beef skewered on several iron forks, which he methodically turned while sprinkling various spices to infuse the meat with flavor. A steady stream of customers flocked to the stall, clearly enamored by the delicacy. 3 silver coins a portion, the old man replied without lifting his gaze. "Very well. I shall take 30 portions, Yunyan said decisively, producing 9 gold coins to purchase the nearly finished roasted beef in one go. The old man gazed at Yunyan in astonishment, but ultimately accepted the payment with a grin, handing over 30 hefty servings of roasted beef. Each portion was impressively substantial, weighing around 3 to 4 pounds. Yunyan placed the roasted beef into his magical beast space backpack, confident that it would remain fresh and unspoiled within. As the old man watched in amazement as Yunyan seemingly performed magic, stuffing all the beef into his small backpack, he recognized it as a spatial bag and expressed a hint of envy. "I have always wanted a space pouch. It would make carrying beef much more convenient and extend its freshness." However, the ordinary spatial bags differed significantly from Yunyan's backpack. While they contained a certain space, the environment remained in sync with this world, with air composition equivalent to the outside, though the temperature was stable, preventing rapid spoilage. Food would still eventually decay if left too long. Speaking of spatial bags sparked an idea in Yunyan's mind. Since Melody had so easily entrusted him with a considerable fortune without assigning anyone to follow him, he surmised that there must be some hidden reliance behind it. Realizing the spatial bag might be compromised, Yunyan swiftly extracted it and decisively discarded it onto the ground. At that moment, a blue-robed mage hovering 5 meters above spotted this scene, a wicked smile spreading across his face as he laughed arrogantly. Ha! Who would have thought a mere novice swordsman could be so astute, discovering the issue with the spatial bag in such a short time? But it matters not. You are about to meet your demise. No matter how clever you are, your head will be displayed on the city wall as a warning, and your remains will be fed to the dogs. The speaker was Bill, who shouted as he descended from the air, dispelling his wind spell to land before Yunyan. Who are you? Yunyan asked warily, eyeing the blue-robed mage. Humph, you are not worthy to know my identity. You have just threatened my young master, Melody. I advise you to promptly surrender all your wealth and any treasures you possess. Perhaps I can intercede on your behalf before young Master Melody, and you may yet save your life. Another lackey, Yunyan thought, his expression remaining impassive. Now that he understood the identity of the intruder, he felt no fear. How audacious! You must be either insane or a fool. How dare you speak so defiantly to me, a mighty archmage? You truly wish for death, Bill bellowed, his face turning pale with rage, his magical energy surging forth as he forcefully pushed Yunyan back 10 steps. Wind step. The enchanting aura propelled Yunyan aside, the tremendous force nearly causing him to lose his balance. Sensing the imminent threat, Yunyan swiftly activated his wind step, instantly entering a state of stealth. Stealth, huh? Merely a trivial skill, Bill scoffed. Inferno Tempest. With a flick of his wrist, a blue crystal staff with a golden handle materialized in his grasp. He raised it and swept his hand, unleashing a searing blaze that erupted from the ground, expanding into a fiery circle with a diameter of 10 meters, instantly reducing the unsuspecting bystanders within to ashes. Yunyan had long since withdrawn from the fiery fray. His reflexes were exceptionally quick. After stealthily retreating, he understood the formidable nature of his opponent, a high-ranking sorcerer, making any confrontation unwise. However, he was unprepared for the mercilessness of this mage, who, without hesitation, unleashed his lethal abilities in the midst of the street, disregarding the safety of bystanders. Oh, you've managed to escape the flames. Then you shall experience this. Stormhawk. With a piercing cry, a magnificent stormhawk, spanning 2 meters with striking white patterns, soared into the air. This avian creature possessed an innate true sight ability, capable of revealing concealed forms. Indeed, Yunyan's figure became apparent, albeit still translucent, his faint outline materializing in the heart of the thoroughfare. Bill, upon spotting Yunyan, flashed a menacing grin and taunted, "Run, let us see you escape again." Blazing Tempest. A colossal wave of fire surged towards Yunyan's feet, flames swiftly engulfing his form. Seizing the moment before the inferno reached its peak intensity, Yunyan executed his signature move, Manifest Slash, his entire being transformed into a series of ethereal white shadows. His speed reaching its zenith, compressing 10 meters into mere inches as he instantaneously lunged toward the Grand Sorcerer Bill. In that fleeting instant, Yunyan's ephemeral form became nearly untraceable, rendering him virtually invincible and unstoppable. Tempest. Bill was taken aback, mistakenly believing Yunyan had unleashed his ultimate technique. Without delay, he summoned his magical energy to conjure a tempest. Elemental spirits of wind swirled around him, and in an instant, a massive vortex emerged, casting everything nearby aside. Yunyan's fist struck decisively against the wall of the tornado, causing his body to sway violently as he was propelled over 100 meters, tumbling like a rolling gourd. He shattered numerous stalls in the marketplace before ultimately landing beneath the city wall, where he unleashed a mouthful of fresh blood. Yunyan struggled to maintain his composure as he glanced at his health, only to find it completely depleted. It appeared that the damage inflicted was far too immense. The hero's vitality could not withstand such an onslaught, threatening his very existence. He hastily retrieved a health potion, restoring 500 points of health, his complexion gradually improving. Indeed, the archmage was formidable. He was not a match for such an opponent. Assessing the situation before him, Yunyan recognized that he could not contend with his adversary. The opposing war eagle had the ability to dispel invisibility, severely undermining his life-saving skills, coupled with a powerful magical shield that rendered him incapable of inflicting any harm. It seemed he had overestimated his capabilities, believing that with his Gale Step he could vanquish high-tier professionals. Now, faced with an archmage, he realized the gravity of his miscalculation. The subsequent Holy Tier and even Emperor Tier foes could very well annihilate him in an instant, leaving him unable to withstand even a single strike. In a flash of insight, Yunyan discerned the gravity of the situation, immediately recognizing that his adversary was insurmountable. With a swift application of the windstep technique, he hastily fled towards the outskirts of the city. Bill, having unleashed a tempestuous spell, experienced a brief delay in his magical prowess. Upon realizing that Yunyan had vanished, he bellowed in alarm. Alas, the little rascal intends to escape. However, the Battlehawk had already locked on to Yunyan's presence in silhouette, circling ominously above him. Without hesitation, Bill enveloped himself in a wind barrier spell, his figure darting towards the city's periphery, leaving behind a scene of devastation and the anguished cries of innocent civilians. As Yunyan activated the Gale Step, his speed surged to more than double, rendering his figure almost ethereal. Like a gentle breeze sweeping through the air as he raced toward the azale forest ahead. He was intimately familiar with the azale forest, aware of the formidable magical beasts that dwelled within. He believed that even the blue-robed mage would exercise caution there, refraining from unleashing large-scale spells, thus granting him the opportunity to maneuver. When the effects of Gale Step faded, Yunyan continued to sprint with all his might, utilizing both hands and feet, climbing and leaping with the agility of a nimble monkey. In this moment, he showcased the fruits of his half-month training in the azale forest, achieving a speed nearing 20 meters per second, as if he were soaring through the woodland. Bill was slightly taken aback. He discerned that Yunyan was merely a novice swordsman, appearing as feeble as an ant in his eyes, easily obliterated by a single spell. However, despite employing his wind control technique for an extended period, he and team managed to catch up. Were it not for the vexing trees and Yunyan's remarkable skills, he would have likely perished under his own magic. As this realization struck him, Bill suddenly trembled with a revelation. He recognized the assassination technique Yunyan had just executed, a nearly flawless skill. Such an ability could easily rival divine techniques. If he were to master such a skill, his capacity for stealthy ambushes would skyrocket, rendering him impervious to fear from anyone. Bill mused inwardly, his gaze now fixed on Yunyan with a ravenous glint. As his magical power surged, propelling his speed to 30 meters per second, he could distinctly sense the distance between them gradually diminishing. If he had previously exerted only 80% of his effort to fulfill Melody's task, now he was fully committed for his own sake. This skill I must possess, Bill resolved with determination. Initially, at a pace of 30 meters per second, he would have caught up to Yunyan in a minute or two, but the towering trees, soaring over 100 meters, obstructed his path, forcing him to navigate around them and thereby slowing his progress. How infuriating! Were it not for that battle eagle in the sky, I would have long since escaped. Alas, I lack skills suited for the heavens. If only I had the storm hammer, stunning that eagle would enable my immediate flight. Yunyan contemplated the dire circumstances he faced. The blue-robed mage behind him was a 6th-tier archmage, possessing unfathomable magical power, wielding a wand that was assuredly a high-tier magical artifact, capable of inflicting devastating damage. A single strike could spell his doom. His recent survival was not due to his own defenses, but rather the backlash from his defensive spell, the storm technique. Otherwise, he would have been utterly annihilated, showcasing the terrifying potency of the blue-robed mage's magic. What should I do? Confrontation is surely futile. I must lure him into the territory of high-tier magical beasts, coaxing him into casting a wide-area spell, which would surely throw him into disarray. At that moment, I could seize the opportunity to flee. Yunyan strategized within his mind. Yet, he was acutely aware that provoking high-tier magical beasts was exceedingly perilous. A gamble fraught with mortal danger. However, falling into the hands of the blue-robed mage would also lead to death. Since demise was inevitable, why not take the risk? With a resolute determination, Yunyan fixed his gaze and altered his course, sprinting towards the lair of the three-headed sea monster. Although this creature possessed merely the strength of a novice 4th-tier swordsman, it was unlikely to impede the progress of the blue-robed mage. Nevertheless, the three-headed sea monster had long guarded the low-tier beast zone, suggesting some underlying enigma. For now, his objective was to divert the blue-robed mage's attention, hoping to uncover an opportunity for escape. Should that fail, he could delve deeper into the fray, knowing well that the Isaiah forest was rife with high-tier ferocious beasts. Positioned on the outskirts of the Isaiah forest, he was merely 10 kilometers from the monster's domain, a distance he could traverse in approximately 2 hours, bolstered by his exceptional attributes. After about 10 minutes of pursuit, Bill, unable to contain his impatience, bellowed menacingly, "Boy, if you do not cease your flight, do not blame me for unleashing powerful magic. By then, you shall be reduced to mere ashes." Ignoring all distractions, Yunyan continued to sprint fervently. even managing to increase the distance between himself and Bill by several meters during the latter's brief interlude of speech. "Humph, obstinate fool," Bill warned. "Let me inform you that I possess a spell capable of teleporting directly in front of you. Should you persist in your flight, I shall expend my magic to activate this spell, and when I seize you, your pleas for mercy will be utterly futile." Indeed, Bill did possess a teleportation scroll, but it could only cover a distance of a few dozen meters and was an exceedingly precious item, equivalent to his very life. Thus, he had no intention of using it to pursue Yunyan. His threats were merely a means to instill fear. Yunyan remained indifferent. Fully aware that hesitation was not an option, his only hope lay in forging ahead relentlessly. "Very well, young man, I commend your tenacity. Thus, if you cease your flight, return my young master's possessions, and impart a skill to me, I shall allow you to depart." "I, Bill, swear upon the heavens," he cunningly proposed. Yet, the malice gleaming in his eyes betrayed his true intentions. Even if Yunyan complied, he would not honor his word. "Humph, you old wretch, if you possess the courage, come forth," Yunyan bellowed over his shoulder, intent on provoking Bill, hoping to envelop him entirely in a fury that would cloud his judgment. Indeed, upon hearing this, Bill's face flushed with rage, his countenance resembling that of a boiled liver as he roared, "You little brat, have you lost your mind? I shall tear you apart, and you will have no opportunity to plead for mercy. Perhaps you remain unaware of the great Archmage's might. My magical power is nearly limitless, regenerating every moment. I shall see how long you can endure." Simultaneously, Bill regained his composure, resolutely pursuing Yunyan, convinced that at this pace, he would not endure for long. Yunyan remained silent, a cold smile flickering within as he continued to sprint forward. He traversed countless towering trees, a unique landscape within the Izelia forest, where these colossal trunks bore testament to nature's exquisite craftsmanship, blessed by the goddess of life. Humanity, too, possesses a history that must not be trifled with. To fell these trees carelessly would invoke the wrath of the goddess, unleashing calamities upon the land. The legendary disaster of the undead was said to have arisen from humanity's excessive deforestation, inciting the fury of the celestial beings, ultimately tearing open the gates of hell and summoning the undead, wreaking havoc across the continent. Such epic tales were not foreign to Yunyan during his journey to the city of Izagas. Upon witnessing these ancient giants that had weathered the tides of time, he could not help but marvel at their magnificence. Ahead lay the lair of the three-headed sea monster, and he resolved to provoke the blue-robed sorcerer. "The vast natural lake before me sparkles like a pomegranate, truly a sight to behold," he mused, intimately familiar with this place. He began to taunt, "Old beast behind me, if you possess the prowess, come and catch up now. Should you manage to reach me, I shall stand still and allow you to unleash 1,000 spells upon me. Curse it, you little brat, do not revel in your success. After nearly 2 hours of flight, I refuse to believe you have much stamina left," gritted the blue-robed sorcerer Bill, his teeth clenched in frustration, wishing fervently to devour Yunyan alive. Yunyan once again mocked, "You are nothing but a waste. A grand sorcerer who cannot even vanquish a mere novice swordsman like me. You have chased me for a full 2 hours, if this were to be known. How can you still hold your head high? You wish to provoke me? Have you lost your mind completely? Should you fall into my grasp, I will render you in a state of agonizing dilemma, subjecting you to the torment of blades and boiling oil." Bill, consumed by rage, felt as if he might explode, his eyes bloodshot with fury. As a grand sorcerer of notable stature within the empire, he had never before been ridiculed by a novice swordsman. To him, Yunyan was no more than a feeble ant, easily crushed by the flick of a finger. It was akin to an ant defiantly gesturing at an elephant. How could he not be enraged? "Very well, you little wretch. I, Bill, shall make you witness the might of a grand sorcerer and ensure you deeply regret your earlier words." Trembling with fury, Bill could no longer contain himself. He swung his staff with great force and intoned an incantation. "Meteor shower." In a fit of wrath, Bill unleashed a barrage of blazing fireballs, each nearly 30 meters in diameter, enveloping the area in a fiery tempest. Each fireball seemed to have erupted freshly from a volcano, radiating immense heat, igniting the towering trees around him in an instant. Underneath the cascading meteor shower, Yunyan found himself smiling involuntarily at the spectacle of magic unfolding before him. This meteor shower was a unique skill of the Abyssal Demon King, capable of unleashing a total of 7 waves, whereas the Grand Sorcerer could only summon a solitary wave. A fatal flaw indeed. In an instant, Yunyan activated the Gale Step, appearing almost simultaneously at the designated spot of the first descending fireball. He paused for a moment. And indeed, The remaining fireballs passed him by. This exemplifies the principle of area effect magic. The same spell cannot inflict repeated damage on the same location within a short time frame. Yunyan adeptly capitalized on the timing of the fireballs, evading them with remarkable precision, as if he had meticulously calculated his movements. However, while evasion may seem effortless, an ordinary adventurer would scarcely possess the composure and rapid reasoning necessary to remain stationary in such peril. To do so would be akin to courting death. Yet Yunyan succeeded, demonstrating his profound familiarity with the meteor swarm skill and making the most astute judgment. Bill was taken aback once more. Astonished that his ultimate technique had been so effortlessly evaded by Yunyan, it seemed utterly incomprehensible. Infuriated, he resolved to believe that Yunyan could not possibly escape the second wave of meteor swarm. With renewed determination, Bill unleashed his ultimate technique once again. As a colossal ring of fireballs descended once more, with a swift step, Yunyan deftly located the first fireball's descent and promptly manifested himself, executing a precise strike before firmly establishing his position, effortlessly evading the oncoming danger once more. The first instance could be regarded as mere happenstance. Yet the second appeared almost miraculous. Bill could hardly believe his eyes, staring in astonishment at Yunyan, who seemed to flicker twice in succession, each time emerging precisely in the sparsest regions of the fireballs. Remarkably, dozens of fireballs brushed past him without contact. "How did you achieve that?" Bill exclaimed, his voice rising in disbelief. Yunyan remained silent, waiting for the magical effect on the ground to dissipate before swiftly activating the gale step to escape. His actions were seamless and devoid of hesitation. The abruptness of his flight caught Bill off guard. Their distance had already narrowed to 300 meters, and he could have reached Yunyan in a mere 10 seconds. However, in that fleeting moment of distraction, Yunyan managed to distance himself by another 300 to 400 meters. Upon witnessing Yunyan's escape, Bill regained his composure, realizing that despite Yunyan's evasiveness, he was still akin to an ant in strength, hardly a match for him. He should have seized the opportunity to capture Yunyan when the meteor shower had him ensnared. Infuriated, Bill lamented his missed chance, feeling a surge of rage threatening to unleash his magical power. Yet, after a short distance, Yunyan halted, as a battle hawk circled above, seemingly encountering an obstacle. Bill's excitement surged as he employed the wind control spell with full force, launching himself forward. Ahead lay a dense thicket of towering trees. Bill brazenly unleashed a fireball to carve a path through. As he emerged from the tree hollow, he was met not by the helpless Yunyan, but by a colossal creature with 3 enormous serpent heads, all glaring menacingly at him. Infuriated, Bill realized that Yunyan intended to use the magical beast as a barrier. "Humph, but this 4th-tier 3-headed sea monster is far too weak to be my opponent," he arrogantly declared. Spotting the creature's massive form obstructing his path, he unleashed a fireball. The 3-headed sea monster, already disturbed from its slumber by 2 powerful spells, was further incensed by this human pest's audacity to cast magic upon it once more. It roared in anger, and the 3 serpent heads unleashed a triad of icy, poisonous, and fiery breaths, extinguishing the massive fireball in an instant. With their heads raised high, they lunged toward Bill from 3 different angles. "Oh, I underestimated you. It seems you have mastered 3 elemental magics, comparable to 3 4th-tier magical beasts. Coupled with your immense physical strength, you may rival a beginner 5th-tier beast," Bill mused, still exuding arrogance. "Unfortunately, you have crossed paths with me, Bill. Even a true 5th-tier beast would be of no consequence." Flamestorm. Bill brandished his staff, and a dense concentration of fire elements coalesced, igniting beneath the 3-headed sea monster and erupting violently, engulfing its massive form in flames. The creature let out a horrific cry, ultimately succumbing to the inferno and turning to ash, its enormous body collapsing and emitting the scent of charred flesh. A mere 4th-tier magical beast could hardly withstand the might of a 6th-tier archmage strike. "Ha, little brat, where will you run now?" Bill roared triumphantly, reveling in his victory after effortlessly vanquishing the 3-headed sea monster. Yunyan was taken aback, astonished that the power of the blue-robed mage's magic was so formidable, capable of vanquishing the fierce 3-headed sea monster in an instant. Damn it, there was no time to linger. He had to flee once more. Without a moment's hesitation, Yunyan activated the gale step, transforming into a wisp of wind as he swiftly dashed towards the opposite shore of the lake. However, at the instant the 3-headed sea monster fell, a transparent vision suddenly emerged at the center of the lake, a grand entrance to a magnificent temple. This colossal, ethereal temple was enveloped in a shimmering energy, as if it existed solely within the void, claiming a space of its own. Above the entrance of the temple stood a crystalline sculpture depicting a woman with a serpent's tail, her beauty unparalleled, with countless serpents coiling from her hair. She was none other than the legendary Naga of the waters. The Naga Temple, this was indeed the fabled sanctuary of the Naga. Bill beheld the temple and erupted in frenzied exclamations, his eyes bulging in disbelief, his limbs trembling with exhilaration. His trepidation was not born from fear, but rather from an overwhelming thrill. The temple was said to harbor boundless treasures and innumerable magical artifacts. Most importantly, those who gained the temple's approval could effortlessly transcend to the 6th tier, becoming a holy ranked practitioner. Upon witnessing the Naga Temple, Bill momentarily forgot his intent to pursue Yunyan, trembling in place with uncontainable excitement. Meanwhile, Yunyan remained oblivious to the extraordinary sight above, continuing his gale step with determination, until he inadvertently collided with the crystalline barrier of the temple. The system within Yunyan immediately responded. A special domain has been detected. The Naga Temple. The task requirement is to vanquish the malevolent Naga within and liberate the souls of the Naga that are imprisoned. Before Yunyan could fully comprehend the situation, a myriad of white lights enveloped him, and in a fleeting moment, his entire figure vanished from sight. This scene was witnessed by Bill, who emitted a wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig. How detestable! How infuriating! The sole opportunity to enter has been seized by that brat. Bill roared in a frenzy, acutely aware that the emergence of each temple heralded impending troubles that required the intervention of professionals. Consequently, the temple would transport the first individual to touch it into its depths. Until the task was resolved, no other individuals who made contact with the energy barrier would be transported inside, unless they possessed the bloodline of the Naga or were capable of dispelling the formidable crystalline seal. The repeated loss of such a prime opportunity nearly drove Bill to madness. Now, as he gazed upon the Naga Temple upon the lake, he found himself utterly helpless. Though he was a grand sorcerer, he lacked the power to break the crystalline barrier. However, after his initial fury subsided, Bill regained his composure and smirked cunningly. How could I have forgotten? There must be some predicament within the Naga Temple. It surely harbors powerful beasts. If I simply bide my time until that brat meets his demise inside, I shall have the chance to enter once more. At that moment, the crystalline serpent maiden at the temple's entrance had vanished, signifying that someone had already entered. Aside from those of the Naga lineage or those capable of dispelling the seal, no one else could gain entry. Bill seethed with rage, yet his mind was scheming. Such a substantial prize as the Naga Temple was too great for him to consume alone. It would be wise to summon a few more individuals. Should that brat emerge with any rewards, I can unite with others to seize him. Bill tore open 3 magical envelopes, their arcane elements coalescing into doves that soared into the sky, bearing magical messages. These envelopes, crafted by the Magical Guild, allowed for the recording of images or characters, which transformed into doves to deliver messages to those marked by magic inscribed within. Yunyan felt a fleeting flash of white light before finding himself immersed in an ancient space, characterized by orderly, square stones that exuded an air of solemn dignity. At the center, a crystal figure sat gracefully, an exquisite sculpture of a Naga. This Naga appeared vividly lifelike, her ruby lips slightly parted as if whispering untold tales. As Yunyan contemplated advancing, a diminutive serpent maiden, no larger than a palm, emerged from Naga, gracefully fluttering her wings as she serpentine flew before Yunyan. Are you the chosen one? The little sprite astonishingly spoke in human tongue. Yunyan was momentarily taken aback and replied, Yes, but what is this place? What am I here for? Upon noticing the diminutive stature of his surroundings, he shrugged it off, deeming it inconsequential. The little serpent-like fairy, with a hint of disdain on her face, continued, This is but one of the lowest-tier temples in the Naga temple hierarchy, a sanctum tainted by the malevolent Naga. Having fallen into the realm of humans, you were tasked with purging its evil Naga and restoring the temple's former glory. Naturally, a bountiful reward awaits you upon vanquishing the lowest of the Naga demons. So this is a Naga temple, Yunyan mused. You mentioned it as the most basic. What then of the higher-tier temples? He inquired. The serpent fairy immediately displayed signs of impatience, exclaiming, Must you humans always ask the same questions? Each time someone arrives. I must repeat myself. The true Naga temples are vast beyond your imagination, hidden in the depths of the universe. This is merely a branch, the weakest of its kind. With that, the serpent maiden's displeasure was palpable, her cheeks puffed in indignation. With an expressionless face, Yunyan pretended not to notice and continued to inquire. Besides the Naga temple, what other temples exist? The petite snake-like spirit waved her tiny fist and retorted, "Fool, how could you not know this? In addition to the Naga temple, there are numerous others, such as the Dog-Headed Temple, the Centaur Temple, the Alchemy Temple, the Flame Temple, and the Ice Temple, countless in number. These temples lie deep within the cosmos, far beyond your reach. Do not ask further. Knowing too much would not serve you well. The entrance is over there. You should hasten to eliminate the malevolent Naga within." The little snake spirit, visibly exasperated, found the person before her dull and lacking in charm. Her demeanor turning stern as she pointed towards the entrance to the second level. "Very well," Yunyan replied, undeterred, and proceeded toward the entrance to the second level. However, the little snake spirit was nearly driven to madness, pouting as she mumbled, "What sort of person is this? Am I not beautiful? Not even a single compliment can be uttered. So utterly foolish." With a huff, she declared, "I shall not reveal how to access the third and fourth levels. You will have to discover it on your own." With that, the little snake spirit vanished, once again merging into the body of the crystalline Naga. As Yunyan descended the staircase to the second level, he was taken aback by the unexpected brightness of the surroundings. Above him, a vast expanse of sky was adorned not with the sun, but with countless twinkling stars, each radiating a brilliant glow that illuminated the land beneath. This realm unfolded as an immense plain, dotted with innumerable lakes and rivers, interspersed with forests, a realm unto itself. Upon a sweeping glance, Yunyan realized that this breathtaking vista stretched endlessly before him, leaving him momentarily astonished. Could it be that the boss I am destined to confront lies within this expanse? He pondered. As if sensing Yunyan's bewilderment, the system promptly chimed in. To ascend to the third level, vanquish the evil Naga guardian of this layer. Defeating the evil Naga demon of the third level will grant access to the fourth level, where defeating the evil Naga lord will complete your current quest. So that is how it is, he mused, recognizing that the little serpent maiden had failed to provide clarity, perhaps intentionally misleading him. Yunyan swiftly comprehended that he must have inadvertently provoked the little creature. Yet, he chose not to dwell on it. After all, she was just a child, and such occasional caprices could be forgiven. If the little serpent maiden were aware of Yunyan's thoughts, she would likely be at a loss for how to respond. As Yunyan stepped into the second layer, he immediately activated the Gale Step. Not far ahead, he discerned the silhouettes of several Naga, all of whom were primitive Naga. They retained their serpentine form but were capable of standing upright, exuding immense strength, each wielding weapons as they roamed about. Yunyan observed that the eyes of the Naga glowed with a crimson light, while their skin was a deep black, unmistakably indicating their malevolent nature. Upon activating his detection skill, the attributes of the wicked Naga were immediately revealed. They were classified as Evil Naga, level 35, with a C-grade ability, and possessed a special skill known as the Ice Sphere. These creatures were indeed 35-level monsters, categorized as intermediate Tier 3 beasts. Given that I can effortlessly slay Tier 4 monsters now, Tier 3 poses no challenge whatsoever. Yunyan felt a sense of relief wash over him. He focused on a single Naga, patiently waiting for the cooldown of his Gale Step skill to conclude. Drawing a great sword from his spatial storage, he appeared suddenly and executed a swift strike. With the speed of a shooting star, his blade found its mark, severing the throat of the evil Naga before it had a chance to react, causing it to collapse lifelessly. The nearby evil Naga, witnessing the demise of its companion, let out a furious roar and charged fiercely toward Yunyan. Yunyan once again moved stealthily, evading her pursuer and leaving them grasping at shadows. Upon witnessing Yunyan's disappearance, the malevolent Naga wore an expression of bewilderment, clearly lacking in intellect, and foolishly returned to its post to resume patrolling. As Yunyan observed, he appeared utterly unguarded, allowing him to re-emerge and swiftly vanquish the Naga. In an instant, Yunyan had dispatched 2 Naga, each yielding 3,000 experience points, propelling his own experience from 1,230,030,000 to 1,830,030,000. This place was undoubtedly a sanctuary for leveling up. Yunyan reflected on the fact that every creature here offered a minimum of 3,000 experience points, making it an ideal locale for his advancement. Yunyan swiftly vanquished 2 malevolent Naga, resulting in a significant surge in experience that invigorated his spirit. Unfortunately, the vast expanse of this realm made locating another Naga a daunting task, as he had to traverse several kilometers after each encounter. Yet, the rewards were undeniably bountiful. Each Naga slain contributed nearly a tenth of an experience level. After dispatching a total of 5 Naga, Yunyan's experience soared to 27, 300, 300, leaving him just one more kill away from ascending to the next level. Yunyan was traversing the lakeside in search of the last Naga. This particular breed of Naga thrived in aquatic environments, making their presence near the water's edge inevitable with a diligent search. However, at that moment, distant shouts of humans pierced the air, and Yunyan turned to discover a group of 5 humans, 4 men and 1 woman, engaged in a fierce battle against a malevolent Naga. Each of them possessed the prowess of novice greatsword masters, while their adversary was a formidable 5th-tier magical beast, the malevolent Naga's guardian. They are able to enter as well. Could it be that this Naga temple has multiple entrances? Yunyan contemplated silently. The group exhibited meticulous coordination. 3 members were attacking the Naga guardian, comprising the female archer, a sword and shield fighter, and a warrior wielding a massive axe. The shield fighter stood firm at the forefront, while the axe warrior dealt damage from the side, and the archer remained concealed in the back, unleashing her full offensive capabilities. The remaining 2 were not idle either. They were circling 4 or 5 malevolent Nagas, with one being an assassin and the other a knight. Their strategies were complementary, with one on the offensive and the other on the defensive. However, their attacks appeared somewhat lackluster, particularly against the Naga's formidable defenses, which proved impenetrable. Only the assassin managed to inflict occasional damage, but it did little to alter the prevailing situation. In comparison, this 4th-tier assassin fell significantly short of Yunyan's abilities. Yunyan could emerge from stealth to deliver swift and lethal strikes, capable of dispatching a foe in mere seconds. This efficacy stemmed from his ability to target the Naga's vulnerable spots, compounded by the Naga's lack of innate true sight, which facilitated Yunyan's deadly precision. In a direct confrontation, exchanging blows with the Naga would require considerable effort, as their health exceeded 2,000, and their physical resilience rivaled that of a 4th-tier novice beast. Without targeting critical areas, achieving a swift kill would be virtually impossible. The assassin first needed to stealthily approach. Yet their stealth was not akin to a wind sprint that rendered them completely invisible. Instead, it relied on visual discrepancies and blind spots, making them susceptible to detection should the Naga change direction. Thus, the assassin was left constrained in their movements. The knight, wielding a tower shield in one hand and a short sword in the other, fought a defensive retreat, wary of being encircled by the Nagas. It was crucial to note that the Nagas possessed significant offensive capabilities. Yunyan had previously suffered a hit that cost him 200 health points. This indicated that the Naga's damage output exceeded 200, and with the knight's health totaling 3,000, without restorative items, being besieged by 8 Nagas would swiftly deplete his vitality. The shield fighter faced even greater pressure, despite being clad in heavy metallic armor and wielding a colossal tower shield. The relentless assaults of the Naga Guardian were increasingly difficult to withstand. Fortunately, the axe warrior occasionally drew the Naga Guardian's attention, and the archer's ice arrows slowed the Naga, allowing for a temporary reprieve. Observing this combat squad, Yunyan refrained from rushing to their aid. Instead, he closed the distance and, as was his custom, concealed himself within a dense thicket to lay in ambush. It is not a matter of indifference in the face of death, but rather that the adversary has yet to reach a critical juncture. One must always harbor a sense of caution, and until the circumstances are fully understood, trust shall not be easily bestowed upon any individual. The Naga Guardian, a colossal creature wielding a massive obsidian hammer, stands draped in darkness, its serpentine tail robust and formidable, towering over 4 meters when upright. It possesses only a short segment resting upon the ground. Its skin is adorned with scales that offer far superior defense compared to the ordinary hard-skinned Naga, and at this moment, it is relentlessly battering the shield warrior before it. Under the immense pressure exerted by the Naga Guardian, the shield warrior's veins bulge with strain. The 3rd-tier magical equipment, the Mithril Tower Shield, bears numerous dents, yet he perseveres, gathering all his combat aura upon the shield. Kneeling with one knee on the ground, he braces the massive shield against the assault, though his body continues to retreat. The resounding clash of the obsidian hammer against the Mithril Tower Shield sends forth a terrifying echo, instilling fear in all who hear it. X's, hurry, strike its vulnerable scales. The shield warrior bellows, pressing forward to maintain his stance against the Naga. X's, the axe warrior, brandishes a double-bladed giant axe, its edges a full meter wide. With muscles rippling across his frame, whirlwind slash. X's roars, channeling his combat aura as he cleaves downward, the axe blade radiating a crimson glow. he whirls like a tempest, aiming directly for the vulnerable scales on the Naga's abdomen. Standing at 2 meters tall, his axe blade is perfectly positioned to strike. Anna, slow it down with ice arrows. X's shouts, charging towards the Naga Guardian with fervor. Triple shot. The magical archer, Anna exclaims, deftly wielding her blue iron ice-patterned bow. 3 elegantly carved arrows rest upon the string, her 4th-tier red combat aura transforming into a shimmering blue frost. With a swift release, the 3 arrows soar through the air with a piercing sound. The trio of ice arrows and X's S-axe converge upon the Naga Guardian simultaneously. In an unexpected display of agility, the Naga Guardian bends backward, evading the assault. The 3 ice arrows miss their mark and sail harmlessly away, while X's S-axe slices through empty air. Swiftly, he redirects his momentum for a downward strike. However, the Naga Guardian's massive hammer, seemingly with a mind of its own, sweeps him aside with a powerful blow. X's cries out in anguish, hurtling through the air, blood splattering in his wake. Damn it, Anna. I must unleash my secret technique. Prepare to flee. The shield warrior, Gustin, suddenly shouts, his eyes filled with determination. He realizes that with this failed attack and X is gravely injured and incapacitated, the situation is about to collapse. The Naga Guardian will soon break through his defenses and obliterate them all. Anna, pale and alarmed, gazes at Gustin with urgency. No, Gustin, you will perish. She pleads. Gustin, gripping his shield with one hand, raises his short sword high, a brilliant red aura enveloping him as he channels all his combat aura. Praise Muladin, the divine descends. Gaston let out a tremendous roar, his originally 2-meter-tall form swelling to an imposing 3 meters, exuding the aura of a 5th-tier warrior. He thrust his tower shield forward with immense force, remarkably withstanding the hammering of the Naga Guardian, pushing it back momentarily. In an instant, Gaston absorbed the entirety of the Naga Guardian's onslaught and turned to glance at his comrades, crying out in despair, "Flee. I have only 30 seconds left." The expressions of everyone present were filled with sorrow. Gaston had activated his secret technique, and after this moment of weakness, he was destined to perish at the hands of the Naga Guardian. No, Gaston cannot die. I promised my uncle that I would bring him back, even if it meant returning with our corpses. The berserker struggled to rise, clenching his fists, and after the grief came an overwhelming fury toward the Naga. Damn it, Gaston. You are not fighting alone. I will fight to the bitter end. The giant axe warrior bellowed, his body enveloped in a crimson glow, his eyes blazing red. He charged forward with frenzied rage, brimming with fighting spirit. You 2 fools, do you think I would simply run away? At that moment, Anna shed tears. But they were not tears of despair. Rather, they were tears of determination, a testament to their friendship as they chose to face death together. Falling stars. A sacred white light emanated from Anna, and faintly, a pale moon appeared above her head as brilliant stars began to twinkle in the sky. Anna, Gaston, X's. You will always have me, Kazakhstan, by your side. The knight let out his final cry, bathed in a holy radiance, his expression solemn. Apollonian radiance. Suddenly, an endless brilliance erupted from Kazakhstan, invigorating everyone, restoring them to their most perfect state. However, the radiant Kazakhstan seemed to have expended all his fighting spirit, left utterly drained. As 8 Naga quickly surrounded him. Kazakhstan, I, K-Layer, will stand firm and ensure you suffer not a scratch. The assassin K-Layer shouted, picking up the knight's tower shield and positioning it protectively in front of him. At that moment, everyone was prepared to face death in a final struggle, each appearing extraordinarily magnificent. The assassin K-Layer, unaware of what skills he had activated, wielded a sword in one hand and a dagger in the other, fiercely battling against the 8 Naga. The dagger in his hand shimmered like a meteor slicing through the night sky, as if narrating the most exquisite of poems. 2 Naga charging forward were caught off guard, their throats slit by K-Layer in a single, flawless strike. Yet, after delivering this perfect blow, K-Layer seemed to lose the support of his skills, relying solely on the tower shield to protect the knight. Despite the blood gushing from his mouth, he would not retreat an inch. Gaston's assault was the most brutal, exchanging blows with the Naga almost 1 for 1, his body battered and bruised. Yet his massive form did not yield even a step. In this moment, he resembled a celestial being, valiantly fending off the onslaught of demons. After a frenzied rampage, X's teetered on the brink of madness, his whirlwind axe cleaving through the Naga Guardians in relentless succession, rending their scales and leaving behind a trail of wounds that left the Naga Guardians in disarray. Fall! Anna cried out, her celestial descent providing support across the battlefield. A dazzling white star dangled above nearly every Naga's head before plummeting swiftly, causing a significant drop in their health. After casting her celestial descent, Anna immediately succumbed to unconsciousness. At that moment, only 3 remained standing. The assassin holding off 6 Naga, along with the shield swordsman and the giant axe warrior confronting the Naga guardian. The most challenged among them was the assassin, battered by the relentless strikes of Naga blades and hammers, on the verge of collapse. Upon witnessing this, Yunyan was profoundly shaken and resolved to offer assistance. With a swift motion, he employed the Gale Step technique. Yunyan unleashed the Gale Step, materializing directly before a Naga guard and swiftly dispatching him. A flash of white light enveloped him, and he ascended to level 4. However, Yunyan did not linger. Seizing the opportunity while another knife-wielding Naga was momentarily unprepared, he executed a precise throat-cutting strike, eliminating yet another foe. After vanquishing 2 Nagas in quick succession, Yunyan stepped back and swung his sword towards a Naga on his left. Suddenly, an overwhelming force surged through his arm, and with a decisive leap, his passive skill. Critical Strike activated. He aimed for the Naga's head, delivering a blow that dealt devastating damage to the vital area, cleaving the creature's head in 2 with a single stroke. Only 3 Nagas remained, all of them roaring furiously as they charged at Yunyan. Yet, he did not engage recklessly. Instead, he strategically distanced himself, waiting for the cooldown period of Gale Step to elapse. After 10 seconds, he activated Gale Step once more, executing a sudden strike that felled another Naga. With 2 swift slashes, he mercilessly dispatched the remaining 2 wounded Nagas. With a seamless fluidity, Yunyan executed this assault, having previously targeted the more robust Naga. He left the final 2 weakened Naga for this precise moment of consecutive slayings. In less than half a minute, Yunyan had dispatched 6 Naga, astonishing the 3 witnesses present. At this moment, Keller shouted fervently, "My lord, please save my brother." Yunyan did not rush to save the person immediately. Instead, he first allocated his skill points to the mirror ability before dashing towards the Naga guardian. Having learned the mirror skill, Yunyan had determined his developmental path, which aligned with the Sword Saint's trajectory in the clear sea, as he was but a solitary figure, making the Sword Saint skill set the most suitable for his initial growth. The mirror skill, at level 1, allowed him to create 2 mirrors and 3 void mirrors, possessing no attack power, while the mirrors could absorb 200 of the real damage sustained by the main body. With the first level mirror, he could produce 5 mirrors, which would undoubtedly confuse his opponents. However, the duration of the mirrors was 90 seconds, while the void mirrors lasted only 10 seconds. Moreover, during the moment of separation, the clones were invulnerable, enabling them to evade numerous single-target control skills. Mastering this skill significantly alleviated his survival concerns. As he approached the Naga, Yunyan activated his wind step. At that moment, Glass's divine descent coincidentally came to fruition. His body shrank, and he toppled backward, just as the Naga guardian's massive hammer descended upon him. "No!" bellowed the giant axe warrior, Exus, relinquishing all defenses and charging at the Naga guardian with reckless abandon. The Naga guardian effortlessly sent Exus flying with a single hammer strike and swung again towards the shield swordsman, Glass. Tragedy was now unavoidable. Suddenly, a brilliant white figure sliced through the air with elegant grace, aiming for the Naga guardian's neck. The speed exceeded all expectations, even instilling a profound sense of danger in the Naga guardian. Abandoning the attack on the loathsome human below, the Naga guardian raised his colossal hammer and swung it fiercely. Clang! The Naga guardian's hammer intercepted Yunyan's lethal strike, sending him staggering back 2 steps. "Human, you are formidable, but not my match. Leave, and let me deal with him." The Naga guardian unexpectedly spoke, articulating clearly and pointing at Glass on the ground. "No. You can choose to take your own life or be slain by me. There are no other options," Yunyan replied resolutely. Anger flickered across the Naga guardian's face as he glared menacingly at Yunyan. "You will die? No. It is you who shall perish," Yunyan stated, his expression impassive. The Naga guardian, seemingly not one for words but easily provoked to wrath, roared and charged at Yunyan, his massive form trampling the ground with overwhelming might. Yunyan understood the inevitability of the situation and promptly summoned his Sword Saint doppelgangers. In an instant, 6 versions of Yunyan emerged, a spectacle so astonishing that it left everyone, including the Naga guards, utterly dumbfounded. "Advanced doppelganger, my heavens, this is a divine skill," exclaimed the assassin Kalair, the first to voice his awe. "What? A divine skill? I have witnessed a divine skill with my own eyes. Praise the Father God. Even the most fervent of warriors. The great axe-wielding fighter stood in solemnity, watching the doppelgangers and beginning to pray. At that moment, he fully believed that Yun Yin was an extraordinarily powerful adventurer. The Naga guards were equally bewildered. The concept of a divine skill eluded their understanding, and their limited wisdom left them confounded by the 6 Yun Yins before them. Unsure of which one to attack, Yun Yin did not wait for him to gather his thoughts. 6 identical manifestations of Yun Yin surged forward simultaneously, indistinguishable to onlookers. 6 colossal swords swung almost in unison towards the Naga Guardian. However, the Naga Guardian, a formidable 5th-tier beast, swiftly retaliated with a sweeping strike of its hammer, thwarting Yun Yin's assault. Yet, the true Yun Yin was positioned just beyond the arc of the hammer, and with a deft stroke, he plunged his sword into the Guardian's vulnerable underbelly, leaving a gaping, blood-soaked wound in its wake. With clarity of thought, he distinctly observed the health bar of the Naga Guardian plummet by over 600 points. The magnitude of this damage enhancement was indeed astonishing. The once motionless and formidable health bar of the Naga Guardian visibly quivered. It is noteworthy that the Naga Guardian's health was at least above 10,000, coupled with an exceptionally high defense. Even the descent of the Divine Glass could only inflict a meager 100 points of damage with each strike. In a furious roar, the Naga Guardian unleashed a colossal impact, wielding its hammer like a windmill, sweeping away all illusions in its wake. Yun Yin swiftly activated the mirror image once more to evade the colossal hammer. Just as the massive weapon was about to strike his true self, Yun Yin's form flickered and vanished once again. Fortunately, his mirror image skill had an exceedingly brief cooldown, requiring merely 10 seconds, allowing him to successfully evade the Naga Guardian's lethal attack. 6 apparitions of Yun Yin emerged like phantoms, catching the Naga Guardian off guard as it swung its hammer with ferocity, causing one of the images to dissipate instantaneously. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Yun Yin aimed for the deep wound on the Naga Guardian and struck down with his sword once more. The purple blood erupted from the Guardian, and this time, an astonishing 1,000 health points were deducted. Could it be that attacking the same wound yields a greater damage bonus? Yun Yin surmised, quickly activating his wind step, vanishing like a specter as he retreated. Enraged, the Naga Guardian annihilated the remaining 4 illusions before him. The blood coursing from his body heightened his emotions, rendering him even more volatile and furious. A strange aura began to emanate from the enormous hammer in his grasp, as a faint black mist enveloped it. The Guardian's momentum surged dramatically, as if he were about to transcend the confines of a 5th-tier beast. He must not be allowed to break through. With a steely gaze, Yun Yin recognized that should the Naga Guardian ascend to the 6th tier, unpredictable consequences would ensue. Given his current defenses and health, should the Guardian reach the 6th tier, it would be unlikely for Yun Yin to inflict any harm. More critically, 6th-tier beasts are significantly more formidable than their 5th-tier counterparts, potentially unleashing area of effect skills capable of obliterating everything, preventing Yun Yin from approaching. With Windstep's cooldown complete, Yun Yin immediately unleashed his strike of emergence, targeting the wound that had already suffered 2 instances of damage. The massive sword plunged deeply into the Naga's abdomen, purple blood spraying forth, splattering Yun Yin's face with a gruesome hue. The Naga Guardian's health plummeted by 1,500, leaving him with approximately 6,000 health points. However, the abdominal wound seemed to inflict a bleeding effect, causing the Guardian's health to gradually decline. In a fit of rage, the Naga Guardian unleashed his ultimate skill, swinging his hammer in a wide arc, determined to sweep Yun Yin away. At this moment, he stood on the precipice of a breakthrough. Any adventurer before him would become prey beneath his hammer. It won't be that easy. With a flicker of thought, Yun Yin activated his mirage, causing his physical form to vanish, only to leap forth from the void as 3 manifestations of himself. Subsequently, each of these 3 replicas spawned an additional trio, successfully evading the lethal strike of the Naga Guardian. Seizing the opportunity, the genuine Yun Yin struck once more with his sword. This marked the 4th instance of damage enhancement. Yun Yin nearly cleaved the Naga Guardian in half, the internal organs within its abdomen barely concealed. The Naga Guardian could not suppress a spurt of violet blood, which cascaded from its midsection like a torrential waterfall. Astonishingly, this assault drastically reduced its health by 2,000, leaving the Naga Guardian with a mere 4,000 health points, appearing gravely wounded and on the brink of collapse. Yet, the enraged Naga Guardian did not succumb to madness. Instead, it displayed an eerie calmness, as if bracing to breach a pivotal threshold. Its gaze upon Yunyan was icy and menacing, reminiscent of a venomous serpent or a malevolent spirit. "I will ascend, and I shall consume you," the Naga Guardian declared to Yunyan, its words terse yet laden with a chilling terror. "Great Worm, your time is up." With a resounding roar, Yunyan thrust his great sword through the wound, piercing directly into the heart of the Naga Guardian. In a desperate bid for survival against this lethal strike, the Naga Guardian unleashed the last vestige of its protective magic, enveloping itself in a soft, milky white shield that radiated a gentle luminescence. The long sword of Yunyan had clearly pierced his wound, yet it inflicted no harm whatsoever. On the contrary, with the emergence of the protective shield, the wounds of the Naga Guardian began to heal slowly. Yunyan could distinctly perceive that the damage inflicted upon the Naga Guardian had all been redirected to its magical power. Even the blood loss from its wounds was absorbed by the magic shield. Cursed be the circumstance. He must not ascend, for if he does, our fate is sealed. You must interrupt his skills quickly. Yunyan bellowed to the assassins and the great axe warrior behind him, for they were his only hope. "No. I lack the ability to control," the assassin lamented, lowering his head, despair evident in his eyes. Yet, as if recalling something, X burst forth with the last vestiges of his strength, leaping towards the Naga Guardian. With a heavy strike, X soared into the air. His massive axe raised high as if to cleave a mountain and brought it crashing down upon the Naga Guardian's head. After delivering this blow, X fell like a severed kite from the sky, collapsing to the ground in a daze. However, the Naga Guardian was momentarily stunned, and its magical shield dissipated in an instant. "Excellent!" Yunyan shouted, his great sword thrusting forward once more, piercing directly into the Naga Guardian's heart. Without a hint of suspense, it was as if he had punctured a mere membrane. The Naga Guardian's heart erupted with a torrent of blood, and it shuddered violently before collapsing. In the aftermath, a radiant white light enveloped Yunyan once again. This battle had propelled him to ascend 2 levels. There, lying quietly beside the fallen Naga Guardian, was a long blade, adorned with golden patterns and a silver sheen, its sharpness glinting like cold stars, unmistakably formidable in its presence. Upon seeing the blade on the ground, Yunyan was momentarily taken aback, only to be overtaken by an overwhelming surge of joy. No one was more familiar with this long blade than he. It was none other than the very sword borne by the Sword Saint, its straight blade, pristine golden lines, and razor-sharp edge all unmistakably attesting to its extraordinary nature. Yunyan picked up the long knife, swinging it a few times, only to discover a profound connection. As if the weapon were an extension of his very being, capable of slicing through the cosmos with a mere flick. Beside him, the assassin Keller stared intently at the long knife in Yunyan's hand, rendered speechless, as though a foreign object had lodged itself in his throat. After a full 10 seconds, Keller finally erupted with excitement. "This is the blade of the Sword Saint. My heavens, it is a divine artifact." "What? A divine artifact?" Even the heavily wounded axe warrior, Exus, struggled to rise. Upon lifting his gaze to the long knife in Yunyan's grasp, his eyes widened in disbelief. His throat constricted as if gripped by an unseen hand, unable to produce a sound. "By the gods, a divine artifact, my father." The intense shock overwhelmed Exus, causing him to faint on the spot. To the readers, treasure this, dear friends. The blade of the Sword Saint, a fragment of a divine artifact, is said to be the weapon of the sword god from the savage Beastman clan, having been shattered by an unknown force. The blade of the Sword Saint has dispersed into fragments, transforming into the blade of the Sword Saint fragments. Attack: 100 to 120 chance to deal double critical damage, 10 chance for a powerful cut, inflicting 20 bleeding damage per second, 15 chance to trigger a bloodthirsty skill. Increasing attack speed by 20 and movement speed by 30 attribute enhancement. All attributes increased by 20 weapon level. Tier 3. This encapsulates the entirety of the blade of the Sword Saint's attributes. It is not a divine artifact in itself, merely a fragment of one, yet its properties are exceptionally remarkable, rivaling even the magical equipment of the 5th and 6th tiers. Upon reviewing these attributes, Yunyan was ecstatic. It was as if this equipment had been tailor-made for him. With such an abundance of extraordinary attributes, particularly the final enhancement of all attributes, he gained an instantaneous boost of 60 points to his attack. This meant that the blade of the Sword Saint could augment his attack by 160 points. Coupled with the 75 points added by the ice pattern headband and 3 crowns of kings, along with his own base attack of 10 points. His total attack power reached an impressive 245, even before accounting for any growth in personal attributes. What does an attack power of 245 signify? It means that a level 1 critical strike could inflict a staggering 490 points of true damage. With such elevated damage, combined with Yunyan's elusive Gale Step, any practitioner below the 6th tier would likely feel a chill run down their spine upon facing him. But that is not all. The Blade of the Sword Saint also boasted a 20 chance for a critical strike. Although critical strike chances do not stack, they operate as independent probabilities, thus increasing the overall likelihood of landing a critical hit. Most terrifyingly, should 2 critical strikes occur simultaneously, they would yield double the effect. In other words, if Yunyan's skill delivered double the attack, and the effects of the Blade of the Sword Saint were triggered simultaneously, it would result in quadruple damage, equating to 980 points of true damage. When such a strike lands upon a vulnerable target, the damage would surge exponentially, perhaps not requiring the accumulation of numerous damage bonuses to slay a Naga Guardian as it does now. A critical strike may suffice, and the Naga Guardian would fall in despair. The potent cleaving and sanguinary skills, which enhance the damage of the Blade Masterclass, are particularly noteworthy. They undoubtedly yield an element of surprise in the heat of battle. Yunyan clutched the Blade of the Sword Saint, his hands trembling with a blend of yearning and excitement, eager to don this legendary weapon without delay. Alas, the Blade of the Sword Saint was a Tier 3 magical artifact, requiring him to reach level 9 before he could wield it. Currently, Yunyan was at level 4, akin to a novice first-tier swordsman. Upon reaching level 6, he would ascend to a proficient second-tier swordsman, and it would not be until level 9 that he could attain the status of a formidable third-tier great swordsman. Thus, even though he held the long sword in his grasp, he could only utilize it as a mere sharp weapon, unable to harness its true attributes. Upon glancing at his experience points once more, Yunyan was suddenly engulfed by an urge to commit violence. At level 1, the requirement was 10,000, at level 2, 20,000, and at level 3, 30,000. He had anticipated that reaching level 4 would necessitate 40,000, yet to his astonishment, the demand had doubled to 60,000. Frustration washed over him. Was it truly the case that after leveling up, the experience points would also escalate? Yunyan silently lamented, venting his inner grievances. Upon accessing the attribute panel, Yunyan discovered a series of notifications from the system. The system had activated the equipment synthesis function, allowing 4 identical magical items to be combined for advancement, albeit with a risk of failure that could result in the complete loss of the equipment. Moreover, the system introduced an energy enchantment feature, enabling the enhancement of first-tier equipment with enchanted orbs, which would modestly augment the equipment's attributes. This enchantment could be applied multiple times. Yet the chances of achieving a high-level enchantment were exceedingly slim, and failure would reset the enchantment level to 0, necessitating caution. With the ascent to level 4, the system had unveiled 2 new functionalities, essentially boiling down to equipment synthesis and enhancement. However, Yunyan discerned that both features subtly encouraged the consumption of magical equipment, accompanied by the specter of failure, essentially a gamble. A stroke of good fortune could result in enhanced equipment properties, akin to upgrading from a mere firearm to a formidable cannon, while misfortune could render the painstakingly acquired equipment utterly lost, resulting in a complete forfeiture of his efforts. This was, in essence, a covert enticement to transgress. He cursed the system, yet internally he harbored a flicker of anticipation, for in his possession lay the shard of the Sword Saint, which was fragmented. This indicated that should he obtain 4 identical shards, there existed a possibility of elevating the shard's tier. If he were fortunate enough to possess a sufficient number of these broken shards, he might even restore the Sword Saint to its divine status. Yet, the risk of disappearance loomed ominously. A pang of regret coursed through him as he contemplated this. The system's provision for equipment synthesis surely harbored ill intentions. The greater the hope, the deeper the disappointment. Perhaps it would be wiser to temper his aspirations regarding divine artifacts. Nevertheless, the presence of hope was a solace, for it demonstrated that the shard of the Sword Saint possessed the potential for transcendence into a divine relic. My lord, as Yunyan regained his senses, he noticed Keller calling out to him, seemingly having done so several times. You need not address me as my lord, simply call me Yunyan. What is it? Yunyan replied amiably. Yunyan, might I inquire if what you hold is a divine artifact? Could I perhaps have a glimpse? Keller asked, a blend of excitement and trepidation in his voice. What do you intend to do with it? Yunyan's expression turned wary. This was the first time he had acquired such exquisite equipment, and he was reluctant to part with it so easily. Please, do not misunderstand. I merely wish to behold the splendor of the artifact, Keller hastily clarified. This is not a divine artifact, merely a third-tier magical equipment, Yunyan explained briefly. It resembles a divine artifact, known as the Blade of the Sword Saint. May I see it? Keller inquired softly. Absolutely not, Yunyan retorted firmly, promptly returning the Blade of the Sword Saint to his spatial pouch. This action tantalized Keller, yet observing Yunyan's impassive demeanor, he hesitated to speak again, merely swallowing his words in silence. Are you not going to awaken your friends? Yunyan kindly reminded him. Right, how could I have forgotten that? Keller immediately turned, arranging Glath, Ixus, Anna, and Hassak in a line on the ground. At that moment, Glath appeared in the most disheveled state, his metallic armor bearing multiple dents, and several bones within him fractured. Ixus, while not heavily wounded externally, had suffered a severe internal injury from a blow to his chest. Anna and Hassak seemed to have sustained the least visible injuries, yet their desperate attempt to unleash a secret technique had inflicted tremendous backlash on their spirits, plunging them into a deep state of unconsciousness. Keller looked at them, utterly at a loss. He was not a light mage, and even the superficial wounds on Ixus and Glath were beyond his healing capabilities. All he could do was perform a simple cleansing, apply magical healing ointment, and await their gradual recovery. As Yunyan observed him laboring for a while, he finally began to tend to the wounds on his body. Yunyan tossed him a vial of potent life elixir, stating, "This should heal your wounds." Keller caught the vial of vibrant orange life potion. Its rich vitality invigorated his spirit. Gazing at Yunyan, he inquired, "Is this the spring of life?" "I'm not certain. I simply use this whenever I'm injured," Yunyan replied. He possessed an abundance of this life elixir, with hundreds of vials stored in his space, allowing him to replenish his wounds at any moment, watching them heal instantaneously. "My goodness, you use the spring of life to treat your injuries? How much do you possess?" Keller asked, clearly astonished. "Not too much. Around 40 vials, Yunyan answered, deliberately withholding the full truth, as he too relied on the life elixir at times. 40 vials is hardly a small amount. Keller felt as if stars were dancing before his eyes. Gently uncorking the vial, Keller dipped his fingers into the elixir and applied a small amount to the ghastly wound on his arm. Miraculously, the injury began to mend swiftly, transforming into a slender scar in no time. "It's real," Keller exclaimed, immediately offering a drop to each of the 4 companions. His cautious demeanor made Yunyan almost believe the life elixir was some sort of divine ambrosia. Upon consuming the elixir, it was the more gravely injured Ixus and Glass who regained consciousness, while Anna and Hassak remained in a state of unconsciousness. "Naga Guardian, I shall fight you," Glass bellowed as soon as he awoke, still reeling from the recent battle. "Remarkable," Ixus murmured, his expression one of stupor. "My heavens, you two are finally awake." "Glass, we are safe. The Naga Guardian has been slain by our benefactor, Yunyan," Keller announced. Glass paused momentarily, then came to his senses, looking at Keller in disbelief. "What? We have been rescued?" "Indeed, Glass. This is the noble individual who saved us," Keller said, stepping towards Yunyan to make the introduction. Upon seeing Yunyan and the lifeless body of the Naga Guardian behind him, Glass finally exhaled in relief, a hint of fatigue crossing his face. He sincerely expressed, "Thank you. You have saved our lives. I am at a loss for how to repay your kindness." "It is nothing," Yunyan replied nonchalantly. "Glass, we need not repay him. He has already obtained the artifact and should share its ownership," Ixus interjected, rushing forward and even raising his massive axe towards Yunyan. "Indeed." The adversary remained fixated on the longsword he wielded. Yunyan cast a cold glance at Ixus. "Silence, Ixus. Lower your axe and do not forget who the captain is," Glass reprimanded loudly, giving Ixus a fierce glare. "However, the artifact is an immensely precious piece of equipment." Ix continued to argue. "Is it more important than your life?" Before he could finish, Glass erupted, "This is not a divine artifact." Yunyan interjected, "If you don't believe me, show it to me." Ix retorted brusquely, "No way." Yunyan remained resolute. "If what you possess is indeed a divine artifact, you must surrender it. Such power is not yours to claim." Ix insisted firmly. "Humph. Whether it is a divine artifact or not, what difference does it make?" Yunyan's expression turned icy. "If it is not a divine artifact, then you need not relinquish it. If it is, then you must. Remember, it belongs to us all. And I was the one who launched the final attack." Ix boasted, completely overlooking the fact that without Yunyan, their chances of survival were non-existent. "Ha ha ha, utterly ridiculous. Since you are convinced it is a divine artifact, even if what I present is not, you will still doubt it. Need I say more? I hold the divine artifact. So what? Yunyan stood firm, his expression unreadable. Glass desperately attempted to restrain Eeks, and even upon hearing Yunyan acknowledge the receipt of the divine artifact, he did not exhibit a hint of greed. Enough, Eeks. Even if Yunyan possesses the divine artifact, that is not a transgression. Anna and Kazakhstan have yet to awaken. We should focus on reviving them first. Glass promptly redirected the conversation. Indeed, how could we have recovered so swiftly if both of them remain unconscious? Eeks turned to Keller. Bewildered, Keller explained to Eeks how Yunyan had supplied him with a life elixir. Initially, Eeks was taken aback, but soon realization dawned upon him. Indeed, it must be the power of the divine artifact that produces life-giving waters, which is why he was so generous. Eeks shouted at Yunyan, "Hey kid, quickly hand over all the life-giving waters and the divine artifact." "Eeks, have you lost your mind?" Glass seized Eeks, delivering a sharp slap to his face. With a resounding crack, Glass held him firmly and bellowed, "Eeks, what are the 6 tenets of our honor mercenary group?" Eeks trembled, his expression solemn as he recited, "Honesty, trust, unity, tolerance, perseverance, glory." From this moment forth, members of the honor mercenary group, listen closely. Yunyan is our benefactor. If he does not obtain the divine artifact today, any act of revealing secrets will be regarded as treachery against the mercenary group. Glass stated sternly. Yes. Both Eeks and Keller responded loudly. Despite Eeks' reluctance, he unhesitatingly agreed, showcasing the group's remarkable cohesion. Witnessing this, Yunyan revealed a hint of approval. Although Eeks' behavior displeased him, the spirit of the entire team ultimately moved him. What you see is indeed not a divine artifact. Yunyan retrieved the blade of the Sword Saint and tossed it directly to Glass. Glass caught it with a swift motion, initially believing it to be a divine artifact, his excitement palpable. Upon closer inspection, however, he realized it was merely a fragment of a sacred weapon, although it still harbored formidable power. The aura it emanated was only that of a third-tier magical weapon. Indeed, it was not a divine artifact, merely a shard of the blade of the Sword Saint, representing a minuscule fraction of its original essence. "I sincerely apologize for my earlier offense," Glass said, bowing respectfully as he cradled the blade of the Sword Saint and returned it to Yunyan. Eeks was equally taken aback. Upon recognizing that it was truly not a divine artifact, his face flushed with embarrassment, leaving him speechless and downcast. At that moment, Anna and Hasek also regained consciousness. Anna, noticing that everyone was still present, exclaimed with delight, "We are not dead." "How wonderful." Hasek appeared somewhat dazed, sitting on the ground and grinning foolishly. "Anna, Hasek, you are both awake," Glass exclaimed, his voice brimming with uncontainable excitement. Upon witnessing this team, Yunyan felt a sudden stirring in his heart and inquired, "Glass, would you be interested in venturing into the 3rd level of the Naga Temple?" "What? The 3rd level?" "While we are eager to go, everyone is currently injured," Glass replied. Somewhat troubled. "Do not worry. I possess an ample supply of life elixirs that can restore your health instantly." Yunyan distributed a bottle of the precious life potion to each of them. The 5 were once again taken aback by Yunyan's generosity, astonished that he would so casually dispense such valuable life elixirs. "Well, since it is your invitation, we shall dare to take the risk," Glass declared, twisting off the cap and consuming one of the potions. Instantly, his visible wounds healed, and he removed his battered metallic armor to reveal a suit of knightly attire beneath. Yunyan's generosity garnered sincere gratitude from all, particularly from Anna, who, upon realizing that she had been saved by him, affectionately referred to him as Brother Nyan. After their exchange, Yunyan discovered that these 5 individuals were indeed quite intriguing. The leader of the Shield and Sword Brigade, Glass, was an exceptionally upright man. Devoid of humor yet exceedingly kind to his comrades, he could be regarded as the very glue of the Glory Mercenary Corps, a team that he had meticulously assembled. The Paladin, Hasek, was a somewhat dull knight, prone to silly laughter, exuding an air of innocence. Eeks, akin to his class of berserkers, was brash and straightforward. Once he set his mind on something, he would not relent. His type often made mistakes, yet for some inexplicable reason, he was remarkably obedient in Glass's presence. Anna was like a lark, filled with song and laughter, although she occasionally displayed a natural clumsiness. Kalair, an assassin, was nimble yet possessed a contrastingly introverted demeanor, rarely speaking unless questioned, offering only brief replies. As the 6 descended towards the 3rd level, shortly after their departure, a group of mages arrived. Among them was Bill. accompanied by 2 blue-robed mages and 1 purple-robed mage. The 2 blue-robed mages, middle-aged in appearance, consisted of a light mage and a fire mage, distinguished by their red and white insignias. Bill himself was a fire mage, bearing the red emblem. All 3 activated their wind control technique to glide through the air. Yet the light mage was trailed by a faint elemental aura, moving at a swifter pace than the others, a phenomenon characteristic of a nearly 7th-tier archmage. The third individual was a 7th-tier holy archmage, donned in purple robes, with graying hair and a stern visage. He unfurled a pair of elemental wings behind him, soaring through the skies with grace as if treading upon solid ground. As the 4 alighted, the purple-robed holy archmage extended his hand to grasp at the air. Closing his eyes in contemplation, this place has recently witnessed a battle. There were 5 junior swordsmen and 1 junior swordsman present. It must be him, that little rascal, with the aura of only a junior swordsman. Bill exclaimed, his eyes wide with fury. Oh, it truly is a junior swordsman. I find myself rather curious about him. Once captured, we shall administer severe torture to extract all his secrets, the blue-robed light mage remarked. Indeed, Cadilla. The punishments of the light church must be exacted upon that boy, Bill snarled. Enough of this chatter. You too. They have yet to be found. They are likely headed to the 3rd level. Let us descend and apprehend him, the purple-robed holy archmage commanded. The 4 ceased their idle talk and proceeded towards the 3rd level of the Naga Temple. As Yunyan ascended to the 3rd level of the Naga Temple, he was astounded to discover an entirely different realm. Unlike the previous level, this 3rd tier was even more ethereal and elusive, resembling a continent suspended in the vastness of space, surrounded by an expanse of shimmering star systems, their luminous brilliance captivating the eye. It was truly a breathtaking spectacle. Having thought the 2nd level was wondrous enough, he was unprepared for the sheer beauty that lay here. This was the quintessence of the cosmos. Glass, filled with awe, remarked on the marvel of it all. Indeed, this place is extraordinary. Upon our return, we must share this experience with Uncle. He will surely be amazed, X said. Anna echoed his sentiment, exclaiming, this place is undeniably beautiful. Look at that colossal planet. It feels as though I could reach out and touch it. While the group expressed their admiration, Yunyan quietly reveled in the beauty, his heart racing at the surreal nature of the temple's 3rd level, pondering what wonders the 4th level might hold. Yet, his sense of vigilance heightened. After nearly an hour of exploration, they had encountered neither a single malevolent Naga nor any signs of danger, which struck him as peculiar. Wow, look over there. That's a red crystal, a premier magical material for crafting 6th-tier fire wands, Anna exclaimed, pointing at a striking red mineral not far away, radiating a captivating crimson glow. Indeed, it's astonishing that it lies exposed on the ground, X shouted, charging forward with fervor, eager to seize the red crystal at the first opportunity. Be careful, Yunyan shouted, but it was too late. As X reached the vicinity of the red crystal, a massive red blade descended upon him with unrelenting force. It was a Naga guard. Ah! X cried in terror, gripping his colossal axe with all his might to brace against the impending strike. The horrifying sound of metal grinding filled the air as the blade clashed against the axe, sparks flying as it pressed down relentlessly. Help me! X strained to yell, his muscles taut and veins bulging, his fighting spirit pushed to its limits. Yet, against the Naga, he found himself overmatched, the giant axe slowly yielding under the pressure. Shadow strike! Kaler bellowed, brandishing a dagger that he hurled towards the Naga guard's throat, the blade shimmering like a meteor streaking through the night sky. Humph! Humans, reptiles, elemental sea beings, the Naga guard sneered, waving its left hand to summon 2 emerald-hued humanoid sea elementals that effortlessly interposed themselves in front of Kaler, thwarting his attempt at rescue with ease. The dagger pierced the throat of the water elemental, merely stirring up a couple of splashes, without inflicting any harm whatsoever. Instead, the 2 breaths emitted by the water elementals compelled Keller to retreat hastily, just as Exus was on the verge of becoming a mere victim beneath the Naga guard's blade. Yunyan suddenly vanished, transforming into a long, ethereal shadow that surged through the water elemental. Grasping a long knife, he aimed directly for the throat of the Naga guard. Sensing an overwhelming aura of danger, the guard's black pupils constricted sharply, and the massive red blade repelled Exus, positioning itself to counter Yunyan's strike. When the 2 colossal blades clashed, they resonated with a thunderous echo that reverberated through the air. The figure of Yunyan emerged, his long blade pressing directly against the weapon of the Naga guard. A cold sneer formed within him. It was evident that this Naga guardian relied on magic, possessing little physical strength. Had it been a second-tier Naga Guardian, he would have been easily repelled with a single stroke. Ha! Yunyan roared, his arms surging with power as he pulled downward. The long knife glided across the guard's blade, delivering a lethal strike to the Naga's form. A horrifying wound was carved into the reverse scales of the Naga's abdomen, from which purple blood gushed forth. The shockwave erupted. The Naga guard, now utterly enraged, unleashed a colossal wave of water elemental energy akin to a mountain's roar or the fury of a tsunami, an unstoppable force sweeping forth. Reflection. Yunyan swiftly summoned his mirror clones, his form vanishing for a fleeting second to evade the shockwave. 5 phantasmagorical duplicates emerged, launching themselves fiercely at the Naga Guardian once more. This time, the true form of Yunyan lunged towards the Guardian's wound, his blade, sharp beyond compare, pierced clean through, almost reaching the hilt. Damn it, human, reptile. I refuse to accept this, were the final words spat by the Naga Guardian before collapsing, as the 2 water elementals before it dissipated. Boom. Yunyan felt a jolt throughout his body as he defeated 2 Naga guards, each granting an impressive experience of 15,000, which elevated his experience points to a staggering 4,530,060,000. Just one more Naga guard slain would enable him to ascend 5 levels. As the malevolent Naga fell, it did not drop any items like the previous one. However, in a most peculiar turn, a white-souled Naga spirit emerged from the dark form of the evil Naga. This Naga spirit, ethereal and pale, bore a striking resemblance to the Naga depicted on the temple walls. Upon her appearance, she gazed at Yunyan with a smile and spoke, "Thank you, human. You have liberated my soul, which was imprisoned by the wicked Naga for over a century. At last, I am free, and this is my gift to you." With that, she cast aside a crystal orb, and her spirit circled the sky twice before vanishing from sight. In her hand, a mesmerizing icy blue orb floated gracefully before Yunyan. Yunyan took it over, and, upon inspection, felt a surge of joy. It was yet another piece of third-tier magical equipment. The Frost Sphere, infused with the essence of the Ice Queen from the Frost Lands, had coalesced into this exquisite orb. It boasted an attack power of 30 to 30, intelligence of 20, and defense of 5, along with an additional freezing effect that slowed the enemy's speed by 30% for a duration of 5 seconds. Its attributes were exceptional, particularly the intelligence of 20, which could be converted into attack power, resulting in a total enhancement of 50 points in attack, along with a 5-point increase in defense in the freezing effect. Both attributes were commendable. However, it was a third-tier magical item, necessitating a level of 9 for utilization. Yunyan pursed his lips, realizing that his level was of utmost importance. Although the drop rate was high, without the requisite level, it was merely a fleeting fantasy. Nevertheless, the most remarkable aspect of the ball-type equipment was its capacity to enhance gear. Perhaps, in due time, it could be fortified to the Sword Saint's blade, unleashing terrifying power at level 9. Wow, what an intense aura of ice elements. What is this crystal ball? Anna exclaimed. Brother Yunyan, may I have a look at this blue crystal ball? She inquired, stepping forward with a hint of shyness. Absolutely not, Yunyan retorted, swiftly stowing away the frost sphere. What a ridiculous notion, expecting to glimpse the equipment he had crafted, as if it were a public bus, available for anyone to board at will. Anna stood there, momentarily stunned and speechless, gazing at Yunyan. Such a lack of gentlemanly conduct. Is this how you treat a beautiful lady? Kazakhstan immediately stepped forward to challenge him. Yunyan, with an expressionless face, stated, "This has nothing to do with you." Miser. If you don't want to watch, then don't. Anna, let us not pay him any mind. Kazakhstan immediately positioned himself beside Anna. Observing the quarrel between the two, Anna swiftly revealed a look of distress and approached Yunyan, whispering, "I apologize for my presumptuous request." Subsequently, Anna tugged at Kazakhstan, prompting him to take a step back and cease the conflict. Yunyan fundamentally lacked an understanding of gentlemanly demeanor. He harbored no special thoughts or gaze when confronted with beautiful girls. Anyone who threatened his interest was met with unwavering resistance. Furthermore, the crimson crystals scattered on the ground were left untouched, as he saw no value in hoarding what served him no purpose. The crystals were mere third-tier magical equipment. With a rigid expression, Yunyan remarked that he always retreated a bit himself when others took a step back. Anna, who had initially regarded Yunyan with a frosty demeanor, felt an unexpected warmth in her heart upon hearing his words, as if he were exhibiting concern for her. She even managed to smile at him, yet he remained inscrutable. "Thank you for saving my life once again. You are my brother in life and death," exclaimed X, who had suddenly risen from the ground. Being saved twice had led this stubborn berserker to regard Yunyan as a true confidant. Indeed, you are now my teammate, Yunyan replied, allowing a slight smile to break through, a gesture that sufficed to convey his delight. In truth, upon his arrival in this world, Yunyan was not as somber and aloof. However, after witnessing the betrayal of the Aesir brothers and the treachery of Ebelaven, as well as the avarice exhibited by Melady, he began to doubt the humanity of those in the world of Warcraft. His demeanor gradually hardened, becoming more taciturn. At that moment, he found it challenging to trust anyone present, keeping the myriad secrets he harbored deeply concealed. Yunyan, you are truly remarkable. Having dispatched the Naga Guardian with a single strike, how did you achieve such a feat? Kalar marveled sincerely. It is nothing extraordinary, it was a mage, with far inferior defense and vitality compared to the previous Naga Guardian. Its body could not withstand my assault, Yunyan explained to Kalar. That is impressive in itself, He was a 5th-tier Naga, equivalent to the strength of a Grand Magus. I couldn't even approach him, Kalar remarked. Yunyan, you must be a high-tier professional, merely concealing your aura with magical equipment, masquerading as a novice swordsman. Not at all. My skills are simply exceptional, Yunyan replied candidly, disdainful of deceit, preferring to either speak plainly or remain silent. Indeed, your skills in stealth and duplication are akin to the dreams of all assassins. I would be honored to learn from you, Kalar expressed with fervent desire. That is impossible. You would not be able to master it, Yunyan firmly declined. Knowing that these were system skills he could not impart, nor did he wish to. Kalar, assuming it was Yunyan's secret, refrained from pressing further, smiling as he remarked, what a pity to lack such an exceptional teacher. Having vanquished the Naga Guardian, the 6 continued onward, 5 of them astonished by Yunyan's combat prowess, while Yunyan himself gained a more intuitive understanding of his own strength. The combination of Gale Step and Mirror Clone indeed characterizes an assassin-type warrior, effortlessly overpowering both warrior and mage of the 4th tier. However, when confronted with 5th-tier professionals, slaying a warrior type proves exceedingly challenging. One must await the moment when the adversary is gravely wounded and an opportune chance arises. In the case of mages, if they activate their magical shield in time, it can impart a sense of invulnerability. Thus, it is imperative to eliminate the opponent before they can conjure their protective barrier. It is precisely this oversight that the malevolent Naga mage committed, mistakenly believing in her own exceptional aptitude, thinking that her formidable mage skills coupled with her robust strength, evidenced by her wielding a large blade, would suffice. As she traversed through the forest, the towering trees, reminiscent of the Azalea forest, reached heights of over 100 meters, their emerald leaves shimmering with an otherworldly glow, almost as if drenched in jade. As the group of 6 approached a more open area, a few small black specks appeared in the sky several hundred meters above, one of which was trailing a radiant blend of red and white light, dazzling from afar. Upon spotting the black specks, Exus exclaimed, "It is a celestial tier adventurer, a sky mage. Let us hasten to join forces with them." Glars, too, felt a surge of excitement. His team had found it nearly impossible to progress within the Naga Temple's 3rd level, and the presence of high-tier professionals would undoubtedly provide a safeguard. Yunyan furrowed her brows slightly. It was highly probable that the group of sorcerers had been summoned by Bill. "No, they are foes, not friends," she asserted. "How do you know?" Anna inquired, a hint of astonishment in her tone, for Yunyan's words were often strikingly insightful. "Indeed. I have encountered a 6th-tier archmage in blue robes outside. One of those adventurers must be him," Yunyan replied with unwavering certainty, almost instinctively. "Then let us flee at once," Keller exclaimed, eager to escape. Faced with a cadre of archmages, including a holy mage, he harbored no illusions about their chances of survival. Gross brows knitted deeply in concern. The situation was dire. Naga sentinels could emerge from any direction, and the 3rd level likely housed monsters of at least 5th-tier rank, with the most terrifying being the Naga demons, whose tier was uncertain but undoubtedly above 6. "We have no choice. We must swiftly eliminate the Naga demons on the 3rd level and ascend to the 4th, provoking conflict between the Naga Lord and them. Otherwise, our demise is inevitable." Yunyan concluded, her mind as clear as crystal. "What? The tier of the Naga demons is unknown, and those above 5th tier possess intelligence. It's a harrowing prospect," Keller shouted. "Indeed. It is a perilous gamble. Yet, confronted with 7th-tier adventurers and several archmages, do you believe we have any hope of survival?" Yunyan countered sharply. Keller recoiled slightly, murmuring, "But the holy mage is here for you. They may not necessarily target us." His voice, though soft, was audible enough to send a shiver through the others, who now regarded Unian with wide eyes. Yet, a chill ran through Unian's heart as he sighed. Indeed, you should leave. They have come for me. And if you sever ties with me, they should spare you. The members of the Glory Mercenary Corps displayed expressions of hesitation. Departing at this moment would undoubtedly preserve their lives, and they could complete the trial and return safely. However, it was X's who, after a brief moment of struggle, reacted the quickest, stepping forward and declaring, Unian, I will follow you. He turned back to Glass and said, Glass, you should return. I promised my uncle that you would make it back safely. Glass's gaze faltered, a twinge of shame washing over him for his cowardice, and he immediately replied, X's. What are you saying? I, Glass, would rather die in battle than retreat a single step. Do not forget, I am the shield and swordsman of glory, the strongest guardian on this earth. I will not leave either. Captain, X's, brother Unian, I will stay with you, Anna declared, making her choice. I stand with the captain, came a resolute response from Kazakhstan. Finally, all eyes turned to Keller, who appeared embarrassed and forced a bitter smile, saying, I was just joking earlier. This statement was met with disdain from the others. Hey, what is that expression? Explain yourself, Keller shouted as he chased after them. Their direction was now clear, the largest lake at the center of the third level of the temple, a potential site for the appearance of the Naga demon. This lake appeared as vast as an ocean, reflecting the dazzling starry sky, with enormous celestial bodies and galaxies seemingly mirrored in the water. The purple-robed holy mage soared high above, suddenly extending countless strands of magical energy across a 100-meter radius, closing his eyes and stating, I can sense it. They have just endured a battle and are heading towards the central abyss of the starry sky. Frank, if it weren't for your profound familiarity with the Naga Temple, we would never have located them so swiftly, Bill exclaimed, brimming with excitement at the prospect of encountering Unian once more. However, the purple-robed holy mage Frank did not display any signs of joy. Instead, he spoke with a note of caution, be careful. I once undertook a trial here with 3 6th-tier mages and encountered the Naga demon on the 3rd level, resulting in the sacrifice of 2. And I nearly lost my life as well. What? Frank, you are a holy tier dual-element mage. How could you possibly fail? Thundered the blue-robed Grand Mage Kaidala. Kaidala. At that time, I was only at 6th tier strength, and although that Naga demon was also 6th tier, it commanded over 100 Naga guards to besiege us. The sheer numbers were overwhelming, making it nearly impossible for us to withstand. My purpose in coming this time is not merely to confront the Naga demon, but rather to seek the Naga Lord, who is rumored to possess a 50% chance of yielding 7th-tier magical equipment. Frank provided a brief explanation, the elemental wings behind him flapping more vigorously, revealing that he too was intrigued. And that little rascal, Bill, with a menacing expression, could not help but express his deep-seated hatred. He regarded the little fellow with disdain, fully aware of his insignificance. Kydra cast a mocking glance at Bill, seemingly of the opinion that a wizard of Bill's stature ought not to dwell on a mere novice swordsman, who, in their eyes, was as feeble as an infant. Utterly defenseless. Well, Kydra, I too take an interest in this lingering thought, Frank remarked. Although he was a holy mage, the magical elements had transformed his physique, rendering his physical prowess comparable to that of a grand swordsman. Mastering a combat skill could yield unexpectedly advantageous results in a confrontation. Upon hearing Frank speak, Kydra fell silent. For the disparity in strength was evident. A holy ranked practitioner was virtually invincible before those of lesser ranks. To the readers, I am but a humble seeker of support. The Starry Abyss, as its name suggests, is a lake that mirrors the cosmos, resembling an endless chasm. Beneath this celestial expanse, the waters appear to possess a kind of enchantment, acting as a mirror that reflects the light and reveals one's essence. As Unian progressed along the shores of the lake, he encountered a landscape of sandy stones and gravel, teeming with peculiar aquatic creatures scattered across the ground. He even beheld a crab, the size of a human, launching a fierce attack upon them, only to be cleaved in two by an axe wielded by X. A towering shrimp, displaying an aggressive demeanor and exuding the aura of a novice swordsman, was swiftly dispatched by a dagger from Keller, severed in half with ease. A scallop, measuring 3.5 meters in diameter, concealed within it a dark monstrosity that unleashed icy arrows. However, it proved no match for Anna's magical projectile, which incinerated it into charred remains. As Unian and his companions advanced, they encountered numerous obstacles along the way, yet they deftly overcame each challenge with remarkable ease. Meanwhile, Bill and his group had also arrived at the abyss of the starry sky, albeit on the opposite shore of the lake. The vastness of the abyss rendered everything indistinct from their vantage point, prompting them to scour the shoreline in search of Yunyan. Particularly, the Saint Sorcerer Frank soared swiftly through the air, covering kilometers in mere moments. Yet he struggled to locate Yunyan and his companions amidst the immense expanse of the abyss, which was nearly equivalent to a small sea. Even the Saint Sorcerer could only vaguely discern direction based on their aura, making precise location identification nearly impossible. Thus, it would take a while to genuinely find them. But not excessively long. Damn it, that little rascal is rather clever, Bill bellowed. Frank, why don't you summon your magical beast, the Radiant Warhawk? We could locate him immediately. Frank shot Bill a glare, retorting fiercely, do not attempt to command me. Do not forget your place. Bill, taken aback, nonetheless maintained his obstinate demeanor, declaring loudly, Frank, do not forget that this is an order from young Master Melody. He is the sole heir of Lord Barty. Humph. I have lent my Radiant Warhawk to Ural and cannot summon it at present, Frank replied, suppressing his irritation. Had it not been for Bill wielding Barty's authority like a feather, he might have given Bill a taste of his own medicine. Humph. Delaying the young Master's affairs will certainly have consequences. I shall report Ural to Lord Barty, Bill continued to boast. Bill, you should tone it down, Cadilla interjected, pulling Bill back with some force. Only then did Bill notice Frank's stormy expression, sensing that he could explode at any moment. He contemplated speaking but hesitated, aware of Frank's simmering discontent. Ural was Frank's closest friend. They had endured countless trials together since their days as first-level mages, sharing a bond akin to brothers. Bill's intentions towards Ural irked Frank immensely, further exacerbated by the disdain he felt for pursuing a mere novice swordsman, leading him to adopt a more passive approach. Frank, brimming with indignation, thought to himself, I possess the mirror of radiance that can reveal their location at any time. However, since you, Bill, dare to show me disrespect, I shall refrain from using it, ensuring your task is not completed smoothly. As tensions escalated between Frank and Bill, the elemental wings shrank to half their size, and Frank deliberately reduced their flying speed to match that of the other great sorcerers. Originally, his elemental wings would have shielded them from the wind and increased their velocity. Now, their speed suffered as a result of the reduction. You, Bill exclaimed in anger, glaring at Frank. What are you shouting about? My magic power is insufficient. If you can open the elemental wings, then you should do it yourself, Frank retorted, his fury boiling over. The great sorcerer seemed infantile in comparison to him, and Frank was thoroughly displeased with being repeatedly commanded by Bill. Bill attempted to counter, but the disparity in their strengths was glaring. He simply lacked the capability to unfurl the elemental wings. Very well, you, Frank, are quite something, he muttered. Bill vehemently declared, refraining from further disputes, yet it was evident to all that he harbored animosity towards Frank. Their altercation had inadvertently granted Yunyan precious time. The six of them united in purpose, navigating through numerous obstacles, ultimately arriving at the lair of the Naga demon, nestled in the heart of the starry abyss. The island lay centrally, connected by a lengthy causeway that unexpectedly bore no Naga sentinels, merely a few centaurs, gnolls, and low-tier water elementals, easily dispatched by them. Upon reaching the central island, they discovered it was an expansive expanse, stretching across several dozen kilometers, akin to a diminutive landmass. Once on the island, they did not immediately encounter any Naga guards. Yunyan conferred with his companions, suggesting they first seek a concealed refuge before he activated his wind-step ability to scour the island. The 5 members of the glorious mercenary corps concealed themselves within a secure and hidden cavern, while Yunyan, utilizing wind-step, commenced his search across the vast island. Despite its immense size, even with wind-step, it would take Yunyan several days, if not longer, to thoroughly explore. However, fortune smiled upon him. After an hour of searching, he finally stumbled upon the Naga demon's nest. This nest was situated in a gorge embraced by towering mountains, featuring a small lake at its center, replete with numerous geysers exuding steaming waters, indeed, a hot spring. Within, a dozen Naga sentinels reclined comfortably in the thermal waters, indulging in their warm embrace. The sheer cliffs of the mountains were riddled with caves, presumably serving as the residences of the Naga guards. The sight of so many Naga sentinels made Yunyan's heart race. One might be manageable, but such a densely packed throng, coupled with the unknown number lurking within the caves, rendered the prospect of confronting them fatal, even for 10 of them. Having assessed the situation, although aware of the futility of his endeavor, Yunyan remained undeterred. He activated Wind Step and boldly ventured into the valley. He resolved to locate the Naga demon, believing that perhaps, with his Wind Step, A sliver of opportunity might present itself. At that moment, Yunyan had no intention of involving his fellow mercenaries in this perilous venture. The overwhelming number of Naga sentinels would render their assistance ineffectual. With wind step engaged, his figure became translucent, rendering him invisible to others. As he traversed the gorge, he passed by several Naga sentinels without being detected. Despite their keen senses, the Naga guards would pause and search the vicinity whenever Yunyan drew near. Yunyan had no choice but to hold his breath, immersing himself in a state of profound silence, thereby slowing his pace. Upon entering the canyon, he soon realized that this place was a veritable paradise, replete with an abundance of fish and shrimp and abundant fruits and vegetables. At the heart of the spring, the water was scalding hot, capable of cooking any creature. The Naga also dragged raw meat into the lake to cook it, exhibiting no fear of the boiling water. As they were inherently endowed with the ability to manipulate the water element, the Naga were nearly immune to such heat. The Naga appeared to be exceedingly industrious, with a strict hierarchy and clearly defined roles. The lower-ranked Naga served as attendants, tasked solely with foraging for fruits, fishing, and hunting. The fourth-tier Naga warriors acted as soldiers. Although they were not required to perform labor, they were always on guard and patrolling, with no leisure to rest. The most comfortable were the fifth-tier Naga sentinels, who indulged in the hot springs, enjoying food and drink much like human nobility. However, Yunyan also noticed that in the vast expanse of the lake, very few Naga sentinels ventured into the center. Those who did merely passed by the periphery without daring to approach the heart of the water to revel in its delights. Yunyan speculated that this might be the domain of the Naga demon, akin to a sovereign whose territory none were permitted to trespass. Furthermore, the waters at the center were the cleanest and purest, as they emanated from the spring, yielding pristine underground water. The lingering thoughts within me evoke a suffocating sensation. This place is evidently a malevolent microcosm of a slave society, dominated by the Naga demon, with thousands of Nagas subjugated under its tyrannical rule. Ah, behold, my little ones. What is this? Suddenly, a monstrous roar erupted as a colossal Naga, towering 10 meters high, leapt from the cavern's depths, brandishing an object high above. Help! Save me! The cry of a woman pierced the air, and upon closer inspection, I discerned that it was indeed a woman. She possessed pointed ears, her skin as white as snow. Flawless and radiant, with a delicate, oval face, she was a young and beautiful elf. At that moment, she was struggling valiantly in the grasp of the Naga demon, calling out for assistance. Finally, I beheld the true form of the Naga demon and activated my detection skill. Naga demon health, 30. 000 attack, 500 to 500 defense, 200 passive skill, resilient skin, negating 150 real damage. Durability aura active skills, unknown ability level, F danger level. Upon observing the attributes of the Naga demon, a chill ran through me. It was evident that defeating it was beyond my capabilities. The sheer volume of its health and formidable defense were staggering. The passive skill of hardened skin alone was sufficient to render me incapable of inflicting any damage whatsoever, not even the slightest scratch. My current attack power barely exceeded 100. And even a critical hit would only deal 200 points of damage, merely a trivial fraction of its health, which could be instantly restored. This sixth-tier Naga demon is overwhelmingly powerful. I see no viable means to conquer it. It appears I must abandon any plans for a direct assault and instead devise a strategy to lure the Naga demon into a confrontation with Bill and the others. Such was the contemplation in my heart. As Yunyan's thoughts flowed seamlessly, a plan began to take shape in his mind. A subtle smile gracing his lips, a telltale sign of an impending ambush. The Naga demon held the elven girl captive, unleashing a savage roar that reveled in the fear and terror reflected in her eyes. He resembled a fiend of the land, deriving joy from the suffering of others. With a swift motion, the Naga demon brought the elven girl close to his gaping maw, opening his bloody jaws in a menacing display, nearly causing her to faint from fright. Yet, instead of devouring her, he erupted into laughter, returning her to the confines of his lair. Inside, numerous elven girls could be seen, their faces ashen, each holding trays of food, evidently serving the Naga demon. Nearby, the Naga guards observed the demon's demeanor, their eyes alight with admiration. To witness the proud elven race bowing in submission was a privilege reserved for the ancient Naga aristocracy. Little did they realize that the Naga demon wielded brute force and violence, whereas the ancient Naga commanded respect through nobility and the sacred radiance of their lineage. In the distance, 4 figures were gradually approaching the heart of the lake, visible to all who looked up. As Yunyan seized the opportunity, he swiftly executed the technique of manifestation, dispatching a Naga warrior lurking at the periphery of the canyon. He then activated his wind step once more, slipping into a state of stealth. A piercing scream echoed through the canyon as another Naga warrior inexplicably fell. The Naga demon, with its menacing gaze, bellowed in fury. "Who dares? I sense the presence of a human. Cursed serpent woman Naga, damned human." At that moment, in the distance, Bill and his companions had just arrived at the heart of the lake, where the formidable holy aura of Frank immediately captured the attention of the Naga demon. Its gaze fixated on Frank, filled with hatred and malice, it intoned a curse. "Damned human, such a familiar scent, blood and battle." The Naga demon's battle intent surged, its massive form swelling to twice its size. As all the Naga guards emerged from the lake and caverns, a dark mass of Naga warriors alongside the colossal demon, unleashing a furious roar at Frank from the mountaintop. To the readers, please save this. Thank you for your support. The four soared through countless towering trees, standing their ground before the Naga demon. Bill, feeling anxious at the Naga's swift response, shouted, "Frank, we should infiltrate the Naga camp and find that brat. Rather than engaging the Naga demon here. This is a conspiracy. Is conspiracy. Nonsense. If you wish to find him, do so yourself," Frank retorted, growing increasingly irritated with Bill. If it weren't for their shared mentor in magic, making them half-classmates, he would have dismissed him entirely. "Damn it, Frank. Are you just going to let that brat escape?" Bill exclaimed, his urgency palpable. "If you wish to die, I shan't stop you," Frank replied, gesturing disdainfully at the hundreds of malevolent Naga glaring at them. "Cursed, damned." Bill spat, hurling a venomous curse, yet ultimately refrained from charging forward. Facing over 100 well-trained fifth-tier Naga would crush even him to dust. At that moment, the Naga demon roared, its gaze piercing Frank with venomous hatred, growling deeply. "Human, reptile, 10 years ago you escaped my grasp. Today, your head shall serve as my stepping stone." Enraged, Frank could hardly tolerate such an affront to his dignity from a 6th-tier demon. Expanding his sound magic, a resounding voice reverberated throughout the valley. "Naga demon, today you shall be my stepping stone, for I shall extract the Naga crystal from your very being. Human, reptile, dare you offend this king? Fry and pan fry." The Naga demon snorted through both nostrils, filled with malice and curses, embodying its demonic nature. As the Naga guards began to stir restlessly, shouting in unison, Frank, nearly incensed to the point of combustion, trembled in rage and embarrassment, declaring, "Naga demon, meet your demise." Radiant fire rain. With a powerful sweep of his high-tier purple staff, Frank summoned a colossal amalgamation of light and fire elements, causing the sky to darken as clouds formed, coalescing into giant fireballs that cascaded down with a thunderous roar, engulfing all the Naga on the mountaintop. The sea god's protection was invoked, and the Naga demon let out a thunderous roar, channeling the magical essence of all the Naga into a massive, milky white magical barrier composed of water elements, which stood resolute against the barrage of fireballs. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of fiery projectiles striking the magical shield reverberated through the air, causing it to tremble under the onslaught. Yet the barrier remained remarkably resilient, showing no signs of damage despite enduring hundreds of colossal fireballs. Frustration washed over Frank as he recognized the overwhelming power of the combined magic from over 100 wicked Naga, bolstered by the sea god as protection, rivaling the strength of the sacred tier. "Vicky, Katara, channel your magic into me. I must summon elemental spirits to amplify my power," Frank shouted with urgency. Without hesitation, Vicky and Katara poured their magical energy into Frank, who once again summoned the grand elemental spirits of light and fire. Holy light arrow. This time, the two elemental spirits swirled around him, manifesting a gigantic magical arrow in the void, stretching over 100 meters long, its tip ablaze with fire. "Crawlers, do not dare to succeed." The Naga demon bellowed in fury, drawing forth 2 enormous harpoons and, with a flick of its tail, maneuvering around the side of the holy light arrow, launching an attack towards Frank. Light's Guardian. Katara cast a protective spell to thwart the Naga demon, as this moment was crucial for Frank to concentrate his magic without interruption. Demon Breaker. The Naga demon, consumed by rage, soared to a height of over 100 meters and came crashing down with its twin harpoons, striking the Light's Guardian with such force that it shattered into pieces. A sound akin to shattering glass echoed through the air as Katara let out a scream, her body cleaved in half by the Naga demon's harpoon, plummeting from the void and meeting her demise instantly. What? The Demon Breaker, that is a Naga divine technique. How could you possess it? Bill exclaimed in disbelief, his heart racing with terror as he witnessed Katara fall to her death. Humans, crawlers. The Naga demon landed triumphantly, its voice booming with mockery. Yet Frank remained undistracted, still chanting his incantation. Just as the Naga demon finished its taunt, Frank's magic reached completion. Holy light, arrow, go! With a resounding cry, the immense light-infused magical arrow surged forth, trailing a fiery tail behind it, strong enough to annihilate a 7th-tier sword saint. As anticipated, even the sea goddess protection, summoned by the united front of the 100 Naga guardians, faltered against the might of the holy light arrow, which pierced through the milky white aura of protection, vaporizing nearly half of the Naga guardians within and leaving them to vanish without a trace. Human, you have slain my warriors. You shall pay dearly for this. The Naga demon roared incessantly as a spear, imbued with a translucent red aura, was hurled forth. Time Guardian. With a swift motion of Frank's amethyst staff, a magnificent barrier of light elements formed, warping the very fabric of space. The energy spear collided with the membrane, only to be deflected, gliding along its surface as if traversing an eerie dimension, completely altering its trajectory. By mere chance, the spear whizzed past Bill, startling him immensely. He activated his flame shield, which, upon contact with the spear, erupted with a deafening explosion. Fortunately, it merely grazed him. Had it struck directly, he would have been obliterated. Frank, you are settling personal scores. Bill bellowed in anger. Humph, the Time Guardian is beyond my control. Heed your own caution, Frank replied, fully engrossed in the battle against the Naga demon. Despite the demon being merely of the 6th tier, it stood at the pinnacle of its rank, dangerously close to the threshold of the holy level, thus posing a significant threat. Bill refrained from rebuking Frank too harshly and retreated with Vicky, realizing that the previous encounter served as a dire warning. It was clear that any further insubordination could lead to catastrophic consequences. Frank merely sought to intimidate Bill. He had no intention of truly harming him, as they shared a mentor and thus a bond akin to brotherhood. Moreover, Bill had connections that afforded him protection. Humans, reptiles. The Naga demon roared, launching itself at Frank like a humanoid missile, its spear brimming with potent energy and the unmistakable aura of battle. This indicated that the Naga demon was nearing the holy tier. With one more step, its battle essence would coalesce into wings of combat, transforming its deep crimson energy into a pearly white, advancing into a combat aura. Devil's Break. The Naga demon soared above Frank's height, its twin spears crossing in a downward slash, its massive form descending like a mountain. The devastating attack struck the Time Guardian, bending and breaking the barrier. Yet the energy from the spear shattered the confinement of space, restoring it. Frank gasped in astonishment. His Time Guardian was a 7th-tier magic, yet it seemed to be on the verge of shattering. Explosive flames. With a flick of his wand, Frank summoned fire elements, igniting a circle of flames with a 10-meter diameter in midair, which swiftly engulfed the Naga demon. Cursed reptile. The Naga demon, besieged by explosive flames, found itself compelled to adopt a defensive strategy. Its harpoon whirled like a windmill, sweeping away the fiery onslaught as it burst forth from the inferno, shrouded in wisps of smoke. Upon emerging, the Naga demon awakened its primal instincts, howling ferociously while relentlessly assaulting with its harpoon. Each strike imbued with tremendous force capable of splitting mountains and rending the earth. Yet, when the harpoon collided with the Guardian of Time, it either bent harmlessly aside or spiraled away, never once making contact with Frank. Meanwhile, Frank's explosive fireballs struck the Naga demon repeatedly, inflicting immense damage, charring its exterior to a crisp. It was evident to all that the Naga demon's breath grew labored, each leap becoming increasingly feeble. In stark contrast, Frank appeared to possess boundless magical energy, continually unleashing explosive flames that consumed the Naga demon's massive form, wearing it down. The demise of the Naga demon seemed inevitable. Even from afar, Yunyan discerned the unfolding situation. He had thoroughly searched the valley, excluding the Naga demon's lair, yet found no trace of the sealed 4-layered entrance. It appeared that the only remaining possibility lay within the depths of the Naga demon's cave. Without hesitation, Yunyan pressed forward, dashing towards the lair of the Naga demon. The cave was suspended midway up the mountainside, yet there were narrow paths for the Naga warriors to traverse. Once heavily guarded, it now lay deserted as all the sentinels had rushed to the summit to engage in battle. Yunyan swiftly made his way to the cave, taken aback to find it filled with hundreds of ethereal elven maidens, each more enchanting than the last. Upon seeing Yunyin, they too were momentarily stunned. A brave maiden with a delicate oval face stepped forward and inquired, "Human, my name is Sally. Are you here to rescue us?" "No. I seek the entrance to the 4th level," Yunyin replied, his expression devoid of emotion. Sally, taken aback by the man's unexpected reaction, momentarily hesitated, remembering her dire situation. She earnestly pleaded, "Could you lead us out? We were forcibly taken here by the Naga demons, and we long to return to our homeland. You may leave now. There are no Naga outside. They have all retreated to the mountaintop to battle the humans," Yunyin kindly informed them. The elven maidens paused, and then a wave of joy swept over them as one exclaimed, "Really? Who are the Naga fighting? Will they be destroyed?" "I believe so. You should seize this opportunity and flee quickly," Yunyin urged once more. With this confirmation, nearly all the elven maidens erupted into cheers, hastily making their way out of the cave to seek their homeland. The only one who remained was Sally, her gaze lingering on Yunyin. She suddenly asked, "Human, what is your name?" "I am called Yunyin," he replied, beginning to search for the entrance to the 4th level within the cave. "Yunyin, may I accompany you? My village has been annihilated by wicked orcs, leaving me without kin and now homeless," Sally lamented sorrowfully. Yunyin shuddered all over. He too was devoid of kin. Enveloped in solitude and isolation, he strove for self-reliance and resilience, yet no one could perceive the profound loneliness and sense of loss that dwelled within him. Yunyin's eyes were fixed upon Sally, their gazes intertwining as if they both beheld the same desolation reflected in each other's eyes. "It is perilous. I am heading to the 4th level now, and your presence might lead to your demise," Yunyin cautioned. Sally offered a bittersweet smile, responding candidly, "Perhaps my death would serve as a form of liberation." "Very well, follow me," Yunyin replied, guiding Sally in search of the entrance to the 4th level within the cavern. "Are you seeking the entrance to the 4th level? Could it be this?" Sally inquired as she approached the Naga demon's throne, lifting a massive white bear pelt to reveal a vast passageway below. However, a seal adorned the entrance, indicating that the Naga demon still drew breath. "This is it," Yunyin exclaimed with delight. Once the Naga demon perished, he would gain access to the 4th level and continue his engagement with Bill. As for the readers, please continue to support our collection efforts. Outside the canyon, Frank and the Naga demon's battle was nearing its climax. With all the Naga sentinels sensing the demon's diminishing aura, not foolish, they recognized the strength of the human before them, letting out a shriek and scattering in all directions. Just as Frank was about to deliver the final blow, Bill stepped forward to halt him, saying, "Wait, Frank. We must capture the Naga demon first to prevent that scoundrel from fleeing into the 4th level." After a moment's hesitation, Frank complied. Finding light, he intoned, waving his amethyst wand. A translucent rope of light shot forth, ensnaring the nearly defeated Naga demon. He then cast a levitation spell, causing the demon's massive form to follow at his feet. With elemental wings unfurled, the trio soared back into the depths of the canyon. Meanwhile, within the cavern, Yunyin had not anticipated Bill's cunning. Activating his detection skills, he discerned their approach, carrying the barely conscious Naga demon. "Flee now. They intend to confront me," Yunyin urged Sally. With a radiant smile, she replied, "I will not escape. I have vowed to follow you, and thus I shall remain by your side for eternity. You are my soul family now." With a jolt, Yunyin dragged Sally to the mouth of the 4th level cave and said solemnly, "All right, you are now my only kin. You should hide here. Once the seal at the cave's entrance is broken, you must flee below. I will come for you soon." Sally hesitated for a moment, but upon meeting Yunyin's resolute gaze, she nodded and replied, "Yes, I believe you will come for me." "You must," Yunyin replied succinctly. Sally crouched at the cave's entrance as Yunyin covered her with a large bear pelt, then stood at the threshold, calmly watching as Frank, Bill, and Vicky approached him. Beneath their feet hovered the bound Naga demon, its life force dwindling to a mere thread, a single strike away from death. A thought crossed Yunyin's mind. Perhaps there was a chance to slay this Naga demon, though his expression remained impassive. Bill, upon spotting Yunyin, exhibited a blend of excitement, hatred, and malice, particularly envisioning the moment when Yunyin would be at his mercy. A thrill of anticipation coursed through him. "You little brat," Bill snarled from a distance, his voice a cacophony of madness and arrogance. "I told you, there's no escaping your fate. Kneel and prepare to meet your end. You are nothing but a mere Shar-Pei, and I mistook you for someone of worth," Yunyin scoffed. "A great archmage who cannot even vanquish a novice swordsman has now sought the aid of a holy mage. Truly, I am honored." Both Frank and Vicky sensed that Yunyan was indeed a novice swordsman, their pride further wounded by the association with Bill, who sneered, "You insolent wretch. Death is upon you. I wonder how long you can maintain your bravado." Bill's voice dripped with malice, his entire being trembling with rage, his complexion a shade of green. "You old fool, if you can indeed slay me, then call out, for you are nothing more than a decrepit dog now." Yunyan remained impassive, cold, and unperturbed. What audacity to speak so defiantly before 3 high-tier mages. This boy is truly mad. Even Vicky was taken aback, astonished by Yunyan's audacity in the face of a holy class adversary. He is indeed insane. I expected him to be a figure of note. But he is merely a mad dog, Frank remarked, his demeanor dripping with disdain. Indeed, he is a mad dog, and you are right, however. I shall treat him as such, flaying him alive to make him experience the torment of descending into hell. Bill, in his moment of arrogance, reveled in his perceived dominance over Yunyan. However, if you are willing to relinquish your extraordinary skills to me, I might consider allowing you to become my dog. A mere slave, living on in misery. Bill's desire for Yunyan's abilities was palpable. In his eyes, they were akin to the divine skills of a certain race, comparable to the Naga demon's devastating strike. "You old wretch, take your own life at once, and I might spare your body from being fed to the fish in the sea." Yunyan remained steadfast, unyielding. "Such courage, you shall meet your end." Bill could no longer contain himself, his body erupting with blue magical energy as fire elements violently coalesced. Phoenix Strike. Bill unleashed his ultimate attack. A colossal fire element forming the head of a phoenix, its long fiery tail trailing behind. "Do you truly wish to kill him?" Frank was taken aback. Bill had gone mad, launching his ultimate skill. The Phoenix Strike was already 7th tier magic. Employing it at the 6th tier was tantamount to a transcendent spell, risking mental degradation and magical backlash. Yet Bill paid no heed, consumed by rage after being humiliated repeatedly by a novice swordsman, with Frank and Vicky as witnesses. His dignity lay in tatters. This scandal would surely spread, and if he could not obtain Yunyan's skills, he would be reduced to a laughingstock. "Now, I shall reveal my blade." Before the Phoenix Strike was unleashed, Yunyan's figure shifted, transforming into a lengthy illusion as he charged towards the 3 individuals. However, his true target was not the trio of sorcerers, but the Naga demon, barely clinging to life beneath Frank's feet. The speed of Yunyan utterly astonished Frank, who, as a 7th tier holy mage, nearly mistook it for an assault by a sword saint. He immediately enveloped himself in a layer of Time Guardian, while Vicky activated a magical shield and took refuge behind Frank. Only Bill, with a series of shouts, warned, "Do not be deceived. His attack bears a pitifully weak lethality. We must thwart him. He aims to slay the Naga demon and escape to the 4th layer." At that moment, he was unable to obstruct Yunyan, who unleashed a transcendent ultimate technique that could not be halted, requiring at least 5 seconds to chant. However, it was too late. Yunyan's manifestation slash was akin to teleportation within 10 meters, nearly impossible to intercept. His long blade smoothly severed the Naga demon's throat, crimson blood cascading like a purple stream, while a radiant white glow emanated from him. With a thunderous explosion, the Naga demon's body disintegrated, revealing a fiery red longsword. The imposing aura of a 3rd-tier magical equipment flashing momentarily. Yunyan seized it before vanishing from sight. With a chime, a white light enveloped Yunyan, signifying his level up. The 30,000 experience points from the Naga demon fully replenished his experience, propelling him directly to level 5. What was that just now? It was an ancient magical equipment of the 3rd tier. I sensed its formidable magical aura. It has surpassed the 6th tier. Bill shouted in a near-manic frenzy. Greed flickered in Frank's eyes as he bellowed, "Surrender the equipment, or you shall find no place to rest in death." Vicky, disregarding her dignity, cast aside her identity as a grand mage and yelled at Yunyan, "That little brat, hand over the equipment quickly, lest you doom yourself." "Never." Yunyan landed and activated the Gale Step again, this time at the 2nd level. He allocated his skill points directly to this ability. Gale Step Level 2, Magic Cost, 50, Stealth Duration, 11 seconds, Cooldown Time, 8 seconds, Stealth increases movement speed, 50, if an attack is initiated while in stealth. It inflicts an additional 140 damage. These are the attributes of the 2nd level Gale Step, doubling the damage output. The hidden property of movement speed also enhances damage by 10. The damage is amplified, the stealth duration extended by an additional second, and the movement speed increased by a substantial 20. This is the formidable power of the second-level Gale Step, far superior in escape capability compared to the first level, with a longer stealth duration and still maintaining infinite stealth. Although it consumes an additional 10 magic points, with Yunyan's current mana exceeding 2,000, he remains unperturbed by the expenditure. The figure of Yunyan swiftly blurred, turning directly and rushing into the cave. "Stop him!" This time, Frank bellowed, his powerful magical equipment igniting a sense of greed within him. Each piece of magical attire he donned, while only usable at the 7th tier, was crafted by an alchemist, enhancing his magical power by a mere 50%. However, had he possessed authentic 7th tier equipment dropped by real magical beasts, it would have been akin to trading a musket for a cannon, amplifying his own power tenfold, elevating him to the ranks of a top-tier saint-level sorcerer. The 3rd-tier magical equipment that had just emerged was also a rare treasure, particularly that Sword of Flames. Brimming with magical elements, setting his very being alight with excitement. He could sense it would at least double the attack power of his fire magic. Now, he cursed himself for heeding Bill's counsel and not annihilating the Naga demon, deepening his disdain for Bill. The prospect of enhancing a saint's attack power by even a fraction was a monumental concept for a grand mage, translating to an increase of at least tenfold. Thus, Bill could not adequately convey his wrath, resorting instead to feelings of animosity, hatred, and madness. His thirst for the flame blade was insatiable. Yet it had been seized by none other than Yunyan, the least deserving of it. Vicky's heart ached as well, for his magical prowess was even weaker than Bill's, and acquiring the flame sword would yield an even greater enhancement. Greed and jealousy vividly manifested on his countenance. "Boy, hand over the equipment, and I shall spare your life." Bill roared with all his might, his visage twisted in a frenzied snarl. Ignoring the potential backlash from the magic, he unleashed an incomplete phoenix strike. His words laced with venom. "Bill, if the flame sword vanishes, so shall you," Frank retorted, his temper flaring. He too had succumbed to madness. Realizing that Bill's attack would likely obliterate Yunyan, let alone the flame sword. In a flash, Frank positioned himself before the oncoming inferno. The Time Guardian, a formidable saint-level magical shield, bent the phoenix strike, ultimately redirecting it skyward. "Frank, have you lost your senses? He won't die. At worst, he'll be gravely injured. Why would you shield him from this blow? Lord Buddy will punish you." Bill's eyes blazed crimson with fury as he teetered on the brink of insanity, never anticipating that it would be Frank who would intercept the strike for Yunyan. Silence. Temporal confinement. Frank unleashed a beam of light, binding Bill in place. Bill plummeted to the ground, rolling down the mountain path like a tumbling gourd, utterly disheveled. Yunyan let out a cold laugh, disregarding the fierce infighting around him. He boldly lifted the massive hide of the white bear, for Sally was no longer present. She had placed her faith in Yunyan and had long since burrowed inside. Now having reached the 4th level, upon seeing that the entrance to this level had been unsealed, Yunyan descended recklessly. For the holy sorcerer was an adversary beyond his capacity to withstand. His only recourse lay in confronting the Naga Lord. How infuriating. How utterly exasperating. I, Bill, have been outmaneuvered by a mere novice swordsman, reduced to a laughingstock, akin to a foolish pig. I yearn for vengeance. I am determined to annihilate him, to utterly destroy Yunyan. Bill had truly descended into madness, an endless spiral of insanity, his hatred blinding him to reason. He continued to roar at the heavens. "Frank, Vicky, you shall pay for this. You are doomed." Filled with resentment and ferocity, Bill had succumbed to a frenzied state, perceiving anyone who obstructed his path to slay Yunyan as an enemy. At that moment, Bill was completely unhinged. After his furious outburst, he summoned the last vestiges of his magical energy to break free from the already weakened temporal confinement. Without the support of the holy tier mage's power, even 7th tier magic could not restrain a grand sorcerer for long. Casting a glance at the lair of the Naga demon, Bill chose not to ascend again, but instead fixed a venomous stare for a moment before cursing with venomous intensity. "Frank, Vicky, you foolish swine shall surely meet your demise. You are no match for this boy. He is astute and will not perish, only you shall fall." Bill cast a wind spell and began his return to the 2nd level. He intended to inform Melody, to relay the events to Barty. He believed he would garner greater support and would ultimately crush Yunyan beneath his heel. "Prepare yourselves. Your doom approaches," Bill declared with malice, departing without a backward glance. As Yunyan ascended to the 4th level, time and space became a whirling enigma, as if the very fabric of the world had been distorted by the force of time. He found himself transported to an uncharted realm. Contrary to his expectations, he did not encounter Sally. Upon inquiring with the system, he learned that this layer of space facilitated random teleportation, causing individuals who entered at different moments to materialize in disparate locations. As Yunyan lifted his gaze to survey his surroundings, he discovered an ethereal realm enveloped in a profound shade of blue. The sky, the earth, the mountains, and the trees, all were suffused with a serene azure, crystalline and radiant, illuminating the space without losing its brilliance. Before him lay an endless expanse of blue grassland, while behind him stood a dense and verdant blue forest. In the distance, an infinite azure ocean stretched out, the hue so intense it was almost suffocating. Yet, amidst this breathtaking scenery, Yunyan sensed a peculiar phenomenon. Within this realm, countless vapors seemed to permeate his skin, drawing forth impurities from his pores and gradually refining his very essence. He even beheld his skin transforming, becoming translucent and resplendent. Without a care in the world, Yunyan activated the Gale Steps, embarking on a quest to locate Sally. Although searching for an individual in such an expansive area felt akin to finding a needle in a haystack, the locations designated for teleportation were undoubtedly secure, situated far from the ocean, thus providing a glimmer of hope for discovery. Frank and Vicky also entered the fourth layer together. Their simultaneous arrival meant they were transported as a pair. Upon entering the fourth layer, the dense aura of water elements nearly suffocated Vicky, a fire mage. While Frank fared better, being a dual-element mage of light and fire, his magical power remaining unaffected in the presence of light. What an overwhelming presence of water elements. It is akin to a sanctuary for water mages. I can envision even a Grand Master of water magic attaining the holy tier within this realm, Frank marveled. Vicky, however, wore a grim expression, as the fire elements within him were continually extinguished and neutralized by the surrounding water elements. He appeared as though he were ailing, his complexion turning an alarming shade of blue and purple. Damn it, such concentrated water elements are nothing short of poison to me. Vicky grimaced as vapor began to emanate from his visage, his internal magical energy beginning to dissolve. Vicky, I have previously stated that while a specialized mage may wield remarkable power, they become exceedingly vulnerable when faced with unique environments, Frank admonished, showcasing the prowess of a holy tier mage with an air of superiority. Yes, Frank, please, hasten to cast a temporal shield for me, Vicky implored, overwhelmed by his suffering. Frank, unhurried, conjured a magical barrier for Vicky, shielding him from the water elements while simultaneously asserting his authority before him. Yunyan was temporarily unable to locate Sally, so he decided to examine the equipment he had acquired. Before him lay a long sword, its entirety enveloped in flames, exuding an air of antiquity and elegance. The flame sword, originating from the burning hell, was a magical weapon lost by the infernal demons. Imbued with an enigmatic magical essence capable of inflicting splash fire damage on nearby foes. It boasted an attack power of 50/50 and a passive skill of a 20 critical hit chance, dealing double damage. The weapon's rank was classified as Tier 3. Upon beholding the flame sword, Yunyan felt an overwhelming desire to elevate his equipment to Tier 3. Currently, he possessed 3 pieces of Tier 3 gear: the blade of the Sword Saint, the Frost Orb, and the flame sword before him. The blade of the Sword Saint, with its impressive attack power of 160, alongside the Frost Orb's 50 attack, combined with the flame sword, provided a staggering total of 260 attack points. One could only imagine that upon reaching Tier 3, Yunyan's arsenal would rival that of a cannon compared to mere burst. The 20 critical hit chance was undoubtedly an exceptional attribute. The blade of the Sword Saint already augmented the probability by 20, while the flame sword contributed an additional 20, plus his inherent 13. Though each probability stood independently, the likelihood of critical hits had significantly increased, with the potential for consecutive critical strikes looming. While the splash damage from the flames offered minimal enhancement to single target attacks, it could yield unexpected results in group battles. Although the flame sword could not compare to the blade of the Sword Saint, it certainly ranked as a premium item among Tier 3 equipment, with each attribute standing out prominently. Just as he concluded his inspection of the gear, Yunyan detected a faint sound of footsteps, prompting him to become alert. Activating his detection skill, he scanned the surroundings. From the grass behind him, a health bar materialized, revealing a humanoid figure. Rather than immediately attacking, Yunyan bellowed, "Who goes there? Step forward." "Yunyan, it's me, Sally," came the surprised reply as she emerged from the foliage. Upon seeing Sally, Yunyan relaxed his guard and sighed in relief. "At last, I've found you. What fortuitous timing for our paths to cross." "Yes, after I descended, I hid in the grass, waiting for you." There are many powerful Naga presences nearby. So I refrained from moving, Sally explained. All right, follow me. The dangers ahead are far greater, Union cautioned. Indeed, peril loomed around them. Not only were the celestial demon sorcerers searching for him in the skies, but the treacherous Naga on the ground posed a lethal threat to Union. Their serendipitous encounter significantly eased the impending plans, and after finding a safe location to eat and rest for a while, Union set forth with Sally once more. Their objective was to seek out the Naga Lord, not to vanquish him, but to ascertain his whereabouts, thereby allowing Union to draw the celestial demon sorcerer Frank into a confrontation. Union, why do we need to seek out the Naga Lord? Can't we just hide here and escape? Sally inquired. No, hiding here merely invites death. The Holy Mage can track our essence. If we remain stationary, we will inevitably be discovered. Union elucidated, having sensed the capabilities of the Holy Mage. For it seemed that no matter which direction he fled, the Holy Mage was always aware of his whereabouts. What? Are we not in grave danger then? Sally exclaimed in terror. Indeed, if you were to conceal yourself in the underbrush, it might afford you greater safety than following me, Union stated stoically. Unwilling to endanger Sally further. No, I shall remain by your side. You are my only family in this world, regardless of the peril. Surprisingly, Sally responded with unwavering determination. Very well, I shall protect you, Union replied, touched by her resolve. Since awakening, he had known only solitude. Yet Sally not only regarded him as kin, but also remained steadfastly by his side, stirring something within his icy heart. After a brief respite, the two ventured toward the cerulean expanse of the ocean, for Union sought the Naga Lord. His intention was simple. Since the Holy Mage could trace his path, he would use this to lure him to the Naga Lord's lair. Upon cresting a small rise, a colossal figure suddenly obstructed their passage. It was a Naga sentinel. Brandishing a spear, its form shrouded in darkness. Upon sighting the pair, the Naga sentinel bellowed, "Humans, perish." It unleashed a 5-meter-long wave of water elemental energy towards them. More terrifyingly, as the wave surged forth, it was immediately augmented by the surrounding water elements, doubling its potency and expanding to a size of 10 meters. Damn it, Sally. Take cover behind me. Union shouted urgently, realizing there was no time to evade. Even if he could, Sally would undoubtedly perish. Understood. Sally promptly crouched behind Union, seeking shelter. Mirror clone. In an instant, the entity known as Union vanished, only to have 6 manifestations of Union emerge simultaneously. 5 of these reflections were directed to the forefront, tasked with absorbing the brunt of the shockwave. As the shockwave surged through, the first 3 reflections were swiftly obliterated, dissipating into ethereal wisps of smoke. However, they managed to absorb a substantial portion of the damage, just as the 4th reflection clung to a mere thread of vitality. The shockwave finally subsided, neutralized by the valiant efforts of the reflections. Yet, Union felt an overwhelming sense of danger. Although the mirror image sustained damage of 200, it was equivalent to 4 mirror images with 2,500 health each being annihilated. This meant that a single shockwave could inflict 5,000 points of true damage upon him. If it struck him directly, it would undoubtedly result in his demise twice over. Cursed be it. Union growled lowly, for evasion was not an option. Otherwise, Sally would be in mortal peril. There was no choice but to confront it head-on. With a swift step, he initiated Gale Step. With an icy gaze and no hesitation, Union unleashed Gale Step, followed by a series of rapid strikes, summoning a brilliant white phantom. The Sword Saint's blade transformed into a long arc of brilliance, aiming for the Naga Guardian's vital abdomen. The Sea God's protection enveloped the Naga Guardian in a halo of milky light, a signature defensive skill of the Naga, which completely negated Union's strike. The enemy, now so close, would not let the opportunity slip. The short spear lunged directly at Union's chest. The mirror image, a level 1 ability with a cooldown of merely 5 seconds, was immediately activated by Union, allowing him to evade the Naga Guardian's attack. He then commanded the 5 mirror images to launch a ferocious assault on the Naga Guardian, while he himself blended among them, inflicting continuous true damage. The Naga Guardian, unable to discern which was the genuine Union, was bewildered, enduring several strikes. However, the Sword Saint's blade merely struck against his Sea God's protection, failing to inflict true damage as it was absorbed by the magical barrier. Cursed be it, such a dense magical defense. The Naga Guardian possessed a staggering 2,000 magic points, and the Sea God's protection absorbed damage at 0.5 times, meaning every 100 points could potentially inflict 200 points of damage. Union's attacks exceeded 100. striking the Naga Guardian 5 consecutive times before depleting 1,000 points of magic. Its remaining magical energy still appeared formidable. The Naga Guardian, flustered, struggled to discern the 6 duplicates of Union, unleashing furious roars as it summoned water elementals once more. A shockwave. Enormous water elementals coalesced into a crescent shape, surging toward Union. However, this time, Union deliberately instructed most of his illusions to maneuver behind the Naga Guardian, drawing its fire. Indeed, the shockwave surged backward, in the opposite direction of Sally. Once again, Union executed a swift step and a decisive slash, slipping away like a wraith. For a full 10 seconds, he was merely grazed by a few shots from the Naga Guardian, sustaining no significant harm with his robust 2,500 health points. A critical strike. The relentless assault suddenly triggered the effect of a critical hit. Union soared high into the air, his long blade descending with tremendous force, cleaving directly through the Naga Guardian's defenses, stripping away 500 points of magic. The shockwave consumed an additional 500 points, and in an instant, the magical shield enveloping the Naga Guardian vanished. What? Is he really just a novice swordsman? Sally was utterly astounded, though she had long recognized Union's prowess. She could hardly fathom that he could effortlessly contend with the Naga Guardian using the strength of a beginner. In that fleeting moment, it felt as if Union had transformed into a colossal figure, powerful and unparalleled. With a roar, Union struck as the shield shattered, driving his blade deep into the Naga Guardian's vulnerable underbelly, twisting it fiercely. Purple blood erupted forth. Frenzy. The Naga Guardian entered a state of frenzy, its attack speed reaching its zenith as it brandished its short spear with wild abandon, yet still failed to repel Union. Gradually, rage morphed into terror, and terror into sheer dread. Union braved the onslaught, exchanging blows with the Naga Guardian, consuming life potions as if they were free, depleting over 40 in an instant. Suddenly, with a fierce thrust, the long blade pierced through the Guardian's body, emerging from its back. The sharp tip shimmered like cold stars, delivering a ferocious strike that drained the Guardian's remaining 2,000 health points. The damage was amplified by a staggering 20-fold, a consequence of repeatedly targeting the same wound. The Naga Guardian let out a feeble wail of despair before collapsing, a dark mist emanating from its form. As the water element cleansed its corpse, the once obscured azure skin was revealed. In that moment, Union's experience bar surged significantly, skyrocketing to 30,000, leaving him just 4 Naga Guardians away from reaching level 6. The rewards for slaying high-tier magical beasts were indeed substantial, yet the risks were equally pronounced. Having vanquished this Naga Guardian, Union gained profound insight into the Naga's combat style. They favored close-quarters combat, relying on their sole defensive skill, the Guardian of the Sea. This near-invincible ability, while advantageous, bore its drawbacks. It consumed a tremendous amount of magical energy. Most critically, the spell-casting Naga paid the price of being unable to unleash their magic, which elucidated why every Naga opted for melee weaponry. The success of this battle was attributed in part to the all-attribute gear he donned, enhancing both his attack and health, as well as his reliance on life potions. Without these two elements, he would likely have been no match for the Naga Guardian. From this experience, Union recognized the significance of equipment and was suddenly reminded of the synthesis feature. With a spark of inspiration, he opened his equipment panel in mental space, subsequently activating the enchantment function. The enchantment interface displayed 3 boxes, the center designated for equipment, the upper for attribute spheres, and the lower, currently inaccessible, leaving its purpose unknown. A dark sphere lay quietly in the corner of his backpack. This level 1 equipment held little value for Union. He placed the dark sphere into the attribute sphere box. Next, Union contemplated which piece of equipment to enhance. Logically, the ice pattern headband, being the finest gear without a rank, should be prioritized for reinforcement. However, noticing the sole item in his inventory lacking special attributes, the boots of speed, he pondered briefly before deciding to place this equipment into the enhancement box. Union's decision to enhance this piece of equipment was made after careful deliberation. The speed boots may appear to serve little purpose, yet they are indispensable at any moment. Whether for fleeing or agile maneuvering, he could not forsake them. It was precisely because of the speed boots that Union's movement speed could soar from 10 meters per second to 20. Most significantly, given the current dire circumstances, he still had 2 additional pairs in his backpack. Should he fail, it would not matter. Even if they were destroyed, he could simply don another pair. However, with attribute gear like the ice pattern headband or the King's crown, there would be no such luxury. A significant drop in attributes would severely impact his survival and combat capabilities. Do you wish to confirm the enhancement of the equipment? The system's prompt resonated. Confirm. Enhancement confirmed. Consume 10,000 gold coins. Please wait patiently. Ding. Congratulations, Shadow Boots created. What? Just like that. 10,000 gold coins gone? Yunyan felt a surge of frustration. The pace of this extortion was akin to light speed. Learning a first-level skill cost 1,000 gold coins, while a second-level skill cost 10,000, and the price for a third-level skill was still unknown. Even enchanting a piece of equipment required 10,000 gold coins. His coin count had plummeted to 179,000, and gold was quickly becoming a source of anxiety. Upon examining the attributes of the Shadow Boots, Yunyan felt a flicker of solace. Shadow Boots, rumored to harbor the souls of the Shadow Clan, illuminated by the Dark God. Agility, 3 speed increase, 150 equipment tier. First tier not bad. Speed had risen from 100 to 150, elevating his movement speed to 25 meters per second. The 3 points in agility were also quite beneficial, effectively increasing his attack by 3 points and defense by 1. Extremely practical for him. Most importantly, this item was of the first tier, perfectly within his reach. Upon donning the Shadow Boots, Yunyan immediately felt a sense of lightness envelop him. A faint purple aura swirling around his feet, gorgeous and mysterious. The boots even exhibited a unique light and shadow effect. He had initially considered synthesizing 4 King's crowns. But upon realizing he had none to substitute, the risk of a significant attribute drop was too great at this critical juncture. Exiting the Warcraft interface, Yunyan noticed that Sally had called out to him numerous times, her expression one of annoyance. Hey Sally, what's wrong? Yunyan responded as he snapped back to reality. What were you doing standing there like a statue, lost in thought? Sally retorted, casting him a sidelong glance. I was just a bit distracted, Yunyan admitted. Hee. Look at this, Sally exclaimed, her face lighting up as she revealed a golden bracelet adorned with 7 colorful gemstones, sparkling brilliantly. Most importantly, the bracelet emanated the aura of a 5th-tier magical item, Bracelet of Glory. In an instant, the attributes of the bracelet appeared within Yunyan's system, bestowing a remarkable increase of 40 points to all attributes, with the most significant feature being its ability to resist a single magical attack. Where did this come from? Yunyan inquired, a tremor coursing through him. Hee, I found it near the Naga Guardian. It's so beautiful, can you give it to me? Sally said shyly, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she gazed at Yunyan. Absolutely not, Yunyan exclaimed, snatching the glory bracelet and stowing it in his mental backpack. Sally's rosy cheeks instantly froze, her expression turning blank. After a moment, she stammered, How can you treat a girl like this? This equipment is of no use to you, but it is invaluable to me, Yunyan explained. The glory bracelet would significantly enhance his capabilities, increasing all attributes by 40, equating to a boost of 120 points in attack, while also granting him a chance to withstand 1 magical attack. However, as a 5th-tier piece of equipment, it required him to be at least level 15 to wield it. You. Sally was left speechless, her words caught in her throat. Yunyan's brave defense against the Naga Guardian, coupled with his impressive victory over it, had already captured her heart, prompting her to view the glory bracelet as a token of their bond. She had not anticipated his lack of chivalry, ruthlessly seizing what was hers. Let us continue, Yunyan stated, choosing not to linger on the matter. In his mind, although he had come to see Sally as family, the utility of the equipment was paramount, and it was rightfully his to use. Sally perceived a purity and flawlessness in Yunyan, akin to the innocence of a young boy. Suddenly, her heart felt a wave of understanding wash over her. Oh, surprisingly, despite her initial desire to express her displeasure as a girl might, she found herself obediently responding and following closely behind him. The glory bracelet radiated a luminous brilliance, illuminating the golden earth, a treasure of the Naga clan. With an increase of 40 to all attributes and the ability to withstand a single target magical attack, it boasted a cooldown of 40 seconds. Special attributes included the ability to synthesize with the Glory Crown, Glory Guardian, and Glory Greatsword to create the Glory Light. Equipment level, 5th tier. This Glory Bracelet was indeed a top-tier magical item, particularly with its all-encompassing attributes, enough to drive every mage into a frenzy. Upon seeing its special attributes, Yunyan's eyes sparkled with excitement, for this indicated considerable potential for further enhancement. It was worth noting that his maximum equipment capacity was 6 slots, thus, Should any piece of equipment fail to meet his standards, it would inevitably be discarded. A truly remarkable item. Deep within Yunyan's heart, there was an overwhelming sense of joy. The expedition to the Naga temple had proven to be remarkably fruitful, yielding a plethora of magical equipment, one after another. Indeed, for others, achieving such a drop rate would be nearly impossible. Even acquiring a single piece of third-tier magical gear would be cause for great celebration. The equipment dropped by magical beasts differed significantly from those crafted through alchemy. Alchemy utilized magical materials to inscribe magic circles, enhancing a mage's power and the potency of spells. In contrast, the gear dropped by magical beasts boasted a multitude of unique attributes. It could be said that a piece of third-tier magical equipment obtained from a beast could rival the esteemed gear crafted at the 7th tier. Thus, the equipment created through alchemy was often referred to as imitation magical gear. Without such advantages, Yunyan would not have been able to challenge adversaries of higher tiers, easily vanquishing 4th and even 5th tier practitioners. As for the readers, please consider favoring this work with your collections. A mere click would suffice. Ah, how curious. This lad seems to be heading towards the sea. Countless beams of light emanated from Frank as he detected the aura of Yunyan's battle moving in that direction. I believe he is frightened and seeks refuge upon the sea to escape disaster, Vicky speculated. Impossible. This lad is far too audacious to act like a coward. But what could await him at sea? Frank pondered, perplexed, for this was his first visit to the 4th level of the Naga temple. Could he be seeking the Naga Lord? Unless he is courting death, Vicky shook his head, deeming that notion improbable. A sudden realization struck Frank, and he exclaimed, "Ah, the most perilous places often harbor the greatest safety. This lad must be attempting to use the threat of the Naga Lord to deter me. How incredibly daring." Vicky gasped, a look of trepidation crossing his face at the thought of the formidable Naga Lord. Having unraveled Yunyan's scheme, Frank responded with a mocking smile, declaring, "The Naga Lord is hardly a concern. I have heard tales of the potential for sacred tier weapons to drop, and I shall go forth to slay the Naga Lord." Greed sparkled in Frank's eyes. Now a 7th tier holy sorcerer, his body had been enhanced by magical elements, rendering him far superior in martial prowess compared to a great swordsman. Thus, he could wield any gear that might drop, and the prospect of 7th tier equipment made him salivate with desire. "With your prowess, my lord, you shall undoubtedly obliterate the Naga Lord," Vicky quickly flattered, his face beaming with admiration. I cannot allow this lad to succeed so easily. Come, let us hasten our pursuit." With a powerful flap of his elemental wings, Frank ascended into the sky, soaring hundreds of meters above, racing towards the sea alongside Vicky. Yunyan and Sally had arrived at the seaside, where the forest was not solely inhabited by Naga sentinels, but also teemed with a plethora of aquatic beasts, including water elementals, giant crocodiles, giant crabs, giant prawns, and more. However, the majority of these creatures were below the 4th tier and were effortlessly harvested by Yunyan. His experience had surged to an impressive 40,000,700, drawing him ever closer to a new level of advancement. The shoreline featured a stretch of azure sand, with waves rhythmically lapping against the coast, revealing crabs, shells, sea conchs, and other marine life. The cerulean surface of the sea shimmered with a gentle radiance, reminiscent of a cloud of blue cotton candy, soft and ethereal. Most remarkable were the denizens of the ocean: mermaids, colossal seahorses, humanoid sharks, and anthropomorphic whales, all coexisting harmoniously. They had even constructed magnificent palaces beneath the waves, their grandeur visible from the shore. "What is this? These fish can build homes just like humans?" Yunyan marveled, astonished by the wonders of this vast world. This is the aquatic race. They possess their own society, language, and culture, akin to humanity, albeit worshipping the sea god. Even beyond the continent, there exist aquatic tribes. "Are you unaware of all this?" Sally responded, as if imparting common knowledge. "Oh," Yunyan replied, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. This world was indeed a tapestry of the extraordinary, where anything was conceivable. As he gazed down the coastline, Yunyan spotted a long staircase leading directly to a city upon the water, its walls patrolled by formidable soldiers wielding weapons, clearly Naga. This was indeed a Naga city. Majestic and imposing, it spanned a vast area, with walls towering 100 meters high, surrounded by expansive waters that were insurmountable, save for a solitary stone bridge. If defenses were fully engaged, even a million-strong army would find it impossible to breach. Yet, at this moment, the Naga city appeared sparsely populated, with sentinels stationed only every few hundred meters. The stone bridge leading to the inner city stood wide open, allowing the passage of aquatic beings of varying sizes, sharkmen towering several meters, their forms even more imposing than the Naga sentinels, turtle folk. Shorter than the average human yet strikingly similar in appearance, adorned with shells, and a multitude of other aquatic creatures, all harmoniously traversing the path to the Naga city. Here are 3 vials of invisibility potions. Take them and find a secure place to wait for me. I intend to investigate further, Yunyan instructed Sally. Retrieving 3 vials of white liquid from his mental backpack, these were low-tier potions dropped by basic monsters, and his stock was quite ample. Sally, taken aback by the sight of 3 invisibility potions at once, nonetheless nodded obediently and said, "Do take care of yourself." Yunyan nodded slightly, activating the Gale Step, and stealthily made his way into the city of Naga. Within the bustling city, the vibrancy surpassed that of Azeroth 100-fold, adorned with pavilions and towers, intricately carved dragons and phoenixes. The structures were crafted from impenetrable seabed millstone, each block perfectly square and unyielding. The ground was laid with pure white ice stone, providing a smooth and comfortable surface, even more resilient and durable than marble, producing a crisp sound with each step. What a magnificent city, Yunyan marveled. Concealed in the heart of the city, feeling as though he were amidst a royal palace. The city was inhabited entirely by sea folk, bustling taverns, shops, and markets, with the majority of the crowd comprising these aquatic beings. Among them, there existed a hierarchy. The colossal shark and whale tribes, formidable warriors of the sea, were flanked by their retinues of shrimp and crab soldiers. The tortoise tribe predominantly assumed the role of merchants, wise and astute, holding considerable influence within the aquatic aristocracy. The mermaids, too, were part of the nobility, each one being carried in lavish palanquins. Most striking were the dragon-headed, human-bodied beings of the dragon tribe, draped in golden robes, with dragon steeds drawing their chariots, clearly the sovereigns of the sea. Even the Naga guards paid their respects, while the shark and whale tribes bowed their heads in deference. As Yunyan activated his detection skill to ascertain the level of the dragon clan, he was dismayed to discover that all readings were marked as unknown. This strongly suggested that the prowess of this dragon clan might have surpassed the 7th tier. For Yunyan's current capabilities allowed him to detect only individuals around level 70, unless his detection skill were to undergo an upgrade. However, no prospects for enhancing this skill were in sight. It remained at its initial level, leaving him uncertain of any potential for improvement. The dragon clan even cast a fleeting glance in Yunyan's direction, though the moment was brief and seemingly indifferent. Yet, that single glance sent a chill down Yunyan's spine, as he distinctly perceived a flicker of curiosity in the dragon's gaze. It was as if it had caught sight of him but dared not linger, prompting him to swiftly retreat from the presence of this dragon. A human has arrived. How intriguing. The golden-robed dragon regarded the distant horizon, precisely where Yunyan had vanished, yet remained silent, lost in contemplation. "Which human, Your Highness? Have you truly seen a human?" inquired the nearby Turtle Clan member, visibly puzzled. "Indeed, let us keep this matter under wraps for now. It may prove advantageous for us." The golden-robed dragon replied. Could it be that they seek to eliminate Lord Cameron?" speculated the Turtle Clan member. "Enough of this. Let us return to the palace," the dragon declared. Yunyan had lingered in the city for nearly 10 minutes, and his energy reserves had dwindled to less than half. However, he had finally located the largest edifice here, the Naga Palace. The defenses were formidable, not only guarded by Nagas, but also by the formidable clans of giant sharks and whales. Even the most concerning race for Yunyan, the Fish Eagle clan, had made an appearance. This clan, possessing the head of an eagle and the body of a fish, bore the extraordinary ability to soar through the skies while swimming through the depths of the ocean, inherently perceptive and capable of unmasking the invisible. 4 or 5 Fish Eagle soldiers circled the Naga Palace, leaving him no chance to approach. Frustrated, he pondered how to infiltrate the palace since the ground route was impassable. Yunyan's objective was to conceal himself near the Naga Lord, allowing the holy mage Frank to seek him out and instigate a confrontation between the two, thus creating an opportunity for his escape. If fortune favored him, he might even reap some benefits from the ensuing chaos. Yet, the watchful Fish Eagles obstructed his path, compelling him to devise a strategy to stealthily penetrate their defenses. Yunyan circled the Naga Palace from a distance, finally discovering a point where the eaves converged, which happened to be in the blind spot of the eagle fish's gaze. He stealthily made his way across the eaves, but to his dismay, his supplies were nearly depleted, leaving him no choice but to slip into a nearby room. As soon as he entered, his figure materialized amidst a rich fragrance and rising steam. At the center of the room lay a vast bath, adorned with floating rose petals. And in the middle of the pool, a mermaid languished, her upper body bare, gazing at him in a daze. Seizing the moment while the mermaid was momentarily entranced, Yunyan swiftly drew his long knife and pressed it against her neck, speaking coldly, "If you wish to live, do not scream." "Very well, who are you? And what do you intend to do?" The mermaid replied softly, her hands instinctively shielding her delicate chest, a blush blooming on her cheeks. "I intend nothing. As long as you remain silent, I shall not harm you," Yunyan stated, his expression impassive. "Agreed, but please lower your knife and allow me to dress first." The mermaid pleaded, her fair skin exposed to the air, her cheeks flushed despite her encounter with the stranger. "Very well," Yunyan acquiesced, retracting his knife and standing tall. Turning away. In that fleeting moment as he turned, the mermaid adorned herself with a pair of shells and emerged from the water, her curious eyes assessing Yunyan. "You are human? How did you get in here?" The mermaid inquired suddenly. "That is of no concern to you. Tell me, is this the domain of the Naga Lord?" Yunyan countered, redirecting the conversation towards the layout of the Naga Palace. The mermaid scrutinized Yunyan, her mind racing with thoughts. Could he be here to vanquish Lord Cameron? Yet, he seems far too feeble. However, this situation could work to my advantage. I was originally a gift to Cameron from the sea folk. If someone were to eliminate him, I would be free. In an instant. The mermaid resolved her thoughts and spoke earnestly. "Human, I believe you are a great warrior. My name is Udal, and I belong to the merfolk. You can trust me. I will reveal all there is to know about the Naga Palace." Yunyan was taken aback for a moment, but quickly discerned the underlying connection. It was likely that vanquishing the Naga Lord would also yield certain advantages for the enchanting mermaid before him. The Naga Palace, seemingly colossal, was in fact constructed with remarkable simplicity, surrounded by Naga sentinels and the dwellings of aquatic beings. At the heart of this vast edifice resided the Naga Lord, Cameron, a formidable figure of the 7th tier, rumored to wield the divine skill of petrification magic. Anyone who met his gaze would be forever transformed into stone. Udur's tail danced gracefully in the water, her upper body adorned only with a pair of shells, exuding an alluring sensuality. Such an immense palace ought to house a treasure trove of wealth. Where could it be concealed? Yunyan regarded Udur's captivating form with indifference. "Indeed. Every man is either a lecher or a miser. It appears you belong to the latter." Udur shot Yunyan a disapproving glance, her dissatisfaction evident. Yet she soon broke into a smile and remarked, "Well, at least you are not like those perverse men." In truth, the treasure of Cameron was concealed beneath his throne. A secret known to all, yet none dared covet the hoard. "Oh, and why is that?" Yunyan inquired. "Because guarding the treasure is a holy great artifact. The eye of the Naga, capable of instantly petrifying all living beings, a truly terrifying force. If you wish to acquire the Naga Lord's riches, you must heed my counsel." Udur's eyes sparkled with cunning as she gazed at Yunyan. Yunyan and the mermaid Udur meticulously devised a plan and reached a superficial agreement. She would assist Yunyan in approaching Lord Naga Cameron, while Yunyan, after reaping substantial benefits, would bring her back to the oceanic realm of the sea folk, allowing her to truly return to the embrace of the sea. However, Yunyan harbored a subtle suspicion that Udur was not as straightforward as she appeared. An enigmatic aura perpetually cloaked her presence. Adorned in a magical long gown, Udur had transformed her lengthy tail into legs and had draped a tortoise shell around Yunyan, masquerading him as a member of the tortoise clan. "Are you certain the plan is foolproof?" Udur inquired, her concern evident. "Fear not. If everything you say is true, then Cameron will surely take the bait," Yunyan replied confidently. As Udur and Yunyan traversed the crystalline corridor towards the grand hall, they reached the entrance, where the Naga guards, upon spotting Udur, immediately bowed and inquired, "Miss Udur, do you intend to meet Lord Cameron?" "Indeed. My tortoise kin has vital news to convey to Lord Cameron." Udur gestured towards Yunyan. "However, Lord Cameron has instructed that he is not to be disturbed today." The Naga guard expressed, his expression one of conflict. "Humph, am I not even allowed to enter?" Udur's demeanor turned frosty. The Naga guard hesitated, glancing between Udur and Yunyan before conceding. "Very well, Miss Udur may enter alone, but this fellow cannot accompany you. You should inform the Lord that I, Udur, bring him crucial news," she insisted. "Very well, but should Lord Cameron become enraged, I cannot guarantee the safety of this tortoise," the Naga guard threatened. casting a wary glance at Yunyin before making his way inside. Shortly thereafter, the Naga guard rushed back, exclaiming, "The Lord requests your presence." Udur, accompanied by the disguised Yunyin, entered the grand hall. Inside, the floor, steps, and seats were crafted from gem-like crystals, supported by 4 pure gold columns that upheld a golden dome. Surrounding them were dazzling magical crystals, rendering the entire hall resplendent and invaluable. To their astonishment, seated at the center was a towering, muscular man with a completely bald head, nearly 4 meters tall, his physique resembling rugged hills of muscle, exuding immense power. Beside him lay a 5-meter-long golden harpoon, inscribed with countless runes, radiating a potent magical aura. Clearly indicative of being a magical artifact of at least 5th tier, this man was none other than Lord Naga Cameron. Could it be that a 7th-tier beast can transform into a human? Yunyin pondered, surprised yet unfazed. Udur, why do you disturb me and dare to bring a tortoise? If this is not of utmost importance, he shall perish, Cameron declared from his crystalline throne, pointing ominously at Yunyin. Udur, unperturbed, calmly responded, "Esteemed Lord Cameron, might you still recall your son Ball? Has something happened to him?" Cameron, filled with rage, slammed his hand upon the throne and rose to his feet. Indeed, Lord Ball had been slain by humans. Who is responsible? I shall rend him to pieces. Cameron bellowed furiously, grasping the harpoon beside him and striking the ground with unrestrained fury. This is a matter for our brethren of the Turtle Clan, Udur remarked, casting a glance at Yunyin. Cameron's colossal harpoon pointed menacingly at Yunyin as he growled, "Speak. Who murdered my son Ball?" "Yes, my lord," Yunyin replied, lowering his head in a feigned display of fear. "I happened to pass by the seaside and witnessed several humans discussing the slaying of the Naga demons within the 3rd tier of the Naga Temple. Humans, and that accursed Naga Temple, they seek their own demise." Cameron's fury subsided, yet his expression grew even more sinister. In the next moment, a giant shark warrior burst through the door, rushing in with a frantic shout, "This is bad! This is bad! 2 humans are approaching Naga City, one of whom is a saint-level sorcerer. Damn it all, they shall all perish. Chains, Lich, why are you not emerging?" Cameron roared, the harpoon crashing into the ground, causing the entire palace to tremble slightly. Behind Cameron, a surge of purple battle aura coalesced, and a pair of immense black wings materialized, an emblem of battle, a mark of the 7th tier. With his thunderous shout, 2 Naga demons emerged from behind the crystal throne, grand and imposing. Their towering 10-meter frames exuded an everlasting sense of terror. Yunyin was taken aback, not expecting that Cameron had 2 Naga demons by his side. The purple-robed holy Magus Frank was likely in for a rude awakening. Cameron let out a furious roar, triggering a mechanism that opened the entire palace roof. And the wings of battle soared into the sky, carrying the 2 Naga demons with them. "Humans, cursed humans!" Cameron's deep growl echoed throughout the Naga city. In the distance, a figure adorned with red and white wings emerged high above the city, responding from afar, "Naga Lord, today marks your demise. Surrender at once." "So, it was you who killed the Naga demon on the 3rd floor of the Naga Temple?" Cameron's eyes, like those of a venomous serpent, fixed intently on Frank. "Haha, indeed. It was I. Now, it is your turn. If you wish to survive, relinquish all your treasures to my satisfaction, and I shall allow you to become my battle pet. Clinging to your wretched existence." Frank's arrogant shadow magic projected his voice across the entirety of Naga City. "Foolish human, you have truly ignited my wrath." Cameron's voice, devoid of any emotion, was cold and cruel, revealing the essence of a demon. "Ball, my son, I shall send them to hell to accompany you, turning their heads into your eternal offerings." With a monstrous cry, Cameron's body began to swell rapidly, sinewy tendrils bursting forth from his skin, pulsating violently. His form transformed into a terrifying visage, towering over 10 meters, with long demonic horns crackling with purple lightning atop his massive head, muscles bulging like small mountains. The originally 5-meter-long harpoon now appeared as a mere dagger in his colossal grasp. The 2 Naga demons behind him roared as well, 2 magnificent rays of light emanating from their shackles and forceful bodies, the guardian of the sea. The combined might of the 2 Naga demons surpassed that of hundreds of Naga guards invoking the guardian of the sea, enveloping the 3-headed Naga in a thick, protective aura akin to a formidable shell. "Naga Lord, how dare you resist? Very well, I shall slay you, for your death may yield a 7th-tier holy artifact. Do not disappoint me." Frank remained arrogantly defiant, his gaze sharp and calculating, concocting some unknown spell. Frank, shall we not flee? Vicky, trembling, had fully grasped the terror of the Naga demons. With the addition of the Naga Lord, he realized that Frank was utterly incapable of contending. Do not speak foolishly. I am gathering magical power, Frank whispered, casting a fierce glare at Vicky, causing him to shrink back into silence. Still daring to be arrogant. Human, you are truly foolish. So foolish that I am led to believe you are not a person, but a mere pig. The Naga Lord's eyes narrowed, unable to contain himself any longer. With a powerful flap of his battle wings, a tempest erupted, and the concentrated fighting spirit coalesced around the harpoon, thrusting directly toward Frank in the void. Time Guardian. Frank struggled to unleash a protective shield, at that moment gathering an immense reservoir of magic, compelled to first conjure a magical barrier for defense. The Naga Lord's harpoon pierced the Time Guardian, beginning to curve along the edges of the shield. The entire harpoon twisted, as if traversing through a wholly warped space. Demon Slay. Cameron intoned a brief incantation, and suddenly, an endless radiance emanated from the harpoon, shaking the air and shattering the Time Guardian. A colossal surge of white energy descending with lethal intent. Frank continued to amass his magical power, just a fraction away from completion. The purple energy had already begun to take form, signifying that he could not relinquish his spell and was utterly incapable of withstanding this impending strike. Yet, a sinister smile crept across his face. Light transmutation, Frank shouted, and a peculiar light enveloped both him and Vicky, instantly reversing their positions. Vicky had been transformed into Frank's scapegoat. You are truly treacherous, Frank. The magical shield you cast upon me was, in fact, light transmutation. Vicky screamed in a frenzy as death loomed, her eyes filled with hatred and resentment fixed upon Frank until she was reduced to ashes beneath the onslaught of white energy. Hee, cunning human, you are the true demon, Cameron mocked, roaring furiously at Frank. Sacrifice is essential, arrow of time. Cameron revealed a victorious smile as the purple energy coalesced into a long, floating arrow that spiraled around him. Die. Cameron's speed was akin to lightning. In the instant the harpoon struck Vicky, his massive form suddenly shifted 100 meters, directly before Frank, the harpoon descending with formidable force. Yet, it was halted by the white arrow, producing a sound as trivial as glass being tapped. Instead, the immense force from the harpoon rebounded, sending Cameron hurtling away. Damn it. Cameron, with his battle wings unfurled, halted his advance before launching another assault. The harpoon struck fiercely towards Frank once more. Unfazed, Frank concentrated the purple energy from his staff into a magical sphere, a meter in diameter, which hurtled directly towards Cameron's face. With a sinister grin, Cameron, relying on his formidable defenses, chose not to evade the purple projectile. The harpoon landed again with a resounding clang, sending Cameron reeling back. A gaping hole scorched into his chest by the purple sphere. Enraged, Cameron succumbed to fury, his form shifting closer to that of a Naga, as he unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks upon Frank. Yet, each strike was thwarted by arrows of light, which, however, began to wane in intensity, flickering in strength. As the magical onslaught continued, Cameron's divine wounds multiplied. Frank, being a 7th-tier mage and a dual elementalist of light and fire, particularly wielded fire magic. A natural bane to the Naga. One could observe faint purple flames licking at Cameron's wounds, causing persistent damage. Frank, too, found himself in dire straits. The energy required to sustain the arrows of time was astronomical, his magic rapidly depleting. Coupled with his offensive spells, he was operating at full capacity, his complexion turning ashen and his body trembling, teetering on the brink of exhaustion. At the pivotal moment of their aerial clash, Yunyan seized the opportunity while the Naga guards were distracted, swiftly dispatching one with a single strike before employing a series of rapid steps to eliminate the colossal shark warrior. You are truly audacious, remarked the mermaid Udal, her delicate hand resting upon her pristine chest, her ample bosom rising and falling enticingly. Enough chatter, hasten to unlock Cameron's treasure vault, urged Yunyan. Cold-blooded fiend. Udal shot a glare at Yunyan, her hips swaying as she approached the crystalline throne. Bending down, she began to explore the throne's mechanisms. Suddenly, a series of clicks echoed as the throne shifted, revealing a hidden passage behind it. This is Cameron's treasure vault, a trove of unimaginable wealth, Yunyan declared. You may enter first. He cautiously allowed Udal to lead the way. You are exceedingly cautious. It seems humans are indeed quite cunning, Udal grumbled again, casting a somewhat melancholic glance at Yunyan. As she descended into the passage, her waist swayed enticingly, her curvaceous form seemingly straining against her magical gown. Yunyin trailed behind her, observing the undulating motion of her form, accompanied by a faint scent of roses. If it were any other man, he might have succumbed to the temptation, yet Yunyin merely cast a cold and silent glance, his mind swirling with conjecture. Why was she moving so slowly? Was there some hidden scheme at play? His caution, bordering on inhumanity, was perhaps beyond even what Udyr could fathom. Suddenly, Udyr let out a startled cry, his body lurching toward Yunyin, swift as the wind. In almost the same instant, Yunyin unleashed his skill, causing his body to vanish in a fleeting moment as he swiftly leaped backward. With a resounding thud, Udyr's form crashed to the ground, his head striking the earth with a jarring impact. "Damn it, couldn't you have caught me?" Udyr exclaimed, turning back with fury directed at Yunyin. "What's the matter? Did you not intend to assassinate me? Just now, you clearly feigned a fall," Yunyin retorted, pointing out Udyr's flaw, leaving him perplexed. "You intentionally dodged me." Udyr's face flushed crimson, a mixture of embarrassment and unexpressed rage as he stomped his foot, casting a peculiar glance at Yunyin. Of course. I had to evade you. What if you truly intended to kill me?" Yunyin, sensing the absence of malice from his counterpart, softened his tone. "How could I possibly kill you? You've seen me in my most vulnerable state," Udyr replied, exasperation evident in his voice. "So what if I saw you bathing?" Yunyin countered. "How dare you dismiss it so lightly? Do you realize that in my clan, our bodies must not be seen by humans, or else we are bound to become their wives?" Udyr's face turned beet red as he reluctantly revealed the truth. Yunyin was taken aback, finding himself inexplicably endowed with a wife. He stood there, gazing at Udyr in disbelief, exclaiming, "This is impossible. I merely glanced at you. This cannot be. Did you wish to gaze again?" Udyr flushed deeply, her brows knitting together, biting her lip as if in hesitation. "Well, since you are the first man to behold me, it is destined that you shall be my husband. There is little harm in revealing myself to you." With that, Udyr lifted the shells that adorned her chest, exposing her delicate, fair breasts. She even discarded her magical gown, which transformed from a fishtail into a pair of exquisite human legs, revealing a smooth abdomen and long, ivory thighs, her skin resembling the luster of mutton-fat jade, forming a perfect physique. "How is it? How can this be?" Yunyin was utterly stunned, his mind blank, utterly naive to matters of intimacy. As he beheld the complete form of a woman for the first time, his body involuntarily responding, "Am I not a mermaid anymore? In truth, I am not a mermaid. It is merely a guise. I belong to a mysterious race, having come here to evade a certain individual," Udyr said, her bare arms outstretched as she slowly moved to embrace Yunyin. Yunyin felt his heart pounding violently as if his blood had been ignited. Straining against the confines of his chest, his body becoming increasingly exhilarated. No, it must be a conspiracy. The fervent gaze of Yunyin suddenly cooled, casting a frosty glance at Udyr before taking a step back, questioning, "Speak. What schemes do you harbor?" "You are truly a charming man," Udyr remarked, his lips parting in a gentle smile as his hand conjured an enigmatic magical circle, sending a vibrant red heart soaring towards Yunyin. Yunyin felt his body completely overwhelmed, plunging into a profound unconsciousness. During this state, he experienced a long and enchanting dream, as if breaking free from one constraint after another, reveling in boundless ecstasy within a warm embrace. When Yunyin finally awoke, he found himself lying in a confined chamber, entirely unclothed, with the equally bare Udyr nestled in his arms. The soft, delicate form pressed closely against him exuded a subtle fragrance of roses. A peculiar sensation stirred within him, prompting a slight movement. Udyr opened her sleepy eyes, faint traces of tears glistening on her long eyelashes. Her finely arched brows furrowed sharply as she struck Yunyin's chest, gasping, "That hurts. Be gentle." Yunyin gazed at Udyr in silence, gently nudging him as she said, "Let me get up." "No, look, we have truly become husband and wife. What should you call me?" Udyr playfully pressed his blushing face against Yunyin's chest, acting coyly. Yunyin hesitated for a moment, recalling the words once uttered by his elderly landlord. "Young man, remember this. To be a good person, one must be kind. If you find yourself sharing a bed with a woman, then that woman is your wife." The landlord had been the kindest soul to Yunyin, imparting nearly all of his knowledge. Upon realizing that Udyr indeed had become his wife, Yunyin finally nodded and inquired, "My dear wife, may I rise?" "Yes, my husband," Udyr replied, a playful smile gracing her lips as she tenderly planted a kiss on Yunyan's cheek. Hearing Udiel's consent, Yunyan gently pushed her aside and stood up. Udiel, taken aback by the push, exclaimed in indignation, "Is this how you treat your wife?" Yunyan was taken aback, gazing at Udyr and inquiring, "Are you unable to rise? Surely, you must be aware of your own actions?" In a fit of anger, Udyr seized Yunyan's arm and bit down hard. Why are you biting me?" Yunyan asked, perplexed, as he noticed his health points decrease by 100. Yet no mark remained on his arm. "Curse it, why can't I break the skin?" Udyr glared at Yunyan, his irritation palpable. Yet he refrained from exerting too much force, for they had become husband and wife, not sworn enemies. "Wait, do you truly not understand what it means to be a wife?" Udyr suddenly sensed that Yunyan's ignorance was genuine and quickly pressed for clarification. "I think I know a little," Yunyan replied. "Good heavens, how did you grow up?" Udyr's eyes widened in disbelief, but then he bit his lip, feeling bashful, and began to explain the nuances of marital relations to Yunyan. As Yunyan gradually comprehended the reasons behind Udyr's behavior towards him, a sense of clarity began to emerge, albeit still shrouded in ambiguity. Nevertheless, an awareness dawned upon him, revealing the essence of a wife's consciousness. One cannot deny that Udyr is indeed a stunning beauty, with an oval face, delicate brows, and cascading long hair that flows like a waterfall down to her waist. Her skin, a milky hue, emanates a subtle fragrance of roses, exquisitely tender, resembling the finest jade. Her liberated form, particularly her perfectly rounded and alluring figure, was accentuated at this moment, especially her elongated legs, which seemed to exude an irresistible allure. As Yunyan became lost in thought, he suddenly noticed a subtle change in Udyr and inquired, "Why do you seem different?" "Of course, I was adorned with a magical skin earlier, disguised as a mermaid." "Did you truly believe I were nothing but two shells?" "My form has only been witnessed by you, and you must take responsibility for that," Udyr teased playfully. "Indeed. But earlier you mentioned that you were not human. So, what is your race?" Yunyan began to probe further. Udyr hesitated for a moment, then adopted an extremely serious expression and said, "Yunyan, you must remember what I am about to tell you today. You must not disclose it, or you may never see me again. I am of the Loyake race from the distant cosmos in the realm of eternity." "The Loyake race, understood. I will remember." Yunyan nodded, etching the name Loyake firmly in his mind. "Yunyan, I love you," Udyr declared, holding him tightly. Yunyan gradually found solace in that moment. He felt the profound affection emanating from Udyr. It was undeniably a sensation of deep kinship and love, as if he had suddenly acquired everything he had ever desired. He sensed a fragment of memory slowly unfurling within his mind, vivid recollections beginning to materialize. There appeared a beautiful woman, laughing and playfully teasing before him, strikingly reminiscent of Udyr. Their figures seemed to meld into one, allowing Yunyan to truly embrace Udyr and accept that he was now her husband. "I love you too." "Udyr," Yunyan murmured softly, a simple utterance that surpassed countless expressions of earnestness, care, and tenderness. Udyr replied almost imperceptibly, burying her head deeply into Yunyan's chest. Suddenly, a tremendous roar reverberated from above, a savage voice echoing forth. "Who dares to enter my treasure vault? Cursed humans!" It was the voice of Cameron, immediately alarming both Yunyan and Udyr. "Oh no, Cameron has discovered us. Hurry, my love, you must flee," Udyr urged, pushing Yunyan away. With a flourish of her wand, her garments levitated and adorned her once more in the guise of a mermaid. "No, you must come with me. I possess an invisibility potion," Yunyan insisted, producing a vial of the potion for Udyr. "Useless. Before a saint, lowly invisibility spells are utterly ineffective. Not even your remarkable stealth can help." Udyr shook her head, sighing. "Then I shall not leave, my beloved. I cannot abandon you." "Fool, your words alone are sufficient. Forget me. In this moment, I am already filled with happiness. Loyak, endless light, boundless life, infinite glory, is your eternal fate." Abruptly, a myriad of divine radiance emanated from Udyr, enveloping Yunyan and gently lifting him, his form seeming ethereal as he pierced through the ground. As Yunyan observed, the brutal Cameron's colossal harpoon struck Uldyr's form, yet the assault proved utterly futile, as though it were impacting a mere illusion. This was a member of the Loyak tribe. Should I seize her body, I would ascend to the rank of a 10th-tier powerhouse. Cameron roared with madness, his gaze greedily fixated on Uldyr, when suddenly, a vivid green gem materialized upon his forehead, and a beam of emerald light shot forth, aimed directly at Uldyr. This was the Eye of the Naga, a 7th-tier magical gem capable of petrifying any living being. As the green light enveloped him, Older's body began to crystallize, yet his eyes remained steadfastly locked onto Yunyan, a gaze imbued with profound emotion, as if piercing through the annals of time. "No, do not, Older." Yunyan's resolute eyes began to glisten, tears welling forth. The eternal radiance of Loyak shrouded the infinite earth, declaring, "My daughter, at last, you have appeared. Whoever dares to defile the bloodline of Loyak shall surely descend into ruin, shall be spurned by Loyak." This grand, magnificent voice resonated throughout the cosmos, seemingly piercing the boundless heavens to reach the scene, as a verdant radiance penetrated the sky. Enveloping Older, the petrifying magic that had ensnared him dissipated swiftly, and he emanated an endless brilliance. In a fit of terror, Cameron screamed and fell prostrate, reverting to the primordial form of a Naga, rendered utterly motionless. Meanwhile, Older ascended slowly with the green light, ultimately vanishing into the boundless void. It was unclear what magic Older had invoked, but Yunyan felt as though he had transformed into the void itself, piercing through the Naga temple, his entire being entering an unknown realm. A flash of white light transported him into a vast city. Ultimately, Yunyan could not prevent Older's disappearance. Yet Older had etched an indelible mark upon his heart, a memory forever cherished and impossible to forget. Yunyan walked silently through the bustling streets, her expression devoid of emotion, softly uttering 3 words, Luyak. This was a vast city, the breadth of its avenues incomparable to that of Izega's city, where 10 carriages could traverse side by side without causing congestion. The throngs of pedestrians surged like a tide, each individual hurrying along, their pace of life remarkably swift. Here lay the true metropolis, Doran City, the capital of Doran Province, situated at the westernmost edge of the Attas Empire, sprawling in its expanse. While Izega's city was merely a remote town in the southern fringes of the empire, a single act of magic had allowed Yunyan to traverse a quarter of the Attas Empire. Such a feat could hardly be labeled as mere magic, but rather be described as a divine skill. As Yunyan meandered through the enchanting city of Lan, his mind was adrift, yet on this particular day, he seemed to undergo yet another metamorphosis, experiencing profound growth. His demeanor transformed, exuding an aura of tranquility and poise, akin to a majestic mountain, solid, enduring, and imbued with a profound sense of maturity. When the sky succumbed to darkness, Yunyan gazed upon the starlit heavens, clenched his fists tightly, and shouted towards the cosmos, "Udur, I will undoubtedly find you." His voice seemed to pierce the endless night, reaching the farthest realms of the stars. Regaining his composure, reason reclaimed its dominion within Yunyan. Udur had not perished. Rather, he had returned to the formidable Loyak race, a truth he had witnessed with his own eyes. The sole path forward lay in becoming stronger, ever stronger, to break free from the shackles and reclaim Udur. Suppressing all his worries, Yunyan quietly entered a bustling tavern by the roadside, which operated around the clock, thriving with patrons. The first floor was filled with mercenaries, adventurers, and a few mages. Selecting a seat by the window, he settled in. The atmosphere was lively. A group of mercenaries shared a barrel of rum and a large platter of steak, engaging in spirited conversation. "Have you heard? The Glory Mercenary Corps has emerged from the Naga Temple. Their leader, the Iron Swordsman Glass, has been honored by the Lord and granted the noble title of Viscount. The other 4 members have also received substantial rewards. Indeed, it's said that the Lord summoned talented individuals to further explore the Naga Temple, aiming to confront a saint-tier Naga Lord. This is truly remarkable. I've also heard that the Lord issued an edict. Whoever can first claim the Naga Lord's head will receive 10 million gold coins, the title of Baron in the Empire, and even a chance to study at the Academy in the Imperial Capital." "What? The Academy in the Imperial Capital? The instructors there are of the 8th-tier royal caliber, and the graduates are at least 7th-tier saint level, all prodigies. This is an extraordinary opportunity." As Yunyan listened attentively, his mind began to whirl. 10 million gold coins could alleviate his immediate predicament. However, to reach level 10 and learn the first ultimate skill, a staggering 1 million gold coins was required. With only 170,000 gold coins to his name, he was far from sufficient. The expenses for level 4 skills were equally outrageous, demanding 50,000 for just the first level. The costs for levels 5 and 6 were beyond his imagination. Currently, while the Gale Step was only at level 2, the Critical Strike and Mirror Clone were at level 1. Elevating them by 2 levels would require 5,000 gold coins, reaching 10,000 for level 3. Yet, upon reaching level 4. The cost would escalate to 50,000, a geometric leap that left Yunyan feeling financially strained and reluctant to squander his coins. Now, standing at the threshold of level 6, his experience points had risen to 5,700,000, largely due to the bountiful experience acquired from slaying the giant shark warrior and Naga guards within the Naga Palace. However, the faster one leveled up, the greater the consumption of gold coins. Thus, a swift enhancement of strength was undeniably reliant on financial support. Moreover, the Naga Lord was the principal architect behind Uter's capture, making Yunyan feel compelled to partake in this trial. Resolute in his decision, Yunyan remained composed and soon recalled Douglas and the others. It was quite a coincidence that they were from the prosperous Durandal province. "Hey, is that you, Yunyan? My goodness, I thought I had mistaken you for someone else." A familiar voice suddenly emerged from beside him. It was Kaler, who appeared quite affluent in his silver and gold attire, unmistakably a noble's garb. Yunyan responded, turning to face Kaler. "Haha, Yunyan. You actually made it to Durandal province. Come, let us have a drink of ram's wine." Kaler called out heartily, taking a seat across from Yunyan. "Are you from Durandal province?" Yunyan inquired. "Indeed, although we originally resided in the nearby city of Shandy. We were summoned by the Lord of Durandal and have all become nobles, relocating to Durandal City. Did you know? I am now a baron." Kaler stated, his excitement palpable. "Yes, I heard that Durandal City is set to host a grand trial soon. Do you know how to register?" Yunyan asked. "What? You intend to participate?" Kaler's demeanor shifted to one of concern. Leaning closer, he whispered, "Yunyan, I advise against it. There is a tremendous conspiracy at play." "Oh? What conspiracy?" Yunyan pressed. "Follow me." Kaler led Yunyan outside, searching for a secluded corner. After ensuring no one was around, he said, "Yunyan, you must not participate. This trial is a plot orchestrated by Lord Myerba to solidify his control over the territory and to weaken the opposing forces within Durandal province. Everyone who joins will face assassination. Only those designated by the Lord will be the true participants, and they are merely his trusted subordinates." "Oh, how do you know this?" Yunyan continued to inquire, yet a thought stirred within him, sensing that matters were far from straightforward. It was the news from Uncle Melbourne, who happened to be the uncle of X's and a close attendant of Myerba. It was also due to his uncle that we were bestowed the title of Imperial Baron. Naturally, this had some connection to Glass's father, who was a luminary knight, a high-ranking figure within the Church of Light, and one of the individuals the Lord of Myerba sought to win over. Keller explained earnestly. "Wait a moment, I find myself somewhat perplexed by what you were saying. What is this Church of Light, and what about the mercenary organizations? Could you enlighten me?" Yunyan asked. "Haha, Anna is indeed correct. You are quite the uninformed fellow. Allow me to elucidate." Keller chuckled and continued. "The realm we inhabit is known as the Yara Land continent, which comprises a total of 15 empires. Our Atesh Empire ranks 6th among them, boasting 10 8th-tier magi and 2 sword emperors, who form the backbone of the empire. It is precisely because of them that other nations refrain from initiating large-scale wars against us. The mightiest empire is the Maya Empire, for their royal lineage has produced a prodigious 9th-tier sword emperor, one of the paramount forces on the continent, whose presence has maintained a delicate balance amidst the wars of the 15 nations, allowing us to enjoy a prolonged period of peace." At this juncture, Keller paused, guiding Yunyan around another corner before continuing. "What I am about to share does not constitute a secret per se, yet should it be overheard, it could lead to considerable trouble. Next, we must discuss the 4 major powers of the Yara Land continent. First, there is the Church of Light, which possesses divine artifacts capable of summoning 10th-tier angels, and with the assistance of 19 light magi, even the 10th-tier divine magi must retreat. The second major force is the Mage Guild, led by a 10th-tier fire divine mage, undeniably the second most formidable power. It is said that the top-tier forces of the Mage Guild are ever at the side of the divine mage, guarding the entrance to the sky magic domain within the Mage Tower. The third major power is the Swordsman's Guild, which boasts 15 sword emperors of extraordinary strength. However, most are located in the Loden continent, with only 3 sword emperors residing in the Yara Land continent. Lastly, there is the Mercenary Guild, whose legendary mercenary king is said to transcend the 10th-tier divine level, though he has departed from our world. Nevertheless, the Mercenary Guild still possesses 8 sword emperors and 4 magi, along with a lesser divine artifact left by the Mercenary King, ensuring their enduring prominence. Of course, these factions are all quite distant from us, yet the high-ranking individuals within them are not to be trifled with. lest one invites peril to their life. Indeed. Yunyan nodded, finally gaining a sufficient understanding of the Yara land continent, no longer as oblivious as before. Yunyan, I advise you to refrain from venturing forth. Not only has the Doran province discovered the entrance to the Naga temple, which entails colossal trials, but the Valoran and Balan provinces have also united to arrange grand trials with similar bounties of 10 million gold coins. It is easy to imagine that fierce competition will ensue. Indeed, did the lords themselves foot the bill for such gold bounties? Certainly not. 10 million gold coins is no trifling sum for a lord. In a province with a population of billions, the annual tax revenue barely reaches 10 million gold coins, most of which is allocated for local finances. While a lord may be able to produce such a sum, it would nonetheless deplete their resources. In truth, the authority to host this trial competition lies within the imperial capital, where the final selection round is also conducted. It is evident that whoever claims the head of the Naga Lord shall be rewarded with 10 million gold coins. I shall undoubtedly participate in this trial. Where does one register? Yunyan inquired. He understood that this trial was not solely about the 10 million gold coins. It appeared to be a contest between the three great provinces, each probing the depths of the other, as if a grand conspiracy were brewing beneath the surface. Yunyan did not intend to disrupt this conspiracy. On one hand, he required a substantial amount of gold coins to enhance his strength, and on the other hand, the Naga Lord was the principal culprit behind Ulder's immediate peril, thus he felt compelled to seek vengeance. The following day, under the guidance of Kair, Yunyan arrived at the registration area for the trials, situated just outside the Lord's mansion, where a dozen civil officials were responsible for the enrollment. And a lengthy queue had formed behind them. This trial was designated for young talents, with all registrants being around 20 years of age, embodying the hopes of various factions. Leveraging his noble status, Kair escorted Yunyan directly into the aristocratic section for registration, significantly expediting the process, and soon it was his turn. The registrants were required to be no older than 25, providing their name, age, faction, rank, and occupation in succession. The recording official, without raising his head, continued his inquiries. Yunyan, 18 years old, mercenary guild, second-tier swordsman. Yunyan responded succinctly. Which mercenary group do you belong to? The recording official inquired further. Yunyan was momentarily taken aback, realizing that this was merely a casual remark. Keller, noticing his reaction, promptly interjected, he is a member of our Glory Mercenary Corps. You see. Oh, your Glory Mercenary Corps certainly knows how to stir up trouble, sending a second-tier warrior to register, clearly indicating a desire to forfeit. The registration official remarked with a knowing smile, clearly recognizing Keller. You've seen through us, Keller conceded, choosing not to dispute the observation to avoid unnecessary complications. After the registration process, Yunyan received the trial medal, which contained records of his various attributes and aura, as well as combat data captured by light and shadow magic. This served as a deterrent against cheating. Once he had obtained the medal, he was set to enter the combat zone for the first round of selection. It was important to note that this trial only offered 100 slots, with the number of applicants reaching into the hundreds of thousands. Thus, standing out among them would be no easy feat. As Yunyan entered, he unexpectedly collided with a young woman, causing her to stagger back. Oh dear, are you blind? How dare you bump into me? The girl before him was a striking beauty with long hair, a well-proportioned figure, and fair skin, appearing to be no older than 15 or 16. Following her was a retinue of admirers, all adorned in finery, unmistakably a cadre of nobles. I didn't see you, Yunyan replied with a cold demeanor, offering a brief explanation. How dare you show such disdain? Clearly, it is you at fault. Are you seeking a fight? The girl retorted angrily, pointing a finger at Yunyan while placing her other hand on her hip. Brat, how dare you offend Miss Annie? Kneel and apologize at once, shouted a pale-faced young man, his demeanor menacing. You dare to disrespect Miss Annie? Tell me where you come from, and I shall ensure your parents are brought forth to face public humiliation, rendering your family unable to stand in Doran City. Another young man joined the fray, raising his voice in challenge. Begone, Yunyan commanded, his expression unyielding, as he coldly regarded the clamorous nobles. How audacious! No one has ever dared utter such words in front of Annie Doran, especially not a mere second-tier warrior. Are you courting death? The furious Annie trembled, her complexion turning pale as she glared at Yunyan. Step aside. Yunyan boldly pushed Annie away and strode forward with swagger, leaving the crowd momentarily stunned. What are you still standing around for? Attack. Beat him to a pulp, and if he dies, I shall take full responsibility. Annie shouted to her entourage of nobles. Did you hear that? Miss Annie has spoken. Let us go. A nobleman declared, his voice resonating throughout the area. I will crush this insolent wretch for daring to offend Miss Annie in Doran City. Another man bellowed with fury, with a leader igniting their rage. The nobles erupted into a frenzy, brandishing weapons and advancing menacingly toward Yunyan. With a frosty glint in his eyes, Yunyan cast a glance back at the nobleman who surged ahead, his shouts the loudest among them. He was a fourth-tier shield and sword knight, adept in the art of gale steps. With a swift step, Yunyan unleashed the gale strike, targeting the fourth-tier shield sword knight. He executed the instant slash, transforming his form into a mere line, imperceptible and unavoidable. A long blade, shimmering with starlight, struck directly at the noble's neck. The blade severed the knight's head with brutal precision, blood spraying forth and staining the ground crimson. In his final moments, the knight was unable to comprehend his demise, having fallen so abruptly to the blade of a mere second-tier warrior. With the image of his kill still lingering, Yunyan did not linger. He vanished once more, splitting into 6 identical figures. Heavens, it's a clone. The divine technique of mirror clones. We must flee. A young nobleman cried out, his face a mask of terror. Run. In an instant, the nobles at the rear began to scatter, while those at the front halted their advance, paralyzed by the impending doom of a lethal strike. With unwavering focus, Yunyan aimed his long sword at an individual, a 5th-tier grand sorcerer. He leaped into the air, delivering a decisive strike. Fortune favored him this time, as he triggered a critical hit, resulting in a double attack effect. The 5th-tier mage, without a shadow of a doubt, succumbed to the blow, his shield shattered. The long sword cleaved down upon his head, slicing through until it met the ground. With a resounding crash, the 5th-tier sorcerer fell, his body severed in twain, meeting a gruesome end on the spot. Gale steps. Yunyan once again activated the gale step, transforming into a fleeting shadow, and appeared before Annie. His long blade pressed firmly against her throat. Did you just declare your intent to kill me? Yunyan inquired coldly. And no, I didn't say that. Annie trembled with fear, her words faltering. Have some courage. Release Miss Annie immediately. She is the beloved daughter of Lord Myerba. If you dare harm her, you will have the entire world as your enemy. A 7th-tier mage rushed from a distance, shouting frantically. You are the daughter of a duke? Do you truly believe I would hesitate to take your life? Ignoring the 7th-tier mage, Yunyan continued his interrogation of Annie, the blade's edge nearly breaking her skin. Crimson blood trickling down. Feeling a sharp pain at her throat, Annie's face went pale, and she stammered, I believe, you will kill me. Very well. Yunyan sheathed his blade, refraining from delivering the fatal blow. After all, this was the capital of the Dolan province, and killing the lord's daughter here would invite relentless pursuit. Although he possessed the gale step to escape, the danger was still immense. The 7th-tier mage, witnessing Yunyan lower his weapon, felt the tension within him ease. Furrowing his brows, he could not discern Yunyan's identity and asked in a deep voice, Who are you, and why do you threaten Miss Annie? Yunyan cast a cold glance at Annie. Instantly, she recoiled, clutching the 7th-tier mage's arm, and nervously said, Let it go. We shall not hold this against him. The 7th-tier mage was taken aback. The usually audacious Miss Annie had backed down, indicating that her opponent was not to be trifled with. Casting a wary look at Yunyan, the 7th-tier mage ultimately issued a warning. If you wish to participate in the trials, do not meddle. Yunyan paid no heed, striding towards his arena. His demeanor, as frigid as ice, utterly intimidated all the nobles present, prompting speculation about his identity. Many began to wonder if he was a member of royalty. For how else could he command such respect that even the daughter of Lord Doran dared not provoke him? However, a few figures swiftly exited the venue, members of the families of the 2 slain nobles. They had gone to report the deaths, for such matters could not be overlooked. Revenge was to be sought. As Yunyan approached the examination office to draw lots, the crowd of participants suddenly dispersed. All eyes fixated on her as she prepared to draw. The official overseeing the draw was taken aback and appeared somewhat flustered. Upon noticing Yunyan's arrival, he promptly stated, Once you draw, you may proceed directly to the arena for the competition, regardless of life or death. The one who is thrown off the stage shall be deemed the loser. With determination, Yunyan reached into the lot box and retrieved a slip bearing the number 73. Number 73, at arena number 6, the official announced loudly. The competitors at arena 6 were momentarily stunned. They were positioned to the left of the entrance, and Yunyan had observed the clashes among the nobles with clarity. Upon hearing the official call her number, she made her way towards them, prompting several nobles of slightly lower rank to forfeit immediately, retreating in dejection. As Yunyan stepped onto the sixth arena, a pair of piercing eyes immediately fixed upon him. This individual, also of noble birth, was a junior fourth-tier swordsman, yet his attire surpassed that of the typical aristocrat in opulence, adorned in exquisite magical gear. He was undoubtedly a warrior armed to the teeth. Contestants 73 and 74, please take the stage, the referee announced, declaring the match numbers. As Yunyan ascended the stage, a fourth-tier novice swordsman of noble birth also stepped forward. Listen here, regardless of your identity, you are to surrender immediately. My father is Marquis Hour. My uncle is a steward of the Swordsmith Guild, and my grandfather is a high priest of the Church of Light. I am the sole heir of my lineage. Should you dare to lay a finger on me, you will find yourself at odds with the entire Hour family, and indeed, the whole nation. The arrogant fourth-tier noble declared, showing no intention of engaging in battle. Clad in an abundance of magical attire, he radiated an array of colors. Even an accessory adorning his ear was imbued with protective magic. Are you finished? Yunyan inquired abruptly, his expression unwavering as he regarded his opponent. Why you truly wish to fight? I must inform you that my mother's cousin is a princess in the imperial capital, wielding immense power. You would do well to surrender. The young noble trembled, yet his bravado remained unshaken. Spare me the nonsense. In an instant, Yunyan became a blur, transforming into a series of white shadows. His long blade effortlessly sliced through the numerous layers of low-tier magical shields enveloping the young noble, with a series of resounding crashes akin to shattering glass. The final blow positioned the blade at the noble's throat. Do not kill me. I surrender. The young noble immediately knelt, shouting towards Yunyan. Yunyan withheld his strike, instead standing proudly with his weapon sheathed. Victory for number 73, the referee promptly declared, fearing that any delay might result in the noble being cleaved in two. Surprisingly, witnessing his own survival ignited a fierce defiance within the young noble. He forcefully shoved aside the referee attempting to restrain him and confronted Yunyan with a shout. What are you so proud of, you worthless fool? Winning does not equate to your courage to kill me. Indeed, my mother's cousin is a princess, my aunt. Do you dare to take my life? If you lack the audacity to do so, then leave this stage. I have won this match. Do you understand, fool? Yunyan quietly observed his opponent's bluster without making a move. Witnessing this, the onlookers began to assume that Yunyan was intimidated, and even the referee refrained from intervening with the young nobleman. The young noble's taunts grew louder. Ha ha ha, worthless fool. I told you, you're just a country bumpkin. Look at your attire. You hardly resemble a noble. You have no right to stand on this stage. You should return to farming or tending to someone else's estate. That is your rightful occupation. You country bumpkin, hurry back and spare yourself the embarrassment. Judging by your appearance, your wife has likely run off with someone else. You don't even have a girlfriend. Should I bestow one upon you? Now, be gone. Be gone? Yunyan glanced back at him, then turned to the referee, demanding, he has already lost. Why is he still here? The referee ignored Yunyan's inquiry and turned his head away. The young nobleman, filled with arrogance, pointed at Yunyan and shouted, That's right. I said get lost, worthless. Do you hear me? You are nothing but trash. If you have a wife, she must be a disgraceful hag, serving other men in a bar. My wife shall not be defiled. Yunyan's voice was frigid as his blade effortlessly cleaved the arrogant noble in two. After taking so many lives, something had finally emerged. Upon a glance, Yunyan discovered an invincible potion, which he promptly stowed away. It seemed that while slaying foes did not yield equipment, it could indeed produce potions. And these were rather extraordinary elixirs, albeit with a remarkably low drop rate. Alas, a murder has occurred. Master Jack has been slain. The entourage of that nobleman below erupted in cries, fleeing in terror. After Yunyan dispatched young Master Jack of the Aoer family, a significant portion of the nobles in the sixth arena promptly exited. The remaining challengers, upon encountering Yunyan, largely chose to forfeit. Standing on the arena, Yunyan appeared nearly invincible, employing the swift steps of the second-level Gale and the unyielding Sword Saint's blade, rendering him almost unbeatable against foes below the sixth tier. The competition unfolded over 8 rounds, yet most of the participants opted to forfeit upon facing him, allowing Yunyan to effortlessly secure the title of champion in the sixth arena. With over 1,000 competitors vying for only 8 coveted spots, the tournament was initially expected to last at least 2 days. However, due to the widespread forfeitures and the immediate withdrawals of those who faced Yunyan, The duration of the competition was significantly shortened, concluding in merely half a day. The selected candidates for the elite qualifying tournament were announced. Yunyan, number 73, Godwell. Number 153, Direxindi, number 1139, Antonio Bis, number 1538. Once the referee proclaimed the results, all participants exited the arena, and Yunyan also stepped down. Congratulations on leveling up, granting the opportunity to learn new skills. As Yunyan entered the realm of consciousness to assess his status, he found himself at the 6th level. Having truly ascended to the rank of a second-tier swordsman, he opted to allocate his skill point to the critical strike ability. Critical strike level 2 granted a 13 chance to inflict triple damage. This was the effect of the second tier of critical strike. While it may seem straightforward, the enhancement was undeniably substantial, effectively doubling his damage output. Examining his equipment, he noted that most of it was at the 3rd tier, the blade of the sword saint, the sphere of frost, and the flame sword, each now merely ornamental, awaiting the moment when he would attain the 3rd tier himself. When he could truly upgrade from a mere bird gun to a cannon, the blade of the sword saint boasted an attack power of 160. The sphere of frost contributed 50, and the flame sword added another 50, summing up to a formidable total of 260 attack points from these 3 third-tier items. Currently, however, he possessed only an ice pattern headband and 4 king's crowns, along with shadow boots, which collectively offered a mere increase of 90 in attack power, barely pushing his overall attributes beyond the century mark. Yunyan glanced at his current status, occupation, junior, no title, character name, Yunyan health points, 3450 mana, 2025 armor, 1710 experience required for level up, 1 for 100. 080, 000 strength, 2230. Each point of strength increases attack power by 1, enhances health by 50 points, and for every 10 points, grants an additional point of health regeneration per second. Agility, 2230. Each point of agility increases attack power by 1, boosts defense by 1 for every 3 points, and enhances attack speed by 1% for every 10 points. Intelligence, 2230. Each point of intelligence increases attack power by 1, adds 25 points to mana, and for every 10 points, grants an additional point of mana regeneration per second. Attack power, 156 to 156 attack speed. 0. 8,175 attacks per second. Yunyan nodded slightly, feeling a sense of satisfaction with such attributes, especially as a hero possessing all attributes. Enhancing any aspect of his abilities would yield tremendous improvements. Upon reaching level 9, he would acquire the Sword of the Sword Saint, the Frostball, and the Flame Sword, which collectively would augment his attack by 260 points. The Shadow Boots would remain invaluable, as mobility is always essential, with 2 slots available for equipment. Placing an ice pattern circlet in one and potentially another in the other would further elevate his attack by an additional 60 points, culminating in a total attack power of 320. When combined with his inherent 80 attack points, he would precisely reach 400 attack. Currently, his 156 attack points have already been classified by the system as an E-level power intensity, equivalent to a 5th-tier professional. Achieving 400 attack points would signify a remarkable qualitative leap. Yunyan could envision himself potentially capable of defeating a 7th-tier professional, a notion both terrifying and a source of confidence in his ability to vanquish the Naga Lord. The 5th tier now requires 15,000 experience points, while the 6th tier demands 30,000. Yunyan finds himself effortlessly winning against 5th-tier professionals, but unable to defeat those in the 6th tier, only able to evade them. The difference between 6th and 7th tiers is akin to that between heaven and earth. As his level ascends, the experience points needed for the 4th tier have been significantly reduced to a mere 500. This is a consequence of the lack of maximum experience point bonuses, which stands at 500%. Thus, the original 4th tier requirement of only 1,000 experience points has diminished, and with his elevation in level, the gap in tiers has narrowed, resulting in a halving of the experience bonus to 250%. This implies that only when the tier difference reaches 3 can one attain the maximum experience bonus. Therefore, Yunyan currently regards the 5th tier as his primary source of experience, needing to ascend 3 more levels before he can don magical equipment. The road remains long and arduous, yet a glimmer of hope has emerged. Yunyan withdrew his consciousness and strode towards the elite selection arena, immediately sensing several formidable auras piercing directly towards him. 2 sword saints, their battle wings unfurled, descended upon him, casting a cold gaze. Among them was a middle-aged man with golden curls and an aggressive demeanor, brandishing a greatsword pointed at Yunyan. With a fierce glare, he bellowed, "You wretch! Are you the one who's slain our young master, Jack?" Yunyan's expression was icy as he pointed at Jack Aldo, who was split in two on the arena. "You dare to speak of him? I shall reduce you to dust." The 7th-rank sword saint trembled with rage, his teeth chattering. The once insignificant 2nd-rank practitioner, who had appeared as nothing more than an ant before him, now dared to show such disrespect and arrogance. The sheer audacity of it nearly drove him to madness. The 7th-rank sword saint gathered a brilliant white light around his greatsword, the massive blade of light condensing with an overwhelming aura that swept across the arena, capturing the attention of all present. Yunyan's spirit instantly tensed, his gaze fixed firmly on the colossal sword in the man's hand, ever ready to unleash his mirror clone technique to evade the impending strike. "You are quite audacious, standing your ground instead of fleeing. However, escaping is not an option," the 7th-tier sword saint proclaimed with a sinister grin, his sword poised for a merciless execution. Mirror clone. With a swift motion, Yunyan vanished, deftly avoiding the sword's lethal arc, and in an instant, 6 identical figures emerged. "This is what you refer to as a trial." They spoke in unison, a display of extraordinary skill. The 7th-tier sword saint stood momentarily stunned. Such prowess signified immense influence and power. Only those of exceptional talent or the elite within their races possess such divine skills. For someone like Yunyan, a mere 2nd tier, to wield such a technique was evidently indicative of the latter. "Who are you, and why do you possess divine skills?" The 7th-tier sword saint inquired, now tinged with apprehension. "Pamical, you have audacity indeed. As a noble private military, how dare you openly attack a contestant?" A middle-aged man suddenly soared into the fray. His battle wings unfurled as he bellowed at the 7th-tier sword saint below. "Hadarui." The 7th-tier sword saint Pamical's expression faltered, and he cast a fierce glare at Yunyan, declaring, "Boy, consider yourself fortunate. George, we are leaving." Both Pamical and Hadarui were members of the Oer family's private military, 7th-tier professionals representing the true power elite within the empire, sustained solely by the great nobility. As Hadarui landed, over 100 formidable knights followed in his wake, all mounted on magnificent steeds with iron hooves, radiating the aura of 6th-tier warriors, their might unparalleled. This was the undeniable reason for the retreat of the 2 7th-tier sword saints. The collective presence of these 100 knights was equivalent to an army of thousands. With a broad smile, Hadarui regarded Yunyan as if they were acquaintances, inquiring, "You must be Yunyan?" "Indeed, and who might you be?" Yunyan replied, his demeanor cautious as he scrutinized Hadarui. "Ha, you are indeed very prudent. Lord Myerba is quite interested in you and wishes to meet," Hadarui articulated. "This is not an invitation, but a necessity," Yunyan responded, unreservedly. "That is also a valid point," Hadarui retorted confidently. "And what if I refuse?" Yunyan maintained his icy gaze on Hadarui. Despite the precariousness of his situation, he would rather confront the danger than yield. Hadarui paused, studying Yunyan's expression, and clarified. "Yunyan, do not misunderstand. Our Lord does not wish to harm you. If that were the case, we would not need to go through such elaborate means. Just look at the knights behind me. You could never withstand such a force." Realizing the futility of resistance against the 106th-tier knights, Yunyan understood that taking action would lead to certain death and deemed it unwise to take such a risk. After a moment of hesitation, he finally conceded, "Very well. I shall meet him." "Ah, you young man. The Lord may indeed have good fortune in store for you." Following Hatter, Yunyan arrived at the grandest palace within the city of Dolan. Navigating through layers of guards, he finally found himself in a solitary study, which resembled a vast library, with shelves stacked high and brimming with books. At the desk sat a middle-aged man, engrossed in a tome, his gentle features and slender frame reminiscent of a scholarly teacher. This man was Myerba, the lord of the Dolan province. Myerba lifted his gaze to Yunyan, his expression serene, and after placing the book down, he spoke slowly. "You are Yunyan?" "Yes. Have you sought me?" Yunyan replied, maintaining an impassive demeanor. "Well, you possess considerable audacity and ruthlessness. You dare to meddle with my daughter?" Myerba rose, fixing an intense stare upon Yunyan, an invisible pressure emanating from him. Not one of conflict, but the aura of authority. "Your daughter was unreasonable, and your methods of raising her leave much to be desired," Yunyan stated bluntly, showing no sign of politeness. "Impertinent." One of Myerba's attendants pointed a finger menacingly at Yunyan, glaring fiercely. "Not so fast." Myerba gestured for the attendant to halt, continuing to observe Yunyan. You possess a strong character, yet rigidity can lead to fragility. You understand this principle, do you not? Now speak. What brings you to me? Yunyan bypassed the probing and posed a direct inquiry, recognizing that Myerba's words were merely attempts to gauge his background. He was wise enough not to walk into danger. Very astute of you. However, your recent exploits in the arena have stirred considerable turmoil. Marquis Ower, Marquis Banan, and Marquis Haduin have placed you on their hit list. You now face two paths. Surrender all your secrets to me, and I may spare your life, or meet your demise at my hands to quell the public's fury. Myerba stated slowly. Haha, a fanciful delusion, Yunyan retorted with a boisterous laugh. Myerba's expression immediately hardened, his visage as frigid as ice as he enunciated each word. Do you truly wish to die? You may attempt it. Yunyan's words grew sharper, his gaze piercing like a blade as he took a step forward. He understood that in such a scenario, yielding would only disadvantage him, while he could not confront them directly with his current strength. He believed that employing his swift footwork alongside his mirror clone technique might offer him a chance to escape. Myerba's countenance shifted, betraying his inner turmoil as he wrestled with indecision. Who exactly are you? You lack the right to know. Yunyan stood defiantly, gambling on the notion that Myerba would hesitate to act against him, unsure of his true identity. Myerba's face turned a deep shade of anger. His gaze fixated on Yunyan as he mentally assessed the latter's identity and the stakes involved. Young man, I perceive you as merely a fortunate soul with no real backing. I will now take your life and extract every secret you harbor. Myerba suddenly spoke with fierce intensity, and an overwhelming aura erupted from his being. The atmosphere in the study was completely enveloped by his presence, surpassing the power of the seventh tier, causing the air to crackle with tension. The battle wings behind him unfurled, wrapped in golden fighting spirit, resembling the majestic arrival of a supreme sovereign, both noble and domineering. An eighth-tier sword emperor. As Yunyan's pupils constricted sharply, the seemingly fragile Myerba transformed instantaneously into an eighth-order sword emperor, leaving him momentarily taken aback. Nevertheless, Yunyan resolved to take a significant risk, brandishing a vial of crimson invincibility potion, poised for use at any moment. This potion bestowed invulnerability upon a hero for 7 seconds, rendering them immune to all harm. Ha ha ha! Yunyan erupted into a frenzied laughter, which caught Myerba's attention. Fixing a fierce gaze upon Yunyan, he demanded, "What do you find so amusing?" "I laugh at your utter shamelessness. As a dignified 8th-order sword emperor, what need do you have to contend with a mere 2nd-order swordsman? The disparity in power is staggering." He snorted. "Once you are dead, no one will know of this. So what is there to discuss regarding shame? In that case, what further words are necessary? Myerba, should I survive this encounter, the entire Doran family shall face obliteration." Yunyan declared vehemently, his trepidations now cast aside. "Very well, young man, your audacity knows no bounds. You are surely doomed today. Even your relatives, friends, and family will find themselves entangled in your fate, meeting untimely ends." Myerba snarled, his fury palpable. The repeated provocations from this 2nd-order practitioner had eroded his patience, compelling him to eliminate Yunyan without delay. "Come and try your luck. Let us see whose fortune prevails." "Mirror doppelganger," Yunyan bellowed, vanishing from sight as 6 illusory duplicates of himself materialized, darting in 6 different directions towards the study's exit. "Block him," Myerba roared, his body radiating golden light as he charged forward, brandishing a dragon spear. With a single thrust, he pierced through one of the left-side illusions, lifting it high, only for it to crumble into a wisp of smoke and vanish. A fake? Myerba gasped, astonished that the mirror doppelganger had even deceived him. It was undoubtedly a divine technique. Behind Myerba, a 7th-order sword saint caught up with another doppelganger, cleaving it with a sword stroke that also resulted in its dissolution into smoke. With 2 illusions eliminated, the remaining 4 Yunyans surged in 4 distinct directions, swiftly escaping the study. "Capture that 2nd-order brat. We must apprehend him." Myerba shouted furiously as 2 additional 7th-order sword saints materialized in the study, a sword saint wielding a longsword and another brandishing a colossal axe, immediately pursuing the fleeing Yunyan. Myerba and 3 7th-order sword saints split their efforts, chasing after the 4 doppelgangers. Once again, Myerba caught up to one of the illusions, piercing it through with his spear, which once more transformed into smoke. Upon noticing a 7th-tier sword saint pursuing him from behind, Yunyan smiled faintly, slipped into a corner, and once again performed a mirror clone technique. 5 duplicates swiftly dashed in various directions, while he himself employed the Gale Step, concealing himself within the crevice of a house. Remarkably, he had managed to create clones once more. The pursuing 7th-tier Sword Saint could hardly believe his eyes, astonished and hesitant. He chose to chase after the direction with the greatest number of clones. Having successfully evaded the pursuit of the 7th-tier Sword Saint, Yunyan did not emerge immediately. But instead, he focused on the window of the house and leaped inside. As he entered, a delightful fragrance filled the air, and he was greeted by an array of ornate decorations. In the center of the room hung a large wind chime, ringing melodiously, a truly pleasing sound. The remaining furnishings were exquisitely feminine, featuring a vanity, a round table of white jade chairs, and a grand hollowed-out bed adorned with golden edges. Lily. Today's sour jujube cake is truly delicious, came the voice of a girl from outside. Indeed, Annie, did you see the expression on your father's face just now? Upon hearing that you were bullied, his face turned a shade of green with anger, replied another. Hee, that country bumpkin dared to bully me. He is surely in for some misfortune now. In the confines of the room, Yunyan listened intently, aware that Annie was about to enter. He remained silent, executing a swift step like the wind. Meanwhile, Meyer was nearly driven to madness. 3 7th-tier Sword Saints, alongside himself, an 8th-tier Sword Emperor, had allowed a mere 2nd-tier novice to slip through their fingers. Pursue him, no matter where he flees, from the ends of the earth to the farthest corners. He must be captured. Seal off the entire Dolan Palace, no, the entirety of Dolan City. This individual must be apprehended. Whoever succeeds will be rewarded with a bounty of 100,000 gold coins, elevated to the rank of Baron, and reported to the imperial capital for a baronship after 1 year. Meyer bellowed furiously. Rows of elite guards swarmed around him, commencing their search. The Sword Saint who had nearly caught Yunyan hesitated to approach and report the location of the vanished target. Upon witnessing Meyer's wrath, he instinctively recoiled and decided to discreetly resume the search. Meyer, with his golden battle wings folded, bore a face as dark as iron, and in his grip, his dragon spear twisted into a pretzel, crumpling a crafted 8th-tier magical weapon into a pile of refuse. Useless. All of you are useless. You cannot even forge a decent weapon. Lehman, bring forth the captive alchemist. Today, I shall make an example of him. Meyer roared, unleashing his fury indiscriminately. Yes. A burly man stepped forward from the knightly ranks, his square face and crew cut exuding authority. With a massive hammer in his left hand and a great axe in his right, his bronze-toned physique was a testament to his formidable strength. Hidiri, have you gathered the information I requested? Meyer redirected his inquiry towards the one who had invited Yunyan. Yes, but there appears to be an unexpected twist. Hidiri replied, glancing at Lehman, his expression tinged with hesitation. Speak plainly, Meyer commanded. Indeed, my lord. This Yunyan is 18 years old, a 2nd-tier swordsman, affiliated with the Glory Mercenary Corps. When registering, he was accompanied by Keller, a member of the Glory Mercenary Corps, who helped him sign up in the Noble District. Hidiri explained, boldly defiant. Meyer's previously soft demeanor turned ashen, his glare fixed upon Lehman. Lehman, this mercenary group belongs to your nephew, Ixus. What do you have to say for yourself? Upon hearing this, Lehman immediately knelt, saying, My lord, I was unaware of this matter. I have served you loyally for many years. Do you truly doubt my fidelity? Meyer furrowed his brow, contemplating. He recognized Lehman's long-standing loyalty, and the notion of betrayal seemed far-fetched. Moreover, he understood the peculiar nature of the Glory Mercenary Corps. It was akin to handling a hot potato. Meyer's expression softened slightly as he addressed Lehman. Rise. Go home and inquire thoroughly with your nephew, particularly about Keller. Ensure you ascertain the truth. Lehman expressed his gratitude, replying respectfully, Yes, my lord. Once Lehman departed, Meyer turned to Hidiri and said, I should not doubt Lehman, yet the evidence presents itself. I hope he is not the traitor. Keep a close watch. Yes, my lord. Hatter respectfully replied, and turned to lead over 106th-tier knights away. In Annie's chamber, she grasped Lily's hand, her face alight with pride. Lily, did you know? Originally, my father's plan was to incite a conflict between the nobles of Dolan and the members of the Sword Guild. However, unexpectedly, a mere country bumpkin appeared and frightened off those foolish nobles, completely derailing my father's scheme. What infuriates me the most is his audacity to lay hands on me. But enough of my anger. He is just a peasant. My father will surely make him regret it, and he may very well find himself on the guillotine by tomorrow. Lily offered her comfort. Do not worry. Are you speaking of me? Suddenly, Yunyan materialized, his long blade once again poised against Annie's throat. Annie shrank back, her entire body quaking at the sight of Yunyan, her eyes wide with terror. momentarily forgetting to breathe. How? How did you get in? Annie stammered, her voice trembling with fear. How dare you show disrespect to Miss Annie? Put down your weapon, Lily exclaimed, rising and pointing at Yunyan with authority. Try saying that again, Yunyan retorted, swiftly shifting his blade to Lily's neck. The speed of his movement left Lily, a mere third-tier warrior, utterly unprepared. Do you dare to kill me? My father is Prince Riel. I am Lily Riel, she declared defiantly. Stop speaking, Annie interjected, panic rising within her as she seized Yunyan's arm, pleading, please do not harm Lily. She is my dearest friend. Humph, Yunyan scoffed, the blade grazing Lily's throat before he continued. I care not for your identity. Now be silent. Feeling the sharpness of the blade against her skin, Lily's bravado faltered, and she gazed at Yunyan in fear, rendered mute. What do you want? Annie asked, cold sweat trickling down her brow, her voice laced with dread. Spare me the pleasantries. You will answer my questions. Should you utter a single falsehood, I shall sever one of your hands. Yunyan's expression remained impassive as his blade hovered ominously above Annie's right shoulder. No, please, I will tell you everything you ask. Terrified, Annie acquiesced immediately. Very well. What is the purpose of this trial? Yunyan inquired. Annie hesitated, her mind racing. Time's up. You have yet to respond, and I will still take your hand. 3. Yunyan's voice was icy. Wait. I will tell you. It is to obtain the space gem. What is the space gem? The space gem can locate temple coordinates, opening pathways to the temples, leading to immense wealth and countless high-tier magical artifacts. Oh, where can the space gem be found? It is not merely found. It is a remarkable achievement of alchemy. One of its components is the magic crystal found within the head of the Naga Lord. According to legend, during the era of heroes, human champions traversed the vastness of the space gem to reach the sacred realm of Loyak. Loyak. Yunyan's heart was shaken, for it was indeed the race to which Udur belonged. He grasped Annie by the collar, pulling her closer, and demanded, Speak quickly. Tell me everything you know about Loyak. Annie trembled in fear, and immediately replied, All right. Loyak is merely a legend. It is a sacred realm where even the lowest tier is at least 10 levels above the divine, with some beings surpassing even that echelon. During the era of legendary heroes, the great alchemists created the most powerful dark gold spatial gem, which opened the gateways to numerous advanced realms. At that time, the human heroes were immensely powerful, conquering temple after temple, exploring the unknown cosmos and realms. Ultimately, they discovered Loyak, but in doing so, they desecrated the gods, leading to the annihilation of the human champions. All of them perished, and the temples were sealed once more, while the dark gold spatial gem turned to dust. How is the dark gold spatial gem crafted? Yunyan inquired. What? Do you even understand what the term dark gold signifies? Annie retorted. What does it mean? Seemingly forgetting her fear. Annie proudly declared, Country folk remain country folk. Dark gold is magical equipment that transcends artifacts. Above artifacts lie legends and epics that are utterly unattainable. Even Loyak, the human hero, is but a myth, an epic. To the readers, please consider bookmarking this, and if you have any grievances, feel free to leave a comment. Seeing your comments and bookmarks brings immense joy to the extraordinary. Through his interrogation of Annie, Yunyan finally discerned the true purpose of this trial. It became apparent that every nation on the continent of Arolan was secretly forging spatial gems, which were the most vital artifacts for nurturing royalty and accumulating imperial strength. Only the space gem grants access to the High Temple. Without it, even a 10th-tier divinely classified practitioner cannot locate the spatial coordinates, let alone breach the temple's seals. Currently, the Naga Temple is merely a rudimentary low temple among the 9 tiers of temples: Low Temple, Mid Temple, High Temple, Super Temple, Earth Temple, Sky Temple, Domain Temple, Starry Temple, and True Temple, each more formidable than the last. It is said that the True Temple is the domain of true deities, sacred and untouchable. The royal family exploits the space gem to assemble numerous powerful beings into the High Temple, seeking vast secret treasures, advanced magical equipment, formidable divine techniques, and even the temple's inheritance, thereby producing one genius after another among the royals. While collecting various magical materials is effortless for the royal family, the successful creation of space gems is exceedingly rare and financially burdensome. It takes decades of failed fusions of spatial crystals to yield a single gem. However, there exists another method. Utilizing the magical crystals from 7th-tier magical beasts within the Low Temple significantly enhances the success rate of producing space gems, with current advancements allowing for a success rate of up to 100. This explains the royal family's generous bounty for the head of the Naga Lord. Meanwhile, the provinces of Dolan, Barlin, and Valoran have joined forces in trials to seize the coveted space gem quotas, with the royal family offering 3 slots, leading to fierce competition among the 3 provinces. Additionally, the great nobles and powerful guilds within each province are forming their own alliances to secure victory in the trials. Notably, this time the imperial capital has imposed a restriction allowing only individuals under the age of 25 to participate, sparking hope among countless smaller factions and igniting fierce rivalry among the 3 provinces. The first and second rounds are organized locally, with a high likelihood of noble interference. However, the final contest will be held in the imperial capital, where cheating is virtually impossible, even for lords. Each contestant's performance will be recorded on the Empire's magical merit board, prompting major factions and lords to eliminate dissenters in the local qualifiers, thereby ousting all smaller factions and individuals. Yunyan finally comprehended the myriad obstacles he faced in participating in this trial. It became evident that the provincial authorities were systematically eliminating dissent, ensuring that only those aligned with their interests would reach the imperial capital. Consequently, those selected during the competition would have a greater share of opportunities. Simultaneously, Yunyan discovered the means to locate Udur. The legendary dark gold space gem was an essential acquisition for him. Entering Loyake to seek out Udur further solidified his resolve to partake in this trial. So that's the truth. The real motive behind these aristocratic scions participating in the selection was to incite hatred, eliminate rivals, and systematically suppress local elites. Yunyan's mind was clear. He gained a certain understanding of the conspiracies among the 3 provinces. Since you know everything, why not let me go? Annie said, casting a wary glance at Yunyan. Her voice barely above a whisper. Not a chance. Both of you must help me escape from here. How is that even possible? Because of you. The entire city is under martial law. Then I will have no choice but to kill you and flee on my own. Yunyan gazed at Annie, raising his long blade slowly. Annie, terrified, took a step back and frantically waved her hands. Wait, I think I might have another idea. In Dolan City, martial law was in full effect, with no one allowed in or out. Soldiers traversed the streets, and light and shadow magic illuminated every corner. Each magical projection displayed a magical homing pigeon bearing Yunyan's likeness. As the voice of Myerba echoed, this individual is a spy for the Dragon Emperor's empire. A second-tier swordsman who has stolen national secrets and covets the territory of our Dolan province. He is a heinous criminal. Capture him and receive a reward of 1 million gold coins and a baron title. A second-tier swordsman was being hunted with a staggering bounty, and once the news broke, it sent a shockwave through Dolan City. Countless bounty hunters mobilized, and countless adventurers eagerly anticipated the opportunity, a once-in-a-lifetime chance in their eyes. Myerba was well aware that Yunyan's strength far surpassed that of a mere second-tier swordsman, and by deliberately framing him in such a manner, he effectively turned him into a universally despised figure. Inside an inn, 5 members of the Glory Mercenary Corps stood before Lehman. With a serious expression, Lehman addressed X's. Do you truly know anything about Yunyan? We must capture him to absolve yourselves of blame. X's replied, feeling aggrieved. Uncle, do you not believe me? I genuinely had no idea Yunyan was a spy for the Dragon Emperor's empire. Our encounter in the Naga Temple was purely coincidental. Lehman nodded. Then turned to Grass. Grass, what do you have to say? We inadvertently entered the trial of the primary Naga Temple within the Hall of Bright Trials. Our meeting was entirely coincidental, Grass responded. Grass, you cannot say that. Yunyan saved our lives. Seeing both individuals distancing themselves from Yunyan, Anna stepped forward and exclaimed loudly. Lehman furrowed his brow and gazed at Anna, saying, Anna Lilith, you must realize that you are courting trouble for your mother. Although the Lord will not take action against you, you must consider the predicament that your mother, Gina Lilith, will face. Anna's mother, Gina Lilith, is the younger sister of Lady Einar Lilith of Myerba, and their relationship is complex and ambiguous. Most importantly, while Anna follows her mother's beliefs, Lehman is aware that Anna's name bears only a single character's difference from Annie's, leading him to suspect that Anna might be the illegitimate daughter of Myerba. A notion he dares not voice. Shaking his head, Lehman turned to the expressionless Kazak and inquired. Kazak, the paladin is the most noble of professions. Can you enlighten me on this matter? Kazak remained silent, lowering his head and fiddling with his fingers. Lehman, feeling exasperated, noted that Kazak is the only nephew of Duke Haber, the commander of the Paladin Legion, who himself possesses the strength of an 8th-tier sword emperor, making it improbable for Myerba to contend with him. Lehman glared at Keller in frustration, demanding, "Keller, why did you claim that Yunyan was a member of the Glory Mercenary Corps when you registered?" Keller, appearing quite fearful, cautiously replied, "At the time, I saw that he could not present a mercenary group, so I kindly registered him." However, a stout man approached Keller, radiating the aura of a 7th-tier archmage. Standing proudly before Keller, he pointed a finger at Lehman's nose and declared, "You uncouth brute, do not frighten my young master. If he is scared, can you afford the consequences?" Lehman clenched his fists and shot a fierce glare at the rotund mage, asserting sternly, "This is the Lord's command. This matter must be thoroughly investigated." The stout archmage remained unperturbed, sweeping his ample purple robe aside as he sat down, crossing his legs with a sense of invulnerability, saying, "Investigate all you wish. After all, Lord SBHY will return tomorrow and will promptly visit Lord Myerba. Spawn, we are investigating the incident. Should you dare to obstruct us again, you will be defying Imperial law," Lehman thundered. Come on, arrest me. I, Spawn, have never been imprisoned in my life. Come, hurry and arrest me." Spawn stood up, his chubby face quivering as he leaned toward Lehman, shouting arrogantly. Lehman's eyes widened in disbelief as he bellowed, "You are rebelling." Raising his warhammer, he concentrated white fighting spirit, unleashing a radiant strike aimed at Spawn's head, the tremendous pressure shattering the chair beneath him. "Humph, you are the one rebelling. Flame shield." Spawn swiftly summoned a magical shield of purple energy, the crimson barrier consuming all of Lehman's white fighting spirit in an instant. A surge of flames surged forward, forcing Lehman to retreat 3 steps. After pushing him back, the fiery wave rolled back into the flame shield, leaving the room unscathed, displaying an exquisite mastery of flame control. Lehman's eyes widened like copper bells, his complexion darkening to a purplish hue, trembling with indignation. "What do you mean by that? Quickly summon the Lord. Do you think you can bully my young master just because he is gentle? My master is kind-hearted, but my Spawn is not to be trifled with," Spawn proclaimed, rising from his seat and standing firm. "There's no need to search for me. I have already arrived." A voice resonated from outside, and the door swung open to reveal Myerba, who strode into the room, surveying the assembly. Upon noticing Anna's unmistakably affectionate demeanor, he let out a slight sigh. Myerba restrained the furious Lehman and addressed the others. "As for today's events, let them conclude here. I have issued a warrant for Yunyan. He cannot escape the confines of Doran City. You shall remain here and reflect upon your actions." Unable to contain herself, Anna stood up and declared, "Brother Yunyan is not a bad person, my lord. You must ensure a thorough investigation before making any arrests." "Impertinence! You are forbidden from speaking," Myerba barked, his eyes widening at Anna's reference to Yunyan's brother. Anna was momentarily taken aback, her expression cooling into a calm silence as she gazed ahead. Realizing he may have raised his voice too much, Myerba lowered his tone and offered, "Anna, if you wish to leave this place, simply inform your Uncle Lehman." With that, Myerba turned and exited, leaving Spawn and Lehman to exchange glances in the room. In Doran City, a woman draped in a hooded cloak appeared on the bustling streets, her face obscured by the brim as she hurried past. Upon seeing the Lord's notice, her expression shifted to one of surprise, and she quickened her pace towards the city. "Yunyan, wait for me," she whispered, filled with anticipation and hope. The city of Doran remained a cacophony of activity. Throngs of people bustling about. This was the essence of a grand city, where any event could easily be swallowed by the tide of daily life, leaving little impact on the majority. The only road leading out of the city was currently sealed off, guards standing resolutely with swords drawn, including 2 7th-tier sword saints guarding the gate, typically forbidding entry and exit. A lavish carriage approached, followed by 10 armored knights of the 6th tier, exuding an extraordinary presence as they reached the city gate. The shield-bearing sword saint guarding the entrance frowned and called out loudly, "Halt! During the prohibition, no one may enter or exit." From the carriage emerged a figure holding a badge, one hand on her hip, and she declared imperiously, "I am Annie Doran, and the individual within is Lilith Riel. We are bound for the Imperial capital. Who dares to obstruct us?" Unbeknownst to all, a long sword was pressed against Annie Doran's back, wielded by none other than Yunyan. Miss Annie, I apologize, but we are under orders from the Lord. Without a token, we cannot grant passage." The sword saint stepped forward, visibly conflicted. "Humph, look at this." Annie cast the token from her hand, which soared directly into the grasp of the shield sword saint. Upon receiving the token, the shield sword saint swiftly turned around and called out loudly, "Let her pass." He then approached Annie, presenting the token with both hands and offering a sheepish smile, saying, "My lady, we are merely executing our duties. Please do not take offense." Annie's expression softened as she winked at the sword saint, discreetly signaling him to lower his voice. "You need not blame yourselves for this matter. Inform my father that I have departed from Dorrance City." The shield sword saint, momentarily bewildered, stood quietly watching as the carriage exited the city gates, gradually fading from view. After standing at the gate for a moment, he was suddenly struck by the peculiar expression Annie had displayed. A sense of urgency pierced through him as he shouted, "Alas, Miss Annie has been abducted. Kirby, hasten to inform the Lord. I shall proceed to rescue her at once." "What? Naven, how could you only realize this now?" Came a thunderous shout from a nearby 7th tier knight, who immediately spread his wings of battle and flew swiftly into the city. Naven, the shield sword saint, also unfurled his wings of combat and pursued outside the city. The carriage had already traveled a considerable distance, where Yunyan, Lily, and Annie sat facing one another within. Yunyan said to Annie, "You just subtly hinted at that sword saint, intending to do me harm, am I correct?" "What?" Annie exclaimed in astonishment, fearfully gazing at Yunyan. "No, please don't kill me. If you wish to save your life, then you must command the 10 6th tier knights behind us to confront that sword saint." Yunyan fixed his gaze on Annie, fully aware that he was deliberately allowing her to act, intending to exploit the conflict between the sword saint and the 6th tier knights for his own gain. "What do you intend to do? That sword saint may not even pursue us." Annie found Yunyan's thoughts utterly inscrutable, her anxiety intensifying. With a long knife resting on her shoulder, Yunyan commanded, "You will do as I say." Startled, Annie shuddered, her face a portrait of grievance, and quickly replied, "All right. I will go and speak with them at once." At that moment, Lily interjected, grasping Annie's arm. "Never mind, let me handle it. They're all knights from the imperial capital and will not heed your words." Yunyan held his long blade firmly against Lily's back as she slowly stepped out of the carriage. Addressing the nearby 6th tier ironclad knight, she cautioned, "Kais, keep your wits about you. The sword saint guarding the city gate may very well be a spy for the Lit family. Should he pursue us, exercise caution." Kais, with a solemn expression, slightly bowed and replied respectfully, "Yes, Miss Lily. The Lit family dares to lay hands on you. I shall certainly report this to the Duke upon our return." He then shouted to the knights beside him, "All units, prepare for battle. Ready yourselves for the 7th tier shield sword." Yes, the ironclad knights unleashed their formidable fighting spirit, radiating unmatched power, prompting passers-by and carriages to retreat at a distance. Once back in the carriage, Lily looked at Yunyan with a puzzled expression and asked, "Why do you insist on engaging the 7th tier sword saint in battle rather than altering our course to escape elsewhere? This will deplete our strength. And the road to the imperial capital is fraught with peril. Do not question me." Yunyan shot her a glare. "What an odd person," Lily murmured quietly. "Indeed. I find him quite unhinged and old-fashioned," Annie chimed in, also whispering her disdain. Unperturbed by their jibes, Yunyan closed his eyes, maintaining an expressionless demeanor as if he were impervious to their remarks. Lily and Annie soon realized that as long as they spoke softly and refrained from leaving the carriage, they could engage in casual conversation, even mocking Yunyan, without consequence. However, their teasing felt dry and tedious, and after a few exchanges, seeing Yunyan still unresponsive, they shifted to more feminine topics. The carriage continued its journey, with 10 ironclad knights forming a protective perimeter, their formation reflecting the disciplined quality of a formidable army. In the Atesh Empire, while 6th tier practitioners were considered high-level, the sheer population of hundreds of billions meant that millions of 6th tier knights existed. Thus, in the Empire, 6th tier practitioners were merely deemed strong, privately funded armies of the nobility, while only 7th tier practitioners truly commanded respect, even among the great aristocrats. "Stop the carriage ahead." Suddenly, a thunderous voice echoed from the sky as a figure hovered aloft, adorned with massive white battle wings, wielding a light sword and a thick shield, clad in mithril armor, with only a pair of piercing eagle eyes visible beneath the helmet. Kais, the 6th tier ironclad knight, halted the horses and bellowed, "Stop. Change course and prepare for battle." His command was succinct and powerful, causing the entire unit to pivot almost in unison, their powerful crimson fighting spirit surging skyward, tinting the heavens in the surrounding woods. "How audacious! You harbor rebels in your carriage who have taken Miss Annie hostage. Do you wish for death?" roared the 7th tier shield sword saint. Naven, with unabashed arrogance. Humph. A lackey of the lit family. Next time, choose a more convincing pretext. You shall not succeed today. Kai shot a defiant glare at the sky, unwavering. How dare a mere 6th-tier knight act with such insolence? Charge, mighty elephants. With a sudden provocation, Naven unleashed his might, unfurling his white battle wings like a shooting star piercing the heavens. A formidable shield enveloped his raging white energy, transforming his battle intent into an even more potent elemental force, adorned with an array of effects, stunning, repelling, shattering, powerful beyond measure. In his grasp, the long sword resembled a viper lurking behind a fierce tiger, its blade glimmering as it sliced through the air, sparking fire. He moved with the grace of a colossal elephant, an unstoppable force. Humph, truly a lapdog. Its minions cannot endure the onslaught of a meteor strike. From his waist, Kaze withdrew his great sword, thick crimson energy coalescing into a blade. His energy remained concealed, a feat achievable only by those at the pinnacle of the 6th tier, showcasing unparalleled control. He bent like a drawn bow, leaping high from his steed, plunging downwards like a meteor, faster than even the 7th-tier Naven. With a thunderous clang, Kaze's longsword collided with Naven's great shield, their energies entwining and wearing each other down. Yet, it was evident that Naven's white energy was of superior quality, denser and more formidable, pressing forward relentlessly. Suddenly, Naven lifted one leg off the ground, stomping down with tremendous force, unleashing a surge of white energy that cracked the earth. His longsword thrust violently toward the unsteady Kaze. As a primary swordsman, Kaze, though lacking in strength, displayed superior swordsmanship, inverting his great sword and bracing it against the blade to block Naven's strike. The clash of swords produced a shower of sparks as they grated against one another. However, Naven proved superior. He pressed forward with his energy, sending Kaze flying. Ah! Kaze cried out in agony, his body hurtling sideways, blood spewing forth, severely wounded. Charge! Surround and annihilate! Unbeknownst to him, 9 armored knights had encircled Naven, forming a formidable blockade. One knight bellowed, and together they advanced, pressing down upon Naven. Each of the 9 knights was clad in heavy armor, their combined weight exceeding half a ton. With their towering steeds, each standing 4 meters tall, their total mass surpassed a ton. As they charged forward, they were as swift as a tempest, their red energy coalescing into a fierce formation that radiated an unmatched ferocity. Even Naven felt a twinge of astonishment within, yet retreat was not an option. He roared defiantly, his energy erupting once more, enveloping him in a shroud of white. A silver cross of energy manifested upon a shield, the sacred cross shield. Naven planted his right foot firmly into the ground, rooting himself like a towering mountain, immovable, a testament to the might of the shield sword warriors, renowned for their prowess in advancing combat. Boom! The first armored knight collided with Naven's shield, producing a thunderous sound that reverberated through the ground, causing it to sink beneath the impact. The sheer physical force of the collision jolted Naven, leaving a slight dent in his mithril shield, while the friction of his armor resonated loudly as he was pushed back a full 10 meters, ultimately stabilizing himself through sheer willpower. With a swift motion, he swung his long sword, unleashing a torrent of white battle energy that struck both the knight and his steed, sending them tumbling through the air. Humph! 6th tier. It matters not, Naven bellowed arrogantly, his confidence unyielding. However, before he could revel in his triumph, 2 more armored knights charged at him from either side, executing a perfectly coordinated assault, relentless and formidable. This time, Naven chose not to confront them head-on. Instead, he unleashed his battle wings and soared into the sky, hovering gracefully. Yet, the 2 knights shouted in unison, spurring their steeds into a powerful leap, propelled towards Naven. With the momentum of their charge, they launched themselves like arrows, their long swords aimed fiercely at the airborne Naven. Unrelenting spirits, Naven muttered under his breath, raising his shield and sword once more. The knights ascended, their great swords swinging in a flurry of lethal strikes, with crimson battle energy forming blades that compelled Naven to react frantically. Clang! 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 Naven's mithril shield absorbed 3 successive energy blades before he retaliated with a fierce downward slash of his sword. Though the armored knights could not fly, their combat prowess in the air remained exceptional, their swords intercepting Naven's strikes and forcing them to the ground. However, just as the 2 knights began their descent, 7 more armored knights appeared below, moving in perfect unison, charging skyward. This is dire. Naven's heart raced, realizing he was likely facing a tactical overwhelming. No matter how thick his battle energy, it would soon be exhausted. Retreat was impossible. as these knights moved faster than his flight, being of the 6th tier. A single attack from one would necessitate his immediate defense. How vexing. Allow me to show you what a true Sky Warrior is, Naven roared. His battle energy erupting once more, akin to a sun rising anew, radiating brilliance. A colossal cross of light emanated from him. The cross-light slash, this 7th tier technique represented the full extent of Naven's power, imbued with a sense of destruction. Wherever the cross cut through, massive trees were obliterated, the air creating a vacuum that resonated with the sound of breaking the sound barrier. This is the Light Church's 7th tier technique, the Radiant Cross Slash. The 2 knights below shouted in alarm. Divine armor. The 7 armored knights cried in unison, their bodies enveloped in a protective holy light. Their concentrated crimson battle energy transformed into a pale white, forming a shield above their heads. Boom. The Radiant Cross Slash is simply beyond the capacity of a 6th tier combat technique to withstand. The formidable 7-layered aura shield was utterly shattered, and the cross slash cleaved through the 7 armored knights. Agonizing screams echoed in succession as the 7 armored knights plummeted to the ground, gravely injured and spewing blood incessantly. After unleashing this powerful strike, Naven felt an immense drain on his energy, and his battle wings dissipated, causing his body to heavily descend to the earth. 2 of the less severely injured armored knights swiftly advanced towards Naven, re-engaging him in combat. This time, with his energy depleting, Naven found himself at a disadvantage against the 2 armored knights, being forced to retreat under their pressure. However, his skillful combination of sword and shield allowed him to endure without faltering. Just as the battlefield appeared to be descending into an impasse, Union descended from the carriage with a faint smile. Activating his detection skill, he discerned that the armored knights on the ground were reduced to mere remnants, while the 2 still engaged in battle retained over half of their health. Yet, their energy and aura had been entirely expended. As for the 7th tier warrior, his life force was diminished to a mere 10th, and his aura energy was depleted, continuously worn down by the 2 6th tier armored knights. With a slight smirk at the corners of his mouth, Union whispered, "I apologize, but I have come to collect heads." Drawing his long blade, he activated the Gale Step to avoid drawing attention and swiftly approached the first airborne Kais. Without a hint of mercy, he delivered a fatal strike, extinguishing the last flicker of life within Kais. Poor Kais departed this world unaware of his assailant, as a 6th tier professional could not perceive the stealth of a 2nd tier Gale Step. Next, Union awaited the cooldown period, maneuvering among the remaining 7 ironclad warriors. A mirror image was summoned, while his true self stealthily dispatched one of the ironclad knights. With a swift turn, he struck again, this time unleashing a critical hit that cleaved another ironclad knight in twain. At last, the 2nd ironclad knight let out a dreadful cry as death approached. With 5 ironclad knights remaining on the ground, even in their desperate final moments, they managed to shatter a couple of mirror images. Yet they posed no threat to Union's true form. One by one, he harvested the remaining 5 with his long blade. In an instant, he had claimed 8 6th tier ironclad knights, and 2 beams of white light erupted around him. Ding! Congratulations, your character has risen to level 7 and can learn new skills. Ding! Congratulations, your character has ascended to level 8 and can learn new skills. The system notifications chimed in his ears, but Union paid them no heed. His hawk-like gaze was fixed upon the last 2 ironclad knights and the 7th tier shield and sword saint. At that moment, the ironclad knights and Naven had halted, staring blankly at Union. Suddenly, Naven shouted, "It is you. You are the Imperial spy who kidnapped Miss Annie." "Indeed, but alas, it is too late." Union sneered coldly. With a silent thought, he upgraded both his Gale Step and critical hit to level 3, expending 179,000 gold coins in the process, with a painful loss of 100,000 gold coins, leaving him with 79,000. The sting of the expenditure was sharp, yet he had little choice. Gale Step level 3 consumes 60 mana, grants stealth for 12 seconds, with a cooldown of 9 seconds. In stealth, movement speed is increased by 75. If an attack is initiated during stealth, it inflicts an additional 210 points of damage. The attributes of Gale Step have further enhanced, as Union's original speed boost from the Shadow Boots provided 150, combined with the 2nd tier Gale Step's 50, culminating in a movement speed of 30 meters per second. Once again, the movement speed has been elevated by an impressive 25, reaching an astonishing 37 meters per second, a velocity unmatched even by novice 6th tier practitioners. Naturally, as the foremost escape skill of the Sword Saint class, Gale Step, upon reaching level 3, becomes exceedingly difficult for 7th tier professionals to detect. unless they are in close proximity or possess innate anti-invisibility abilities. Most terrifyingly, with an additional damage output of 210 points. Coupled with the practitioner's own 165 points of attack, the total damage escalates to a staggering 375 points. Should a critical strike occur, it could amplify the damage by an astounding 1,000, leaving even a 6th-tier great swordsman severely injured, while a grand sorcerer would likely meet their demise outright. Critical strike at level 3 boasts a 13 chance to inflict quadruple damage. If Gale Step is the quintessential escape mechanism of the Sword Saint class, then Critical Strike serves as the core skill for explosive damage output. It is precisely due to the existence of Critical Strike that the Sword Saint class is deemed invincible in one-on-one combat, instilling fear in all who dare to oppose. Despite possessing only a 13 chance to unleash a critical hit, the prospect of doubling damage with each level up is likely to drive any practitioner to the brink of madness, transcending the capabilities of any divine skill. With a stroke of fortune, one can inflict immense true damage. With merely 165 points of attack, one might achieve a fourfold increase, resulting in 660 points of true damage, enough to shatter the magical shield of a 6th-tier mage. It is worth noting that the attack of a 6th-tier Berserker warrior barely exceeds 200 points, relying on the explosive energy of battle to reach a maximum of 400 points. In comparison, the prowess of Yunyan has already surpassed this by nearly half. Remarkably, Yunyan's ability is passive, requiring no expenditure, relying solely on luck, yet even that is formidable enough to instill dread, an undeniable force to be reckoned with. There he is. Cease your actions. He is the true enemy. Naven shouted frantically, fiercely blocking the advance of 2 armored knights as he charged towards Yunyan. Bring it on. Having just mastered his skill, Yunyan was eager to test its might. He seamlessly entered stealth mode, his movements lighter than before. He glided as if borne by the wind, leaving no trace upon the grass. It was truly remarkable, as if his body were flying just above the ground. Yunyan mused. However, Naven was filled with dread, scanning the surroundings in a panic, shouting in terror, "He has vanished. Where has he gone? Come out, show yourself." At this moment, Yunyan stealthily maneuvered behind him, and without uttering a word, thrust his long sword through the crevice of the mithril armor. With a soft hiss, the blade pierced Nawen's abdomen, inflicting a grievous wound. Nawen felt a sudden chill in his belly, and as Yunyan appeared like a specter from behind, disbelief washed over him. He had been silently and effortlessly slain. In a fit of resentment, he collapsed. Having dispatched one adversary, Yunyan did not linger. He swiftly resumed his rapid movements, akin to a gentle breeze caressing the grass. In an instant, he arrived before 2 armored knights, bringing his blade down upon one of them. The heavy armor yielded as if it were mere tofu, and before the knight could react, his body was cleaved in twain. You cannot escape the final light. The last armored knight radiated a brilliant glow. Divine light enveloped him, forming a luminous barrier that, in an instant, rendered Yunyan's attacks utterly ineffective. Invincible? Yunyan was secretly alarmed, taken aback by the extraordinary skill exhibited by the armored knight. However, he understood that this moment was fleeting. To prolong the encounter without launching an aggressive assault would be unwise. Suddenly, the armored knight conjured a luminous crystal sphere, which captured Yunyan's image within its depths. The magical orb crackled with arcs of lightning, emitting a hissing sound. As a bolt of pigeon-like lightning pierced through the luminous barrier and vanished into the clouds, moving with a swiftness that truly resembled lightning itself. Yunyan had no time to react, merely watching as the thunder pigeon vanished into the distance. You are doomed. No one can desecrate the honor of the Rule family. Await the retribution of His Highness. With that, the luminous barrier surrounding the armored knight dissipated. Before death, one should utter their final wishes, not engage in idle chatter. Yunyan remarked coldly as he swiftly severed the knight's life with his blade. Regrettably, this time Yunyan did not level up. Upon checking his experience points, he found himself at 163,000 out of 180,000, still 17,000 short of advancing. However, the spoils of this encounter were undeniably substantial. 10 6th-tier armored knights, each yielding 30,000 experience points, amounted to a total of 300,000 experience. Moreover, the 7th-tier shield swordsman contributed an additional 90,000 experience. All of this represented a peak accumulation of experience, as Yunyan, currently at the 2nd tier, could achieve a maximum of 500 experience bonus upon reaching the 3rd tier. Thus, slaying 6th-tier and 7th-tier professionals naturally yielded the utmost experience rewards. Consequently, the actual experience for the 6th tier was 6,000, while the 7th tier provided an authentic 18,000. Union has garnered a total of 390,000 experience points. The ascent from level 6 to level 7 requires 80,000 points. Following level 7, the experience gain doubles, resulting in an increased requirement of 160,000 points for further advancement. The progression from level 8 to level 9 demands 180,000 points. Thus, Union is merely one step away from achieving level 9. In her heart, Union felt a twinge of regret as she gazed at the blade of the sword sage in her hand. Reflecting on the frost sphere and the flame sword nestled within her backpack, both tantalizingly close to being wielded. How infuriating it was, being just one step away from upgrading to the 3rd tier, a transformation that would allow her to exchange her modest weapon for something far more formidable. In this moment, her spirit was restless, yearning for combat to gain experience. However, both Annie and Lily in the carriage bore green markers, indicating they posed no threat to her at present. The thought of slaying them for mere experience was unappealing, as she was not one to indulge in senseless violence. Union approached the carriage once more, and this time, both Annie and Lily regarded him with a transformed gaze, one filled with fear and reverence. "Are you a demon? Why do you wish to slay everyone?" Annie inquired cautiously. "You even kill your own kind." Union turned around and glared, deliberately trying to instill terror. Annie was genuinely frightened. Hastily retreating into the carriage and curling up in Lily's embrace, trembling uncontrollably. Lily, on the other hand, fixed her gaze intently on Union, her eyes revealing a deeper meaning. In her heart, she was secretly contemplating. This individual, though scarcely 20, possessed a ruthless nature and decisive prowess. He would undoubtedly become a notable figure in the future. Unbeknownst to herself, Lily had gradually begun to harbor a sense of respect and admiration for Union. This is, after all, a timeless truth. To kill one is a crime, but to slay thousands is to establish oneself as formidable. To slay 900,000 is to become the mightiest among the mighty. And throughout history, heroes have always been adored by beauty. Union unfurled the magical map, its intricate details capturing the entirety of the mountainous rivers and landscapes surrounding the Doran province. Each mountain bore a name, and the route to the imperial capital stretched perpetually toward the east. However, at this moment, he reconsidered his course of action, realizing that he must first elevate himself to the 3rd tier in order to genuinely possess the strength to contend with 7th tier professionals. As Union searched through the surroundings for remnants of the past, he found himself in the flat terrain near the province of Doran, characterized by numerous rivers and marshlands. Suddenly, a strikingly red place name caught his attention: the Undying Marsh. Passing through this area would conveniently shorten his journey by 1,000 kilometers, allowing for both advancement and a swift arrival at the imperial capital. With a mere touch of his finger upon the Undying Marsh, the enchanted map instantly transformed, revealing the marsh enveloped in a shroud of mist, its contours barely discernible. Above, a line of clear characters floated, elucidating the origins of the place's name: the Undying Marsh. A realm of curses teems with boundless undead creatures, perpetually shrouded in darkness and mist, cautioning adventurers to tread carefully. To adventurers, the Undying Marsh is synonymous with the Marsh of Death, a place they would never dare to enter. At most, they would linger on the outskirts, hunting a few darkly tinged beasts, for the interior remains largely uncharted and unexplored. Yet, Union fixated on this location, redirecting the carriage towards the direction of the Eternal Swamp. The black horse galloped swiftly, and by the following day, they reached the periphery of the Eternal Swamp. Surrounding them was a veil of mist, the ground beneath their feet a deep, solid black soil. Towering trees loomed overhead, casting shadows that obscured the sun, rendering the entire swamp a realm of darkness and dampness, with visibility reduced to a mere 10 meters, beyond which everything became a blur. Union halted the carriage and, accompanied by the 2 women, disembarked. "Wouldn't killer. Are you truly intent on venturing into the Undying Marsh? It is one of the 4 forbidden places in the Doran province, teeming with undead creatures that cannot be easily vanquished. Death merely resurrects them, rendering them exceedingly troublesome," Annie cautioned as she approached Union. Lily chimed in, "Union, Annie speaks the truth. It is not solely the undead that dwell here. Dark adventurers also lurk within, practitioners of nefarious powers whose magic is elusive and unpredictable. They thrive in this environment, and any ordinary adventurer crossing paths with them would certainly face assassination. I have come to traverse this marsh," Union asserted with unwavering conviction. "But, Have you considered the peril? We lack provisions. How shall we manage? Annie continued her objections. Actually, you may leave, Yunyan replied impassively. Regarding the two women, at this juncture, he had no need to detain them further once he stepped into the Undying Marsh. Even an 8th-tier sword monarch like Myerba would struggle to locate him, for the marsh's concealment was exceptional. Are you serious? Annie gazed at Yunyan in disbelief. Indeed, was his succinct response as he strode purposefully into the Undying Marsh. Observing this, Annie discreetly tugged at Lily's sleeve and whispered, "Let us depart quickly. We must flee." Lily, however, found herself inexplicably drawn to the prospect of adventure alongside Yunyan, yearning to escape the monotony of noble life. "I wish to follow him to the imperial capital," she declared, breaking free from Annie's grasp and hastening after Yunyan. Annie's eyes widened in shock as she glanced back, realizing she was alone. "Wait, Lily. I am frightened on my own. I shall accompany you," she called out. As they entered the marsh, day swiftly transitioned into dusk, and the air became infused with a sweet floral fragrance emanating from the unique plant of this thicket, the ghost orchid, colossal with 6 petals, its aroma rich and intoxicating. Yet, this flower was not to be trifled with, for it concealed a vicious nature akin to that of a man-eating plant. The outer terrain was solid and firm, but as they ventured deeper, the ground softened, revealing putrid quagmires. A misstep would lead to dire entrapment. Fortunately, the towering trees possessed remarkably robust root systems that emerged from the earth, allowing them to navigate along the intricate roots. Even when encountering roots separated by great distances, a large leaf could easily bridge the gap. "Wooden killer, where exactly are we now?" Annie inquired, her incessant chatter following Yunyan closely since their entry into the Undying Marsh. Yunyan unfurled the sheepskin scroll, revealing a magical map, and replied, "We are still on the outskirts of the Undying Swamp. We must traverse another 10 kilometers to reach the first adventurer's stronghold." The term adventurer is a broad concept on the continent of Yalaran, encompassing anyone who possesses a spirit of daring exploration. Adventurers have existed through countless eras, traversing nearly every corner of Yalaran. Except for the most concealed and perilous locales, one can find adventurer outposts almost everywhere. These outposts are typically relatively safe encampments, some bustling with life, while others may be deserted. "We still have quite a distance to go. Heaven help us. This place is utterly terrifying," and remarked, her body trembling with fear, shedding her former air of fearlessness and instead resembling a timid kitten. "Yunyan, throughout this journey, we have only known your name. You have not shared where you hail from or any details of your past," Lily suddenly inquired. Yunyan paused for a moment, yet his mind was engulfed in a void of emptiness and helplessness. An indescribable sense of irritation surged within him. Silently, he quickened his pace, pressing forward. "What a peculiar individual," Lily murmured under her breath, yet a profound curiosity blossomed within her, leading to various conjectures about Yunyan. As they navigated around a patch of low shrubs, a vast expanse of swampy mire suddenly unfolded before them. 5 decaying zombies, exuding a foul stench, crawled upon its surface. These zombies were known as crawlers, capable of floating on the murky waters, albeit at a sluggish pace. They represented the most rudimentary form of undead creatures in the necrotic swamp, yet their rank soared to a formidable 4th tier. While a typical adventurer would undoubtedly choose to flee upon encountering the crawlers, for Yunyan, who was a mere 17,000 experience points away from leveling up, they were nothing short of a treasure. Yunyan stood atop the roots of a grand tree, awaiting the slow approach of the zombie. Annie, observing the creature, screamed incessantly, overwhelmed by an extraordinary terror. Despite possessing a formidable 4th-tier strength, fear reigned supreme in her heart. Lily, upon seeing the zombie, furrowed her brows, pinching her nose as she exclaimed, "Let us depart. These zombies serve no purpose and are utterly repugnant." Yunyan merely glanced back, uttering a brief response, before activating his Gale Step and dashing towards the approaching zombies. With the Gale Step activated, Yunyan's body became lighter, achieving a remarkable speed of 37 meters per second, reaching the first zombie in mere seconds. The zombie moved sluggishly, appearing weak, yet astonishingly, it launched its hand towards Yunyan, who had yet to reveal himself. Its sharp black claws aimed directly at his ankle. Yunyan was somewhat taken aback. Without further contemplation, he swung his long blade, severing the hand of the crawler. As the crawler's other hand lunged forward once more, Yunyan responded with another strike, causing yet another hand to fall. Assuming that with both hands severed the zombie had lost its capacity to attack, he directed his blade towards the creature's torso. Suddenly, to his astonishment, a pitch-black claw emerged from the severed limb, grasping at him. This time, it seized his deerskin boot with a fierce tug, nearly toppling Yunyan. What immense strength! He was astounded, both by the zombie's extraordinary power and its astonishingly rapid regenerative capabilities, which seemed almost beyond comprehension. Yet, in the heat of battle, there was no room for hesitation. He maintained his assault, aiming the long blade at the zombie's midsection. With a fierce shout, he unleashed a devastating blow. This time, a fourfold surge of power erupted forth, the sharp blade of the sword Saint gleaming as it cleaved the crawler in two at the waist. However, Yunyan had underestimated the crawler's resilience. The two halves, astonishingly, began to draw together before his very eyes, swiftly reforming as if whole once more. What on earth was happening? Upon opening the health bar, Yunyan was astonished to find that the crawler's vitality had diminished only slightly, as if it had sustained minimal damage. Foolish creature, he thought. These crawlers were once the deceased, now transformed into undead beings through the taint of necromantic energy. They could not be vanquished through conventional means. Only the radiant power of light could expel and purify their malevolent essence, rendering them truly defeated. From a distance, Annie called out, offering her urgent counsel. Yunyan hesitated, for there were no fewer than 5 fourth-tier crawlers present. To abandon this opportunity would mean a loss of 500 experience points, utterly shattering his plans for advancement. No, they must possess a weakness. Yunyan had no intention of surrendering. Although his previous assault did not annihilate the crawling creature before him, it still inflicted damage, thereby affirming that these crawlers were indeed capable of being slain. Upon meticulous observation, Yunyan discerned that the crawler's body was in a state of decay, with the exception of its head, which remained relatively intact, even displaying distinct contours. With this realization, he surmised that its vulnerability might lie within its head. With a fierce swing, Yunyan brought his long blade crashing down upon the head of the crawler, only to feel a tingling sensation in his hands. To his astonishment, the renowned sword Saint's blade merely carved a shallow gash into the crawler's forehead, failing to cleave it completely. Fool! Even a Grand Sword Master cannot sever the crawler's head. Only the might of sacred tier combat techniques can shatter it. Annie shouted in exasperation. Yunyan's heart raced. This 4th-tier crawler was exceedingly troublesome. Its movement speed, though sluggish, was overshadowed by its terrifying regeneration rate. And its only vulnerability was fiercely protected by its formidable skeletal structure. Nevertheless, it was a fragment of the legendary sword, the blade of the sword Saint. And with a single strike, it was still effective. Yunyan did not relent but instead aimed for the same wound and struck once more. The crawler seemed to sense the impending threat, raising its hand in defense. However, its relatively fragile arm was rendered utterly ineffective before the blade of the sword Saint severed with ease, allowing the blade to strike the same wound unimpeded. With a resounding thud, the blade failed to penetrate deeply this time. Yet the wound deepened by another inch. I refuse to believe this. A surge of malevolent fire ignited within Yunyan as his long knife struck mercilessly, landing blow after blow upon the head of the crawling creature. The poor creature was reduced to a mass of bone fragments, its skull marred and pockmarked. Yet, the structure of its cranium was an enigma, layered and resilient, enduring a dozen strikes without yielding. Meanwhile, 4 additional crawlers were swiftly approaching Yunyan. A note to readers: saving this on your mobile device enhances the convenience of reading, eliminating the need for searches. As 5 crawlers advanced menacingly, Yunyan found himself overwhelmed and promptly activated his mirror clones. The 5 phantoms darted in various directions, dispersing the attackers, while he himself activated the Gale Step to pursue the severely injured crawler. After a considerable half-minute, 2 of the clones had successfully lured 4 of the crawlers away, allowing Yunyan to reveal his true form once more. With a powerful swing of his long knife, he unleashed nearly 30 strikes, finally delivering a catastrophic blow to the creature's head. With a crack, the skull fractured, and the crawler emitted a peculiar cry before collapsing, from its mouth rolling a small, perfectly round black orb the size of a thumb, which fell at Yunyan's feet. Ding! You have gained 25,000 experience. The system notification chimed in response. Yunyan picked up the small orb and, upon inspecting its attributes, his face lit up with excitement. The dark crystal, agility, was bestowed with boundless necromantic energy by the god of the underworld, granting the deceased the gift of resurrection and eternal life. Agility 10, Intelligence 5. It could be utilized to enhance equipment or consumed directly for a permanent boost in attributes. Seizing the dark crystal, and under the horrified gazes of Annie and Lily, he swallowed it whole. Indeed, his agility increased by 10 points and his intelligence by 5 points. Initially, at level 6, Yunyan's attack power was 165 points. Upon reaching level 8, All attributes would rise by 2 points per level, bringing his total to 177 points. With the additional 10 points in agility and 5 points in intelligence, his attack power soared to an impressive 192 points. His offensive capability, nearing 200, was already comparable to that of a 6th-tier warrior, and Yunyan's aura intensified once more, drawing him ever closer to the 3rd tier. Have you lost your mind? Do you dare consume something that fell from a zombie's head? Are you starving mad? Spit it out at once. Or what will you do if you turn into a zombie? Annie screamed hysterically, rushing towards Yunyan and attempting to pry his lips apart. Yunyan cast a glance at her, swiftly engaging in a rapid movement, causing Annie to miss her target as he darted towards another crawler. He is insane, absolutely insane. Lily, we must depart. Upon witnessing the missed opportunity, Annie approached Lily, grasping her hand in an attempt to lead her away. However, Lily felt the dampness of Annie's palm. Realizing it was a residue of Yunyan's saliva, which inexplicably evoked a sense of embarrassment within her. No, I wish to follow Brother Yunyan. Have you lost your mind? Did you not see what he just did? He actually consumed something that fell from a zombie's head. He must be deranged. That is not true. I can sense that what he ingested is pure dark energy, likely a wondrous magical artifact. Even if it is a magical artifact, it is still unfit for consumption, especially something that came from a zombie's head. Who knows how many insects have crawled over it? The mere thought sends shivers down my spine. You may leave if you wish. Regardless, I am determined to stay with him. Annie stomped her foot in frustration, but the fear of being alone compelled her to clutch Lily's hand tightly. As the blade of Yunyan descended, it cleaved through the air, severing the head of the crawler with a decisive stroke. The long knife relentlessly struck down upon the defenseless cranium, much like a woodcutter felling timber, sending shards of bone flying in all directions, penetrating deeper with each savage blow, rendering the crawler utterly powerless against the onslaught. It was a fatal strike. With a vigorous leap, Yunyan wielded his long blade, delivering a powerful downward strike that cleaved the head of the crawler in twain with a fourfold attack. A metallic chime resonated as another dark crystal tumbled forth, albeit this one bore a slightly different hue, a deep emerald green. Upon closer inspection, its attributes revealed a distinct nature. Dark crystal, strength, bestowed by the god of the underworld, it harbors boundless energy of the departed, capable of resurrecting the dead and granting them eternal life. Attributes: Strength 10, Intelligence 5. This crystal can be utilized to enhance equipment or consumed directly to permanently augment one's attributes. After consuming this dark crystal, Yunyan's attack surged from 192 to an impressive 207, surpassing the 200 mark. Could this place serve as a haven for attribute farming? A daring hypothesis took form in his mind, as the frequency of dark crystal drops seemed astonishingly high, having yielded 2 in quick succession. After a full 10 minutes, Yunyan finally dispatched the remaining 3 crawlers, yet was rewarded with merely a single dark crystal. This indicated a high drop rate, though it did not reach 100. His attack power soared to an astonishing 222 points, an exceptional figure for merely a 2nd-tier individual. His ordinary attack strength rivaled that of a 6th-tier professional. Should Yunyan undergo evaluation at the Swordsman Guild, it would undoubtedly astonish the entire continent of Yalaran. You truly managed to slay all 5 of those crawlers? Are you genuinely a 2nd-tier? And exclaimed in shock, bewildered, even perceiving him as a monster, momentarily forgetting her fear as she pinched him in disbelief. Lily gazed at Yunyan with even greater admiration, a faint blush gracing her cheeks, feeling bashful and increasingly uneasy standing beside him, her heart racing. Pushing aside the inquisitive Yunyan unfurled a parchment, revealing a magical map that indicated the adventurer's outpost was merely 1 kilometer ahead. The trio continued their swift journey through the marsh, especially after Yunyan gifted each of the 2 girls a pair of speed boots, significantly enhancing their pace. Yunyan also discovered a distinction between himself and professionals, while he needed to store equipment in a spatial bag to activate its attributes. Professionals could trigger their properties simply by wearing them in the appropriate slots. Upon inquiring, Yunyan learned that professionals could not don an unlimited number of items. A professional below the 10th tier could activate attributes from a maximum of 10 pieces of equipment, which included weapons, gloves, rings, bracelets, boots, leg armor, cloaks, necklaces, and magical orbs. However, surpassing the 10th tier and the legendary divine tier would allow one to transcend this limitation and wear 11 pieces. Though the nature of these items remained a mystery, the 2 girls were elated with their new speed boots, particularly Lily, who felt a burgeoning fondness for Yunyan, believing he had bestowed something special upon her. The trio's speed exceeded 20 meters per second, despite the marsh's complex terrain. They arrived at the first adventurer's outpost in mere minutes. This outpost was modest in size, approximately 100 square meters, enclosed by a fence. Featuring 3 small wooden cabins structured over 2 levels, constructed from solid wood, standing intact, with the grass on the ground having grown to knee height. Union stepped into the thicket, with Annie and Lily closely following in his wake. The trio arrived at the dilapidated wooden cabin. Its weathered doors and windows cloaked in a thick layer of dust, a testament to the fact that this place had long been abandoned. Annie was exceedingly anxious, gripping Lily tightly, her body trembling with fear. "Do not enter," she pleaded. "There must be demons inside. Wooden-headed, do you not believe? The demons will devour you. I assure you." Ignoring her, Union pushed open the wooden door and strode inside. The room remained shrouded in darkness, the air thick with dust. In the center stood a round table with 2 chairs, while against the wall rested a 3-tiered bunk bed. Union approached and discovered a letter resting upon the table. Crafted from a unique magical parchment, astonishingly yet to be opened. Union released a portion of his magical power, and the letter instantly transformed into a white star, dissipating into the air. The envelope unfurled on its own, revealing the visage of an elderly wizard with hair as white as snow. "Brave adventurer, greetings. By the time you read this letter, I trust we have returned to the embrace of the Father God. It is now imperative that I convey the following. We are the Purification Legion of the Church of Light, tasked with cleansing this land of evil. During our incursion into the 5th stronghold of the Undead Marsh, we encountered a formidable zombie demon, its skin a pallid gray, wielding a massive spiked ball, which we have dubbed the Zombie Lord. Additionally, we discovered an ancient underground mine, under the valiant assault of the Radiant Knights and the Holy Priests. The Zombie Lord was thoroughly purified. However, we unearthed a shocking secret. Within the ancient mine lay an even more potent necromantic force, seeking to breach the surface and conquer the entirety of the Yalaran continent. Our initial venture into the ancient mine led to a staggering revelation. It was teeming with zombie lords, densely clustered, beyond count, leading to a battle of unprecedented ferocity. A third of our Radiant Knights perished, and only a mere 10th retained operational capacity. This conflict ignited the nefarious ambitions of the undead army. We retreated to the outer stronghold to hold our ground. Lord Givite, the Grand Priest of Light, led the wounded back to the church. The following day, we received a magical missive. Lord Givite had encountered the undead horde, and 300 Radiant Knights, alongside 3 Grand Priests, had fallen. We endeavored to alert the church, but the magical letter could not escape the undead forces' blockade, leaving us ensnared in their overwhelming encirclement. Among the Radiant Knights, a traitor emerged, Kendra Lane. Our Soul Sword Emperor Knight, the guardian of our strength, succumbed to malevolent corruption, growing restless and irritable. He began to question the divine order established by the Father God, believing that decay was the true essence of eternity, ultimately breaching our final line of defense. In the year 12,930 of the Yalaran era, we found ourselves at the precipice of the Undead Marsh, where our awaited reinforcements were not allies, but the advancing undead army. For the sake of light, we resolved to return to the ancient mine, to utilize the last remnants of our luminescent power to purify the evil within. With the lengthy narration concluded, the old wizard's magical influence began to wane, gradually fading away, as the magical envelope returned once more to the tabletop. As Union suddenly turned back, he gazed at the 2 women. Annie was already in tears, wiping her eyes and sobbing uncontrollably, while Lily appeared quiet, yet a subtle sadness graced her features. It was now the 13,001st year of the Yalaran era, a full 70 years since then. The envelope had managed to remain intact. Presumably left by an 8th-tier light mage, the battle at that time had indeed been extraordinarily fierce. Lily expressed her sentiments regarding the contents of the letter with a certain poignancy. "All right, let us rest for now. Tomorrow we shall venture to the ancient mine." Union retrieved his luggage, a barrel of fresh water, and various necessities from his spatial backpack. "You must be mad. I refuse to go," Annie exclaimed, halting her tears and turning her head in indignation at the mention of the ancient mine. "Very well, you 2 may stay here or return the way we came." "No, I will accompany you," Annie declared. "If you are afraid, you may return." At this moment, Lily found herself inexplicably wishing for Annie to leave. You are bullying me," Annie protested, her face flushed with anger as she tugged at Lily. However, Lily remained unfazed, even approaching Union and assisting him in tidying up the room. As night fell, the 3 gathered around a round table. where 3 servings of fragrant grilled steak were laid out alongside bread and juice, indulging in a delightful feast. "This is delicious. I had no idea you had stashed away such delectable treats. Just how vast is your spatial equipment?" Annie remarked, savoring her meal. Meanwhile, Lily maintained a rosy complexion, adhering to the noble table etiquette, sitting upright and chewing slowly, yet her gaze often drifted towards Yunyan. Yunyan indulged in his meal, his mental backpack remarkably vast. With every level attained, it expanded further, now encompassing over 300 cubic meters, brimming with food and daily necessities. Most notably, the space within was an entirely independent realm of time and space, where the items stored would remain unspoiled and eternally fresh. Halfway through his meal, Lily dabbed her mouth with a handkerchief, smiled, and gazed at Yunyan, inquiring, "Do you have any wine?" In such a splendid moment, let us raise a glass in celebration. Yunyan was taken aback for a moment, then remarked that he did not harbor any aversion to drinking. It had become a habitual practice for him. Whenever the night grew deep and quiet, the void of his memories would evoke feelings of solitude and fear, prompting him to seek solace in the numbing embrace of alcohol. Yunyan nodded and produced a large jug of rum, eliciting cheers from the 2 women. The trio swiftly downed 3 substantial glasses of rum, after which the 2 women succumbed to slumber on the table, while Yunyan remained alert. He gently laid the 2 ladies in their beds and indulged in another 4 or 5 glasses, before finally collapsing onto his own bed to sleep. In the realm of dreams, Yunyan felt a slight itch on his face. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld a delicate visage, rosy and fair Lily, standing at the bedside with her arms crossed, her gaze fixed intently upon him. The source of the itch was none other than her long hair brushing against his skin. Yunyan gazed at Lily in silence. Although he was uncertain of her intentions, it was abundantly clear that she harbored no animosity towards him. "What do you wish to accomplish?" After a 5-second pause, Yunyan finally spoke. "I merely think you look quite adorable while you sleep. And it was you who carried me to bed last night, wasn't it?" Lily replied, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue. "Yes, and what of it?" Yunyan regarded her with suspicion, sitting upright. It was his nature to maintain a heightened sense of vigilance towards those around him. Lily stood there, astonished, realizing that her overt affection had been misconstrued as a scheme. "What on earth occupies your thoughts?" She retorted, "That question is better directed at you." Yunyan rose to his feet, gracefully circumventing Lily, and approached the entrance, where he pushed open the grand door of the wooden cabin. Outside, the dusk remained shrouded in a dim light, yet it was far more inviting than the pitch blackness of night, where one could scarcely see their own hand. The fragrant aroma of orchids permeated the air, sweet and rich, as if the very atmosphere was infused with a luscious scent. Yunyan felt a slight itch in his hair and promptly retrieved a large bathtub from his spatial backpack. Without hesitation, he shed his clothing and leaped into the tub, disregarding the presence of Annie and Lily in the room, exhibiting no awareness of the distinctions between genders. Moments later, Lily and Annie emerged from the wooden cabin, only to be rendered motionless upon witnessing Yunyan bathing in the open air. After a full 3 seconds of stunned silence, Annie let out a shriek and hurried back inside, while Lily remained at the doorway, her gaze furtively stealing glances despite her lowered head. The physique and complexion of Yunyan are indeed remarkable, complemented by his tender age of 18 and an innocent visage that resembles an enlarged version of a youthful boy. "How are you bathing in here?" Lily inquired suddenly, though her voice was barely a whisper, almost imperceptible. "What did you say?" Yunyan shouted. "Oh dear, Lily. He is a rogue. You should come inside quickly." Annie, who had been huddled inside, grasped Lily's hand and pulled her into the wooden cabin. It was only after Yunyan had finished his bath and donned his attire that the 2 girls emerged. Upon seeing Yunyan, Annie displayed her displeasure. Puffing up in indignation, "We also wish to bathe. You must give me the water, and then go inside. No peeking." "Very well," Yunyan replied without further ado. After all, he had bathed, and it was not in his nature to deny others the same privilege. He set down 10 buckets of water and turned back towards the interior of the cabin. It must be noted that the 2 young ladies took a considerable amount of time in their ablutions, punctuated by bursts of laughter. Yunyan, filled with curiosity, resolutely adhered to his promise and refrained from peeking. He possessed a modest understanding of the impropriety of spying on girls while bathing, a lesson imparted by the elderly landlord. "Yunyan, you must remember that it is exceedingly vulgar to gaze upon a girl's body. You must never do so." The landlord's words were etched in Yunyan's mind, and he found such voyeuristic pursuits to be rather dull. However, The landlord had neglected to caution Yunyin that it was equally improper for girls to gaze upon him while he bathed. Thus, Yunyin remained unguarded around women, often finding himself at the mercy of the girls renting the upper floor, who would mischievously turn off the water supply, drag him to their bathing area, and then secretly hide his clothes, indulging in such playful pranks. Consequently, Yunyin had grown accustomed to the idea of women seeing his body, feeling no embarrassment whatsoever. "Finish up, open the door," Annie shouted, delivering a firm kick to the wooden door. Upon opening the door, Yunyin was greeted by the entrance of two women. Annie, brimming with joy, flashed a smile at Yunyin and affectionately patted her shoulder. "You know, I must say, this is the first time I've enjoyed such a delightful bath in the wilderness." However, her expression shifted to one of vigilance as she fixed her gaze on Yunyin and inquired, "You didn't happen to peek, did you?" Yunyin paid her no heed and addressed the two individuals, urging them to hasten, as they were to arrive at the ancient mine by this afternoon. "Hey, are you even listening to me? How rude." Annie, once more incensed, stamped her foot in frustration, seated herself upon her bed, and retrieved a wind magic scroll. She directed it towards her hair, and the elemental spirits of wind encircled her locks, instantly transforming her damp tresses into a state of dry, flowing elegance. Yunyin was left utterly astonished, witnessing for the first time how magic had seamlessly intertwined with daily life. He pondered in his heart that perhaps magic and science were merely two sides of the same coin, differing only in the energy patterns they employed. Once their cleanup was complete, the trio set off again, their pace remarkably swift, reaching each outpost in approximately half an hour. The higher-tier undead creatures in the vicinity were exceedingly rare, with the majority being low-level water and shadow-type magical beasts. The moss-covered trolls especially dominated this route. Yet these trolls were frail and easily dispatched by Yunyin with a single strike, yielding meager experience points, only a handful, with the maximum being around 100. As they approached the fourth outpost, Yunyin finally encountered a wave of undead creatures, the resurrected venomous spiders. These spiders were extraordinarily large, roughly the size of half a person, with a jet-black exterior. Their 8 elongated legs were adorned with countless barbed hooks, presenting a formidable and menacing appearance. Regrettably, they were only Tier 3, offering no experience bonus, merely 500 points. However, their numbers were enough to send shivers down one's spine, as nearly 40 to 50 resurrected venomous spiders surged toward the trio. "Daimutu, we should flee. These resurrected venomous spiders are even more troublesome than the crawlers. They possess deadly venom, and such a large swarm could inflict fatal damage on 7th-tier professionals," Annie exclaimed, her fear becoming increasingly apparent. Even Lily, standing nearby, wore a worried expression and, with a hint of trepidation, suggested, "Yunyin, let us retreat for now and wait for the spider tide to pass." "No need for that. Remain here and do not move. This is an invisibility potion. When the spiders arrive, you will become invisible," Yunyin instructed, handing each of them 3 vials of the potion. He activated his wind step and charged toward the horde of resurrected venomous spiders. This wave of spiders was an opportunity Yunyin could not afford to miss. He was only 500 experience points away from leveling up. And even though the resurrected venomous spiders were Tier 3, killing just 9 would suffice for an upgrade. Moreover, these spiders appeared relatively fragile, making them an ideal target for quick elimination. Reaching level 9 would allow him to equip Tier 3 gear, marking a significant leap in his capabilities. Aimed at the resurrected venomous spider lurking outside, manifesting abruptly to deliver a lethal strike, he transformed into an ethereal shadow, his blade slicing through the air like a crescent moon, cleaving directly into the body of the resurrected venomous spider. A ghastly shriek erupted from within its form as it was severed in twain by Yunyin, green ichor saturating the ground beneath. The remaining resurrected venomous spiders swiftly rallied, coalescing into a formidable force, unleashing a torrent of venom towards Yunyin. The venom coalesced into a singular line, merging into a colossal toxic dragon that surged forth. Beside it, a magnificent ghost orchid, merely brushed by a trace of the venom, withered instantly, decaying into a mass of dark impurities. Yunyin dared not confront the attack head-on. He swiftly summoned the Sword Saint's avatar to evade the brunt of the onslaught. However, his left shoulder still grazed the assault, resulting in his garment rapidly disintegrating to form a substantial hole, tainting his skin and causing his vitality to plummet. The potency of this poison was so fierce that, without the need for a health bar, Yunyin could distinctly sense his life force ebbing away. Yunyin swiftly consumed a vial of potent blood, seizing the opportunity while the spiders besieged his illusion to make a hasty retreat. However, the toxin coursing through his shoulder showed no signs of abating. On the contrary, it intensified, threatening to breach the defenses of his vitality and penetrate his very essence. Remarkable. A chill of trepidation gripped Yunyan as he was compelled to ingest yet another vial of life elixir, bolstering his vitality to combat the insidious poison. It was only after exhausting the fifth vial that the malevolent toxin began to dissipate gradually. As Yunyan contemplated the situation, he was astonished to discover that the venom from the resurrected spider had depleted nearly 7,000 points of his life force. It was utterly extraordinary. However, Lily and Annie, standing nearby, were even more taken aback. Their eyes widened in disbelief as they gazed at Yunyan. Annie exclaimed incredulously, "Is he even human? Lily, did you see that? He was clearly affected by that venom, which can only be alleviated by the High Priest of Light. Otherwise, even the Sword Saint would be gravely injured from forcing out the toxin. Yet he appears completely unscathed. Is he truly only at the second tier?" Initially, Lily's face was a mask of worry and anxiety, but it soon transformed into joy and even pride. Naturally, how could he not be Yunyan? "Humph. Your blind admiration is becoming rather obsessive," Annie remarked, shoving Lily playfully. Yunyan skillfully evaded the venomous spider, retreating to a small slope where he could survey the scene from an elevated position. He executed another clone technique, prompting the swarm of spiders to pursue him. His true self entered a state of swift wind, concealing himself nearby, while 5 illusions darted in various directions. Instantly, the spider horde dispersed into 5 groups, with only 3 spiders veering to the left. This opportunity was too precious to squander. Yunyan revealed himself and struck, swiftly eliminating 1 spider at the end of its tail, followed by a powerful thrust that dispatched a second spider. At this juncture, the third spider finally reacted. But it was already too late. Yunyan's illusion skill had recharged, enabling him to evade the venom and reap the life of the third spider with his long blade. 5 more remained to be defeated. In the depths of his thoughts, Yunyan silently recited his incantation, drawing forth his long blade, his form gradually vanishing once more. As the 3 10-second illusions dissipated alongside him, the 2 authentic phantoms diverged again, diverting the spider's attention. After ascertaining that the arachnid could not discern his true essence, Yunyan began to employ his illusions as decoys, executing stealth attacks with the swift and unrelenting wind step. Each time, he would eliminate the spider clinging to its tail, swiftly entering the wind step state, rendering him nearly undetectable, as if an invisible specter was gradually consuming its prey. Perched upon a tree, and Lily watched in stunned silence, particularly in who couldn't help but exclaim, "Is this truly human?" The limitless prowess of assassin stealth, the boundless replication technique, and that sudden, lethal capability, it's monstrous. Yet, Lily seemed to revel in it, cheerfully declaring, "Humph, this is what Brother Yunyan is all about." "You, Lily, I notice you're increasingly drawn to him," and remarked, shaking her head, yet her gaze lingered thoughtfully on Yunyan's figure. In truth, only Yunyan was aware of the immense magical toll this strategy exacted, while harvesting spiders in this manner was exceptionally safe. His mana consumption was staggering 60 for the 3rd-tier wind step and 40 for the 1st-tier illusion, culminating in a staggering 100 mana expended every 10 seconds. At this rate, under normal circumstances, he could barely manage to slay half of the spiders. Ding. The hero has leveled up to 9. New skills are now available to learn. Ding. The hero has reached level 9. New system abilities are unlocked. Please check. Ding. The hero has ascended to level 9. The job transition system is now available. Please review the transition requirements. The 3 consecutive notifications arrived with overwhelming swiftness, yet Yunyan chose to momentarily disregard them, focusing instead on his equipment. He removed the 3 crowns of kings and equipped the blade of the Sword Saint, the Frost Ball, and the Flame Sword. Instantaneously, Yunyan's attack power soared to the threshold of 400, emanating a potent aura of strength, his blood surging with energy as he grasped the essence of releasing fighting spirit. With a horizontal slash, a blade of fighting spirit, as delicate as a cicada's wing, surged forth. 5 spiders ahead were instantly annihilated, their flattened bodies cleaved in twain, a formidable killing power erupting in an instant. It was astonishing that he could unleash fighting spirit at the 3rd tier, a realization that took even Yunyan by surprise. Yet a faint suspicion lingered, perhaps it was due to the blade of the Sword Saint, which surely possessed attributes beyond mere appearance. Otherwise, it would not be deemed a fragment of a divine artifact. However, the consumption of mana for this fighting spirit blade was astronomically high, reaching 500 points with a single strike, yet the attributes were exceedingly potent. allowing him to unleash 3 or 4 strikes without issue. Armed with the fighting spirit blade, Yunyan's spider slaying became akin to harvesting wheat. With each slash, numerous foes fell. In less than half a minute, all 30-odd remaining spiders lay lifeless on the ground, transforming into pools of green ichor. Ding! A green metallic spear lay upon the ground, quietly exuding the aura of a second-tier ancient magical equipment. Hiss! That is an ancient magical artifact. And on the tree gasped sharply, swiftly leaping down and rushing to Yunyan's side, her voice filled with urgency as she implored. Silly fool, please let me see it. Upon examining the attributes, Yunyan found himself rather dissatisfied. The venomous spear boasted an attack power of 15, bestowing an additional 20 poison damage per second for a duration of 5 seconds. Classification: second tier. This piece of equipment held little significance for Yunyan. In fact, it could be deemed inferior even among second-tier items. It paled in comparison to the Crown of Kings, which enhanced all attributes and provided boosts to both health and mana. Casually, he tossed the venomous spear to Annie, exhibiting a rare moment of generosity. Wow, this truly is an ancient artifact. Lily, come quickly. It possesses mysterious magical attributes. And the spear is flawless. It is indeed a treasure. Annie exclaimed with excitement upon her glance. However, Lily seemed rather indifferent, instead scrutinizing the hollow space on Yunyan's shoulder with concern. How are you? Are you injured? All right, let us continue our journey, Yunyan replied, reclaiming the venomous spear. Don't be so stingy. Let me have another look, Annie implored pitifully, as though her precious treasure had been snatched away. After a brief encounter with Annie, Yunyan reluctantly agreed to let her temporarily wield the deadly poison spear. The trio continued their journey towards the 5th stronghold, gradually encountering an increasing number of undead creatures. However, there were still no crawlers or zombies, humanoid undead, but rather massive undead beasts that obstructed their path. Yet, Yunyan's combat prowess had now reached a level comparable to that of a 7th-tier sword saint. These beasts, at most 5th tier, were unable to approach him and fell victim to his blade with each swift strike. During this journey, Yunyan finally found the opportunity to assess his current state. His equipment consisted of the Shadow Boots, Frost-patterned headband, Crown of Kings, Blade of the Sword Saint, Sphere of Frost, and Flame Sword. The Sphere of Frost emanated from the Ice Queen of the Frost Realm, its essence scattered across the world, coalescing into this chilling orb. It boasted an attack power of 30, intelligence of 20, and defense of 5, along with an added freezing effect that slowed enemy speed by 30 for a duration of 5 seconds. The Blade of the Sword Saint was a fragment of a legendary artifact, rumored to have belonged to the Beastkin clan, wielded by the sword god himself. After suffering destruction by an unknown force, it shattered into pieces, now reformed into the Blade of the Sword Saint fragments. It possessed an attack power of 100 to 100, with a 20 chance to deal double critical damage, a 10 chance for a powerful slash inflicting 20 points of bleeding damage per second, and a 15 chance to trigger a bloodthirsty skill, increasing attack speed by 20 and movement speed by 30. All attributes were enhanced by 20, and the weapon was rated at Tier 3. The Flame Sword, originating from the Burning Hell, was a magical weapon lost by the infernal demons, imbued with a mysterious magical aura capable of inflicting splash fire damage on nearby units. It had an attack power of 50 to 50 and a passive skill granting a 20 chance for critical hits that dealt double damage, also rated at Tier 3. The Shadow Boots offered 2 attributes, an increase in movement speed by 150 and an agility boost of 3. The ice-patterned headband combined with the King's Crown results in a total attribute increase of 15 points. Upon examining the character's status, the transformation is nothing short of astonishing. Class: Novice, no title, character name, Yunyan health points, 4650 mana, 3050 armor, 1912 experience required for level up, 15, 000, 200. 000 strength, 2835, each point of strength enhances attack power by 1, increases health by 50 points. And every 10 points boosts health regeneration by 1 per second. Agility, 2838, each point of agility enhances attack power by 1, adds 3 points to defense. And every 10 points increases attack speed by 1%. Intelligence, 2855, each point of intelligence enhances attack power by 1, adds 25 points to mana. And every 10 points increases mana regeneration by 1 per second. Attack power, 392 to 392 attack speed, 92 attacks per second. Upon observing his attributes, Yunyan realizes that he has become truly formidable. With an attack power of 392, It has more than doubled from before, showcasing geometric growth and lethality. His critical hit now inflicts quadruple damage, equating to a staggering 1,600 points of damage. Should he land a critical strike, even a 6th-tier powerhouse could be vanquished in a single blow. Furthermore, with the attributes conferred by his equipment, it can be asserted that 7th-tier opponents would stand no chance against Yunyan, particularly after equipping the blade of the Sword Saint. It has seamlessly transformed into a phantom blade, ready to be drawn at any moment, as if it were an extension of his arm, with his swordsmanship becoming ever more exquisite. Although Yunyan's swordsmanship lacks a systematic approach and established techniques, relying merely on straightforward slashes and thrusts, it is precisely this unadulterated style that renders each of Yunyan's strikes decisive and efficient, embodying the essence of a lethal weapon. The Frostball simplifies the pursuit of enemies, diminishing their mobility by 30%, akin to transforming a sleek sports car into a vintage model. The notion of escape becomes utterly implausible. The Flame Sword amplifies Yunyan's destructive capability during group assaults, unleashing a catastrophic surge of damage when erupting amidst foes. The most prominent attributes are the critical strikes from the Flame Sword and the blade of the Sword Saint, which indirectly enhance the efficacy of these critical hits, potentially culminating in an extraordinary triple critical strike effect, equivalent to a 16-fold increase in damage. A single strike could inflict nearly 5,000 points of damage, capable of gravely wounding even a fully powered Sword Saint. However, the sole drawback at present is the lack of gold, hindering the acquisition of the 4th-level critical strike. The effectiveness of the current critical strike has already surpassed that of Galestep, making it the primary focus for enhancement. The cost in gold for learning the 4th-level critical strike is an astonishing 100,000, a veritable heist, dictated by the system's regulations, leaving Yunyan powerless. If this trend continues, the future gold expenditure will reach astronomical figures. Must I then resort to robbery for survival? Yunyan pondered, acutely aware of his financial predicament. Setting aside the immediate concerns, he redirected his attention to the system notifications, unveiling 2 new prompts, one regarding a new system feature and the other concerning the job change function. The newly added system feature is the cultivation function, allowing heroes to learn real-world skills and unleash special combat techniques and magic, unrestricted by the skill bar. Martial technique, sword aura. Magic, none. The sword aura is evidently a technique Yunyan has comprehended, consuming a significant amount of fighting spirit to deliver immense destruction, though only a name appears in the martial arts section without further elaboration. Nonetheless, Yunyan senses that the power of the sword aura undoubtedly exceeds 1,000 points of damage. The second feature is the job change function. Job change requirements, level 10. Any one 7-tier holy artifact and 10 million gold. Upon reading this, Yunyan could only feel one thing. The system is clearly intent on extorting money, demanding a holy artifact and 10 million gold for a mere job change without any mention of benefits. Yunyan could only inquire of the system, what are the benefits of a hero's class change, and is it possible to forego it? The system's frigid voice responded, hero class change not yet activated, function unknown. It is possible to remain untransformed, but once a hero reaches level 10, further progression in levels will cease. This left Yunyan utterly speechless. Indeed, it seemed that fear begets dread. For to remain untransformed at level 10 rendered all efforts in slaying monsters futile. 3 hours later, Yunyan and his companions finally arrived at the 5th outpost, a vast stronghold resembling a diminutive island, adorned with numerous edifices including quaint wooden cottages and immense stone structures, resembling a quaint town. However, this town was devoid of life, eerily empty as if abandoned for centuries. As the trio ventured into the town, they stumbled upon numerous human remains, mere remnants without purpose. Based on the remnants of information from the Holy Monarch's magical envelope, Yunyan eventually located the entrance to the ancient mine. Remarkably, this ancient mine lay to the north of a grand mountain behind the town, an abandoned excavation site where a rusted metal or cart stood idle at the entrance. The tracks beneath it cracked and decayed. The mine's interior was shrouded in darkness, yet faintly echoed heavy breaths as if a colossal beast lurked within. Upon witnessing the scene before them, Annie's visage turned pale with fear as she grasped Yunyan's arm, imploring, "Dullard, perhaps we should not enter." "No, I must go in," Yunyan declared resolutely, unfurling a light scroll as he stepped into the mine, with Lily naturally following closely behind. Annie hesitated momentarily at the entrance before hastily pursuing, exclaiming, "Dullard, wait for me." The mine was exceedingly spacious, with passageways exceeding 50 meters in width and soaring over 10 meters in height, remarkably well ventilated, and reinforced by sturdy wooden beams lining the walls, bestowing an air of grandeur upon the cavern. At the entrance, they encountered undead beings, compelling Yunyan to press onward. Driven by his desire to amass substantial experience, leveling up to 10 required a staggering 200,000 experience points, and he would not squander such an opportunity. After half an hour of advancement, the ground ahead trembled abruptly. With a resounding crash, a hand erupted from the earth. Followed by the emergence of an entire body, a standing zombie, its surface enveloped in a peculiar substance, appearing a ghastly gray-green. This was not a zombie lord, but rather the green zombie widely spoken of among adventurers. The green zombie possessed 5th-tier strength, with extraordinarily high physical attacks and formidable defenses, making it a bane for warriors, yet vulnerable to lightning mages. The blade glimmered. Yunyan launched his assault, the blade of the sword saint materializing in his right hand. The aura of his blade was unleashed with a fierce and destructive force. With a resounding thud, the blade struck the green zombie's body, leaving a deep imprint, yet failing to fell the creature. Instead, it emitted a guttural roar and swiftly advanced, its rigid arm slicing towards Yunyan's head like a formidable blade. Without hesitation, Yunyan thrust his blade directly into the chest of the zombie. Before its arm could even reach him, it was pierced through. The zombie, clearly suffering immense damage, began to thrash about wildly, causing Yunyan to nearly lose his balance and stumble. Such force. Yunyan was astonished. His strength had now reached 57. With his arm possessing an explosive power exceeding 200 kilograms, yet he could not stabilize the green zombie. Even a 6th-tier great swordmaster, unless exceptionally gifted, would find it impossible to achieve an arm strength of 200 kilograms unless they were a sword saint, capable of transcending their limits to reach such heights. However, the green zombie was not faring well either. Having been pierced by a sword saint, it simultaneously endured the compounded damage from the frost ball and flame sword. And with the bleeding effect from the sword saint's blade, green blood gushed forth from its wound like a spring. Yunyan was momentarily disoriented. Yet he swiftly gripped his sword with both hands and let out a fierce roar, forcefully slicing through the green zombie's body, effectively cleaving it in two. However, the green zombie remained as lively as ever. Tendrils of green vines sprouted from the wound, resembling veins, and decayed flesh continually regenerated, causing its overall vitality to rapidly restore. This was dire. The green zombie possessed the ability to heal autonomously, making it imperative that the assault never ceased. In the depths of his thoughts, Yunyan contemplated the consequences of allowing the green zombie to revive. It would lead to another round of exhausting confrontation, severely disadvantaging him. Suddenly, 6 mirrored clones of Yunyan emerged, encircling the zombie. This time, he resolved to engage in close combat, fully aware that the zombie held a significant advantage in such a scenario. Yet, without hesitation, he embraced this perilous choice, for he possessed a lethal strike. The zombie attacked wildly, its stiff arms occasionally striking Yunyan's true form, inflicting considerable damage, with each blow depleting 400 to 500 points of health. Should more zombies join the fray, he would undoubtedly struggle to endure. However, at this moment, he was undeterred. His blade was relentlessly hacking away. It could only be said that the green zombie's skin was remarkably resilient, as after 7 or 8 strikes to its head, only shallow indentations remained, failing to breach its defenses. Instead, he resorted to stabbing the zombie's body, repeatedly inducing bleeding and steadily diminishing its health. After a relentless barrage of 30 strikes, Yunyan finally let out a roar, leaping high into the air, executing an unparalleled strike. His long blade, imbued with a formidable pressure, descended directly upon the zombie's cranium. With a resounding clash, the blade carved a deep gash along the skull, delivering a devastating blow that quadrupled his attack power, unleashing an astonishing amount of damage. The green zombie, seemingly driven to madness, retaliated with fervent attacks, its arms flailing wildly, causing Yunyan's 5 clones to vanish in an instant. While his own health plummeted by half, the zombie's offensive and defensive capabilities were alarmingly formidable. Yunyan lamented the unavailability of his clone ability, finding himself in a dire one-on-one standoff. Though his health was rapidly dwindling, he remained focused on his assault, when suddenly, an overwhelming surge of power coursed through him. His body soared into the air, the long blade emanating a brilliant white starlight, accompanied by a palpable aura of destruction. A 16-fold critical strike. The sound of steel being torn asunder resonated as the sword saint's blade cleaved from the green zombie's head down to its abdomen, delivering nearly 6,000 points of damage that instantaneously obliterated the green zombie. Impossible. Is this truly a human? and marveled, her eyes widening in disbelief, as though struck in the chest, her breath catching in her throat. This was beyond extraordinary. Even Lily found herself awestruck, recognizing that Yunyan's strike surpassed any talent they had ever witnessed. Having dispatched the zombie, Yunyan's expression turned somber. He activated his health bar function, noting a 7th-tier creature gradually approaching. The sound of dragging chains echoed ominously. And around the corner emerged a colossal figure, its entire form cloaked in silvery gray skin that shimmered with a metallic luster, bound by a massive iron chain, the ends of which were anchored to 2 enormous iron balls. Each step it took sent tremors through the ground. This was the Zombie Lord. Yunyan's pupils constricted as he gazed intently at the Zombie Lord, whose metallic skin revealed an extraordinary level of defense. The 2 immense, heavy iron balls exemplified the Zombie Lord's formidable strength, with an offensive capability that was undoubtedly unparalleled. Nevertheless, Yunyan did not falter. Instead, he was eager to prove his own prowess. He consumed 5 life potions and 3 mana potions in quick succession, restoring his vitality to its zenith while depleting his life potions entirely, leaving him with no choice but to fight with unwavering resolve. Suddenly, the Zombie Lord moved with alarming speed, hurling the colossal chain ball towards Yunyan. The chain ball carried an irresistible force, its terrifying might capable of obliterating anything in its path. A profound sense of impending doom enveloped him, leaving no time to fully comprehend the situation. In a heartbeat, he executed a swift doppelganger technique, causing his body to vanish just as the chain ball grazed past him, striking the heads of 2 of his clones and obliterating them instantly. Yunyan was drenched in cold sweat. He had narrowly escaped being struck on the head by the heavy ball, an outcome that would undoubtedly have resulted in a fatal blow. Swift as the wind, he moved forward. Yunyan activated the Gale Step, his body slipping into a state of stealth, retreating from the formidable Zombie Lord, who was certainly not an adversary to confront head-on. The 3rd-tier Gale Step was sufficient to evade the detection of a 7th-tier being. Deprived of its target, the Zombie Lord retracted its iron chains, moving slowly, wandering, and shifting its body as if in search of something elusive. Yunyan hesitated to approach carelessly, patiently awaiting the cooldown of both the Split Body skill and the Gale Step skill. As 10 seconds elapsed, the 2 skills became available once more. The Zombie Lord began its advance toward Lily and Annie. Yunyan understood that he could not afford to delay any longer. Although these 2 women were not his closest kin, the days spent together had fostered a bond of considerable sentiment. He revealed himself and struck. Yunyan's form transformed into a spectral dragon, wielding a long blade that streaked through the air like a meteor, striking with unparalleled swiftness towards the nape of the Zombie Lord's neck. As the resounding clash echoed, sparks erupted from the Zombie Lord's rear, leaving behind a shallow gash. Oh! A slow, delayed cry emerged, signifying the Zombie Lord's fury. With a powerful twist of its body, the chains rattled, and an iron ball hurtled towards its own head, intent on crushing Yunyan into oblivion. The doppelganger, with a thunderous roar, Yunyan's form transcended into an alternate realm, his corporeal self vanishing as he evaded the chain ball. In an instant, he split into 6 ethereal duplicates, each taking flight in divergent directions upon landing. The iron sphere wielded by the Zombie Lord, relentless in its momentum, struck him squarely on the skull. The sound reverberated like the collision of iron fortifications, deafening in its intensity, as the Zombie Lord's cranium was forced downwards, causing the iron ball to plummet, now marred by a profound indentation. A gasp escaped Yunyan's lips. His body proved more resilient than the finest steel. What material constituted his being? He recalled the previous assault by the Sword Saint, which had inflicted no damage whatsoever. Now, the Zombie Lord's own attack similarly failed to breach his defenses. Such fortitude was disturbingly formidable. Infuriated by his own miscalculation, the Zombie Lord emitted a low growl, dragging the chain ball as its head rapidly retracted before sweeping violently in all directions. This strike was even more ferocious than before, prompting Yunyan to refrain from dividing his focus to control his replicas. He executed a swift retreat with the wind step. Yet 5 of his duplicates were annihilated in the onslaught. After this exchange, Yunyan found himself having inflicted no harm upon the Zombie Lord, instead narrowly escaping death on several occasions. You too, use the invisibility potions and exit the mine at once. Yunyan bellowed to Annie and Lily. At this critical juncture, he could not afford to have 2 burdensome companions by his side. Otherwise, the prospect of victory would remain utterly bleak. At this moment, Yunyan found himself unable to flee, for he sensed that the aura emanating from him had been locked onto by the Zombie Lord. Even if he were to escape to the farthest corners of the earth, it seemed unlikely that he could elude its grasp. Despite the zombie lord's outwardly sluggish movements, its explosive speed was undoubtedly superior to Yunyan's. The two women, displaying remarkable prudence, recognized that the current situation was beyond their intervention and promptly consumed invisibility potions before hastening towards the entrance of the mine. Yunyan felt a slight sense of relief. However, at that moment, a green hand, resembling an iron claw, firmly grasped his ankle. It was none other than the green zombie that had just fallen, now revived and rising once again. How could I have overlooked this? Killing it earlier yielded no experience. Yunyan was filled with fury, and the situation was exceedingly perilous. With his ankle ensnared, he found himself utterly immobilized, and even attempting to flee became a daunting challenge. The zombie lord observed the scene with clarity. Its massive form flickered, and then it swayed, launching a colossal spiked ball into the air, intending to utilize the force of its descent to crush Yunyan. This strike was ferociously powerful. Should it connect, he would undoubtedly be reduced to a mere pulp. A glimmer of sharp intensity flashed in Yunyan's eyes, exuding a chilling aura of lethal intent. He emerged from the tempest of blood and carnage, growing ever more composed in the face of peril. In the blink of an eye, he retrieved an invincibility potion from his backpack and consumed the crimson elixir. With a resounding crash, the chain ball struck as if colliding with an impenetrable barrier, forcefully rebounding and sending the zombie lord staggering backward several meters. A golden orb enveloped Yunyan, intricately woven with swirling runes, emanating an aura of invincibility. This was the effect of the invincibility potion, rendering him immune to all forms of attack, albeit for a fleeting duration of merely 7 seconds. With a swift thought, Yunyan severed the arm of the green zombie, freeing his ankle without a moment's hesitation. Utilizing the Gale Step, he appeared directly before the zombie lord. Racing against time in a gamble of fortune, he unleashed a devastating 16-fold critical strike, determined to vanquish the zombie lord utterly. With only 5 seconds remaining, despite the zombie lord's flail of the chain hammer, Yunyan remained focused, his breath steady, and his body in peak condition. A mysterious force began to brew within him, rekindling the sensation from his earlier strike against the green zombie. 16-fold critical strike. He roared, his eyes gleaming with intensity, as a wave of destructive energy enveloped his long blade. The first strike failed to trigger, the second as well, until the third strike, at the last possible moment. His long knife erupted in dazzling white light. It arched like a bow, the blade resembling a meteor slicing through the moon, descending from above with a single stroke. The sound was akin to stone grinding against steel, a piercing high-frequency noise that resonated through the cavern, dislodging countless stones. The sword saint's blade cleaved down mercilessly, splitting the zombie lord's head in twain, revealing its metallic interior. To Yunyan's shock, the zombie lord's body was forged entirely from corpse iron, an indomitable substance, far more resilient than refined iron, and even more so than mithril. Despite suffering such a catastrophic blow, its head severed, the zombie lord did not perish. Instead, it descended into madness, the chain hammer whirling chaotically, ricocheting off Yunyan. As the invulnerability period ended, Yunyan dared not hesitate. He promptly replicated himself, evading the chain hammer's onslaught, and with the Gale Step, he reappeared beside the green zombie. Yunyan gazed impassively at the zombie lord. Having activated his detection skill this time, the zombie lord's health bar was visibly reduced to a mere sliver, just a breath away from demise. However, the zombie lord had succumbed to a state of frenzy, rendering it impossible to approach. The green zombie also rose once more, intent on launching another assault on Yunyan. Begone! With a swift motion akin to a lightning strike, Yunyan wielded his blade, cleaving through the green zombie's arms. This time, he targeted the joints of the green zombie, encountering no resistance. Such insight was gleaned from his careful observations, while the crawler possessed a skull with bones. Its body was merely a mass of decaying flesh, limiting its movement to crawling and writhing. In contrast, the green zombie had a complete skeletal structure, akin to that of a living person, rendering its bones difficult to sever. However, the joints, devoid of any skeletal reinforcement, proved to be its most vulnerable point. Yunyan paid no heed to the green zombie, his gaze firmly fixed upon the zombie lord, eagerly awaiting the cooldown of his swift step and clone abilities. The head of the zombie lord split apart, as if it had lost its sight, launching blind attacks indiscriminately, wielding immense power that could shatter mountains and rend stones. Utterly unstoppable. As the cooldown of the clone reached its final second, Yunyan hesitated no longer. He activated Swift Step, scaling the mine walls until he reached the summit. Revealing himself, he unleashed a fierce strike, leveraging the geographical advantage. This blow was akin to an eagle swooping down, his form angled downward, transforming into a streak of light as he delivered a lethal strike into the gaping maw of the zombie lord's severed head. It was as if the sound of shattering glass echoed through the air, the last flicker of life extinguished within the zombie lord, whose colossal frame toppled to the ground. Yet, in its dying moments, the massive spike ball still hurtled towards Yunyan. Yunyan was well prepared, effortlessly evading with a clone. The notification chimed. You have slain the zombie lord, earning 90,000 experience points. Then came a cascade of notifications. The zombie lord collapsed completely, and suddenly, dozens of items erupted from its form, dazzling and abundant. A grand explosion. Yunyan was momentarily stunned. The zombie lord had produced an extraordinary bounty, revealing an astonishing number of items at once. Swiftly gathering everything from the ground, Yunyan discovered several piles of gold coins among them. Although only 3 items could be considered true treasures, one of them filled Yunyan with overwhelming joy. It was a completely black orb. Shrouded in a faint mist of darkness, its surface icy to the touch. When he made contact, the mist enveloped his hand entirely, an enchanting spectacle. The dark magic sphere. A fragment of the Dark Lord's soul, contained boundless dark power, capable of plunging all foes into shadows and fear. Ranged attack increased by 50, agility enhanced by 50. And it possessed the skill of multiple arrows, allowing the simultaneous release of 5 magical arrows imbued with dark energy, each capable of corroding 50 points of an enemy's armor. Rank, 7th tier. Special designation, Sacred Artifact. The attributes were astonishing, nearly otherworldly. Consider this. The ability to augment range damage by 50 significantly boosted offensive capabilities. Additionally, the 50 points of agility, combined with the 50 damage enhancement, equated to a total increase of 75 points in attack power, while also improving attack speed by 0.5 per second. Most remarkably, the special attribute allowed for multiple corrosive dark arrows, elevating this orb to an incredible level. It effectively reduced an opponent's armor by 50 points, translating to a decrease of 150 agility in terms of armor value, enough to compel any 7th-tier adversary to kneel before him. Overwhelmed by such exceptional attributes, Yunyan felt faint. Had a sacred-tier archer laid eyes on this orb, they would likely have fought him for it. Even practitioners of other professions would become formidable foes upon merely glimpsing it. Yunyan speculated that a wizard who obtained this orb might immediately reconsider their vocation in favor of martial skills. If auctioned, it could incite warfare among the great empires, turning the continent of Yalaran into a river of blood. Frustratingly, such a remarkable piece of equipment could only be utilized for a class change. Alas, Yunyan was filled with deep reflections. Though in terms of immediate benefits, this 7th-tier sacred artifact could bestow immense wealth and power in the grander scheme. Personal strength was paramount. It was the foundation. Only through a class change could one enhance their prowess, and with sufficient power, no one would need to fear any adversary. As he stowed the orb back into his mental inventory, a green zombie began to approach Yunyan, its arms reaching out toward him. Upon witnessing the green zombie, Yunyan felt as though he could perceive the joints all over its body. With a swift stroke of his blade, it was akin to a butcher dissecting beef. Within mere minutes, the green zombie was reduced to mere fragments, utterly vanquished. In the process, he discovered that the core of the green zombie resided in its abdomen. A black crystal, reminiscent of a laughing pebble, rolled out, albeit slightly different from the previous crystal. This dark crystal harbored pure dark energy, capable of manipulating the will of the deceased. Attributes, all attributes 15, defense 10, equipment rank, tier 3. Special effect, can be used to enhance equipment. With a chuckle, Yunyan marveled at the serendipity of fate, having unexpectedly acquired an equipment piece that enhanced all attributes. He promptly removed the Crown of Kings and equipped the Dark Crystal Stone, which augmented his attack power by an impressive 30 points, elevating his total attack to a formidable 422. Suddenly, a cacophony of clattering chains echoed from the depths of the cavern, hinting at the presence of innumerable zombie lords lurking within. Lacking the invincibility potion, Yunyan realized he could no longer contend with the zombie lords and swiftly exited the mine, guiding the 2 women who were still in a daze away from the 5th outpost. Though the mine offered excellent opportunities for leveling up, with high experience points and equipment drop rates, the formidable defenses of the zombies necessitated a more prudent approach. It would be wise to return only after advancing to a higher class and mastering the Sword Saint Storm for safer grinding. Deep within the mine, a dark-armored swordsman stood with his sword propped up, his muscles rippling beneath the obsidian armor, his face shrouded in a veil of shadow. Yet his eyes glowed a menacing red, cold and bloodthirsty, akin to a predator. At that moment, two figures clad in black descended before him, kneeling on one knee. One of them spoke, "My lord, why do you refrain from allowing us to act? That boy has absorbed such a vast amount of dark energy, yet remains untransformed into a zombie. He must harbor a secret of great importance. He will return, and he is pivotal to our conquest of the Yarlan continent." The dark-armored swordsman's voice was a rasping whisper, chilling and devoid of warmth. After uttering his words, he slowly closed his eyes, falling into a silence as profound as death itself. The two cloaked figures, witnessing this, vanished without a trace, and the cave once again succumbed to tranquility. Yet, the swordsman abruptly opened his eyes, murmuring, why was he not transformed into an undead creature? Upon exiting the ancient mine, Yunyan and his companions encountered no further obstructions. The undead swamp had transformed into a broad thoroughfare, completely unimpeded. Occasionally, a wave or two of undead beasts appeared, but Yunyan effortlessly dispatched them. After emerging from the swamp, he discovered several pieces of equipment he had yet to examine. One was a purple crystal-headed staff with a blue shaft, while another was a crystalline belt more resplendent than the bracelet of glory, adorned with an array of gemstones, emanating potent magical energies that seemed to form a peculiar magical circle. Ice crystal staff. Crafted by the Ice Witch using arcane magic, this staff possesses extraordinary powers. Intelligence 25 mana 300 ice magic damage 30-10 chance to summon an ice giant rank. Tier 4 crystal belt. Naturally formed crystal carved into a belt by the Gem Knight. Embedded with dazzling multicolored gems. Imbued with mysterious protective magic. Strength 30 Vitality 450 Armor 10 reduces melee physical damage by 20 reduces ranged physical damage by 15 rebounds 10 of physical damage rank. Tier 4 Upon witnessing the two pieces of equipment, Yunyan was taken aback, his attention completely captivated by the dark magic sphere. Little did he anticipate that the zombie lord would prove to be so formidable. The other two pieces of equipment were also exquisite 4th-tier magical artifacts. The first piece held little utility for him, yet he believed it could be exchanged for a substantial sum of gold. The latter piece, however, was of immense significance, as his most pressing need was for defense. This crystal belt offered an impressive boost of 30 to strength and an extraordinary 450 to vitality, alongside various attributes that reduced damage and enhanced armor, transforming it into a true defensive artifact. Regrettably, the equipment required a 4th-tier level, necessitating a minimum of level 12 for wear, indicating it could only be utilized post-class transition. 3 days later, the trio finally arrived in the Imperial City, weary yet determined. The Imperial City of Arts stood as a magnificent metropolis, its towering walls piercing the clouds at heights exceeding 100 meters, stretching indefinitely on either side. The moat surrounding it spanned over 100 kilometers, rendering the city's expanse immeasurable by mere sight, a true testament to the grandeur of arts. Under Lily's careful protection, Yunyan successfully entered the Imperial City, while Lily and Annie were received back into the embrace of the Ruhl family. At this moment, Yunyan found himself once more alone. As he traversed the bustling streets of the Imperial City, he began to perceive the true nature of this extraordinary place. The streets were broad, reaching widths of 100 meters, paved with the most solid white stone, impervious to even the hardest iron. The thoroughfare was spacious, flanked by pedestrian walkways, with magical lanterns directing traffic in an orderly manner, rivaling the efficiency of modern technological civilization. What astounded Yunyan the most were the buildings. Towering structures stood in impressive rows, some ascending over 1,000 meters into the clouds, seemingly insurmountable. The facades of these edifices were adorned with intricate magical runes, emanating a potent magical aura that cascaded down like mountains. Surrounding shops were abundant, aglow with dazzling magical lights and animated magical screens, each element highlighting the city's remarkably advanced magical civilization, surpassing even that of contemporary metropolises. It was at this moment that Yunyan truly grasped the vast disparity between the provincial capital and smaller towns, with the provincial capital itself being a mere shadow compared to the Imperial City. If the Imperial City could be deemed a true metropolis, then the provincial capital was nothing more than a remote village, and the smaller towns were akin to wilderness tribes. The Imperial City was also a realm of genuine wealth. A simple beverage cost a gold coin, while a meal ranged from dozens to over 100 gold coins. In contrast to the precious gold coins considered treasures outside the Imperial City, here, they were treated as mere change. Ironically, the most valuable item Yunyan possessed was the purple tourmaline in his backpack, a round and polished gem bearing the likeness of Emperor Arts. Referred to by locals as the purple jade coin, Union possessed merely 11 exquisite tourmalines, their rounded forms reminiscent of jade. Each 3 times the size of a purple jade coin, weighing as much as 3 such coins. A single purple jade coin, in turn, equated to a mere 1,000 gold coins. It appeared that Mady had been engaging in fanciful banter with Helen. For the purple jade coin was not a currency of the continent of Luodan, but rather the common currency of the imperial city of arts. It was entirely understandable that Helen remained unaware of this. As a young nobleman from a modest town, he was confined to a limited perspective, having never even set foot in the imperial capital. It is essential to note that access to the capital was contingent upon specific conditions. One must either possess a residency badge from the native inhabitants or hold a noble rank of earl or higher. For those lacking such credentials, entering the imperial city was as daunting as ascending to the heavens, with the gates fiercely guarded by 7th-tier sword saints, standing in perfect formation, exuding an air of formidable authority. Union finally comprehended the reason behind Lily's apparent indifference towards the magical equipment that Annie cherished so dearly. In the bustling magic shops of the imperial capital, an overwhelming array of magical artifacts could be found. However, those below the 3rd tier were mere trinkets, while the shelves were adorned exclusively with ancient relics. Authentic replicas were conspicuously absent, and only artifacts of the 7th tier and above could be regarded as true masterpieces, elegantly displayed within cabinets. In fact, while gazing through a shop window, Union was astounded to encounter an item strikingly similar to the dark magic sphere, priced at a staggering 100,000 amethyst coins, equivalent to 100 million gold coins. There were also several 8th-tier royal artifacts, devoid of price tags, yet their potent magical aura left onlookers in awe. The most astonishing of all was a delicately crafted golden bird medal, which turned out to be a 9th-tier quasi-artifact. At this moment, Union came to the sobering realization that, in the eyes of the people in the imperial capital, he was nothing more than a veritable pauper, utterly inconsequential. It appeared that his previous understanding of the world had been nothing but local gossip, lacking genuine exposure to the grandeur that existed beyond his limited experience, thereby rendering him ignorant of the vastness of this world. Union humbly entered the enchanting magic artifact shop, having exchanged his 4th-tier ice crystal staff for 300 purple jade coins. Additionally, he converted his disorganized tourmaline for 33 more purple jade coins, bringing his total to 333. He proceeded to the bank, where he exchanged 300 purple jade coins for 300,000 gold coins, elevating his total to 370,000. After investing 100,000 gold coins to learn the 4th-level lethal strike, he was left with 270,000 gold coins. Having completed his currency exchanges and skill acquisition, Union exhaled a sigh of relief and sought information regarding the registration location for the Naga Junior Temple trial. He spent 1 gold coin at a newsstand to purchase a magical newspaper, finally locating the section detailing the Naga Junior Temple trial. In the newspaper's trial section, the Naga Junior Temple occupied a mere inconspicuous corner. In stark contrast, the other trials pertained to temples of higher ranks, boasting participants numbering in the hundreds of millions, while the Naga Temple had only a few million, a paltry figure by comparison. The provincial selection was merely a gateway to qualification for entry into the imperial capital. Once within, such small-scale trials were entirely open, allowing anyone who met the criteria to register. Opting for accommodation at a hotel affiliated with the Swordsman Guild, Union checked in using a temporary identity badge he had purchased for 1 purple jade coin. This badge was valid solely within the imperial capital for 1 month before expiring and requiring renewal. Once settled, Union descended to the bustling 1st floor of the tavern, a lively bar where adventurers, ever the most storied of groups, gathered. Recently, the 2nd Prince, Nos, had entered the Super War God Temple and acquired a semi-artifact, gaining the support of a noble duke, which intensified the pressure on the 1st Prince. However, I have heard whispers of a group of indigenous individuals arriving from afar to participate in the Naga Junior Temple trial in Addis, with reports suggesting that the Emperor places significant importance on this trial, offering a bounty of 10,000 purple jade coins. Nonetheless, it is merely a junior temple trial, occurring several hundred times a year, and I find little incentive to participate, especially given the age restrictions that will likely reduce the number of participants. Nevertheless, I suspect this is the imperial capital's attempt to infuse fresh blood, as each year, a contingent of outsiders is summoned to the capital's academies for further education. representing a leap toward greatness. Indeed, the capital's academies require even nobles to pass examinations for entry, leaving no room for deceit. It remains uncertain how many seats will be available this time. Yunyan listened with only half an ear, choosing not to engage. As he quietly savored his grilled steak at his table, suddenly, the bar's heavy doors swung open with a resounding bang, and a strikingly dressed young woman entered. Her attire was daring and revealing, a large hat obscuring half her face, a mere bandeau covering her upper body, and a minuscule skirt that barely reached the top of her thighs. With her crimson lips, ample bosom, and curvaceous hips, her porcelain skin radiated an intoxicating, wild allure. A chorus of raucous cheers erupted from a group of burly men, their boisterous shouts and whistles igniting the atmosphere within the bar. The woman, however, possessed a fiery temperament. Striding to the entrance, she produced a hefty hammer from her waist pouch and, with a single swing, obliterated a nearby table, bellowing, "Silence. I came here to enjoy a drink. What are you all so merry about? Hey, Sister Faye, who was the lucky guy you're dressing up for today?" A playful voice chimed from an onlooker. "I'll choose whoever I wish. It's none of your business," she retorted, her gaze sweeping the room until it landed on Yunyan, who was seated alone by the window. Her eyes sparkled with interest. With a clang, she leaned the hammer against the wall and boldly took a seat directly across from Yunyan. "Would you be so kind as to join me for a meal?" she asked with a beguiling smile, deliberately accentuating her figure, causing her bosom to sway enticingly, exuding an even more potent charm. With a stoic expression, Yunyan gazed at Fei Fei and replied succinctly, "Help yourself." Fei Fei was momentarily taken aback upon noticing the candor in Yunyan's eyes. She felt a twinge of boredom. She slammed her hand on the table and called out loudly, "Ruby, bring me 2 barrels of rum." Shortly after Fei Fei took her seat, a middle-aged adventurer nearby directed his attention towards them. Jealousy, hatred, and even malice flickered in his eyes as he exchanged hushed words with his companions. Soon, the gaze of a dozen adventurers at the table shifted towards Yunyan. Rising to his feet, he brandished a large tankard and bellowed at Yunyan, "You, boy, get lost. I wish to share a drink with our Miss Fei Fei." "Ruffian, I have no interest in you," Fei Fei retorted scornfully, casting him a disdainful glance. "Oh, does Miss Fei Fei fancy him?" the middle-aged adventurer inquired, pointing at Yunyan. "Indeed, such a charming lad, as delightful as cream, is the very type my Fei Fei adores," she replied, deliberately throwing a flirtatious glance at Yunyan. "Ha ha." The middle-aged adventurer laughed boisterously, but his expression suddenly darkened as he glared menacingly at Yunyan, saying, "Boy, kneel and lick my toes, or you shall find it difficult to avoid death." Yunyan paid no heed, continuing to consume the food before him, yet he had begun to grow wary. Searching for the ultimate cause of the entire affair, discerning whether it was a conspiracy. Observing Yunyan's silence, the middle-aged man assumed he was intimidated and boasted arrogantly, "Kneel immediately. Do you hear me? Judging by the medal on your chest, you must be an outsider. Remove your medal and kneel before me, pleading for me to sell you to the slave market. Otherwise, your fate shall be exceedingly grim." "Ha ha ha. Spick, you've encountered a coward. No one pays you any mind. What can you do?" The middle-aged man, named Spick, was supported in his taunts by his companions. "I'm speaking to you, do you hear me? Kneel." Spick stepped forward, his robust arm reaching for the back of Yunyan's collar, intending to hoist him up and throw him out. "Get lost." To everyone's astonishment, Yunyan bellowed. And before Spick could lay a hand on him, he struck him with a punch that sent him flying. Spick rose from the chaotic array of tables and chairs, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and growled menacingly, "Kid, do you seek death? How dare you retaliate? No one can save you now." Spick's companions all stood up, their table now deserted except for a young nobleman, who was dressed in finery and fixated on Fei Fei's figure, desire unmistakable in his gaze. Recognizing the key figure, Yunyan smirked coldly, stood up, and pointed at the young nobleman, declaring, "I give you 10 seconds to kneel before me and apologize." "You're addressing me?" The nobleman stood up in outrage, glaring fiercely at Yunyan before sneering, "A dying man like you can say whatever you please. Soon your corpse will be undiscoverable. What is your name?" Yunyan suddenly inquired. "Humph, you are unworthy to know the name of this young master, as an outsider. You lack even the privilege to hear it. Very well, another nameless ghost shall be added to my collection." Yunyan rose, drawing his long knife, his form vanishing in an instant. To the readers, I humbly request your support for my new book, Seeking Collections and Recommendations. Thank you sincerely. Those who enjoy this tale may join the group at 2400-15448. Such audacity to disrespect me. Kill him. Dismember him. Leave no survivors. The young nobleman trembled with rage. His eyes wide with disbelief. He was a prominent noble from the imperial capital, deeply entrenched, with an extensive network of power. Even a sword saint would treat him with deference. Now, a mere third-tier swordsman dared to speak insolently to him. Utterly outrageous. You shall be the one to perish. Suddenly, the voice of Yunyan echoed in the ears of the young nobleman as a long blade descended from an astonishing angle, aimed directly at his neck. Startled, the young nobleman, a sixth-tier great swordsman himself, swiftly drew his sword, intending to turn and block the attack. Yet it was too late. The speed of the strike was unfathomable. Even at the first tier, it had been enough to catch a sixth-tier great swordsman off guard. Now, with the third-tier gale step, the velocity was so overwhelming that even a sword saint could merely summon their aura as a shield. A cry of despair escaped the young nobleman as he offered not even a semblance of resistance before Yunyan severed his head with a single stroke. The entire bar fell into an eerie silence, every patron frozen in shock, their gazes fixated on Yunyan. Killing a noble in the imperial capital was a grave offense. Even a seventh-tier sword saint would face imprisonment and relentless pursuit under the rigid hierarchy of laws. We are compelled to fight to the death. Lord Nyachalawan has been slain. And our only recourse is to eliminate you to atone for our sins. Suddenly, an entire table of great swordsmen sprang to their feet, baring their teeth in fury. Their eyes bloodshot and bodies trembling with rage. They, who were essentially the pampered servants of the nobility, could not escape death themselves after the murder of their master. Their only chance of survival lay in slaying Yunyan to redeem themselves through bloodshed. Kill him, sever his head, or we shall all perish, roared another great swordsman. His physique like iron forged in fire, wielding a massive sword and shield as he charged toward Yunyan with reckless abandon. Utilize all our ultimate techniques. This man must not be spared. A rogue leapt from the left, hands trembling as he produced two gleaming daggers, his body coiling like a drawn bow. Preparing to unleash his most potent attack, the blades shimmering with lethal intent as he darted toward Yunyan with the swiftness of lightning. In total, 13 sixth-tier great swordsmen from various vocations unleashed their most formidable techniques upon Yunyan, a strike potent enough to injure even a sword saint. However, Yunyan did not flinch or evade. Instead, he awaited the onslaught, his body splitting into 6 indistinguishable forms. No one could discern how he evaded their attacks. His true self, having utilized the Gale Step, vanished before the crowd. Sword Saint's clone. This is a divine technique. Everyone, be cautious. One voice boomed from the throng, reverberating throughout the bar, capturing the astonished attention of all as they fixated on the unfolding battle. Yet, the attackers remained oblivious to the fact that Yunyan had merely left behind his clones. His true self had already reappeared before Spick, the man he had previously sent flying, and with a swift stroke of his long blade, he mercilessly extinguished the latter's life. Once again, Yunyan employed the stealthy combat mode known as silent appearance and decapitation. The cries of over a dozen great swordsmen echoed throughout the arena each time Yunyan manifested. A head would soar into the air, resembling a specter, evading capture by any onlooker. 1, 2, 3, 10, 11. Only 3 great swordsmen remained on the battlefield. Ultimately, the psychological strain proved unbearable, prompting them to roar in desperation and flee. However, Yunyan was not inclined to let them escape. With a swift sweep of his blade, a flash of light emanated forth, as delicate as a cicada's wing, yet as swift as lightning. 3 more heads ascended, and the tavern was awash in crimson. Including the young noble, a total of 16 sixth-tier great swordsmen fell to Yunyan's hand, bestowing upon him an impressive 48,000 experience points, effortlessly propelling him to level 10. However, to ascend to level 11, the required experience doubled to 440,000, leaving 280,000 experience points only sufficient for a modest increase. Nonetheless, this was fortuitous. Yunyan now required a job change to reach level 11, for otherwise, any further accrual of experience would be squandered. A notification chimed, heralding the ascent of the hero to level 10, along with the opportunity to learn new skills. Yunyan opened the skill points. The Sword Saint's Storm had been illuminated, yet he was still unable to learn it. The requirements for acquiring the Sword Saint's Storm were surprisingly a class change and 1 million gold coins. How audacious you are. Unbeknownst to him, Fei Fei had already exited the bar and approached Yunyan from behind. Yunyan was taken aback. He had not sensed Fei Fei's arrival at all, clearly indicating that her strength far surpassed his own. Activating his detection skill, he directed his gaze towards Fei Fei's head. only to be immediately enveloped by a disorienting sensation of temporal disarray. Profession? Level? Ability? Yunyan was utterly speechless. Now, he could even assess an 8th-tier sword emperor, yet he was unable to gauge the strength of the alluring woman before him, indicating that her prowess had surpassed that of the sword emperor. Could she be a 9th tier? The thought sent a chill down his spine. Hey, handsome lad. I'm speaking to you. What is your name? Fei Fei smiled at Yunyan, her hat still obscuring half of her face, leaving no one able to discern the nature of the eyes hidden beneath its brim. Yunyan observed Fei Fei with a sense of vigilance, sensing the formidable energy that lay hidden within her, which instilled in him a profound sense of powerlessness. He spoke calmly. Yunyan, you are remarkably strong. Strong enough that I am unable to see through you. You are an intriguing individual. I have decided to accompany you for a while, but do not expect me to assist you in dealing with them. Fei Fei extended her slender finger forward, indicating that a group of individuals had firmly blocked the street in front of the bar. This was the response time of the aristocracy in the capital city, swiftly assembling their forces. Hundreds of 6th-tier great swordsmen, over 70 7th-tier sword saints and holy magi had already enveloped the hotel, while several battle eagles soared overhead, clearly indicating that news had been relayed, and they were aware of Yunyan's extraordinary abilities. Among these individuals stood a middle-aged man, dressed as a noble, with a long face and cold brows, his countenance sinister and emaciated, his gaze fixated on Yunyan, akin to a venomous serpent poised to strike. His strength revealed to be that of a 7th-tier sword saint. Behind the middle-aged man stood numerous silver-armored swordsmen, and on a robust white horse, a plump middle-aged woman covered her face, sobbing. She pointed at Yunyan, venomous curses spilling from her lips. You vile native, you have slain my son, my only son. Caitlin, you shall pay dearly for this. You must kneel and repent, curse yourself to hell, relinquish all your divine abilities, and then take your own life in atonement. Otherwise, your fate will be utterly tragic. You will find it difficult to even die. After her tirade, she seemed unsatisfied with her words, glaring fiercely as she continued her denunciation. You wretched outsider, you deserve to die. Killing you 1,000 times would not quench my hatred. You should be subjected to 1,000 cuts, tortured to death. Suddenly, the middle-aged man stepped forward, addressing Yunyan. You, at merely the 3rd tier, have managed to kill so many of my 6th-tier subordinates. You are indeed a genius, however. Today you shall perish here. The continent of Yalaran shall no longer bear your footprints. Nevertheless, I, Dematuruan, can offer you a chance. If you surrender your divine abilities and reveal the secrets behind your capacity to slay 6th-tier foes at such a low level, then I may consider sparing your life, albeit stripping you of all your fighting spirit, rendering you a mere slave. What? No, such terms are far too generous. This man must be eliminated. At most, he should relinquish his divine abilities for a swift end. Caitlin's expression hardened, as if she was making a significant concession. Yunyan gazed at them, suddenly bursting into laughter. Dematulo furrowed his brow, fixating on Yunyan, and said, What do you find amusing? You have slain my son. And now I demand that you surrender your divine technique. I shall then cripple your fighting spirit and spare your life. What more could you possibly desire? My clemency in not killing you is the greatest mercy I can bestow. For today, not only shall one heartless beast of a son perish from your family, it seems a deluded couple must also meet their end. Yunyan remained expressionless, yet the barbs in his words could draw blood, especially Caitlina, whose face turned pale with rage, trembling violently, wishing she could tear Yunyan apart on the spot, her malevolent gaze akin to that of a cobra poised to strike. You wretched creature, no one can save you now. Whether in the heavens or on earth, even in the distant stars, I will drag you back. You cannot even die at your own behest. You are stripped of that right. Caitlina quaked with fury, pointing an accusatory finger at Yunyan, her entire body quivering with rage. You are exceedingly arrogant, yet woefully ignorant of your own insignificance. I advise you to surrender your divine technique and make amends. I am a person of great magnanimity. Dematulo continued to glare at Yunyan, a tempest of anger and excitement brewing within him. The divine technique was a coveted skill sought after by every practitioner. A son could be reborn, but such a technique was nearly impossible to obtain, far more valuable than his disappointing offspring. Besides, as a nobleman, he could readily find a few illegitimate children outside the family. Caitlina continued her frenzied tirade. No, he cannot be spared. He must die today, and in the most gruesome way imaginable. His hands and feet should be severed and cast into a dung pit. And he must not be allowed to perish, living instead in filth, reduced to the most despicable and lowly of creatures. And his family, relatives, friends, and wife must all be hunted down and exterminated, the men turned into slaves, the women sold into prostitution, condemned for generations to the lowest echelons of society. Caitlina's words were appallingly venomous, even dragging those close to Union into her vile rhetoric, particularly his wife, Uter, who was his sanctum and must not be desecrated. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Union's eyes as he coldly addressed Caitlin. "You shall die." The final word had barely escaped his lips when Union activated his gale step, leaping forward with a fierce strike. Even under the illumination of the battle eagle, Union's translucent form became evident. However, the effects of the third-level gale step rendered the scene before anyone's eyes a mere blur, revealing only a long silhouette akin to a chain of phantoms. With a flash of icy light, a sharp long blade pierced through Caitlin without restraint. This astonishing act left everyone astounded. Union had dared to kill in front of hundreds of 6th-tier great sword masters and dozens of 7th-tier sword saints. No one was prepared for such an audacious act, nor did they have time to react, as Caitlin, the wife of Dimitrilevin, was utterly slain by Union. Caitlin could scarcely believe her eyes, clutching her chest where blood flowed, desperately attempting to shatter this nightmare. "This is the consequence of desecrating Udur," Union bellowed, withdrawing his long blade, blood gushing from Caitlin's body as she succumbed to silence. "So audacious. You are forcing my hand." Dimitrilevin trembled with rage, utterly incensed. There was no room for negotiation any longer. First, his son was slain, and now his wife. The entire Tillervin family could not tolerate such a blemish. If he did not eliminate Union today, he would lose even the scant power he held. "Kill him. Completely eliminate him." Without hesitation, Dimitrilevin roared, drawing his long sword and charging at Union. Union skillfully parried Dimitrilevin's strike, yet the substantial disparity in their fighting spirit proved to be a significant disadvantage for him. His body involuntarily retreated, compounded by Dimitrilevin's aerial advantage, which afforded him a commanding position. Once more, a sword stroke was unleashed. This particular thrust was exceedingly cunning. With a sudden flick of his wrist, Dimitrievin directed the blade's tip straight towards Union's eyes. At this moment, Union had just utilized his doppelganger technique, and his gale step was still on cooldown. He could only rely on his exceptionally swift reflexes to lean back slightly, narrowly evading the strike. In terms of reaction speed, he surpassed Dimitrilevin by a hair's breadth. Such remarkable reflexes astonished Dimitrilevin. Union's reaction time had been a mere 1/10 of a second. Yet, he promptly made the most astute choice. With such reaction capabilities alone, one could become an unparalleled master of swordsmanship, possessing such a divine skill and extraordinary talent. He was truly a child of destiny. Unbeknownst to him, Union's reflexes were honed through his former career in esports, especially while playing the game Chahai, which placed great emphasis on reaction time. The quicker the response, the greater the likelihood of gaining the upper hand. Having evaded Dimitrilevin's sword strike, Union advanced rather than retreating, his long blade slicing fiercely towards the latter's chest. Dimitrilev chuckled lightly. The horizontal slash lacked the necessary force to achieve its maximum potential, and he could easily deflect the blade using his fighting spirit, especially since Union's center of gravity was still positioned towards the rear, rendering him unstable and wide open. If he merely blocked this strike, he could plunge his sword into Union's chest. Still somewhat inexperienced, Dimitrilevin's gaze was filled with disdain as he stood his ground, his white fighting spirit unfurling as his long sword lunged towards Union's chest. The long blade made contact first with Dimitrilevin's protective fighting spirit, and contrary to his expectations of the blade being repelled, it instead radiated a dazzling star-like brilliance, cleaving through his protective barrier with ease, slicing through his body as if tearing a thin sheet of paper, effortlessly bisecting him. Impossible. I must be dreaming. What kind of skill is this? Dimitrilevin's eyes widened in disbelief as he realized his body had been severed in two. Yet, in the next moment, the strength within him dissipated entirely, and a wave of immense pain surged through his nerves, engulfing all his consciousness. The wings of battle faded, and half of his body plummeted to the ground. "This is a 16-fold fatal strike," Union remarked coldly, retracting his long blade. Union gradually mastered the entire process of triggering a fatal strike. Through countless battles, he delicately sensed that the fighting spirit lay in his hand in a wondrous form, waiting for the moment of activation, just before unleashing a fatal blow. This energy would coalesce upon the blade, allowing for an astonishing 16-fold fatal strike within merely 3 or 4 slashes. However, Union circumvented the initial process, directing the fighting spirit into the blade through sheer will. significantly enhancing the probability of a fatal strike, thus achieving an almost miraculous effect. Yet, such a method bore a tremendous cost. The system would temporarily conceal the fatal strike, rendering it unusable for at least 10 minutes. And it inflicted a form of damage upon his arm, one that Yunyan sensed might be permanent. Although he was aware of the immense price he paid to onlookers, he appeared almost otherworldly, a third-tier great swordsman effortlessly cleaving a sword saint in half with mere 3 moves. The impact was enough to astonish the entire imperial capital, as no such prodigy had ever emerged from the continent of Arolan. Even the 7th-tier family guards and 6th-tier servants of the Tullivan family momentarily forgot their intent to attack Yunyan within the span of 3 seconds. All were ensnared in a state of shock, gazing at him with expressions of reverence. The sound of hooves echoed, and suddenly, a contingent of nobles approached from behind the Tullivan family, adorned with the emblem of the unified mountain sparrow family in resplendent attire. They were a group from the Tullivan family, exuding an overwhelming presence, all above the 7th tier. A robust middle-aged man stepped forward, his demeanor commanding as he surveyed the deceased before him. He spoke, "Damar Tullivan, this foolish individual has descended to such depths, slain by a mere 3rd-tier swordsman. He is utterly unworthy to be called a descendant of the Tullivan family. Henceforth, Damar Tullivan and Niao Tullivan are expelled from the family. The entire Tullivan lineage shall bear no trace of their existence." The middle-aged man then turned his gaze upon Yunyan, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. Suddenly, a gleam flashed in his eyes as golden fighting spirit erupted from his being. Golden wings unfurled, radiating divine light as he ascended to a height of 100 meters. The golden war blade in his hand poised to strike down, utterly unstoppable. Yunyan felt the overwhelming force of the strike and realized that evasion was futile. He could only await the pivotal moment when the golden battle knife came before him, utilizing his clone to evade. Otherwise, he had no other recourse. With a resounding clang, the middle-aged man's body halted mid-air, as if struck by an invisible force suspended in the air. He scanned his surroundings nervously and bellowed, "Which master of the imperial throne dares to show themselves? I, Lavin of the Huangzhang clan, await your presence." The audacity of the Tullivan family was astonishing in broad daylight. They gathered to cause trouble, a crime in itself. "Lord Huangzhang, what do you have to say about this?" Suddenly, Fei Fei appeared beside Yunyan, a finely crafted goblin firearm resting upon her shoulder, adorned with intricate magical runes, emanating the aura of a quasi-artifact. Brazen fool. An elderly man with hair as white as snow emerged, draped in a voluminous robe, shimmering with iridescent battle wings, encased in a faint aura of fighting spirit. He revealed himself to be a 9th-tier sword emperor. Upon his arrival, he fixed an intense gaze upon Fei Fei and declared, "Young girl, you are but a junior sword emperor. How dare you speak of the Tullivan family? Withdraw at once, lest you bring misfortune upon yourself. Old man, has age dimmed your vision? My allure is mature and captivating. Only handsome men are worthy of conversing with me. Who are you to address me?" Fei Fei retorted, her tone laced with scorn. "Impudent wretch." The old man trembled with rage, pointing a finger as a destructive beam of multicolored sword light surged forth. This seemingly simple strike was, in fact, extraordinarily sharp. The aura of destruction coalesced, and the sword was inscribed with countless runes, erupting in a series of explosive sounds, breaking through barriers at astonishing speed. "Old fellow, you've long since lost your edge." Fei Fei puffed out her chest alluringly, twirling her firearm with nonchalance as she pulled the trigger of the goblin firearm, seemingly indifferent to the impending sword light. With a deafening crack, the goblin firearm discharged a radiant projectile. No one could discern the events as the colossal sword light was obliterated. Imperial-level fighting spirit scattering in all directions, sending the group of 6th-tier servants tumbling in chaos. A quasi-artifact indeed. The elder, slightly taken aback, swiftly regained his composure and addressed Fei Fei, "Esteemed lady, I am Maibot Tullivan. This matter concerns the honor of the Tullivan family. May I request your assistance? I assure you, ample rewards shall be offered." Thus, the elder revealed himself as Maibot Tullivan. He retreated a step, yet his eyes gleamed with malice. In his heart, Maibot Tullivan schemed. This young woman, merely in her 20s, possesses the strength of a 9th tier, a prodigy indeed. If I can keep her compliant, I shall eliminate this boy to uncover his secrets, then capture her. Should she belong to a powerful family, I shall ravage her and exchange her for vast wealth. If not, she will serve as my personal slave for life. Fei Fei suddenly fell silent, facing Maibot Tullivan, as though contemplating a weighty decision. Yunyan remained remarkably composed. firmly believing that Fei Fei's assistance was driven by her own motives, and she would not easily yield. He maintained a state of high vigilance, ready to flee at the first sign of danger. Even in the face of the Sword Emperor, with the Wind Step and his clones, he believed there was a slender chance of escape. You have 10 seconds to contemplate. Macboutlaw seemed to hold the advantage. Old fool. My gun says there's no time for idle chatter. Fei Fei exclaimed, taking the initiative with a half-crouch, her resplendent battle wings fluttering like colorful butterfly wings. The long spear she wielded was infused with vibrant battle aura, surging into it in waves. Macboutlaw's white beard trembled, his complexion turning ashen with rage as he beheld the gathering battle aura on the firearm. His pupils constricted as he bellowed, quickly step back. She is about to unleash a 9th-tier battle skill. You cannot withstand it. Any contact will turn you to dust. Macboutlaw himself gathered battle aura, conjuring an ancient greatsword in his right hand, adorned with intricate magical runes that shimmered like stars, exuding the aura of a 9th-tier artifact. The old man's battle aura spread like dissipating smoke, enveloping the area with a pressure emanating from his domain, causing the space to distort. A person standing upright appeared as a skewed image. This was the marvel of the 9th tier, capable of altering the natural laws through one's domain. Child. Only those who comprehend the mid-level of the 9th tier can wield a domain. You are no match for me, Macboutlaw proclaimed, striding forward with an air of arrogance, embodying the essence of an unmatched powerhouse. Unleash your full might. Pursue relentlessly. Fei Fei suddenly cried out, the muzzle of her firearm unleashing a bolt of purple lightning star orb, the tremendous recoil propelling her backward. The force capable of repelling even the Sword Emperor was unimaginable, akin to the strength of a mountain. As the lightning star orb soared, it traced a massive arc toward Macboutlaw, the twisted domain space rendered ineffective before the orb, which pierced through directly to him. True to his title as the Sword Emperor, Macboutlaw swung his sword, deflecting the imperceptible star orb with a single stroke. Yet the orb did not vanish. After flying some distance, it returned, dancing around him, darting left and right with astonishing speed, temporarily suppressing Macboutlaw. What are you waiting for? Come with me. Fei Fei suddenly soared to Yunyan's side, enveloped in battle aura, and together they ascended into the sky. Though Macboutlaw attempted to intervene, he was struck down by Fei Fei's spear, blood pouring from his wounds. Just as they reached the top of the building, a colossal domain suddenly descended from above, belonging to a man with golden hair, wielding a golden greatsword and clad in golden armor, resembling a golden war god, radiating an imposing presence. Upon seeing Fei Fei, the man spoke directly. Fei Fei, since you have arrived, why must you leave so soon? What, do you intend to obstruct me, Landiatus, the esteemed crown prince? Fei Fei came to a halt before Randius, the golden-hued prince, who was none other than the firstborn of the great emperor, possessing the formidable prowess of a 9th-tier sword emperor. I shall not impede your path, but do you truly believe he is a more suitable candidate than I? Randius inquired, a gentle smile gracing his handsome and noble visage as he gazed upon Fei Fei. Fei Fei maintained an unwavering gaze, obscured beneath the broad brim of her hat, rendering her eyes invisible to all. He may not be entirely fitting, yet I perceive a glimmer of hope within him. No, what you see is not hope for. Suddenly, Randius vanished, only to reappear, his golden sword poised just an inch from Yunyan's face. His voice resonated once more, because he is already dead. The Sword Emperor launched a surprise attack. Yunyan should have been utterly obliterated. Yet, in that moment, an unforeseen event unfolded. Bang! Yunyan's form transformed into a wisp of smoke, revealing a mere doppelganger. In that moment, everyone was taken aback, unaware that Yunyan had already made his escape. Even beneath the watchful eyes of 2 9th-level Sword Emperors, Fei Fei had merely ensnared a projection of Yunyan. This exemplifies Yunyan's nature. He trusts no one absolutely and always keeps an escape route. The correctness of his choice has been substantiated. The expression on the Crown Prince's face was unmistakably one of fury. As a Sword Emperor, he had been outmaneuvered by a mere 3rd-level great swordsman. Yet, beyond this outward anger, his heart brimmed with astonishment. A 3rd-level swordsman, seemingly no more than 20 years old, possessed such meticulous thought. Should he mature, he would undoubtedly become an exceptional powerhouse. Such a figure must be apprehended and eradicated in his infancy. This was also attributable to the remarkable nature of Yunyan's mirror doppelgangers, which bore an identical aura to his true self, temperature, heartbeat. Even each strand of hair appeared as if looking into a mirror, indistinguishable even to a Sword Emperor. Fei Fei, incensed by Randy's ambush, had no time to evade. She was, after all, a low-tier Sword Emperor. While Randy had already attained the prowess of a top-tier Sword Emperor, their disparity as vast as heaven and earth. Randy, you remain as unscrupulous and despicable as ever. Upon uttering this, Fei clenched a scroll in her hand, and in a flash, she vanished without a trace, leaving everyone oblivious to her whereabouts. The instant Fei disappeared, Randy's demeanor twisted into a malicious sneer as he bellowed, "Incompetence, you are all utterly useless. That third-level great swordsman was a traitor to the Empire. Relay my orders, a nationwide manhunt, kill on sight. Whoever brings me his head shall be rewarded with 1,000 purple jade coins and the title of Baron. Yes, we shall obey the prince's command." An 8th-level sword emperor, clad in white armor, standard imperial attire, approached with a bow, his golden battle wings flaring, signifying his formidable combat prowess. "And you, the Tullenwen family. Heed my warning. Fei is under my protection. Who dares to lay a hand on her?" Randy's piercing gaze bore down on the members of the Tullenwen family. The Tullenwen family, with the exception of Sword Emperor Maibot Tullenwen, all knelt in trepidation, their eyes averted in fear. Maibot Tullenwen slightly bowed, performing a noble salute, and respectfully replied, "Maibot Tullenwen shall remember the prince's teachings." "Humph, old fool, mind your manners," Randy cautioned, his eyes flashing like lightning, is imposing aura pressing heavily upon them. Maibot Tullenwen, being affiliated with the second prince, was already a target of Randy's suppression. However, the Tullenwen family's profound roots in the imperial capital meant that he could not recklessly eradicate this noble line. "Yes, I thank the prince for his mercy." Maibot Tullenwen displayed no signs of disrespect, showcasing his cunning, ensuring that Randy had no opportunity to unleash his ire. Randy glared fiercely at Maibot Tullenwen, ultimately snorting coldly before turning away with a throng of followers. Following Randy, an array of combat wings unfurled. With over 1,000 7th-tier sword saints and more than 100 8th-tier sword emperors present, this was the majesty of the prince. In other noble families, they could serve as esteemed guardians, enjoying special privileges. However, here, they were relegated to mere ordinary guards. It was only after the Grand Prince's departure that Maibot led his family members away, his expression dark and silent. The Tullenwen family had suffered a tremendous loss, not only having their direct lineage obliterated by a mere 3rd-tier great swordsman, but also enduring profound humiliation at the hands of the Grand Prince. This resentment brewed within Maibot, particularly towards Yunyan, who had now become his target for vengeance. As for Fei, in Maibot's mind, she was relegated to the status of a plaything, a slave to be toyed with. He even fantasized about possessing a sword emperor as a slave, envisioning the glory that such an acquisition would bestow upon the Tullenwen family. All would come to fruition in a month's time. The capital would soon undergo a transformation. Maibot gazed at the heavens, as if everything he desired lay within their expanse. Meanwhile, the guards throughout the capital busily commenced the search for Yunyan, issuing a warrant for his capture. Yet, in such a vast metropolis, locating a single individual was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. With hundreds of billions of inhabitants and boundless territory encompassing the 4 seas, as long as Yunyan did not stir up too much trouble, he would remain unnoticed. Everyone presumed that Yunyan had fled the scene, perhaps retreating to some secluded corner, never to emerge again. However, he emerged from a tavern, his magical robe completely shrouding his appearance and form, rendering him unrecognizable to anyone who might have been searching for him. The recent escape of Yunyan can be described as a resolute determination to rely solely on his own convictions, firmly believing that fate must be grasped in his own hands and never relinquished to others. However, being reduced to a mere pariah is an exceedingly frustrating predicament, compelling him to masquerade as a magician while traversing the bustling streets. With only a 3rd-tier aura, a 3rd-tier magician in the imperial capital is regarded as nothing more than a commoner, devoid of any social standing, and must rely on serving others to make a living. After spending 3 days in the imperial capital, Yunyan has gleaned a wealth of information. The entire capital occupies half of the vast ATIS empire, a truly colossal realm where the genuine nobility has deeply rooted itself over the course of millennia. The civilization of magic has flourished to a remarkable degree, with the divine rank representing the most formidable guardians of the entire capital. Among them, the 7th Emperor of ATIS is a divine being, having lived from ancient times to the present, shrouded in mystery and absent for centuries. Currently, the 30th Emperor of ATIS has reigned over the empire for 300 years, nearing the limits of his lifespan as a swordsman. The powers of the various princes have also reached their zenith, particularly the 1st and 2nd princes, who have attained the pinnacle of swordsmanship and have long coveted the throne. The clandestine struggles for power are marked by intense rivalry and bloodshed. Beyond the noble conflicts, Life for commoners in the capital is equally arduous, burdened by daily labor. Those below the 6th tier are considered commoners, especially warriors, for whom failing to reach the 6th tier means a life without prospects. Magicians, revered wherever they go for their erudition and talents, enjoy a considerable status in the capital. However, their lack of battlefield survival skills before reaching the 7th tier confines them to servitude, merely earning a livelihood. In the long term, they face significant challenges in achieving prominence. Living in the imperial capital also confers immense advantages, as the warrior system is well structured, with various academies categorizing warriors into 9 distinct professions: swordsmen, berserkers, assassins, magic archers, knights, sword and shield warriors, dragon knights, paladins, and light knights. Training methods for those below the 6th tier are readily available upon enrollment, serving as foundational knowledge. Magicians are categorized into 6 schools: lightning, wind, water, earth, light, and darkness, with a unified training methodology allowing students to easily learn all spells within the 6th tier upon entering an academy. However, the admission requirements for these academies are quite stringent. One must be a prodigy, recommended by a noble, and be prepared to expend considerable wealth, for without such resources, enrollment would be unattainable. However, once one enters the academy, graduation is invariably at the 7th tier, as only those of the 7th tier are permitted to graduate. Consequently, upon graduation, a multitude of nobles and influential factions converge to recruit. Within the imperial capital, the 4 dominant forces, the Church of Light, the Mage Guild, the Swordsman Guild, and the Mercenary Guild, thrive, serving as a platform for commoners to ascend. Each year, these 4 guilds nurture tens of thousands of promising individuals, fortifying their ranks with a reserve of talent. Rising through their ranks can equally earn one the recognition of the empire. Naturally, the population of the imperial capital is immense, and to stand out among billions of young individuals, becoming part of that rare 1 in 10,000 is undoubtedly a feat reserved for the elite of the elite. At present, Union is acutely aware of the overwhelming pressure surrounding him. His immediate objective is to locate the Dark Gold Space Gem and subsequently seek out Udyr. However, attempting to seize such a formidable artifact from a colossal entity is akin to plucking scales from a dragon, an endeavor fraught with peril. Given his current capabilities, this ambition is nothing short of a fantastical dream. Now, with a bounty placed on him by the Crown Prince, the imperial capital is rife with Saint-tier warriors. While the Sword Emperor is revered, he is not alone in his might. Only the Sword Sovereign represents the pinnacle of power. At present, facing even the Saint-tier poses grave dangers, necessitating an urgent enhancement of his strength and a swift transition in his profession. Otherwise, his abilities will remain stagnant, rendering the quest for Udyr a mere illusion, an impractical pursuit. In the depths of his thoughts, Union reflected that a month had elapsed since the Lich's emergence, a span not too lengthy. Despite the Lich's mere 8th tier strength, it represented an undeniably formidable presence, each of its abilities capable of cataclysmic devastation. Union surmised that upon its arrival, the Lich could annihilate any 8th tier Sword Sovereign in an instant. Even a Sword Emperor might find it a daunting adversary, possessing a similar capability of overcoming opponents of higher rank. This had always been a latent threat lurking within him, one that could not be overlooked. In pursuit of augmenting his power, Union found it necessary to reapply for his identity medal. Entering the Naga Temple's competition under the guise of a prodigy proficient in both demonic swordsmanship and dual cultivation. During this tournament, he refrained from employing his signature techniques such as Gale Steps and Doppelganger, relying solely on his own swordsmanship to vanquish his opponents. Faced with Union's extraordinary attributes and formidable offensive prowess, his adversaries could only succumb in defeat. Moreover, the challengers assigned to Union during the trials were all capped at 5th tier, for it was, after all, a trial competition. The organizers would not overtly assign insurmountable foes. Yet, it was evident that the lower tier slots were fewer, necessitating Union to conquer a greater number of opponents to secure his place. Kid, you may be a genius, but step aside now. My father is a count, my grandfather a marquis, our lineage is steeped in nobility. You, a mere commoner, exist only to serve me and cannot contend with my standing, bellowed yet another young noble as he confronted Union on the arena. Union remained silent, wielding a silver greatsword with such finesse that it spun like a tempest, moving with astonishing swiftness until he stood before the nobleman. This young aristocrat, a 4th tier dragon knight, brandished a dragon spear and donned resplendent silver armor, his weapon imbued with multiple attributes, representing the pinnacle of 4th tier craftsmanship. Every piece of his equipment was of the same caliber, imbuing him with formidable defense, rendering him a veritable fortress of power. He had approached the arena with the intention to cleave his opponents asunder with brute force and superior gear. Upon witnessing Yunyan's greatsword cleave toward him, the nobleman did not retreat. Instead, he charged forward with valor, swinging his dragon spear in a manner reminiscent of a crescent moon slicing through the night sky. As the spear approached, Yunyan leapt into the air, landing upon the shaft of the spear itself, launching a fierce counterattack. With a powerful kick to the nobleman's chest, he sent him sprawling to the ground, the greatsword now poised threateningly at his throat. Contestant 106 emerges victorious, the referee proclaimed loudly. The nobleman, begrudgingly accepting his defeat, withdrew without further confrontation. In the trials of the imperial capital, a loss is simply a loss. There are no allowances for rule-breaking, and even if there were, a noble of his lowly status lacked the standing to challenge such norms. With a formidable greatsword in hand and possessing extraordinary attributes, Yunyan effortlessly ascended to the top 10, securing a coveted position in the trials of the Naga Temple. Concurrently, all competitors for the trials were selected, predominantly comprising nobles from the three major provinces, the imperial capital, Valoran, and Bailing. These elite young nobles, still bearing traces of youth, were adorned in opulent and flamboyant attire. Additionally, a small number of commoner prodigies, like Yunyan, had fought their way to the finals through sheer prowess, earning their rightful places. Among the notable figures, Yunyan recognized one, Myerba from Doran City, who had also arrived at the imperial capital, with Annie Doran dutifully trailing behind him like a little lamb. Simultaneously, the lords of Bailing and Valoran provinces, Ybel Bailing and Badi Valoran, were present. Ybel Bailing was a portly, elderly gentleman, his face glistening and clad in a voluminous battle robe, reminiscent of a wealthy merchant who had been indulging in comfort for far too long. Badi Valoran, an elder draped in a dark magical robe, sat with his eyes closed, his posture erect, exuding an undeniable aura of authority, flanked by two middle-aged swordsmen, each emanating the subtle yet formidable presence of 8th-tier sword emperors. As the trial competition concluded and the participants were finalized, the three lords and the prince jointly presided over the ceremony, opening the temporal tunnel leading to the Naga Temple. A total of 100 trialists entered, each equipped with an abundance of magical consumables, including disposable magical shields and area damage spells, signifying a well-prepared endeavor. As Yunyan traversed the temporal tunnel, he found himself enveloped by peculiar runes adorning the walls, radiating immense magical energy. It felt as though his body was being folded by the very fabric of space, creating an extraordinary sensation where his limbs appeared distorted yet remained unscathed. The experience within this temporal passage induced a dizzying effect, warping his vision into a surreal spectacle. After traversing approximately 100 yards through the tunnel, Yunyan felt as if he had crossed countless dimensions, ultimately arriving once more at the familiar 4th level of the Naga Temple. The atmosphere within the temple was still saturated with the essence of water elements, cascading like waves and enveloping him in a gentle embrace that posed no harm, but rather nourished his skin, rendering it more supple and radiant. Wow! The concentration of water elements here is astonishing. I feel that after a month of cultivation, I could immediately ascend to the holy tier, exclaimed a water mage, trembling with excitement. Indeed, this place was nothing short of a paradise for water mages, allowing for a cultivation pace 100 times faster than outside. Another holy mage expressed similar sentiments. The water mage, overwhelmed by such a fortuitous opportunity, settled down on the ground to meditate, aspiring to enhance his abilities and return to the imperial capital laden with riches. Even several lower-tier mages took a seat, visibly affected by the dense elemental aura. While it was toxic to fire mages, it proved beneficial to others, facilitating a rapid increase in their magical prowess. Yunyan distinctly sensed that the magical power within the mages who had begun to meditate was rapidly ascending, particularly evident in the water mage of great renown. However, he also observed a peculiar trend. Those who had commenced their cultivation were commoners, seemingly eager to elevate their abilities, while the nobles exhibited a demeanor of caution and vigilance. As the final trialist entered the temple space, the time-space tunnel gradually sealed, and the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Nobles from the imperial capital, the Baron province, the Doran province, and the Valoran province each formed their factions, instantly bristling with tension. Humph! A rabble of commoners, yearning to ascend to greatness. Suddenly, among the nobles of the imperial capital, a sword saint surged forth, and with a single strike, he cleaved the rapidly advancing archmage in two, leaving him lifeless on the ground. "Oh, how dare you disregard the rules and engage in fratricide?" Upon witnessing the death of the archmage before him, a seated commoner maid shrieked, conjuring a magical shield and hastily retreating. "You lowly wretch, who are you to speak of rules?" The sword saint's blade slashed once more, severing the fifth-tier mage at the waist. The remaining mages screamed and took flight, yet the nobles, united in their enmity, launched a concerted attack against the commoner mages, swiftly eliminating them all without exception. After the slaughter of the mages, the nobles returned to gaze menacingly at Yunyan and his companions. One noble from the imperial capital bellowed at the common trialists, "You are nothing but a bunch of despicable beings, aspiring to partake in the temple trials. You are fit only to be slaves, serving us. You possess no dignity, no standing, merely the lowest of the low. Now, kneel before us and accept your servitude. I may spare your lives, but you have but 3 seconds to comply." 1. The majority of common warriors knelt, overwhelmed with humiliation yet powerless to resist. Only 4 young sword saints, alongside Yunyan, stood defiantly. These 4 common sword saints were formidable, making it no simple task for the nobles to vanquish them. Yet Yunyan, merely a 3rd-tier mage, appeared particularly out of place. "You step forward." A 6th-tier sword master noble pointed at Yunyan. Yunyan gazed at him, coldly inquiring, "Are you referring to me? What nonsense! If not you, then who? Come out immediately, you wretched scoundrel!" The noble roared, "Curse be it!" Merely uttering those 2 words, Yunyan's figure vanished, only to reappear with a long blade that pierced the noble through, devoid of any resistance, causing him to collapse instantly. Among the aristocrats of the imperial capital, one member of the Tullivan family, upon spotting Yunyan, began to scream in terror. "It's him! It's Yunyan, the wanted criminal who dared to offend the crown prince," slipping away right under the noses of the 2 sword emperors and slaughtering 6th-tier professionals as effortlessly as one might consume a meal. Once he finished his exclamation, Yunyan's gaze pierced through him. The Tullivan family member felt a chilling sensation creep around his neck, rendering him unable to meet Yunyan's eyes, and he swiftly retreated. An overwhelming fear gripped his heart. A 3rd-tier great swordsman capable of contending with an 8th-tier sword emperor must harbor secrets of unfathomable magnitude. He dared not to test his fate. Yet, Yunyan would not relent. As soon as his wind step cooldown concluded, he swiftly executed another strike, severing the noble's head, leaving his face etched with sheer terror in his final moments. With merely a 6th-tier status, he stood no chance against Yunyan's onslaught and was obliterated instantaneously. Having entered the fray and dispatched 2 individuals, both 6th-tier great swordsmen, left everyone momentarily stunned, even halting the attention of the sword saints among the nobles, who fixated their gaze upon Yunyan, observing that Yunyan was merely a 3rd tier, yet effortlessly capable of slaying 6th-tier professionals. Expressions of avarice involuntarily blossomed on the faces of all present, as they fantasized about what it would be like to possess such divine skills. Their fervent gazes seemed as if they could melt Yunyan away. "Let us all charge together. He is but one man. Killing him will be as easy as squashing an ant." "Do not fear," bellowed a noble sword saint, by now perceiving Yunyan as succulent prey, a delectable lamb. "Indeed, let us all attack. He possesses divine techniques that could significantly enhance our powers, perhaps even allowing us to transcend to the 10th-tier divine level and become the rulers of the continent." Another sword saint echoed, his shout igniting greed in the eyes of most professionals, banishing their fears. Suddenly, an icy arrow shot towards Yunyan, the frigid aura sealing off all avenues of retreat. With a swift motion, Yunyan brandished his sword to deflect the icy arrow, yet a profound chill surged through his body, rendering his movements sluggish. Having suffered a grievous blow, he found himself unable to flee. The mage summoned a battle hawk to thwart his attempts at invisibility. The aristocrats of the imperial capital immediately erupted in a cacophony of roars, descending upon Yunyan like ravenous wolves. As Yunyan's pupils constricted, he swiftly conjured 5 illusions to shield himself, while his true form retreated to escape the scene. However, 3 sword saints, wielding their combat wings, relentlessly pursued him from the sky. Among them was an archer, brandishing a magnificent blue-patterned longbow, unleashing a barrage of ice arrows to seal off his escape route. Another was a knight sword saint, charging forth with his tower shield held steadfast before him, crashing through like a rampaging bull, leaving a trail of splintered trees in his wake, a testament to his formidable strength. The last was a berserker sword saint, wielding a long blade that cut through the air faster than his companions, its edge shimmering with a blinding light, exuding an aura of destruction. "You cannot escape. Meet your demise," the archer declared, standing defiantly in midair, knocking 3 arrows to his bowstring and unleashing them in a fierce volley, effectively annihilating Yunyan's path of retreat. Yunyan paid no heed, focusing solely on his escape. In the fleeting moment when 3 ice arrows were upon him, he suddenly leaped into the air, his body exhibiting unparalleled agility, evading all 3 arrows in one deft motion. What astonishing reflexes! Is this truly a human? A 7th-tier archer, unable to comprehend, stared wide-eyed in disbelief. As soon as Yunyan touched down, the berserker charged forward, swinging his broadsword down upon him. The white aura surged forth like a cascading torrent. Should it strike, it would undoubtedly reduce him to mere fragments. With a swift motion, Yunyan wielded his blade overhead, engaging in a contest of offensive prowess. Fearless, he unleashed an attack exceeding 400 in strength, rivaling the might of the Sword Saint. Throughout his recent trials, he had discovered a new technique, the shockwave slash. With a thunderous roar, Yunyan summoned his inner energy, causing the long blade in his grasp to resonate violently as he altered its vibrational frequency through a fierce outpouring of combat energy. Clang! The 2 longswords clashed, producing a resonant echo that reverberated through the air. A paralyzing high-frequency vibration surged along the blade, reaching the palms of the berserker Sword Saint, causing his grip to falter and his sword to drop. Undeterred, Yunyan's blade continued its relentless path, cleaving through the berserker's form. A chilling scream escaped the berserker Sword Saint as his violent inner energy erupted, dissipating rapidly. Struck down by Yunyan's decisive blow, the approaching knight was taken aback, his wings of battle flapping wildly as he gazed at Yunyan in terror. Witnessing Yunyan effortlessly dispatch the berserker with what seemed to be a mere stroke, one that did not even approach its full potential, left the berserker Sword Saint defenseless, creating an utterly surreal scene. What martial technique did you employ? The knight's Sword Saint bellowed, stepping back and raising his great shield in front of him. Yunyan disregarded him and instead turned her gaze towards the archer in the sky. In an instant, her body transformed into a long, ethereal shadow, swiftly advancing towards the archer with the intent to strike. With an unexpected burst of determination, Yunyan activated the Gale Step, launching a swift assault slash towards the archer suspended in midair. The unparalleled speed of the 3rd-tier Gale Step manifested once more, compelling even the Sword Saint's reflexes to unleash a chaotic surge of fighting spirit. It was astonishingly fast. The archer, taken aback, hastily erected a protective barrier of fighting spirit, frantically flapping his battle wings in a desperate attempt to evade the assault slash. However, the very essence of the assault slash was an absolute lock-on, even if he were to employ spatial magic to teleport into the distant void of outer space. The assault slash would still pursue him relentlessly, striking down with unwavering precision as dictated by the system. This was the formidable nature of the assault slash, an inescapable fate, akin to a relentless parasite. A resonating hum echoed as the long blade collided forcefully with the archer's protective barrier, producing a high-frequency roar. The close-range vibrations sent a tremor throughout the archer's body, momentarily clouding his vision and causing a fleeting pause in his thoughts. Yunyan unexpectedly fused the vibrational blade into the Gale Step, significantly enhancing the additional attributes of the latter, coupled with an attack power exceeding 400. He shattered the archer's protective aura, driving the long blade straight toward his chest. Clang! The infallible Sword Saint's blade was surprisingly blocked this time. The armor the opponent wore was as hard as adamantine. Regaining his composure, the archer, upon witnessing the long blade poised at his chest, was drenched in cold sweat. With a swift movement, he deployed an unknown skill, instantly creating a 10-meter gap between himself and Yunyan. What was that? How can you possess such extraordinary skills at merely the 3rd rank? You are nothing short of a monster, the archer exclaimed, his hands trembling. Had that blade not struck the armor directly, he would surely have been a lifeless corpse by now. In reality, the vibrational blade was a technique Yunyan had simulated based on the mechanics of a lethal strike. However, unlike the ferocity of a fatal blow, it channeled immense energy into the blade in a frenzied state, flowing in waves according to his rhythm, generating high-frequency vibrations, an intricate pattern of destructive cadence. Certainly, such a destructive rhythm necessitated rapid reflexes for execution. Each surge of energy was completed in an interval of nearly 0.01 seconds. Any slight deviation in rhythm or reaction time would render the execution of the vibrational blade impossible. As Yunyan lightly descended to the ground, he steadied himself and leaped once more, charging fiercely towards the archer. Even without employing the wind step, his explosive force was undeniably formidable. Upon witnessing Yunyan's advance, the archer remained composed, a sneer forming within as he thought, "Humph, lacking wings of battle. The sky will forever remain the domain of the saintly tier. The archer's form surged upward again, a burst of white energy erupting as he inverted his body, knocking an arrow with the precision of a full moon. The arrowhead gleamed with a radiant light, reaching a luminous pinnacle. Wind chaser, arrow. The archer bellowed, drawing his ice-patterned bow to its fullest. With a release of his fingers, a streak of light, akin to a shooting star, tore through the air, the arrowhead fiercely slicing through the atmosphere, surrounded by swirling wind elements. The arrow's shaft spun, generating a rapid vortex, manifesting as a hurricane arrow. Before the archer could utter the final syllable of arrow, it had already cleaved the heavens, hurtling towards Yunyan with astonishing speed. Yet, in an instant, Yunyan's figure vanished. The hurricane arrow passed through him, completely penetrating the space where he had been, failing to strike anything. However, in the next heartbeat, 6 replicas of Yunyan materialized mid-air, maintaining their momentum as 6 long blades surged towards the archer above. This maneuver was utterly unexpected. The archer had no time to react before Yunyan's true form struck, delivering a fatal blow to his neck. In his final moments, disbelief flickered in his eyes, akin to a dream, yet the searing pain swiftly engulfed all his consciousness. How could this be possible? What was this? The advanced stealth attack was a signature skill of assassins, while the mirror clone was a hallmark of berserkers. Was this even human? This individual was merely tier 3. How could he possess such an array of extraordinary abilities? Among the nobles of the imperial capital, cries of disbelief erupted, shock and terror washing over them. Some trembling in fear. A tier 7 knight and a tier 7 archer fell as if they were mere vegetables being chopped, leaving all present with a chilling sense of dread. The highest among them, the tier 7 sword saint, now perceived Yunyan not as a plump lamb but as a terrifying beast, a powerful tyrannosaurus, instilling a sense of vulnerability in everyone present. The bloodied long blade of Yunyan descended slowly from the void, grounding itself with an air of defiance. In that moment, all the nobles hesitated, their hearts engulfed in turmoil and doubt. I shall not falter. You have merely reached the limits of your strength. Suddenly, a noble swordsman, a master of the blade, emerged, unfurling his wings of battle to soar above the crowd, landing before Yunyan. Sensing the mere presence of a third-tier aura emanating from Yunyan, accompanied by a feeble quality of fighting spirit, he regarded him with disdain and haughtiness, proclaiming, "Commoner, it is impossible for you to master divine techniques. Surely, you have employed some artifact, perhaps even a divine one. Summon it forth immediately, and I may spare your life, allowing you to become my vassal, my slave, so that you may continue to exist in misery." Such audacity! Yunyan coldly uttered those 2 words, swiftly leaping into the air. His long blade aimed directly at the head of the sword saint. "Commoner, I do not believe you can withstand my holy tier battle chi. I am the sword saint, a true powerhouse." The noble continued to roar defiantly, unwavering as he parried Yunyan's assault with his great sword. This time, Yunyan's long blade was deflected, and his body was sent flying by a single strike. He refrained from employing the shockwave blade, having already utilized it twice, which had placed an immense strain on his arm, rendering it incapable of further support. In this moment, Yunyan could only rely on his innate strength to continue the attack. I knew it, commoner. You cannot endlessly wield such techniques. The high-frequency vibrations in your arm have not escaped my notice. Such maneuvers impose tremendous strain. The noble was indeed a genius, discerning Yunyan's weaknesses from afar. Yet, Yunyan's body moved like a nimble monkey, rolling and twisting through the air. Leveraging a massive tree behind him, he surged once more toward the noble sword saint. This strike, ascending from below, traced a graceful arc, its speed surpassing that of the previous attack. "Impressive. Your reflexes are astonishing. Your talent is truly remarkable." The noble sword saint bellowed, once again bringing down his great sword, which erupted with formidable battle chi, forming an intangible blade of energy that descended upon him. Yunyan unleashed a blade of light as delicate as a cicada's wing. The clash of sword and blade instantly vanished into the air, erupting in a myriad of shockwaves that surged forth for 100 meters, sweeping through the atmosphere. The leaves of the towering trees fluttered violently, and large clusters fell to the ground. Oh, to be able to unleash such a formidable aura of combat energy is certainly beyond the capabilities of a mere 3rd rank. It must be the function of a special weapon. The 7th rank sword saint continued to judge with arrogance, choosing not to evade the long blade that Yunyan had swung towards him, but rather to concentrate his combat energy upon his great sword, intending to counter it with his exquisite swordsmanship. The long blade wielded by Yunyan effortlessly cleaved through his protective aura, advancing menacingly forward. As the blade descended with ferocity, it cast a lengthy shadow. The noble sword saint, brandishing his great sword, managed to intercept the strike, a smug smile gracing his lips. However, in the blink of an eye, that smile froze in disbelief as an overwhelming force surged from the long blade, sending his great sword flying. The blade continued its relentless assault, slicing diagonally from his abdomen to his right leg, swift as lightning, leaving no blood upon its edge. Ah, impossible! This is the divine skill of a berserker, a fatal strike. You cannot possess 3 divine abilities. It defies the laws of nature. You are not human. The noble sword saint gazed in horror at the gaping wound upon his body, unable to comprehend the reality before him. A chilling scream erupted from his lips. A desperate howl of agony as pain engulfed his consciousness. Blood gushed forth in torrents, his wings of battle dissipating as his body plummeted to the ground, breaking into 2. With the death of the noble sword saint, silence enveloped the scene. The brutal demise, repeated in swift succession, compelled the onlookers to acknowledge a stark truth. Yunyan possessed the capability to effortlessly slay 7th-tier practitioners. This was nothing short of monstrous. Having slain the sword saint at the 3rd tier, how formidable must he be now that he had ascended to the rank of sword saint himself? Could he have vanquished the sword emperor or even the sword god? One noble muttered a curse under his breath, a spontaneous expression of awe that felt jarringly out of place in the stillness of the atmosphere. Yunyan cast a glance at him, pointing at the nobleman and commanding, "You, step forward." The nobleman trembled, for he too was a 7th-rank sword saint, yet his strength paled in comparison to the one before him. Fear gripped him, yet the pride of his noble lineage prevented him from bowing his head or retreating. With a sudden surge of defiance, he stepped forward and met Yunyan's gaze, declaring, "What do you intend? I have done you no wrong, and you cannot slay me without cause. To kill a nobleman is a grave sin, one that the entire empire would not tolerate. You would do well to reconsider. I shall spare your life for now, but you must come forth." Yunyan's tone softened. Recognizing the other's clear plea for mercy, he was not adamant about taking his life. "Very well, should you dare to kill me, I will unleash a self-destructive surge of my fighting spirit. You ought to contemplate this, for the might of a sword saint's self-detonation is not something you can withstand." The nobleman seemed to be reassuring himself, and after speaking, he slowly approached Yunyan. "What is your name?" Yunyan inquired. "Kaidolan," the nobleman replied. "I am a member of the Dalaran family. You may call me Kai." Cast a glance at Kai, only to realize that the latter was remarkably youthful, approximately 19 years of age. His face still bore the freshness of youth, yet his brow emanated a striking charisma. His large, expressive eyes and tall, imposing stature, adorned in a finely tailored hunter's attire, rendered him quite dashing. "Kai, summon them all forth. Those who choose to obey me may remain, while those who do not are free to leave. However, once they depart, they will become my adversaries," Yunyan stated with conviction. He had thoroughly contemplated his position. He had already instilled a sense of awe in the crowd. Yet, he understood the necessity of not forcing compliance, for if he did, the multitude might indeed rise against him, compelling him to flee in disarray. You are merely a commoner." Kai revealed a hesitant expression. Yunyan's eyes narrowed, a fierce killing intent surging forth. Kai instinctively recoiled, quickly responding, "Very well, I shall give it a try." After all, the pride of a noble was insignificant compared to the value of one's own life. By slightly setting aside his pride, Kai recognized the wisdom in preserving his existence. Kai approached the nobles of the imperial capital and bellowed, "Fools, stand tall. Lord Yunyan has declared that it is your choice to stay or go. Those who leave will become his enemies. Kai, what are you saying? As the heir to the Duke of Dalaran, you dare to cast aside your dignity and heed the command of a lowly commoner?" One noble shouted vehemently. To the readers, please support, recommend, and offer rewards. In short, I seek all manner of assistance. Dignity belongs to the family, but life belongs to the individual. Consider this carefully, Kai retorted coldly. His gaze fixed disdainfully upon the nobles of the imperial capital. To relinquish one's life for the sake of pride was a foolish endeavor. The noble who had spoken faltered, recognizing that his own strength was merely at the 6th tier, inferior even to Kai. Should he oppose Yunyan, his fate would be all too clear. After a moment's contemplation, he grit his teeth and stepped forward, declaring, "I am willing to obey Lord Yunyan's command." With his lead, and bolstered by the notion that dignity was familial while life was personal, a domino effect ensued. A dozen nobles stepped forth in unison, proclaiming, "We are willing to obey Lord Yunyan's command." At this juncture, The nobles of the imperial capital had been significantly diminished. Yet a few youthful nobles remained in turmoil and hesitation. Suddenly, a noble knight shouted, "I shall not consort with commoners. You are all a wretched lot." With that exclamation, he unfurled his wings of battle and soared into the distance. With a swift motion, Enian moved without anyone noticing how he did so, and the long blade was suddenly poised at Kai's throat. A chilling voice echoed in Kai's ears. "Kill him, or I shall take your life." Startled, Kai responded immediately. "Very well." Unfurling his combat wings, he swung his massive sword towards the noble, wielding a colossal cross sword that shimmered with an ominous light, exuding an aura of annihilation. He boldly unleashed a 7th-tier combat technique in a surprise assault, sparing no room for mercy. The noble swordsman reacted with remarkable speed, swiftly turning to block the cross-sword's radiance with his great shield. A thunderous metallic clash erupted, creating a piercing high-frequency noise that resonated through the skies 100 meters above. "Kai, you are a traitor. The nobility of the imperial capital will denounce your actions," bellowed the knight noble. "Humph, worthless fool. Go speak to the king of hell," Kai retorted, as the cross sword suddenly gleamed. The massive blade slid past the great shield and struck towards the knight's neck, slicing through his thick armor, sending his head soaring into the air. Having slain the noble, Kai returned to Enian's side, his gaze sharp as he addressed the remaining nobles before him. "You have witnessed this. I have already slain a noble, and I shall not permit anyone to return and sound the alarm." With a glance of approval towards Kai, Enian recognized that his actions had indeed earned his trust. Slaying the nobleman amounted to a pledge of allegiance. The aristocrats of the imperial capital finally relinquished their last vestiges of resistance, emerging to pledge their loyalty to Enian. "Lord Enian, we too wish to align ourselves with you," declared a nobleman from the Doran province. At this juncture, only the nobles of the Balan and Valoran provinces remained, exchanging glances filled with uncertainty. "Melody, step forward," Enian commanded, directing his blade towards a noble from the Valoran province. This individual, adorned in the garb of a grand sorcerer, wore a voluminous robe that obscured his visage, flanked by 10 sword saints who stood vigilantly at his side. "Enian, one should always leave a path for future encounters," Melody remarked, removing his grand hat to gaze at Enian. "What? Is this the illegitimate son of Duke Batty, the fabled heir to the next generation of Valoran?" One noble exclaimed in astonishment. "What brings him here to participate in the trials? Could it be that he is also enticed by the allure of the 10,000 amethyst coins?" speculated another noble. "Indeed, it is said that in recent years, the Valoran province has suffered a severe drought, leaving the southern lands barren and leading to a surge of refugees. These displaced souls have even formed an army to besiege the Valoran family, demanding the opening of granaries. As the family now finds itself in dire need of funds to prepare for military expenses, simply open the granaries. The Valoran family is truly unfeeling. The common folk are their own subjects, yet they treat them with such harshness. It is no wonder that rebellion has arisen," another noble commented. "Indeed, the Valoran family has always been thus. Their lineage derives from commerce, characterized by frugality and extortion, utterly oblivious to the concept of benevolence towards their people. However, they are quite generous to their subordinates, thus winning the loyalty of many and ruling Valoran for nearly a millennium." Such discussions inevitably reached Melody and his retinue, their faces flushed with indignation. With a cold smile, Enian gazed at Melody and said, "Melody, the moment I entered the city, you coveted the spatial treasures I possess and harbored ulterior motives. Later, after leaving the Balan Golden Hotel, you broke your promise and sent people to hunt me down. Now that you have fallen into my grasp, what do you think I shall do? Enian, do not push me too far. I have 10 sword saints by my side. You are no match for me alone," Melody bellowed. "Melody, are your eyes blind? Look at who we are," Kai shouted, stepping alongside Enian, relishing the opportunity to oppress this noble heir. Melody glared, attempting to meet Kai's gaze, but was immediately met with disdain from the nobleman of the imperial capital. His murderous intent quickly withered. "Enian, do you truly intend to eradicate me?" Melody's face grew exceedingly grave. "Waste, kneel before me, or you shall die instantly." Enian's words were piercing, demanding a noble heir to kneel, exhibiting unparalleled tyranny. "What? He dares to demand the heir of a lord to kneel? This is utterly outrageous." A noble, a 6th-tier great swordsman, exclaimed loudly. "What is this? The might of the fist dictates supremacy. Do you understand nothing?" A nearby 7th-tier sword saint reprimanded. "However, in the imperial capital, humiliating a duke's heir is punishable by death." "Nonsense. Do Do you even see where we are? Have you not heard that the Crown Prince has issued a nationwide warrant for Lord Yunyan? Is that not a significant charge? What do we have to fear from execution? Lord Yunyan is a law unto himself. Those who defy him shall perish. With so many of us, can we not unite to resist? A noble provocatively inquired. Resist? Do you wish to try? You, a sixth-tier novice, would be instantly slain by a single strike from me. Who dares to resist? The seventh-tier sword Saint Noble shouted, deliberately spreading the words far and wide, causing Milady's face to alternate between red and pale. Yunyan, today you have triumphed. Do not kill me. I can offer a vast fortune to redeem myself, Milady pleaded. Resigned to his fate, Yunyan let out a cold smile and said, Very well, 100,000 purple jade coins must be delivered within a day after you leave, or your head shall roll. What? This is blatant robbery. Our Valoran province has suffered from years of drought and is already in dire straits. How dare you extort such a colossal sum? Shouted Milady. 100,000 purple jade coins is a significant fortune for the entire Valoran family. Since you are of little worth, I wouldn't hesitate to end your life right now, Yunyan replied coldly. Wait, I believe I am of considerable value. However, I am perplexed as to how you discovered me so swiftly. I employed magical runes to conceal my presence, Milady said, bewildered. Humph, you are unworthy of knowing. Now kneel before me, Yunyan commanded. In truth, Yunyan had activated a detection skill, which marked any hostile presence as a red dot. Among the people of Valoran province, only Milady appeared as a red dot, leading to an inevitable conclusion. What? You truly want me to kneel? Milady's eyes widened, his face reflecting utter humiliation. Young master, do not kneel. Otherwise, our Valoran family will lose all face, shouted a seventh-tier sword saint nearby, baring his teeth in anger. Indeed, young master, if you kneel, it signifies that the entire Valoran family shall bow before this individual, marking an eternal stain upon our legacy. We will fight to the death to protect your honor, another seventh-tier sword saint declared. As Yunyan's gaze grew increasingly frigid, the nobility of the imperial capital began to stir in a cacophony of mockery. Kneel, you worthless wretch. If you do not kneel now, we will unite to besiege you. You will surely perish. Kneel, Milady, for you are but a native noble, utterly incomparable to us. We can stand and pledge our allegiance to Lord Yunyan while you are destined to kneel. Milady, I advise you to submit, or else we shall indeed launch an assault upon you. Do you think 10 sword saints are a mere trifle? Look at the multitude of sword saints on our side. Indeed, over 20 sword saints stood proudly beside Yunyan, relishing the oppression of foreign nobility, a pastime they found utterly delightful. At that moment, Milady was consumed by humiliation, his body trembling in despair, yet the circumstances were inescapable. Yunyan, I shall offer an additional 100,000 amethyst coins. Would you consider sparing me? Milady gritted his teeth, resolutely declaring, I command you to kneel. Should you utter another word, every noble in Valoran shall meet their demise. Yunyan's murderous intent was palpable, each word a dagger to the heart. How infuriating. Today, I, Milady, have utterly fallen. I, Milady, am willing to pledge my loyalty to Lord Yunyan. With a heavy heart, Milady knelt before the assembly of nobles, utterly bereft of dignity, having irrevocably transformed into a mortal enemy of Yunyan, along with the entirety of his family. Nevertheless, Yunyan remained true to his word. As long as he knelt, his life would be spared. After all, with the promised 100,000 amethyst coins, he could swiftly change his vocation, considering the Valoran family merely a source of experience. As soon as Milady knelt, the entire Valoran family followed suit, collectively proclaiming, We are willing to pledge our allegiance to Lord Yunyan. They were all vassal nobles of the Valoran family. With the heir apparent, Milady, kneeling, they had no choice but to follow suit lest they face immediate destruction upon their return. Now, only the nobles of the barren province remained, the most numerous and formidable faction, united in their gaze upon Yunyan, yet not a single one chose to surrender. Yunyan glanced at them and said, You may leave, but you will immediately become my adversaries. Humph, mere commoners, flaunting their strength here, outside. You shall meet a grim fate, a noble from the barren province muttered under his breath. However, those present were all formidable warriors, each a sword saint, possessing keen insight. Even the faintest sound of a mosquito's wings was crystal clear to them. All eyes turned to Yunyan, awaiting his next move. Eliminate every noble of the barren province. Leave none alive, unexpectedly bellowed Milady, consumed by rage and humiliation, determined to unleash his wrath upon this assembly of nobles, a scheme he had long harbored. The Valorlan family had come here with the intent of undermining the future strength of the Baron province. For millennia, the Valorlan and Baron provinces had engaged in both overt and covert battles, vying for supremacy over one another. Indeed, the nobles of the Valorlan province roared in unison, unfurling their wings of battle, soaring into the sky, unleashing a torrent of martial techniques. A rain of magical arrows and the lethal gleam of swords fell like raindrops. The sword saints of the Baron province also rose to resist, their fighting spirit surging, fierce and unyielding. Since they are enemies, they deserve to die, Yunyan declared coldly, charging forward. At this moment, he recognized a splendid opportunity to gain experience amid the chaos. And the potential to acquire special potions from slaying foes was an opportunity he would not squander. However, this bold action ignited a fierce response from the nobles of the imperial capital and the Doran province, who bravely advanced, seizing this battle opportunity. No genius would let such a chance slip by, as it was a prime moment for self-enhancement. Over 40 sword saints and archmages soared through the air, their luminous wings surging like a tide, trailing behind Yunyan's elongated shadow as they charged towards the Baron province. Witnessing such an overwhelming force of 7th-tier sword saints advancing, the nobles of the Baron province immediately faltered, hastily retreating. They numbered only about 30, lacking both numerical and power advantage. Especially with a formidable presence like Yunyan among their foes, instilling utter dread. Do not retreat. I possess the guardian of the sub-artifact, Light of Angels. They cannot breach it. Suddenly, a noble from the Baron province raised a lightweight magical shield and shouted loudly, a vast radiance enveloping them, subtly emanating imperial pressure. As a milky white halo shrouded all the nobles of the Baron province, creating a domain that distorted time and space. What? This is a domain. Retreat quickly. Several nobles from Doran province, at the forefront, shouted in alarm. Yet, 2 or 3 sword saints could not halt their momentum and charged in, their forms twisted grotesquely. The sword saints of the Baron province unleashed their sword light, swiftly slaying those who ventured inside. Such a phenomenon exists? How can one wield it without being of imperial tier? A nobleman bellowed in indignation. Foolishness. The semi-artifact possesses the ability to accumulate energy, which can be activated through the use of fighting spirit. Yet, Lord Ebor Balan of the Balan province is quite generous, entrusting such a family treasure to this pampered son. Beside him, the sword saint remarked, "What shall we do? He has established a domain, making it impossible for us to approach, let alone mount an attack." "Fear not," replied another, "we shall encircle them completely. They will find no means of escape. Once their energy is depleted and the domain dissipates, it shall mark their demise." Almost all the nobles displayed glimmers of avarice in their eyes. The semi-artifact was undoubtedly coveted by each and every one, holding a place of significance within the empire, and even presenting the possibility of becoming a regional overlord with dominion over territories. This is a semi-artifact. Whoever acquires it will ascend to greatness, ensuring their family's prosperity. Do not entertain such thoughts. With Lord Yunyan present, the semi-artifact will likely belong solely to him. We will merely be running errands. And to procure even a couple of high-tier magical equipment from the nobles of Balan province would be a stroke of luck. Upon hearing this, all the nobles turned their gazes toward Yunyan, their expressions filled with hesitation, trepidation, and greed. Some even harbored malevolent intentions, contemplating an assault against him. Yunyan also sensed the subtle shift in the atmosphere, deducing that it revolved around the ownership of the sub-artifact. Thoughts raced through his mind, and he decisively proclaimed, Yunyan shall not covet the sub-artifact. Whoever is able to obtain it shall rightfully claim it as theirs. My word is my bond." Upon uttering these words, the nobles erupted in fervor, their eyes ablaze as they gazed at the individuals from the Baron province. This was a defensive sub-artifact, one that could nearly repel any form of attack once acquired. The atmosphere became thick with an insatiable greed, as everyone gasped for breath, restless and agitated. Especially Melody, who was now completely enraptured by the prospect of the sub-artifact, his gaze fixated solely on it. He bellowed repeatedly, "Attack! Charge forth! Whoever seizes the sub-artifact, I shall elevate them to the rank of Marquis, the foremost noble of the Valoran province." The urgency to seize the sub-artifact surged, with threats to slay Hafong's son Baron. "Whoever obtains the sub-artifact, present it to me, and I shall immediately inform Lord Myerba, granting them the title of Imperial Marquis, and slay Hafong's son Baron, bestowing the title of Imperial Count, and I will not go back on my word." A noble from the Dolan province shouted out, revealing himself to be Myerba Dolan's nephew, who was equally frenzied. This ignited a fervor among the two factions of nobles. What did the title of Marquis signify? It represented the true elite of the empire, commanding over countless subjects, where a single command could lead to decapitation. The heated atmosphere, driven by the avaricious nobles, was more terrifying than a pack of starving wolves. They were utterly deranged, fixated on the nobles of the barren province. How despicable! Are you truly prepared to risk everything? Curse you, Melody Valoran and Koba Dolan. You are declaring total war, turning my barren family into your eternal foes, a hatred that shall never wane. Hafong's and Baron's sharp roar and furious gaze seemed ready to unleash flames. Foes are foes. If it comes to it, I shall obliterate your barren province. You wretched creatures. You are now reduced to cowering in your shells, awaiting your demise. Melody retorted with scorn, embodying the essence of a lawless nobleman once more. What does being a foe even mean? Our Dolan family has fought on the Empire's fringes for years. Do not think that your single province's enmity matters. Not even if another empire were to arise. Koba Dolan was even more arrogant, brazenly domineering, inspired by the offspring of these two grand nobles. Nearly all the nobles and commoners outside were eager to join in, had it not been for the barrier surrounding them. They would have charged in immediately to tear apart the people of Barren Province. Suddenly, a noble from the imperial capital, seemingly driven by some unseen force, rushed into the halo, exclaiming, "Holy shield!" A crimson circle enveloped him, dense with runes, manifesting an indomitable force. This was the signature skill of a paladin, now unleashed at the 7th tier of combat technique, promptly creating a breach in the white barrier. "Follow me." The 7th tier knight roared, his body shimmering with a crimson light, rendering the forces of spatial distortion ineffective against him as he charged ahead with unwavering determination. Instantly, the nobles surrounding him descended into frenzy, swarming like bees, closely trailing in his wake. Subsequently, 2 additional 7th tier paladins emerged, intent on unleashing their invincible skill to forcefully surge forward. "You are courting death. Each of you will surely perish." Hefangson glared, his eyes bloodshot and filled with rage, teeth clenched in fury, his hatred reaching its zenith. He fixed his gaze intensely on Yunyin, Melody Valoran, and Xiaoba Dolan, their eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. "Kill. That's right. Charge in and annihilate them." Melody bellowed with reckless abandon, his mind consumed by greed and an overwhelming sense of possession, driven to madness by the impact of the semi-divine artifact. Simultaneously, all the nobles plunged into madness, charging forward. The 3 paladins, shielded by the divine barrier, acted as vanguards, carving a lengthy passage by continuously compressing the Dominion's power. Behind them, sword saints formed a line, their battle wings unfurling like a legion of flying warriors. Hefangson found himself devoid of retreat, as did the nobles at his side. The thickness of the Dominion had already been breached halfway. In 7 or 8 seconds, the 3 factions of nobles would breach the Dominion layer and confront them directly. "Young master, what shall we do?" a young noble inquired anxiously of Hefangson. "Humph, do not fear. Their invincibility is fleeting, allowing at most a dozen to enter. We shall surround and annihilate them." Hefangson's gaze was icy, and despite the dire situation, he remained composed, a testament to his experience amidst bloodshed. Upon hearing Hefangson's words, the previously trembling nobles gained a semblance of courage, for each was a formidable force of 6th tier or higher, with ample combat experience. "Let us charge. While they are immobilized within their invincible tunnel, we shall strike from the flanks." A sword saint assassin shouted, his battle wings shimmering, leaving a long trail of illusions behind. A flash of white light ignited as he leapt into the void, launching a side assault with a flurry of white beams slicing through, creating chaos among the sword saints within the Dominion, leaving them scrambling defensively. Seeing their strategy bear fruit, the morale of the nobles from Bailing Province surged, and they immediately launched a fierce assault within the passage. The sword light rained down like a tempest, weaving and darting as if they were ribbons of light traversing the sky. These combat energy sword lights twisted through the Dominion like swimming fish, with the fabric of space-time within the Dominion behaving erratically, sometimes appearing sluggish over short distances, yet at other times moving with lightning speed. This bewildering phenomenon resulted in significant casualties among the sword saints inside the passage, with 7 or 8 falling in the onslaught alone. "Damn it, this Dominion is utterly formidable. We are like ants within it. If this is merely a semi-divine artifact, how powerful must the true Sword Emperor be? Is he not invincible across the land?" The sword saints within the passage began to roar and howl in despair. "They are merely making a desperate stand. They cannot resist us any longer. We shall charge in swiftly." The divine artifact brought forth a defense that not only astonished all the sword saints, but also instilled in them an overwhelming sense of possession. At this moment, the paladins at the forefront had already charged into the domain, bellowing mightily as their sacred armor dissipated. They lifted their heavy shields to desperately block the multitude of incoming blades, yet their fighting spirit was drained too rapidly. Within mere seconds, they were cleaved along with their shields, their bodies plummeting into the lower realm, where they were met by several sword saints from the barren province who mercilessly bisected them, leading to their tragic demise within the domain. However, 3 pathways abruptly opened, and over 20 sword saints surged forth, forming an immediate line of defense. Kai also joined them. Yet he remained at the periphery, seemingly disinterested in the divine artifact. Meanwhile, Melody, Yunyan, and even the noble Kobadarin were stationed outside the fray. Both Chob and Melody lacked the ability to fly, rendering them unable to enter the domain. Yunyan was in a similar predicament, yet unbeknownst to others. He deliberately proclaimed his disinterest in the divine artifact, further enhancing his reputation for integrity. Suddenly, Melody turned his gaze toward Yunyan, a knowing smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Yunyan, in merely a month since our acquaintance, you have ascended from a novice swordsman to a master swordsman, even possessing the prowess to vanquish sword saints in an instant. I must say, I am quite impressed. Would you be interested in collaborating on a grand endeavor?" "Not interested," came Yunyan's cold response, standing with an air of nonchalance that exuded elegance. Melody, having encountered rejection, was visibly perturbed, his expression darkening. As a duke's heir, he had never faced such disregard, feeling the sting of defeat for the first time. Yet, he found himself powerless before Yunyan, who exuded a sense of audacity that overshadowed his own. Thus, he retreated, choosing to remain silent. Witnessing Melody's failure, Kobadarin scoffed disdainfully,
harboring contempt for the second-generation aristocrats who thrived off their forebears' legacies, oblivious of the fact that he too was ensnared in the same web. Approaching Yunyan, he boisterously exclaimed,
"Brother Yunyan, should you find the time after the trials, do visit Dolan City for a discussion. The Dolan family shall not disappoint you." "Huh? What do you even represent in the Dolan family?" "A mere waste, unworthy of the title of Duke," Yunyan retorted, though he refrained from unleashing his ire on Melody, who was unhesitant in confronting Chob. "Melody, do not presume I fear you. You are but a bastard child, had your elder brother not perished. You would merely be a commoner, devoid of any claim to nobility." Kobadarin shot back, striking a nerve in Melody. Instantly, Melody's demeanor darkened, as this taunt unearthed the greatest blemish of his life, a topic that was rarely broached. Now exposed, he revealed his feral nature, glaring menacingly at Chob. "Say that again if you dare." Melody gritted his teeth, veins bulging in his hands, teetering on the brink of eruption. Chopper, born into nobility and brimming with pride, was incited and stepped forward defiantly, pointing at Melody and bellowing, "You are the spawn of commoners. Merely a bastard left behind by Batty after a night of indulgence." This venomous remark pierced deeply, igniting a furious wrath in Melody, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. His grotesque visage unable to mask his fury, he fixed a baleful gaze upon Chopper, as if harboring a profound vendetta. Within the realm, the space twisted infinitely. Yet 3 paladins forcibly carved out 3 pathways, while over 30 sword saints surged forth. The sword saints from the Bailing province, spurred by fervor, advanced courageously upon clash. An aura of combat erupted, manifesting as a tempest of blades and fury. Clang, clang, clang. The air resonated with countless impacts, the fighting spirit radiating chaotically, forming a frenzied storm that scattered both formations. "Kill. If we eliminate them, we shall seize the semi-divine artifact," roared a noble from the imperial capital, his eyes ablaze with fervor, an unmistakable longing evident in his gaze. "Indeed, we must annihilate them. There are merely 20 or so. Including those pitiful archmages and grand sword masters, they are no match for us," another shouted, disdain evident as he pointed at several archmages and grand sword masters ensnared by the sword saints of Bailing province. "Bailing province, you wretched low-born nobles. It would be best for you to take your own lives. Should you continue to resist, your family shall bear the consequences." The arrogant youth from the imperial capital emerged, pressing a noble from Bailing province, his tone dripping with menace. This declaration awakened countless nobles from the capital, all of whom were of true noble lineage. Entrenched deeply within the capital, their familial power formidable, akin to well-oiled machines of influence, rivaling that of ordinary lords. Immediately, these nobles began their intimidation, with one particularly formidable descendant of royalty threatening Hafangson, inciting a storm of fury within him. "Damn it, these nobles are lawless. utterly disregarding the Empire's loss. If this continues, my life may be forfeit. Hafangson recognized the irrevocability of his predicament. Moments later, he would face a siege. He turned his gaze toward Yunyan, the root of all this turmoil and his sole lifeline. Hafangson looked at Yunyan, seemingly making a significant decision. With a firm resolve, he withdrew his domain, causing all nobles from Bailing province to descend back to the ground. All the nobles halted, eyes fixed hungrily upon Hafangson. Yunyan, I can entrust the semi-divine artifact to you, and even grant you vast riches upon our exit. But you must ensure the safety of my life and that of our noble lineage. Driven by desperation, Hafangson ultimately conceded. Yunyan cast a cold gaze upon Hafangson, contemplating the latter's intentions. Should he acquiesce at this moment, the divine artifact would indeed be within his grasp. However, he would undoubtedly become a target for all. The nobility still possessed formidable combat prowess, and if they unified their strength, he would be utterly outmatched. Such words were clearly intended to strike at the heart. Fool, do you truly believe that by promising me the divine artifact, I would invite an onslaught from the masses? You merely wish for me to engage these nobles in a futile struggle, exhausting their strength, only to turn against me. Yunyan's gaze pierced like lightning, directly confronting Hafangson. Hafangson was taken aback, his sinister plot laid bare by Yunyan's words, causing him to stumble backward. His eyes filled with terror. He then began to struggle fiercely, his expression wavering between doubt and eventual capitulation, resembling a defeated rooster. He lowered his head and said to Yunyan, "What is it that you truly desire? I have not provoked you, surely. It is unreasonable to drive me to my end." Upon witnessing Hafangson's impending surrender and the imminent loss of the divine artifact, Milady ceased her quarrel with Chiaba and immediately turned to Hafangson with scornful derision. "Hafangson, you wretched cur, you wish to surrender? Not a chance. You can only kneel and become a slave in a desperate bid for survival, or take your own life to spare your family the disgrace. Hafangson, do not presume that I am oblivious to your thoughts. Indeed, today I have faced defeat, but it shall not be at your hands, Milady. Do not forget that you too are a prisoner in this moment," Hafangson retorted vehemently, his loathing for Milady palpable. Yunyan weighed his options. Currently, in the imperial capital, the nobility from the Balan province, Doran province, and Valoran province were in a state of intense consumptions, with the greatest depletion stemming from the nobles of the imperial capital. The remaining three factions were at odds with one another, yet there was a discernible trend toward stability. As long as their bottom lines were not crossed, they could be kept in check. What Yunyan lacked most at present was wealth and abundance of gold coins, without which he could not enhance his strength. The likes of Hafangson, merely at the Saint tier, could bring forth quasi-artifacts from his family, indicating the family's favoritism towards him. His worth was indisputable. Crucially, in Balan province, there existed a target he must eliminate, Lord Loren of Loren City, designated by the system as his nemesis. He must be slain, otherwise he posed a significant threat. "Very well, since you sincerely surrender, I shall not pursue total annihilation. In exchange for your life, I require 100,000 purple jade coins along with the life of Lord Loren of Izega City," Yunyan stated slowly. His primary objective was to leverage the power of the Balan family to eradicate this malignant entity. For he had an instinctual understanding that the system would not assign trivial foes to his rival factions. Given the current threat level of his adversaries was still rated as SSS, it illustrated the stark contrast in strength. Agreed. Lord Loren must have offended Master Yunyan. Such a blind fool deserves his fate, Hafangson readily acquiesced. He perceived nothing excessive in these terms and found them rather equitable, considering that Milady was of similar worth. In his eyes, Loren Kai's was merely akin to an ant, easily crushed at any moment. The various factions finally regrouped, with the commoners discreetly trailing behind. Leading them were Yunyan and the representatives of the four noble factions, Kai, Milady, Choba, and Hafangson. This grand assembly set forth towards Naga City. Walking behind Yunyan, Milady trembled, acutely aware of the third-tier aura emanating from Yunyan, a sensation that suggested he could be effortlessly slain. Yet, his reason admonished him against such a notion, as he could faintly sense the boundless killing intent surrounding Yunyan. Choba donned a contemplative expression, pondering why Yunyan, at the third tier, possessed such formidable combat prowess, dispatching saints with the ease of slicing through vegetables, while he felt palpably weaker in comparison. Hafangson maintained a low profile, yet his gaze towards Yunyan harbored ill intentions. Had he not witnessed Yunyan slay two sword saints with his own eyes, he might have drawn his blade. Merely a third tier, this felt surreal. Kai, the most inscrutable among them, kept his head slightly bowed, leaving none to discern his thoughts. Yunyan's cold laughter echoed continuously. He was well aware that the four individuals behind him harbored their own thoughts about him, yet he remained unperturbed. His prowess, having vanquished the Sword Saint, was sufficient to instill awe in all present. Furthermore, it seemed that the majority of attention was now drawn to the semi-divine artifact in Hefongson's possession. At last, Yunyan halted his swift strides, and before him loomed the magnificent Naga city, standing resolutely in the heart of the ocean. A lengthy, solid pathway led directly to the city's grand gates. The 30-meter-high white walls and the crystalline surface of the ground left everyone in utter admiration. Although this city was smaller in area compared to the provinces, its construction quality surpassed even that of the imperial capital. Remarkable, these walls are made of deep-sea white rock. Incredibly resilient, capable of withstanding any engineering apparatus, exclaimed a nobleman in astonishment. What is this? Observe the ground. It is crafted from deep-sea crystal, not only immensely durable, but also capable of condensing water elements. Those who dwell upon it are perpetually nourished by these elements, greatly benefiting their health, remarked another noble. Look over there. What is that? It's a mermaid from the oceanic tribes. It is said that adult mermaids possess a scale of gold, unyieldingly tough, comparable to a sacred artifact. Behold the shark tribe. They are born as fourth-tier powerhouses, endowed with innate strength, and upon maturity, their prowess reaches no less than sixth tier. A truly fearsome race. And yonder, the giant whale tribe, an even more terrifying existence than the shark tribe, once ruled the seas in ancient times. The nobles, gazing at the resplendent Naga city, pointed and murmured among themselves, as if witnessing the most novel spectacle in the world. Though they frequently traversed their family estates and encountered grand affairs, they had seldom beheld the bizarre wonders of nature, leaving them utterly astonished. Yunyan was hearing such an array of peculiar statements for the first time, diligently committing them to memory. The more he understood this world, the smoother his future path would be. On the other hand, Melody scoffed at everything before him. After a decade of business dealings, he had encountered all manner of oddities. At this moment, he was more concerned about Yunyan's current intentions, prompting him to inquire further. Yunyan, what are your plans moving forward? With so many of us, we could force our way into Naga City. I suggest we directly confront the Naga Lord. Yunyan harbored similar thoughts. Previously, Frank had single-handedly infiltrated the city of Naga. Although the Naga Lord, Cameron, had emerged on his own accord, it was evident that the city of Naga possessed little resistance against the Holy Order. We shall breach their defenses and capture the Naga Lord alive. I intend to slay him with my own hands. Yunyan's gaze sharpened. Fixating intensely on the Naga palace within, his murderous intent palpable, piercing like thorns to the eye. At that moment, Melody caught sight of Yunyan's fierce expression, startled. She pondered, what deep-seated enmity could exist between him and the Naga Lord? Kai also noticed Yunyan's demeanor, seemingly grasping the underlying tension. He immediately bellowed. Did you hear that? Lord Yunyan has proclaimed that he will personally execute the Naga Lord after capturing him alive. This was undoubtedly an attempt to curry favor with Yunyan, executed with blatant clarity. Yet, surprisingly, Yunyan acknowledged him with a slight nod of approval, greatly satisfying Kai's pride and invigorating his spirit. Observing this exchange, Melody surmised that a significant rivalry must exist between Yunyan and the Naga Lord. Given the circumstances, antagonizing Yunyan would be an unwise choice. She promptly issued the same command to the nobles trailing behind her. Hefangson and Chaban naturally supported Yunyan, feeling an inexplicable aura of mystery surrounding him. Despite his current rank of the Third Order, they sensed that he was on the verge of becoming an extraordinary powerhouse. The city of Naga, having previously endured an assault, was now fortified. Thousands of ospreys soared overhead, intricately weaving through the air in a well-formed formation, vigilantly monitoring the entire city. On the walls, the number of Naga guards had doubled, accompanied by a dozen imposing Naga demons, each towering at 10 meters with fearsome visages, wielding colossal harpoons that made them appear as giants standing atop the battlements. Yet, none of this could deter Yunyan, nor could it obstruct any of the Sword Saint-level nobles present. Capture Naga Lord Cameron, and half of the wealth within the city shall be yours, Yunyan declared, his generosity evident. After all, the treasures within were not his own. His singular focus remained on Cameron, rendering this a mere promise devoid of personal risk. The nobles erupted in cheers, recognizing the immense wealth the city harbored, a staggering sum even when halved, likely rivaling that of a grand noble family. Greed illuminated their faces. The prospect of riches overshadowed the Naga Lord's life. Kill him, nobles of the Valoran province. Listen closely. Capturing the Naga Lord will elevate you to the ranks of the great nobility of Valoran. Melody felt an exhilarating rush. If they secured that wealth, not only would they recover the ransom, but they might also profit immensely. Nobles of the Doran province. Whoever captures the Naga Lord shall be honored as an Earl of Doran, with prospects of promotion within a decade. Chopper, undeterred, was acutely aware of the immense wealth contained within the city. Just a glance at the fortifications revealed the staggering riches within. Half of such wealth could drive anyone to madness. Do you think I am a mere ghost? Heffinson declared defiantly, turning to the nobles of his faction and bellowing, "Listen. Anyone who successfully slays the Naga Lord shall, in the name of my father, Ipalbalin, be assured a place in the imperial capital's noble academy, enjoying the hereditary title of count within the territory." His promise was exceedingly generous. Merely securing a recommendation for the noble academy would require an intricate network of connections and considerable effort, along with the hereditary title of count, marking the inception of a grand noble lineage. This proclamation stirred immense excitement among the nobles of the Balan province, as ascending to the status of a grand noble was the pinnacle of familial honor, earning the admiration of all elders within the family and bestowing unparalleled prestige throughout the Balan province. The nobles of Balan province simultaneously looked down upon their counterparts, deriding them with taunts. "Behold the true bearing of a lord's heir. Do you see this? You are provoking us. You must be seeking your own demise." Immediately, a noble from the Doran province leaped forward, hurling curses. A seventh-tier novice. Get lost," boasted the noble from Balan province, exuding arrogance, and with a powerful shout, he sent his opponent staggering back. "Lord Enian, did you see that? They struck first." The nobles from Doran province clamored, as the situation threatened to escalate into a brawl. Just as the three factions of nobles were embroiled in heated disputes, the nobles from the imperial capital took to the air. Kai, glancing back, coldly remarked, "A bunch of worthless fools, still bickering here." With that, he unfurled his wings of battle, soaring forth with the speed of a thunderclap, covering more than 20 meters in an instant. "What are you all arguing about? There's no need to engage with this rabble. Charge forward," cried Melody urgently. This call to action roused all the nobles, who promptly unfurled their wings of battle, pursuing the nobles from the imperial capital towards the city of Naga. At this moment, the Sky Sword Saints numbered over 70, presenting an existential threat to the city of Naga. The Naga demons atop the city walls roared in response, and the entire city of Naga entered a state of battle readiness. The sea creatures on the ground swiftly retreated within the city, hiding in the ponds that connected to the sea, seeking refuge. However, the noble sword saints charged before the Naga demons, their white battle energy coalescing into countless blades of light, slicing through the air with devastating force, tearing a massive breach in the Naga demons' defenses. The Naga warriors hurled their harpoons at the sword saints, but as the immense harpoons approached, they were met with a shockwave of battle energy and fell to the ground, unable to even graze the hem of their garments. "Do not concern yourselves with these minions. Push forward. The Naga Lord is our true target," Kai bellowed, charging forth with unwavering determination towards the Naga palace. Seated imperiously within the palace, Cameron, upon receiving a frenzied report from a Naga demon, assumed that a mere handful of troublemakers were attempting to disrupt his domain and was immediately filled with rage. His eyes flared, and two horns atop his head crackled with electricity as he unfurled his formidable purple wings, spanning nearly 10 meters, soaring through the palace's ceiling and into the sky. "Damn human reptiles, do you seek death?" Cameron's thunderous voice echoed, mocking the assembled crowd below. For a moment, the noblemen of the imperial capital at the forefront were taken aback, mistaking him for a fearsome beast. Upon closer inspection, they realized it was the Naga Lord they had been searching for, albeit only at the 7th tier, altering the atmosphere to one of tension. Cameron, noticing the multitude of battle wings before him, felt a chill of trepidation wash over him and silently descended towards the palace. "Do you dare to fly again and test your fate?" Kai proclaimed, standing in the void with his great sword aimed squarely at Cameron, threatening him from a distance of over 100 meters. Cameron, inexplicably feeling his neck retract and a chill at his core, sensed the peril emanating from Kai's sword. After a brief hesitation, he turned, his face a mask of calm, and inquired, "What business do you have, esteemed one?" "Something concerning your grandmother. Kneel and forfeit your fighting spirit, or else you shall not see another day," Kai retorted, revealing his unruly nature upon stepping out of Union's sight. Cameron trembled with fury. As a city lord adorned with sacred artifacts, he found himself threatened by a mere youth, igniting his rage and darkening his countenance. Yet, confronted by the numerous 7th-tier sword saints arrayed against him, Cameron's courage faltered, and he forced a smile that was more grotesque than sorrowful, saying, "Esteemed guests, why not wait outside the palace for a moment? I, Cameron, shall organize a grand welcoming ceremony. How dare you waste my time?" Die abyssal impact. Kai, incensed by the exchange, acted without hesitation. His once handsome visage turned cold as he raised his great sword high, a sphere of white light appearing at its apex, coalescing into an ominous circular rune. Within the rune, a demonic visage emerged, exuding an aura of destruction. With a chilling howl, the demon's head unleashed a pale blue wave of energy, which disregarded the fabric of space and struck Cameron's robust abdomen with devastating force. Sizzle. The sound of flesh searing echoed as Cameron's abdomen was obliterated, creating a gaping wound. A piercing scream erupted from his lips as he felt a destructive force igniting his fighting spirit, relentlessly depleting his strength. Once a pinnacle sword saint, he was now reduced to the mid-tier, losing 2 entire levels of power. The blue radiance consumed a portion of his essence, suddenly retreating to Kai's great sword, where it was devoured by the demonic visage, slightly augmenting Kai's own power. What is this? Such malevolent energy. Who are you truly? Cameron gasped in disbelief. Cameron, fueled by a sense of rivalry, tended to his wounds while keeping a vigilant eye on Kai. Kai offered no reply. Instead, he unfurled his battle wings and launched an arrow-like strike toward Cameron. In a frantic response, Cameron raised his harpoon to block the attack. Despite his injuries, his innate Naga strength allowed him to repel Kai, sending him careening backward for over 100 meters before he finally regained his footing. Curse that human. Once I muster all my power, I shall engage you in a battle to the death, Cameron screeched, turning to retreat into the palace. Naga Lord, have you lost your sanity? Is it only Kai that occupies your thoughts? At this moment, a dozen sword saints from the Imperial City had gathered atop the palace, completely sealing off Cameron's escape route. Cameron's pupils dilated sharply, his expression transforming into one of ferocity as he roared at the nobles before him. Humans, you cannot fathom the terror of the Naga. The Eye of Naga. A vertical eye materialized above Cameron's head, emitting 7 beams of green light. The 5 noble sword saints were caught off guard, struck by the green rays, and began to petrify slowly. Curse it. This is the petrification magic of the Naga. Be cautious. One of the afflicted noble sword saints shouted, desperately channeling his fighting spirit to expel the magical force. Yet, the petrification clung to him like a malignant curse, resisting all attempts to dispel it, merely coiling within him, impossible to unravel. Pathetic. Your bodies are destined for petrification, ultimately becoming mere stone sculptures, condemned to eternal death. Cameron cackled malevolently. The exertion of this attack visibly drained him. His once 10-meter-long battle wings had diminished to a mere 3 meters. In your final moments, you are nothing but a failure. A voice suddenly emerged from behind Cameron. It was Kai, his great sword poised at Cameron's throat, emanating a chilling and lethal aura. Wait, do not kill me. I am willing to forfeit my fighting spirit. Cameron lowered his head, slowly turning around, a sinister smile escaping unnoticed. As he faced Kai, his demeanor morphed into something grotesque and malevolent. The vertical eye on his forehead aimed directly at Kai's gaze as he bellowed, Eye of Naga. The green light emitted from the Eye of Naga struck Kai's silver sword, ricocheting away and catching Cameron off guard. Kai extended his right hand, channeling his fighting spirit, and plunged it into Cameron's forehead, his fingers targeting the enormous vertical eye, forcibly extracting it. Ah! Cameron shrieked in a frenzy, clutching his forehead as searing pain engulfed him. He bowed his head, roaring in agony, stripped of any capacity to resist, his aura plummeting from a 7th-tier sword saint to a 6th-tier great swordsman. So it is. This Eye of Naga was your true source of power. You are merely of 6th-tier strength, Kai mused as he held the Eye of Naga, a colossal serpent-like gemstone radiating 7th-tier energy. Merely gripping it allowed him to sense the immense power contained within. Give it back, Cameron cried out, nearly in tears, reaching desperately for Kai's hands. However, Kai's fighting spirit repelled his advances, keeping him at bay. Be compliant, Kai commanded. Kai coldly declared, binding his own fighting spirit. He soared down to the palace below. At that moment, the nobles of the imperial capital also descended, and upon seeing that Kai had captured Cameron, they all exhaled in relief. They had previously agreed that this time, the final benefits would be shared, ensuring that no internal conflicts would arise. However, the representatives from the other 3 provinces were instantly consumed by envy and jealousy. A noble from the Barren province bellowed at Kai, Release the Naga Lord, and I shall spare your life. Are you addressing me? Kai's youthful visage morphed into a menacing glare as he turned to face the barren province's sword saint. His gaze sharp and unwavering. Such audacity. A sword saint in his 20s, presuming himself a genius, yet today, you shall meet your demise. The barren province's ghostly sword saint stood his ground, pointing at Kai and shouting, with only a handful of you left in barren province, how dare you act so brazenly? Had it not been for Lord Yunyan's intervention, you would have perished long ago. Kai sneered repeatedly, dismissing the 10 or so nobles from barren province entirely. You audacious fool. The noble sword saint, infuriated and humiliated, glared fiercely and drew his silvery greatsword, charging at Kai. With a chilling smile, Kai bellowed, attack. Reduce him to mere flesh. All the nobles of the imperial capital surged forward, none expecting to heed Kai's command. The sword saints of the imperial capital unleashed over 20 beams of sword light, enveloping the barren sword saint, who barely had time to scream before being shattered into numerous pieces, a display of ferocity unmatched. How dare they slay a noble? Are they inciting rebellion? We shall retaliate. The nobles of barren province roared in fury, swords drawn and tensions heightened. One noble from the imperial capital pointed his sword at the barren nobles, arrogantly declaring, rebellion? What are you? We are the legitimate ones. Opposing us is rebellion, warranting the extermination of your entire lineage. Humph, you provincial bumpkins. How dare you claim the title of nobility? You are but a group of low-born wretches, basking in the meager legacy of your ancestors while arrogantly dubbing yourselves nobles. It is utterly laughable. Another noble from the imperial capital taunted viciously, his words a profound insult that demeaned not only the individual but their entire noble lineage. The nobles of barren province, their faces flushed with rage, shouted back, you are the low-born, cursed scum of the imperial capital. The barren province's sword saint, like a maddened lion, charged forward, unleashing a 7th-tier combat technique designed to annihilate, with sword lights dancing and fighting spirit exploding. The combined 7th-tier techniques of a dozen sword saints resembled a colossal blade of destruction, cleaving toward the nobles of the imperial capital. Why hesitate? Slay them all. Kai erupted in a furious roar, perceiving the madness that had consumed the nobility of the barren province. They were truly driven to the brink of violence. The aristocrats of the imperial capital understood that hesitation was not an option at this moment, and one by one, they unleashed their formidable fighting spirit. A canopy of white energy enveloped the skies, causing the entire city of Naga to tremble, while the aquatic denizens within fled in all directions, believing the apocalypse had arrived. The collision of two formidable energies sent a shockwave that hurled everyone backward, obliterating the 3 foremost nobles of the barren province into mere particles. Although several from the imperial nobility sustained injuries rendering them incapable of further combat, their numbers prevailed, maintaining an overwhelming advantage. Eliminate them without mercy. They are merely a horde of foreign wretches. The nobles of the imperial capital roared, their furious howls reminiscent of bloodthirsty lions, their faces contorted with rage. For the honor of their families, they were prepared to fight to the death, viewing the barren nobles as parasites and true waste of existence. At that moment, the nobles of the barren province became exceptionally ruthless, willing to defend their family honor with their very lives, their noble ideals deeply ingrained. Yet, above in the sky, Kai wore a sinister smile, his mind wickedly contemplating. Let them clash. It would be best if they all perished. Kai executed a peculiar skill. Enveloped in a faint lavender glow, swiftly soaring towards the city's outskirts, unimpeded by anyone. Just as the battle ignited between the nobles of the imperial capital and the barren province, the nobles of the Doran and Valoran provinces arrived. Witnessing the barren nobles fighting desperately, they were filled with animosity. After all, the barren province had previously slain many from their ranks. The principle of mercilessly attacking a drowning dog was clear to them. Moreover, should they eliminate this group of nobles, the young master of the barren province would likely be left vulnerable, presenting an opportunity for the sub-artifact to potentially fall back into their hands. Kill them all. Exterminate these barren curs. The nobles of Valoran shouted, brandishing their weapons and charging at the barren nobles. Barren scum, eliminate them, echoed the nobles of Doran, rallying around their nonsensical battle cries, clearly intent on slaughter. Under the onslaught of over 40 sword saints, the barren province's sword saints found themselves utterly powerless, crushed underfoot. In a final act of desperation, 3 sword saints from Barren detonated themselves, managing to drag a few unfortunate souls from the 3 leading noble families into the depths of hell. Meanwhile, Kai had already seized Cameron, bringing him to stand before Yunyan outside the city. With a triumphant flourish, Kai tossed the limp form of Cameron at Yunyan's feet, exclaiming, "My lord Yunyan, I have brought you the Naga Lord." Yunyan nodded, lowering his gaze to Cameron, his eyes betraying a profound intent to kill. Cameron, meeting Yunyan's gaze, instinctively recoiled, only to feel the overwhelming aura of Yunyan's third-tier power, which swiftly ignited his wrath. "It is you again, human. I advise you to release me. I possess a staggering secret about you. Should I reveal it, you shall become the target of all," he declared menacingly. "I harbor no secrets. You have but one path before you now, and that is to meet your demise," Yunyan replied coldly, drawing forth his sharp blade. "Do you dare to kill me?" Cameron exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief, attempting to threaten. "What is there to fear?" Yunyan answered, striking down with his blade and severing one of Cameron's legs. Crimson blood gushing forth. "Ah!" Cameron screamed in agony, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, his expression transforming into one of sheer malice. "You truly dare to kill me? If I expose your wife's situation, there will be no refuge for you in the entire universe. You dare." Yunyan swung his blade once more, lopping off Cameron's right arm, rendering him incapable of crawling. "Please, do not kill me. I am willing to become your battle beast." "I swear it immediately," Cameron pleaded in terror, inching backward, perceiving Yunyan as a demon in that moment. "Enough of your nonsense. You must first apologize to Udur and repent," Yunyan retorted icily, his blade descending again, denying Cameron any chance for mercy as his left arm was also severed. "Ah!" Cameron's hysterical screams echoed, his face contorted in excruciating pain. "Do not kill me. I will speak. I will speak at once." Fear had gripped him entirely, and he quickly uttered, "I am sorry, Udur. I deserve to die 1,000 times over." Despite knowing that the Naga Lord lay on the ground, the four onlookers began to feel a chill, particularly Melody, who, recalling her deep-seated enmity with Yunyan, felt cold sweat forming in her palms. Yunyan did not relent, stepping forward once more to deliver a decisive blow, severing Cameron's final leg. With an impassive demeanor, he uttered, "You have proclaimed that Udur shall not return, and thus, you owe me an apology." "Why? I have already repented and adhered to your words. Why must you still take my leg?" Cameron, driven to the brink of madness, found himself engulfed in pain that overwhelmed his reason, leaving only the instinctive plea for mercy. "Yunyan, I beg you, do not kill me." Cameron, drawing upon the last vestiges of his fighting spirit, retreated, his limbs gushing copious amounts of blood. "Humph, your only fate is death. There exists no alternative." Yunyan's voice resonated coldly, akin to the tolling of a death knell. Cameron, now cornered with no hope of survival, succumbed to despair, his features contorting in rage as he bellowed, "Cursed be you, Yunyan. You shall not die a peaceful death. Your wife belongs to the Loyak people, a race that has betrayed the gods. You shall bear the divine curse, your soul eternally damned to hell, and I shall await you in the abyss. Die." Yunyan uttered but a single word before severing Cameron's head. Blood spilled profusely onto the ground, and in an instant, Cameron's head dried up, revealing a violet-blue beast crystal that tumbled forth, emanating the aura of a 7th-tier gem, the very same 7th-tier magic crystal that was sought after in the imperial capital. A gem capable of crafting spatial stones. Upon hearing the name Loyak, Kai's face contorted with fear. He clearly understood the implications of Loyak, grasping the source of Yunyan's formidable power. Meanwhile, Melody, Choba, and Hafangson also exhibited unnatural expressions upon hearing Loyak, for they too were aware of what it represented, a true taboo. Yunyan stored the magic crystal into his spatial backpack and turned to Kai. Observing Kai's expression, he discerned that the latter possessed a considerable understanding of Loyak. With a piercing gaze, he commanded, "Kai, divulge everything you know about Loyak." Startled by Yunyan's intensity, Kai realized that a mere misstep could lead to dire consequences. He quickly replied, "Yes, Lord Yunyan. Loyak is a legendary ancient race, originally the progeny of the gods. However, after the gods' demise, they seized the divine essences that fell from the heavens, inheriting immense power and evolving into a godlike race. Yet, due to their betrayal of the deities, the frozen throne, embodying the will of the gods, cast upon them an eternal curse. As a result, the Loyak suffer from this malediction, their energy continuously waning, compelling them to siphon the world's energy to prolong their existence. Thus, the Loyak are, in truth, genuine demons. And with each of their appearances, they bring forth the annihilation of countless lives, standing as adversaries to the present gods." Yunyan nodded slightly and continued to inquire, "What distinguishes the ancient deities from the contemporary gods?" "This is an absolute taboo, Lord Yunyan. I implore you not to delve deeper. However, I can reveal that the current deities are the magnificent beings residing within the true temples, possessing powers that even surpass those of the gods, Kai expressed with great caution, whispering to Yunyan. Meanwhile, Melody scrutinized Yunyan intently, pondering the nature of this man whose wife hails from the Lyak people. Capable of defying the divine and betraying the existence of the gods, would he too be subject to the curse of the deities? Choba, overwhelmed with fear, regarded Yunyan as an utterly incomprehensible figure, transcending the entirety of the Yalaran continent. Such beings could only emerge from epic mythologies. Fangson was initially lost in contemplation. But upon seeing the throng of nobles ahead, his demeanor shifted to one of terror, exclaiming, "Where are the nobles of the barren province? Ha, Fangson. Swiftly surrender the artifact of Asia, or you shall face immediate demise," a noble sword master bellowed from the skies. All the nobles had returned. Yet not a single soul from the barren province was in sight. This revelation struck Fangson like a thunderbolt. Possessing the artifact of Asia rendered him a target, akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter in the eyes of the crowd. Fangson scanned his surroundings, hastily seeking refuge beside Yunyan. With a tremor, a crystal shield manifested in his grasp as he knelt on the ground, extending it with both hands. "Lord Yunyan, save me. This guardian of angelic light is yours." Upon receiving the guardian of the angel's light, Yunyan's heart raced upon inspecting its attributes. The guardian of the angel's light, a shield bestowed from paradise, is imbued with the blessings of the angels, possessing formidable protective powers that compel all evil beings to retreat. Armor: 300 reduces physical damage by 45, reduces magical damage by 33. Passive skill: skin hardening, granting immunity to 100 points of damage. Passive skill: evasion, with a 25 chance to evade physical attacks. Passive skill: holy light blessing, inflicting 100 damage per second on nearby undead creatures. All attributes increased by 100. Special ability: amplifies area effects by 50. Equipment level: Tier 9. Special title: lesser artifact. Upon gazing at this piece of equipment, Yunyan felt an irresistible urge to don it immediately. Its formidable attributes were bound to drive anyone into a frenzy. Possessing such an item would exponentially enhance one's survivability, akin to donning a robust suit of iron armor. Regrettably, he was still unable to utilize it. As soon as Yunyan acquired the semi-divine artifact, he promptly stowed it away in his spatial backpack. He had asserted that he would not seize it from others. Yet he never claimed he would refuse a gift when it was presented to him, especially when it was such an extraordinary piece of equipment that seemed almost too good to forsake. Yunyan's audacious act left all the nobles momentarily speechless as he brazenly stowed the divine artifact into his spatial backpack before their very eyes, an act tantamount to inviting them to conspire against him. However, the nobles hesitated, acutely aware of Yunyan's formidable prowess that had allowed him to dispatch the sword saint with alarming ease, instilling a profound sense of trepidation. Yet, the allure of the divine artifact ignited their greed, transforming their apprehension into malevolent intent as they gathered, casting predatory glances at Yunyan. The first to regain his composure was Melody, whose keen business acumen afforded him a perceptive edge over his peers. Stepping forward, he vociferously condemned the assembly. "You wretched scoundrels! Since Lord Yunyan has claimed the divine artifact, what merit is there in prolonging Fangxing's plight?" In a display of defiance, Melody even kicked one of the nobles, shoving them behind Yunyan, thereby signaling his allegiance. It dawned on Melody why Yunyan wielded such power. He mused enviously, "With a goddess-like wife, perhaps I could surpass him." Meanwhile, Kai and Choba exchanged knowing glances, instinctively positioning themselves behind Yunyan, recognizing that anyone capable of securing a divine consort must possess formidable hidden strengths. As Choba took his place beside Yunyan, the nobles of the Doran province quickly understood the alignment and also rallied behind him, while the nobles of the imperial capital remained in a state of indecision. They were oblivious to the extent of Yunyan's power, which had subdued numerous noble leaders. Though Yunyan was undeniably strong, he was but one man, and in the chaos of numbers, opportunities might arise. One noble from the imperial capital glared menacingly at Yunyan, declaring, "Yunyan, surrender the divine artifact, and we shall cease our hostilities towards you. Otherwise, you shall not escape this place." Another noble echoed vehemently, "Indeed, relinquishing the divine artifact is not within your purview. It rightfully belongs to the noble lineage of the imperial capital. Yunyan, we initially supported you because you professed a disinterest in the divine artifact. Yet you have now betrayed that vow, committing an unforgivable sin. Despite your lowly status, your immense power, capable of slaying the sword saint at the 3rd tier, marks you as an extraordinary talent. We believed your future achievements would be significant, hence our reluctance to confront you. However, your current betrayal in seizing the divine artifact renders you irredeemable. The nobles of the imperial capital had initially united against a common foe due to Kai's influence. But as personal interests emerged, their fervent desire for the artifact overshadowed their allegiance to Kai's family, swiftly turning them against him. Yunyan let out a cold laugh, surveying the gathered nobility of the imperial capital. Suddenly, he burst into laughter, exclaiming, "You are utterly ridiculous. You pledged to obey my commands. Yet now you renege on your word. That is the true betrayal. Moreover, I have stated that I would not sully my hands with divine artifacts. Yet I never claimed it was reasonable to offer them up only to cast them aside. Who do you think you are? To defy me is to invite your own demise." The words of Yunyan were exceedingly arrogant, igniting the fury of the noble class in the imperial capital. A few nobles, who had initially been indignant, trembled with rage. However, to Miladi, Kai, Choba, and Hafangsan, it seemed utterly reasonable, possessing a divine spouse, even if cursed by the gods, would undoubtedly render one 1,000 times more audacious than this group of nobles. Miladi even chimed in, "Master Yunyan speaks the truth. You worthless lot, if you have the courage, come forth one by one to challenge Master Yunyan. Should you attempt to swarm him, our numbers will gladly aid Master Yunyan in your defeat." Choba added, "Indeed, I, Choba, also stand in support of Master Yunyan. Noble youths of the imperial capital, if you intend to resort to tactics of sheer numbers, I advise you to abandon such futile hopes." Meanwhile, Kai remained silent, secretly thinking, "Let them fight. It would be best if they all perished, for then I, Kai, could bask in glory within the capital." At this moment, Hafangsan had also ceased his arrogance. Standing quietly aside, speechless, he had not only lost his men but had also surrendered his only demi-artifact, leaving him without the means to display any bravado. "Yunyan, you are courting your own demise," a sudden voice declared as an assassin emerged from the direction of the imperial capital, standing before Yunyan and continuing, "This is a fair challenge. If you perish, the demi-artifact shall be mine. If I fall, my family shall not hold you accountable." Yunyan remained silent. Yet his form had vanished, enveloped in an ethereal shroud of invisibility, rendering his whereabouts undetectable to any observer. Fix stood on high alert, crouched low with a poised readiness, two azure daggers firmly gripped in his hands. His body rotated slowly, vigilant to the slightest rustle of the surrounding environment. Suddenly, without warning, Fick pivoted sharply, daggers raised defensively against his chest, as a surge of energy erupted from him, repelling a translucent figure, none other than Yunyan. A sharp clang resonated as Yunyan's long sword struck the intersection of the two daggers, yet it seemed ensnared, unable to descend even a fraction. "Prick!" Fick bellowed, withdrawing one dagger, its tip aglow with concentrated energy, forming a brilliant white spike aimed directly at Yunyan's brow. This move executed with the swiftness of lightning, leaving the average person incapable of reacting in time. Even the lingering thoughts could not be evaded. However, his form suddenly vanished, leaving the piercing light to strike nothingness. In an instant, he split into 6 identical bodies, each indistinguishable from the original. Futile endeavor. I have long discerned that your avatars lack any offensive capability. Only your true form can inflict damage, Fick proclaimed, his body surging forward as his arms extended. With a swift pirouette, a crescent-shaped beam of light shot forth, aiming to ensnare all of Yunyan's apparitions in one fell swoop. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal rang out in rapid succession as the 6 avatars, each adopting distinct postures, successfully parried the assault as if they were living beings. "Then come and discern which one of us is the true self," the 6 Yunyan exclaimed in unison, brandishing their long blades as they advanced menacingly towards Fick. "Very well, let the spiral assassination commence." Fick stood resolute, the wings of battle unfurling as he lifted slightly off the ground, arms spread wide like a soaring goose. His body spun with relentless vigor, and from his dagger erupted a torrential downpour of energy projectiles, each darting forth with the swiftness of lightning, as if all 6 Yunyan were under simultaneous siege. Clang, 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 clang. Yunyan reacted with remarkable swiftness, deftly slicing through each thorn with his lightning-fast blade. However, the attributes of his doppelgangers were merely a reflection of his own, rendering them somewhat inadequate. Within a mere 10 seconds, 3 had already vanished, and the remaining 2 were on the verge of collapse. "Just a single assassin, yet I find myself unable to endure. You seem even more resilient than I." Yunyan's gaze sharpened as he released his defenses, leaping into the air with great vigor, his hands gripping the blade as he aimed a deadly strike at Fick's head. Fick sensed the ferocity of the attack and unleashed a torrent of piercing light in an attempt to repel Yunyan. However, Yunyan did not waver in his defense. The piercing rays seemed to dissipate against an invisible barrier of extraordinary power. Suddenly, Fick crossed his hands, drawing his daggers close to his waist. As his fighting spirit ignited like a blazing inferno, the two small daggers became enveloped in a tremendous aura. With faint golden energy emanating from their tips, a manifestation of an 8th-tier combat skill, Fick was determined to fight to the last, even at the cost of his own standing. Knowing that the reckless use of such a skill could leave his fighting spirit void for an entire month, necessitating a vast amount of magic crystals for recovery, and in severe cases, leading to the total depletion of his energy. Nobles from the imperial capital gasped in astonishment. They had not anticipated that Fick would resort to such a tactic, realizing that Yunyan was indeed formidable. Should we intervene? One noble whispered. Are you truly seeking death? Did you not see how Melody and the others are watching us with keen eyes? They may speak of a war of attrition, but should our numbers dwindle to the point where they can easily annihilate us, they will not hesitate to strike. Our only option is to subdue Yunyan and force him to surrender the sub-artifact, which we can then collectively activate to escape this place. How infuriating. I never expected a 3rd-tier swordsman to possess such strength. No such individual has ever graced the continent of Arolan. The noble's teeth clenched in frustration as he glared at Yunyan, jealousy igniting a fierce flame within his eyes. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed through the air, creating a whirlwind that swept in all directions. Fick's dagger had miraculously blocked Yunyan's long blade, while the other dagger plunged into Yunyan's abdomen. Yet it was met with a faint green energy that gradually eroded its force. Yunyan did not retreat. He wielded his long blade with fierce determination, intent on testing whose endurance would prevail. He could not fathom that a 7th-tier assassin could withstand the force of his strike. The assassin, acutely aware of the perilous moment, skillfully parried the incoming attack with his dagger. With a sudden surge, he propelled his body forward, channeling a greater output of energy from his other hand, aiming to shatter the energy shield enveloping Yunyan completely. Yunyan sensed that the life energy of the hero mode was rapidly dissipating, becoming increasingly tenuous. Should he be pierced, he would undoubtedly suffer grievous injuries, thereby exposing his vulnerability. The throng of nobles behind him would instantly regard him as a lamb awaiting slaughter. A 16-fold lethal strike. As the aura of destruction coalesced fiercely upon the blade wielded by Yunyan, the crimson energy swiftly transformed into a blinding white. A palpable sense of annihilation surged within the longsword, undulating with ferocity. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. Just as Yunyan's vitality dwindled to a mere thread, an overwhelming force of destruction erupted forth. The longsword descended with relentless might, rendering Fick's dagger utterly defenseless. His arm was jolted aside as the sword cleaved down, bisecting Fick in a single stroke. A staggering damage value of 6,589 materialized, instantaneously obliterating Fick. The nobility present bore witness to this spectacle, none able to withstand the raw power of destruction that surpassed even the might of a sword saint. My heavens, did you see that? Is it divine prowess? Melody shrieked, trembling with profound fear towards Yunyan. This is impossible. Such feats are beyond human capability. Kai stood frozen, murmuring in disbelief. Has the world gone mad? How can such an aberration exist? Choba, rendered speechless, felt grateful for having chosen the right side. Hiki, at this moment, Yifangsun could only manage a foolish grin, utterly awestruck by the formidable ally he had procured. The nobles of the imperial capital were also left dumbfounded. What kind of power was this that could annihilate a 7th-tier warrior in an instant? Fear gripped them, their gazes toward Yunyan tinged with deep trepidation. Is there anyone else? Yunyan scanned the crowd, his voice icy. Wait, I surrender. I am willing to obey your commands. Suddenly, a sword saint emerged from among the nobles, swiftly darting to Kai's side. It is not so simple. Yunyan's cold gaze fixated on the noble. I understand. You seek ransom. I can offer you immense wealth right now. With that, the noble began to pour forth a mountain of jewels and gold coins from his spatial ring, as if emptying a sack. Traitor, only death awaits. Yunyan granted him no chance to hesitate, unleashing a lethal strike that left the noble no time to react, resulting in his swift demise, severed from his own body. He has gone mad, truly mad. It is inevitable. We are all doomed. We must flee. The nobles of the imperial capital sank into despair. Confronted by the fierce specter of Yunyan, their resolve to overcome shattered, their only hope to escape. Kill them. Eradicate them all. Yunyan roared, needing to project an aura of unassailable dominance, lest the treachery of betrayal continue to arise. Have you lost your mind? They wish to surrender. Why annihilate them further? You have succumbed to madness. A noble from Doran province could no longer contain himself, shouting vehemently at Yunyan. Yunyan cast a sharp glare at Choba, who trembled in response, then turned to face the nobleman with a fierce expression. Seeking death, it was Choba who uttered these words, his gaze like lightning as his great sword cleaved towards the aristocrat. Accompanying Choba were 8 sword saints, who swiftly surrounded and dispatched the nobleman, leaving the other sword saints present with an understanding that any voice of dissent was futile in this moment. Obey Lord Yunyan's command. Annihilate these parasitic nobles of the empire. Eradicate them completely. Melody, for reasons unknown, roared with wild fervor, his eyes reflecting an inexplicable exhilaration. Following such a decisive figure as Yunyan, the thrill of ruthless slaughter was unparalleled. Immediately, over 20 nobles charged towards a dozen nobles from the imperial capital, the battle raging with ferocity. The clash among the sword saints was utterly devastating. Each area they traversed left in chaos and destruction. The flames of conflict even reached above Naga City, demolishing a segment of the 30-meter-high city wall, causing it to collapse with a thunderous crash, sending the aquatic inhabitants within into a frenzy. However, the tide of battle was overwhelmingly one-sided, especially with Kai, the noble from the imperial capital, who fought with unparalleled zeal. Clad in gleaming silver knight armor, he manifested a demonic visage of condensed fighting spirit upon his great sword, unleashing blue orbs that corroded flesh and siphoned energy, his power seemingly augmenting with each clash. The other sword saints unleashed their martial prowess, forcing the imperial nobles into retreat. One noble, unable to withstand the impending doom, detonated himself, sending nobles from both the Doran and Valoran provinces flying. The sword saints from the capital executed a variety of formidable techniques. One even unleashed a rare 7th-tier eye-sealing arrow, immobilizing 5 sword saints, allowing for an escape. Yet, from the shadows, Yunyan descended like a specter, his blade slicing through the air, extinguishing the noble's life without a glimmer of chance for escape. Yunyan, shrouded in darkness, proclaimed, "If I perish, let us all perish together." At that moment, the nobles of the imperial capital descended into madness, rather than face a grim demise at the hands of their adversaries. They chose self-destruction, dragging down 1 or 2 sword saints with them. In an instant, the nobles began to lock onto the auras of their fellow aristocrats, unleashing a tempest of annihilation. Not good. They intend to detonate their fighting spirit. Retreat swiftly. Kai shouted in terror, a faint purple aura gathering upon his battle wings. He accelerated to his utmost limit, soaring over 200 meters in mere seconds. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions rang out. A mushroom cloud of white fighting spirit erupted, obliterating everything within, the shockwave toppling towering trees in the vicinity. The remaining nobles on the battlefield were far less fortunate, completely engulfed by the destructive force of the energy, unable to mount any defense. At a critical juncture, the aristocrats of the imperial capital had all embraced a realization of self-destruction. Born into nobility, they could not suffer indignity. Rather than perish in ignominy, they chose a magnificent demise. The simultaneous self-detonation of 10 sword saints unleashed a power so formidable that even the sword emperor would be gravely injured by the explosion of a single sword saint. To witness the collective explosion of 10 would likely spell severe injury or even death for the sword emperor, a force utterly insurmountable by the 7th-tier sword saints. In the aftermath of the explosion, as the fierce winds dissipated and the clouds gradually cleared, it resembled the aftermath of a catastrophic forbidden spell. The walls of Naga City were shattered by over 1,000 meters, the ground itself leveled, and even the crystalline seabed within the city was reduced to a fine white powder. On the battlefield, only a few sword saints on the periphery remained, severely wounded and incapacitated. Yet, Yunyan stood before them, unscathed, his survival during the explosion a mystery that left them bewildered and psychologically overwhelmed. In truth, Yunyan had anticipated the unleashing of such a cataclysmic skill while pressuring the nobles of the imperial capital. He swiftly activated his wind step, allowing him to escape in the nick of time, his reflexes remarkably sharp, thus evading the blast. It was madness. Nearly 90 nobles had entered, and now fewer than 10 remained alive. Melody found herself torn between the joy of victory and the sorrow of loss. Afangsan and Choba dared not meet Yunyan's gaze, for in their minds, he had become a harbinger of death, while they felt like mere meat on a chopping block. The dignity of the aristocracy, once brimming with arrogance, had been cast aside, leaving them trembling in place like newly hatched chicks. Perhaps he was indeed destined to shatter the only legend of this continent. Kai gazed at Yunyan, murmuring softly, as if lost in profound contemplation. Meanwhile, Yunyan retrieved 9 vials of life elixir from his belongings, distributing them to the 3 severely injured sword saints. This was the water of life. The sword saint, upon realizing its miraculous properties, shouted in excitement and immediately consumed 3 vials, feeling a surge of vitality that allowed him to regain his footing. The other 2, witnessing the astonishing recovery, promptly followed suit, restoring much of their strength. The scene was left with Kai, Choba, Afangsan, Melody, and the remaining 2 noble sword saints from Dolan province, along with 1 noble sword saint from Valoran province. With a confident swagger, Yunyan and his 7 companions entered the city of Naga, making their way into the resplendent Naga Palace. The interior of the palace was a veritable marvel, adorned with opulence beyond measure. The floors were crafted from deep-sea crystals, pure and unblemished, with a single slab worth tens of purple jade coins. The vast expanse of the hall was filled with this immense wealth. Most of the furnishings were fashioned from gold, epitomizing luxury, while the 4 towering golden pillars dazzled the eyes with their brilliance. However, the true spectacle awaited them in the underground treasure vault of the Naga Palace, where they stood in stunned silence. The treasures within the vault were heaped like mountains, piles of magic crystals, mounds of deep-sea gemstones, 10 entire chests brimming with purple jade coins, and a towering mountain of gold reaching over 30 meters high, driving them to the brink of madness. The spatial backpacks carried by Melody and the others were utterly inadequate, as Yunyan had permitted them only to collect gemstones and large magic crystals, yet they barely managed to gather a fraction of the bounty. In a desperate attempt, Melody even stripped off her clothing to wrap several magic crystals around her back, while the others made modest gains. In stark contrast, Yunyan was ravenously collecting the wealth around him. The mountain of gold coins soared to a height of 30 meters, resembling a small hill. With a mere touch, he diminished it by a tenth, and within 10 seconds, it was completely cleared away. Upon counting, they realized there were a staggering 100 million gold coins, interspersed with countless jewels. Melody and her companions were left utterly astonished, teetering on the edge of insanity. Initially, Melody believed Yunyan would only outpace her by a few multiples, comforted by the thought that once the trial was over, the temple passage would vanish, preventing anyone from re-entering. Such a disparity would have been enough to incite envy, but what they witnessed was far beyond comprehension. Yunyan's backpack appeared to be an insatiable abyss, akin to a colossal beast devouring gemstones. Yunyan's subsequent actions were increasingly maddening. The treasury contained 10 heaps of underwater treasures and an astonishing number of hundreds of thousands of purple jade coins, which he wholly plundered. Yunyan categorically forbade them from touching these purple jade coins. While they may not be as valuable as magic crystals or gemstones, they represented true currency, readily exchangeable for gold coins. The sheer volume, hundreds of thousands, amounted to several billion gold coins, constituting an immense fortune. Having emptied the underground treasury, Yunyan appeared insatiable, prompting Melody to wonder if he had a thief's lineage. He brazenly ventured into the Naga Palace, relocating all 4 golden pillars and even stripping the opulent top layer of gold, the golden dragon throne, a golden wine cup, golden plates, and golden spoons, all of which were seized in a gluttonous manner. Once these treasures entered Yunyan's spatial backpack, they were all converted into tangible gold coins. Each golden pillar was worth millions of gold coins, with the throne fetching several 100,000 and the top layer over 10,000. Yunyan spared not a single scrap of gold. His need for gold coins was undeniably immense. He was nothing short of a bandit, leaving no trace behind. Expertly professional in his thievery, his spatial backpack seemed boundless, undoubtedly a divine artifact. Melody regarded Yunyan with trepidation, suddenly realizing that her promise of a ransom of 100,000 purple jade coins was a bargain, considering that, given Yunyan's current behavior, it was sheer luck that he had not plundered her entire family. Kay, along with several other nobles, broke into a cold sweat. They had encountered countless greedy individuals, yet they would swear by their divine father that none were as avaricious or insatiable as Yunyan. Young man, wreaking havoc in a palace is hardly a gentlemanly pursuit. Suddenly, at the entrance of the Naga Palace, a being with a dragon's head and a human body, crowned with a pair of golden horns and draped in a golden robe, emerged. It was the royal dragon of the Sea Tribe. Inside the main hall of the Naga Palace, 2 factions faced each other, the atmosphere charged with tension. The nobles fell silent, aware that their adversaries held an overwhelming numerical advantage. Behind the Dragon Emperor stood 10 formidable generals from the giant whale and shark tribes, all at the 7th tier, exuding immense power. The Dragon Emperor stepped forward slowly, casting a gentle smile at Union, reminiscent of a scholarly figure. He spoke softly. I am Circeus of the Dragon Tribe. The treasures within this underground treasury and this grand hall belong to the Naga Temple, which my sea tribe has safeguarded for generations. I kindly ask for their return. Union couldn't help but sneer inwardly. The Dragon Emperor appeared to be a benevolent gentleman. Yet his words were laced with firmness, demanding that everyone return the treasures they had just acquired. Union gazed directly at the Dragon Emperor, a cold smile gracing his lips as he inquired, Do you have any idea how much I possess? If I were to relinquish it, and you claim it is insufficient, what then? The Dragon Emperor stepped forward once more, his eyes narrowing slightly as he replied, It matters not. I have faith that you are a person of your word. Should you agree to surrender it, I, Circeus, am willing to believe you. You are the sovereign of the sea tribes, possessing innumerable treasures. You are well aware of the circumstances surrounding the Naga Temple. Cameron is an evil Naga. Our annihilation of him and the acquisition of his wealth is only just. This is the reward bestowed upon us by the temple. Union responded, allowing a portion of his consciousness to delve into his mind, beginning his focused endeavor. As Union's consciousness entered, he was astonished to find a dedicated option appearing in the lower right corner. Upon entering this state, he was engulfed in a whirlwind of sensations, light and shadow swirling around him, until he stood before an ancient palace. This palace was immense, its height seemingly limitless. Its walls forged from solid rock, adorned with countless runes that radiated an air of mystique. The secrets of what lay within the palace remained unknown to all. Before the ancient edifice stood a colossal sculpture, soaring over 100 meters high. The statue depicted a man of flawless physique and striking features, standing resolutely with a sword in hand, reminiscent of a deity of war. Do you wish to confirm the dedicated position? A soothing female voice from the system inquired. Confirmation. He replied. Upon meeting the requirements for the dedicated position, the 7th tier holy artifact, the dark orb, vanished, and a sum of 10 million gold coins was deducted. The system announced an upgrade, instructing him to exit and resume in 5 minutes. Instantly, Union's consciousness was ejected from the system, and the Dragon Emperor remained before him, engaging in an animated conversation. Indeed, you may interpret it that way. However, that wealth was acquired through Cameron's exploitation of my oceanic kin. It is time for restitution. The Dragon Emperor stated calmly, though his demeanor suggested a lack of urgency, hinting at ulterior motives behind his words. Union, possessing remarkable intelligence, swiftly discerned the Dragon Emperor's intentions. The Emperor's gaze was unwaveringly fixed upon him, undoubtedly seeking to extract something of value. Having penetrated his thoughts, Union chose not to confront him directly, instead feigning ignorance as he continued. Your prowess is formidable, Dragon Emperor. How can Cameron, merely a 7th tier, possibly subdue the Sea Clan? The Dragon Emperor elucidated. We of the Sea Clan cannot contend with the malevolent Naga, lest we invoke the wrath of the temple. A vow we have sworn. However, he soon appeared restless, his eyes glinting with a keen intensity as he addressed Union. If you are unwilling to relinquish wealth, alternatives must be offered. What do you desire? In an instant, Union's demeanor transformed, his gaze turning icy, akin to an unparalleled weapon exuding an aura of death. The Dragon Emperor felt a tightening in his chest under Union's glare, instinctively retreating half a step, astonished by the sheer ferocity of his presence. What a formidable killing intent for one so young, he mused. Yet, being a sovereign, the Dragon Emperor quickly regained his composure, stating, If you inscribe your stealth and duplication skills into this tome of the Dragon Clan, I shall permit your departure without further hindrance. He brandished a golden scroll intricately inscribed with magical runes, a powerful artifact reserved for the royal lineage of dragons, capable of invoking dragon language magic but usable only once. Exclusive to their kind. It was evident that this Dragon Emperor held a significant status within his clan. Kai, standing beside Union, whispered a reminder of the Emperor's high rank. Your Excellency, what an admirable disposition you possess, forsaking noble dragon language magic to learn my skills. What, I wonder, do you find appealing? Union pondered, fully aware of the underlying motives, yet he maintained his act of ignorance to buy time. The Dragon Emperor, interpreting Union's hesitation as potential acquiescence, expressed mild delight. I can see your skills are exceptional. Our paths crossed previously, and I recognize the extraordinary nature of your stealth ability, mistaking it for a unique skill. However, it was only upon your entrance to the Naga Temple that I realized it transcends even divine techniques. Moreover, your duplication skill, seemingly summoned from another dimension, appears indistinguishable from reality, I have never encountered such a power, and it must be immensely formidable. As time slipped away, Yunyan continued to feign indecision, appearing on the verge of capitulation while remaining resolutely ambivalent, thus prolonging the dialogue. The Dragon Emperor did not press him, though he was inwardly exhilarated, convinced that success was within reach. He was, after all, an authentic prince of the Dragon Clan, bearing a monumental destiny, destined to become a great Dragon Emperor. With ancient royal blood coursing through his veins, he had attained the strength of an 8th-tier sword sovereign within merely 30 years, a prodigy rare among dragons. Given the extraordinary longevity of their kind, living for hundreds of thousands of years, one could only fathom the heights he would eventually ascend to. Ding. System upgrade complete. Please select an advanced profession. The system's melodious prompt resonated, forcibly drawing consciousness into the interface of the beast realm. Suddenly, 6 figures emerged within the interface, each embodying distinct personas: the swordsman, the blade master, the gunner, the assassin, the mage, and the archer. Their diverse attire, reminiscent of Eastern garments, obscured their features. The blade master stood tall and robust, exuding an air of unparalleled dominance. Clad in azure armor adorned with cloud patterns, featuring a tiger-headed shoulder guard and leopard-headed greaves. He wielded a knife of an extraordinary blue hue, intricately etched with steel veins that hinted at its formidable sharpness. The swordsman, ethereal and graceful, possessed an extraordinary handsomeness. Draped in a sleeveless robe of violet clouds and donning purple jade or guards, a resplendent rainbow sword rested upon his back, radiating colors like a shimmering dawn, while his flowing robe seemed to dance with an invisible breeze, rendering him otherworldly. At that moment, the gunner, the mage, and the archer all exuded an irresistible charm, their physiques revealing unique characteristics and an aura of mysterious power, marking them as unparalleled masters of their craft. Yunyan carefully observed each individual before ultimately selecting the swordsman, for he wielded the blade with unparalleled mastery and profound understanding. Suddenly, the mist that shrouded the swordsman dissipated, revealing a youthful man with long brows that met his hair, eyes like hooks, a nose sculpted from jade, and lips as delicate as ice. This visage was strikingly flawless, and his spirited gaze radiated an otherworldly aura, reminiscent of a celestial being descended to earth. With a sharp sound, the young man abruptly opened his eyes, causing the entire world to resonate, akin to a divine weapon being unsheathed. Upon his awakening, his piercing gaze locked onto Yunyan with electrifying intensity. As Yunyan's entire being shuddered, an overwhelming and boundless voice resonated within his mind, seemingly penetrating the very fabric of the universe. The blade is the supreme instrument of dominance. The swordsman is the sovereign of the realms. The strong first fortify the body, and to wield the sword, one must first temper the heart. With the blade raised, unmatched in might, one dares to challenge the heavens and the earth. A single strike cleaves the clouds, and another extinguishes all life. The sword flows like water, yet can be as gentle as a caress. With a heart as clear as the moonlit mirror, the sword manifests myriad forms. The formless surpasses the formed, and the bladeless transcends the bladed. One sword transforms into myriad, all converging into a singular strike. As these words echoed, Yunyan suddenly felt the world spinning. The cosmos inverted, with countless stars seemingly beneath his feet, his body plummeting into the abyss of the starry expanse. Countless bolts of thunder began to encircle him, and within his eyes appeared an entire suite of sword techniques, known as the Gale Blade technique. The young man demonstrated the techniques amidst the boundless void, his movements ethereal and flawless, the entire set consisting of 7 strikes: Gale Slash, Tempest Slash, Whirlwind Slash, Hurricane Slash, Wind Chaser Slash, Sound Wind Slash, and Windless Slash. These 7 techniques progressed in layers, the blade akin to a tempest, gaining speed with each successive strike, with the 6th technique, Sound Wind Slash, already surpassing the speed of sound. The Windless Slash embodied a mysterious realm, traversing silently and at unparalleled speed. With each technique employed, an array of data flooded Yunyan's mind, each movement analyzed to exquisite precision, force, timing, and variations meticulously captured, as his brain functioned like a 3-dimensional analyzer, instantaneously recording every detail. Time lost all meaning as he traversed countless voids, his consciousness entirely immersed in the experience. He comprehended that the Gale Blade technique was merely mastered upon reaching the 3rd phrase of its incantation. While the subsequent lines, "The blade flows like water and the blade can be as gentle as a caress," remained enigmatic and inscrutable. After mastering the Gale Blade, the young man vanished, and everything reverted to normal. The interface of the beast realm remained unchanged, save for an additional section of professional options. Upon closer inspection, the 6 exceptional men remained proudly standing within, seemingly crystallized, utterly motionless. As Yu Nian gazed at the swordsman, a surge of emotion coursed through him, and he mused, "The swordsmanship is unparalleled, and you are undoubtedly the god of blades. Henceforth, I shall refer to you as the Blade God." Suddenly, the swordsman's eyes fluttered open, and a divine light descended from the heavens, bestowing upon him the title of Blade God above his head. Simultaneously, the system notifications chimed in. Ding! Congratulations on completing your first job change. You have attained the title of Blade Saint. Ding! Congratulations on mastering the Gale Blade technique. Ding! The hero mode has been deactivated. Life energy enhances the physical body, while magical energy fortifies combat aura, initiating the cultivation mode, allowing for the learning of ultimate skills. Ding! Please note that in cultivation mode, any damage sustained by the hero will inflict real damage. Ding! There are 28 days remaining until the main quest to destroy the Great Cemetery. Be mindful of the enemy hero's birth time. A series of notifications echoed, and Yu Nian instantly comprehended that he could now learn the Blade Storm. Eagerly, he clicked on the skill icon, expending 1 million gold coins, and at last, he mastered the Blade Storm. In that moment of mastery, Yu Nian felt a surge of electricity coursing through him, each cell ignited with vitality, rejoicing, and leaping in exhilaration. As a tumultuous power of a hurricane and the might of thunder simulated within him, the essence of the Blade Storm becoming intuitively clear. As Yu Nian once again opened his eyes, he beheld the Dragon Emperor pacing restlessly, his gaze flickering with hesitation and a fleeting, fierce intensity. Have you made up your mind yet? It has been a full half hour. What could possibly be occupying your thoughts? Is a mere skill truly more important than your very life? Upon witnessing Yu Nian's awakening, the Dragon Emperor could no longer contain himself and erupted into a thunderous roar. Yu Nian gazed at the Dragon Emperor and calmly uttered, "What if I refuse you? You, how dare you mock me?" In an instant, the Dragon Emperor's expression twisted into a grotesque mask of rage, his entire body trembling with murderous intent. Within the Naga Palace, all the nobles looked at Yu Nian in astonishment, as if he were courting his own demise. The Dragon Emperor was no ordinary figure. He was an 8th-level sword sovereign. It is essential to note that the distinction between the 7th and 8th levels, although merely a single tier apart, is akin to the chasm between heaven and earth. A sword sovereign embodies the true essence of martial supremacy, with fighting spirit solidified into gold, marking a qualitative leap in power. Not only is their fighting spirit as unyielding as stone, but their entire physique is also transformed by this energy, rendering it harder than rock and endowing them with terrifying defensive capabilities. If the defense of a 7th-level warrior can be likened to stone, then that of an 8th-level warrior is akin to diamond, impervious and unbreakable. Yet, Yu Nian felt no fear. He too had undergone a fortification. His life force had fully integrated with his being, not merely enhancing his defenses, but enriching his overall vitality. His senses sharpened to an extraordinary degree. He could discern a pinhole from 100 meters away, and his reflexes had accelerated to alarming levels. Previously, he relied on a measure of experience and instinct in combat. But now he could directly perceive, contemplate, and make the most precise judgments in an instant. This enhancement was indeed the most formidable aspect. Thoughts could shift like lightning. The integration of life energy into his body bore both benefits and drawbacks. The advantage lay in his genuine possession of a power that was rightfully his, while the downside was that any inflicted harm was utterly real. Should he be struck in the limbs, the consequences could be dire. Unlike before when he remained virtually invincible as long as his life energy was not depleted. This time, Yu Nian truly sensed the essence of fighting spirit. Previously, it existed merely as a form of magical energy, akin to a reservoir outside his body from which he could draw as needed, without any visceral understanding of what fighting spirit truly entailed. However, now it was different. A genuine fighting spirit coursed through his veins, flowing like a dragon, effortlessly controllable as if it were an extension of his own limbs. Moreover, a pivotal revelation struck Yu Nian. The martial energy coursing through his body would amplify with each circuit it completed, exhibiting an extraordinary potential for boundless enhancement. Remarkably, his inherent attributes remained unaltered. Profession, Blade Saint. Level, 10. Character name, Yu Nian. Health points, 5150. Mana, 3300. Armor, 1915. Experience required for level up, 210,000 to 220,000, strength, 30-45. Each increment in strength augments attack power by 1, while health increases by 50 points. Every 10 points enhances health regeneration by 1 per second. Agility, 30-48. Each increment in agility boosts attack power by 1. With every 3 points contributing to defensive capability, every 10 points enhances attack speed by 1%. Intelligence, 30-65. Each increment in intelligence elevates attack power by 1. Adding 25 points to mana. Every 10 points increases mana regeneration by 1 per second. Attack power, 428 to 428. Attack speed, 1.02 strikes per second. At this moment, Union wielded formidable equipment. The Blade Saint's blade, the Flame Sword, the Frost Sphere, the Shadow Boots, the Ice-patterned circlet, and the Dark Crystal. Additionally, having consumed 2 Dark Crystals for attribute enhancement, his prowess reached staggering heights, rendering his attack power truly fearsome. Union dares to challenge the Dragon Emperor, and it is certainly not merely due to this slight enhancement. The crux lies in the Blade Storm. Blade Storm unleashes a tremendous lightning vortex, inflicting devastating damage, dealing 500 points of damage per second to enemies within a certain radius. Magic cost, 500. Duration, 10 seconds. Cooldown, 180 seconds. Upon witnessing such a formidable destructive skill, Union was utterly astonished. This ability is simply extraordinary, dealing 500 points of damage every second, which amounts to a total of 5,000 points of health reduction over 10 seconds. It is noteworthy that a 7th-tier paladin possesses only 7,000 health points. And this is reality where critical hits are a factor. Even the Sword Saint could not withstand such rapid and repeated damage. If he were to survive, he would be left with but a sliver of health. This skill is undeniably overpowering. Furthermore, Union is aware that Blade Storm possesses a special effect, immunity to magic. This characteristic ensures that he cannot be controlled by magical means, allowing him to relentlessly pursue his enemies. While Union is uncertain about the health points of an 8th-tier opponent, he knows that no matter how formidable, enduring 5,000 points of damage will leave them severely weakened. With a cold and haughty gaze, Union stepped forward and locked eyes with the Dragon Emperor, declaring, "If you dare to take my challenge, I shall impart all my skills to you." The Dragon Emperor trembled, his heart racing with excitement as he flicked his fingers at Union. Laughing in a fit of rage, "Ha ha ha, you foolish child, how audaciously ignorant you are. Do you even comprehend the extent of my power?" As he spoke, the Dragon Emperor radiated with golden light, his magnificent golden wings unfurling from his back, overwhelming pressure enveloping the air around him. The noble Sword Saints behind Union instinctively took a step back. His battle wings, twice the length of an ordinary 2-meter span, possessed the formidable might of 2 Sword Emperors, an unparalleled force to be reckoned with. Union, now possessing formidable insight, understands that the Dragon Emperor's strength is undoubtedly one of the most formidable among the Sword Emperors. Even with his Blade Storm, he may not be a match for him, yet it is certainly sufficient to intimidate him. "Show me what you are capable of," he challenges. The Dragon Emperor gazes at Union with a countenance full of disdain, his entire being enveloped in a dense aura of fighting spirit, forming a protective barrier 3 meters thick, more resilient than steel and unbreakable. "Very well, do not harbor regrets." As Union spoke, the shadow vanished in an instant, appearing instead to strike down upon a formidable giant shark warrior positioned behind the Dragon Emperor. This close-range assault occurred so swiftly that even the Dragon Emperor was caught unawares. The giant shark general, a terrifying fusion of man and shark, bore a menacing serrated head. With limbs as robust as those of a bull, standing over 5 meters tall, he raised a trident in defense, unleashing a massive surge of white battle energy that enveloped his form, confident that such overwhelming power would repel Union. However, mid-air, Union suddenly executed a swift spin, a brilliant red battle energy coiling around his blade. His body rotated sharply, akin to a crimson fire wheel descending with lethal intent, a technique known as the Gale Slash. With a sound akin to wood being sawed, the long knife sliced through the air, rendering the white energy futile, incapable of offering any resistance. In the blink of an eye, the blade had cleaved through the trident, sending sparks flying thrice before the heavy steel weapon shattered. The long knife plunged into the giant shark warrior's head as though slicing through layers of flesh, ending the battle with brutal finality. The giant shark general could scarcely emit a cry before being severed in 2, meeting a gruesome demise on the spot. "To kill my general before my very eyes. How dare you?" roared the Dragon Emperor in furious wrath, pointing a finger towards Yunyan. Unleashing a brilliant beam of golden light aimed to strike him down. With a cold smile, Yunyan evaded the golden light, conjuring 6 mirror images of himself. Positioned between the Sea Clan and the Dragon Emperor, his deft maneuver redirected the golden beam into the body of a colossal whale warrior ahead, piercing through and inflicting severe damage in an instant. The storm of sword blades ensued. Yunyan unleashed the blade storm skill, and the internal fighting spirit was instantly ignited, resembling a multitude of delicate runes that danced and flowed within him in an extraordinary rhythm. This energy coursed through his limbs and bones, emanating an overwhelming aura of irresistible power. With both hands wielding a blade, Yunyan spun violently, creating a colossal lightning storm centered around him within a 10-meter radius. A miniature tornado formed, unleashing bolts of lightning in every direction. Amongst these bolts, a horizontal lightning rod emerged, with 2 electric spheres at its ends. Rotating slowly yet possessing tremendous power, upon contact, they detonated with thunderous roars. Most terrifying of all was the internal whirlwind, filled with layers upon layers of immense energy blades, ruthlessly slicing through everything within. Even the most formidable energy could scarcely withstand this onslaught. The 10 giant whales and shark warriors, initially arranged in a line, became the prime targets for Yunyan, swept into the storm of blades. They braced themselves, desperately resisting, for this individual was overwhelmingly powerful. A giant shark warrior bellowed in madness, unleashing a torrent of energy. Heavens, what kind of skill is this? It's as if it seeks to annihilate the very world. The giant whales began to roar as well, their massive bodies consuming vast amounts of protective energy, which dwindled to half in merely 2 seconds. In less than 5 seconds, the entire giant shark and whale forces collapsed, battered by the electric spheres, their bodies mercilessly shredded by the energy blades, resulting in total annihilation. The Dragon Emperor, caught within the vortex, was equally astonished. The tornado, a colossal entity with a radius of 10 yards, rapidly drained his golden energy. Particularly alarming was Yunyan's approach as he spiraled toward him. I indeed underestimated you, the Dragon Emperor thought, his eyes narrowing in resolve. His energy reserves were severely depleted. If he did not flee soon, he would surely perish within a minute and a half. Without delay, the Dragon Emperor unleashed a large-scale dragon language spell, summoning a massive ice wall spanning 30 meters and 5 meters thick in an attempt to halt Yunyan's advance. However, the ice wall shattered like paper before the storm of blades, disintegrating in less than half a second. The Dragon Emperor, filled with dread, let out a furious roar, unfurling his golden wings and transforming his body into a majestic dragon, soaring through the void. Gusts of slicing winds raked across the Dragon Emperor, inflicting severe damage. He felt the blade's sharp edges threatening to pierce his energy. Most terrifying were the electric spheres, not mere magical lightning, but natural thunderbolts, delivering a horrifying voltage that nearly paralyzed his limbs. If he lingered for another second, he feared he would suffer irrevocable harm. At the 9th second, the Dragon Emperor shuddered and seized a momentary gap, escaping through the palace's main entrance. Witnessing the Dragon Emperor's flight, Yunyan wasted not a second, charging directly into the ranks of the aquatic army, swiftly reaping a multitude of sea creatures. These beings were utterly incapable of resisting the energy blades, swept away by the storm, resulting in numerous casualties in an instant. Outside the palace, thousands of sea creatures scattered in panic, fleeing without a soul daring to confront Yunyan. In less than 10 seconds, he had slain 27th-tier warriors and forced the Dragon Emperor to retreat, while the 5th and 6th-tier soldiers were as fragile as mere vegetables. Flee, quickly, into the depths of the sea. This being is not of our kind. We cannot withstand him. The sea creatures fled in a frenzy, utterly disregarding their dignity, abandoning their armor as they desperately sought escape. The terror was overwhelming. What kind of storm was this? It threatened to annihilate heaven and earth, rendering these humans more fearsome than demons. The cries of the sea beings echoed in desperation, a mixture of shock and impending madness. Thus, they scattered, utterly defeated by a single strike from Yunyan. Within the grand hall, all the nobles exchanged bewildered glances, their thoughts of opposing Yunyan evaporating, as they perceived him as a celestial being descended from the heavens, exuding unparalleled might. Yunyan gathered the numerous high-tier equipment scattered on the ground and leapt back into the Naga Palace. All the nobles fell silent, utterly astonished. As Yunyan fell from the air, a refreshing sensation enveloped him. With a surge of energy, he unleashed a blade storm, feeling an enhanced strength within himself. particularly in his profound understanding of the Gale Blade technique. Let us return to the imperial capital, Yunyan proclaimed. Intent on journeying back to the imperial capital of Atlantis to seek the method of crafting the space gem. The noblemen, now awakened from their stupor, regarded Yunyan with a newfound respect. Their gazes transformed. Gone was any semblance of insolence, replaced instead by reverence as they followed in his wake. If their previous allegiance had been born from trepidation, it now radiated a sense of awe, two distinctly different attitudes. Exiting the Naga Palace and traversing the city, they encountered no obstacles. Upon reaching the outskirts of Naga City, a serpent maiden sprite appeared. It was the very same serpent sprite Yunyan had first encountered. Upon spotting him among the crowd, she expressed her surprise. The serpent maiden sprite, however, did not utter much. She waved her hand to unveil a serene, azure portal. And with a delicate gesture, 3 pieces of equipment gracefully descended before Yunyan, forming a circular arrangement and spinning in midair. One was a radiant gem-encrusted crown, another a shimmering, gem-adorned hollow light armor, and lastly, an ancient longsword that, though modest in its glow, possessed an extraordinary sharpness. These 3 items were the Crown of Glory, the Guardian of Glory, and the Great Sword of Glory. There was originally a Glory Bracelet, which you must have already obtained. This set of equipment is the finest available in the Naga's Junior Temple, and it serves as your reward. Wearing it will activate special attributes. Through this portal behind me, you may return to the location where you entered the temple, the Serpent Maiden sprite declared before vanishing from sight. Ding! Congratulations on completing the Junior Naga Temple Rescue Mission. You have gained 1,000,000 experience points and obtained the sacred artifact, the Lost Mirror. The system's notification chimed, heralding a moment of double fortune. Both the rewards from the Naga Temple and the system's mission bounty were now his. Yunyan stored 3 pieces of equipment in his spatial backpack and entered the interface of the game, only to discover that he had remarkably leveled up several times. It was no surprise, considering that defeating 27th-tier giant shark warriors and giant whale warriors had bestowed upon him a staggering 180,000 experience points, in addition to the 100,000 gained from completing quests. Without even accounting for the smaller increments, he had certainly advanced by several levels. Now, Yunyan found himself elevated directly to level 15, astonishingly surpassing the rank of a great swordsman and ascending past the intermediate swordsman to become a full-fledged swordsman. From level 10 to 15, Yunyan had accumulated 5 skill points, which he promptly allocated entirely to the skills of Swift Step and Fatal Strike. Initially, one could learn the second level of Blade Storm at level 15, yet here, the requirement is set at 21, implying that one must ascend to the Saint rank to acquire this skill. At this moment, Yunyan's skills are as follows: Gale Step, level 5, consuming 150 mana, allowing stealth for 15 seconds, revealing oneself upon attack and inflicting an additional 350 damage. Cooldown time is 13 seconds. Mirror Clone, level 1, consuming 60 mana, capable of creating 2 mirror clones and 3 illusionary clones to bewilder foes. Mirror clones last for 60 seconds, while illusions persist for 10 seconds, currently lacking offensive capability. Critical Strike, level 7, with a 13 chance to deal 8 times the damage, possessing a special attribute that ignores 20 of the enemy's physical defense. Blade Storm, level 1, unleashing a massive lightning vortex that delivers devastating blows, inflicting 500 damage per second to enemies within a certain radius. It consumes 500 mana, lasts for 10 seconds, and has a cooldown of 180 seconds. Such formidable skills render Yunyan exceptionally confident, daring to challenge the Dragon Emperor. With a level 7 critical strike already dealing 8 times the damage, and combined with 2 pieces of equipment that enhance critical hits, this could amplify to 32 times the critical damage. Currently, Yunyan boasts an attack power exceeding 400. The implications of 32 times are staggering. One strike could yield a damage output of 12,000, which would likely leave even the Sword Emperor severely wounded. Eagerly, Yunyan opened his equipment panel, having just ascended to the 5th tier, allowing him to don the Glory set. Upon examining the attributes, he felt as though he had exchanged a mere sparrow for a powerful cannon. Glory Bracelet, radiating a glorious brilliance that illuminates the golden earth. This treasure of the Naga clan enhances all attributes by 40, can withstand a single magical attack, with a cooldown of 40 seconds. Special attribute, can be combined with Glory Crown, Glory Guardian, and Glory Greatsword to forge Glory Light. Equipment level, 5th tier. Glory Crown, Emitting a glorious light that illuminates the golden earth, this Naga treasure increases agility by 60 and intelligence by 100. Featuring the skill Brilliant Radiance, which boosts mana recovery speed by 200, enhances skill damage by 20, and enlarges magical range by 20. Special attribute can be combined with Glory Bracelet, Glory Guardian, and Glory Greatsword to forge Glory Light. Equipment level, 5th tier. Glory Guardian increases strength by 100, intelligence by 30, and armor by 80, with a 20 chance to ignore physical attacks and reduce magical damage by 33. Special attribute can be combined with Glory Crown, Glory Bracelet, and Glory Greatsword to forge Glory Light. Equipment level, 5th tier. Glory Greatsword. Attack, 200 to 200, enhancing all attributes by 100, inflicting 40 splash damage to surrounding enemies, with a 20 chance to deal triple damage and a certain chance to inflict 1,000 points of fire damage on foes. Special attribute can be combined with Glory Crown, Glory Guardian, and Glory Bracelet to forge Glory Light. Equipment level, 5th tier. After reviewing these 4 pieces of equipment, Yunyan felt as if he had been struck by a wave of euphoria. Their power was astonishing, truly extraordinary, and could be deemed transcendental. Such attributes should not belong even to the finest 5th-tier gear. At this moment, Yunyan had no intention of merging the 4 pieces of equipment, as there existed a certain probability of failure. Should this set of gear vanish or its tier be elevated, he would find himself at a loss for words. He equipped the Flame Sword, Frost Sphere, Ice Pattern Headband, and Dark Crystal, though these 4 exceptional Tier 3 items were indeed of the highest quality. They paled in comparison to the glorious set. Upon donning these 4 pieces, they suddenly began to shimmer rhythmically. Yunyan observed a significant increase in his attributes upon inspection. He realized he had activated the set bonuses. The special attributes of the glorious set, when combined with the glorious crown, glorious guardian, glorious greatsword, and glorious bracelet, could unleash the power of Glory Light at a rate of 50. This granted an increase of 150 to attack power, a boost of 100 to all attributes, and an enhancement of 200 to movement speed, along with a bloodlust aura that amplified physical attack power by 20. At this realization, Yunyan was rendered utterly speechless. His shadow boots had already augmented his movement speed by 150. Now, with an additional 200 increase, his swiftness reached an unparalleled level. The only items that Yunyan did not change were the blade of the Sword Saint and the boots of shadow.